Chapter 1: Establishing a Sect Residence. Shirfong Continent. Shoshue Village. Within Thurthen Haloft Lin family, the 30-year-old farmer, Lindayo, felt certain the theme must have misheard. Hera bid this little finger in Hezern das getting boy before him, yo wish for us to build a house? Lin Zion nodded it. Lindayo inquired, I sinemu flan sufficient? It does nito betu large? Lin Zion dead again. Lindayo precedent, yawen tight completed swift liry winter gent knit a fit? Lin Zion did dead vigorously. Lindaya glanced down at this grass sandals. They were new, having gone been worn for half a year, and I twould be shamatodimage them. Thus, Herazetis palm, which wasis largesiphin, towards Lin Shao. You would lad, always dreamin' goff splendid things without lifting a finger. I wish so me own would build me grand house too. You expect me to construct a large dwellin' for yo, while you'd nothing? Why not just asto send to the heavens? Seeing the situation escalating, Lin Zia's swift lyre treated to avoid the impending slap. Father, let's discuss this calmly, please refrain from resorting to violence. Let's maintain some decorum. Decorum? All acknowledge you and Tagrand house from. How audacious can you? Your brother still hasn't found a wife, and hurry where, you little rascal come here. Lin Zio dashed behind the inlet table line the house how about Thalfamuthan? Hey! Up in hearing this, Lindeo Sanger flared. I called the Gigi Wolf Mupit, beauty o little rascal, today I shall teach you a lesson. Come here. The father and son began to circle around the family's solitary dining table. As Lin Chiron has shouted, I don't want Thalfamu. Can't we have on at he says off the hall? Linde replied, Donavinthan kabudit, a grass head wold suffice. Upon hearing the suggestion o fag rashed, Lin Zia's voice doubled in volume. A grass head is fine. Just stop chasing. Lindayo, no longer inclined to case him around thittable, halted and beckoned him I fi wanagrashed. Fine, come hurry and let him give a good thrashing, and tomorrow I'll build it for you. Lin Shao. Ultimately, Lin Zio considered his resistant, accepted a thorough beating from his father. In exchange for the promise this father would construct a grass shed for him the following day. After lunch, Lin Zio limped out the door. A 12-year Arsafage had been in this world for 12 years. Thought he was soon certain whether to classify his situation as a transmigration normal or reincarnation with memories. Regardless, he was indifferent to the distinction. In his previous life, he was a person with extreme Latinois familiarity as his parents were said when he was 3, and the respective ecaris and families were exceedingly demanding, leaving Lin Zia with little Marethanthan Umberson, his Bangkok countess Thiron-like concern. His grandparents Shad cared for him until he was 6, after which they both passed away. He was then sent to a boarding school, becoming a first-grade boarder. At 6, Lin Zia learned to tiptoe te team with Dramini. Gradually, Lin Zia developed dasami watch reclusive personality. His classmates perceived high mascold and unapproachable. However, that was not the case. He was merely an unremarkable introvert with little skill in social interactions. Acidephormistides, histamuus gone sumit be video games and anime. Although has struggled with interpersonal relationships, he did not consider himself cold-hearted. Thus, he grew day. Then, on an ordinary day, have found himself transported to his world, with Lindaeus' wife, Noah's mother, pregnant with him. His pneumothir treated Linzio exceptionally well, but tragically passed away early. On a morning, after his birth, in the month of June, a new unexpected heavy snowfall occurred, causing gazud and dropen temperature and freezing streams. The snow arrived in a most peculiar manner. In the heat of summer, everything withered overnight, and the snow piled high, reaching up to a person's knees. Due to the abrupt drop in temperature, the firewood of thumb was insufficient. While it hedged scoot endure, the infant Lin Zia trembled and theckled, his little face turning blue. Lin Dayu bravid thesno, wrapping himself in a teared cotton coat, and in dead the mounted other firewood. Lin Zia's mother held him tightly, wrapping him in a stiff cotton blanket, using air body heat to keep him warm, while his 12-year-older brother, Lin Yun, snuggled beside him for warmth. After a week, as the weather warmed, Lin Zia was revitalized, yet his mother had caught a cold. In this backward era, a simple cold claimed her life. At the time, Lin Zia was morelli a year old, unable to even walk, and couldn't watch her close to her eyes. This incident caused Lin Zai out o retreat until himself for several years. It was in Tuntelheder Nedsix, when Lin Dea broke he hustle Guila gathering material stone making a winter close form and his brother Lin Yun, the Thebegin Torgan spirit. He still hate a father and a brother. Gradually, he began to interact with the villagers, and he discovered that the people in this small village were quite amiable. For instance, at this moment, a chubby boy was running towards him. The newcomer, clad in a clean short shirt, stood a boutoni and a half-meter tall, with a stout figure. Ash jogged, his plump cheeks jiggled, and upon reaching Lin Xiao, he halted, panting heavily. "Xiao Gear, what was the good thing you mentioned yesterday? I've been waiting all night." This Jabibi boy is Jiang Yofu, feathered son of Jiang family in the village, who had followed Lin Zio around and seckled hund. Lin Zio quick like imposed himself, shaking his eyebrows triumphant despite his limp. "Our sect residents cease about to become reality." Jiang Yofu gazetted them with astonishment, unable to believe his ears. "Really? Will Uncle Lin agree to build you a house during Theba's spring farming season?" Lin Zio bashfully screwed his nose. "Of course," the fifth sterned into a grass shed. Upon hearing the tight Wasmerl grass shed, Jiang Yofu showed no signs of disappointment. "I figured as much if Uncle Lin were ready to build a house, the soon wooed havatories from the latrine." Nevertheless, even a grass shed counted as a place. Jiang Yofu was quite satisfied, patting Lin Zai on the shoulder. "Uncle Lin true like Herez for you and like him, where a note of in a piece of would be forthcoming." Lin Zai odra padizerm around Jiang Yofu's hooterast they walked into the mountains. "Come, let's see if we caught anything in the traps we set yesterday." Jiang Yofu swallowed hard and suggested, "Xiao Gear, if we catch a wild chicken, how about we roast it?" Sure, but I'm only providing Zhao with chicken legs, remember. The sect resident size idea. So am the sect master." The reason Lin Zai desired a space that belonged entirely to him, to service he so-called sect residents, was that just a few days prior, on his 12th birthday, heresy evade on equi system known as Transmigration Welfare System. According to E-System's self-introduction, its full name was the Multiverse Sect Construction System. However, it remained inactive. Needing host, namely Lin Xiao, Tapa's space seemed tire lehai sonto successfully activated it. Chapter 2 The Eve of Construction. Though he was soon aware of what precisely the sect entailed, as an experienced recluse from his past life, he surmised it could not be anything bad. Thus, he promptly revealed to his good friend Jiang Yofu the Thuasabauto, establish a sect hondaskid if he wished to join. As Lin Zai's loyal companion for many years, Jiang Yofu readily agreed without a second thought. Upon reaching the location in the forest where they had set their trusai yesterday, they were ready to discover a small mountain chicken lying on the ground, occasionally struggling. That was immediate legato work. Once everything was prepared, they sat in front of the fire, roasting the chicken. As Jiang Yofu tossed more wood onto the fire, he said, "Xiao Gear, what kind of sect are we establishing?" Lin Zai thought to himself, "I've been telling you about this 4 days, and you only think to ask no. You're fortunate to have encountered had it been some O'Neills, they might have a soul duplicate of themini. Hethin gazadach Jiang Yofu at hand and scrutiny by expression y'all find du tansa tegrashidis built tomorrow." As he spoke, the mountain chicken was ready, and Lin Zio heard Latori awful large chicken leg and handy to time. "Quick, eat while I shot." He preferred not to answer any further questions. The system still wasn't activated, and he was soon certain the sexually entailed. Jiang Yofu eagerly accepted the chicken leg, devouring it with grease-dripping gaunt schwipping gonis for it. After their fist, Lin Zio wrapped their remaining half off roasted chicken leg in alata, sleep and instructed if you'll wait for Nusathome, before he eating to his grandfather's house. By this time, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Despite having been here for many years, Hestel found a challenging to adapt to that 4 time system. He guessed that T. Sauter brother Lin Yun was still at their grandfather's house learning carpentry. Though Lin Zai's grandfather was a quintessential farmer, he had apprentice dunder amaster, carpenter in town fork with some measuring youth. The master, having no sins, treated Lin Zai's grandfather like Yasonan taught immaculously, while Lin Zai's grandmother was the master's daughter. Menai subto prentice under her father, yet Lin Zai's grandmother had Hiriasatan Lin Zio's grandfather, primarily because Washington. Thus, the master naturally coast he and his daughter fancy audacious disciple. Consequently, Lin Zai's grandfather became quite a renowned for his carpentry skills. No ton lion their village beetle soin several neighboring Guinness mention off Master Lin woodle cognition. However, that Wusen saw fold Master Lin possess a certain aptitude for farming, yet they find themselves judder lie inept when it comes to carpentry. Thus, old Master Lin Herburst not be soft-passing down his craft to his 12 foolish sons, and instead place his aspiration his grandsons. Consequently, during Thebesi farming season, Lin Lei, Thiel des Sanoff Lin Familis main branch, and Lin Yun, Thiel des Sanoff T secondary branch, diligently follow old Master Lin tolerant art of woodworking. Upon arriving at this grandfather's residence, Lin Zio glanced into the courtyard and, indeed, saw Isolder brother and cousin diligently working alongside of their grandfather, crafting bamboo strips. Grandfather, I have a comment to see you. After greeting old Master Lin, Lin Zai outer Ned took no twa brothers. Upon hearing the familiar voice, old Master Lin immediately recognized this little grandson. Hesed aside the bamboo strife he was working on and, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Where have you been wandering goffy tuth this time? Without the basinasof springtime ethome, you didn't have lend a hand, and instead, you spend door days frolicking around. He heard from my our father thought you were epistering him for astroshed. What Tony Arth do you need that for?" Lin Shao, up in hearing this, quick clartry vidakakin leg from Miss Bakitan placed it on a bink in the courtyard. Hath internet to make his escape. The size of toke no respect for you, grandfather. Heat it to before you eat it otherwise, increasy. Oh dear, it seems the fiery a thom hasn't been extinguished. It must returno. Farewell, grandfather. Old Master Lin shook his head, waving the bamboo stripe in his hand. That boy. Backathome, Lin Zaya surveyed his surroundings and found a pressing task sathand. Consequently, Hippolytus Linderwood and stick from Thipoli off firewood and swatted courtyard, scribbling ginthidirt. Since he had scalled 10,000 realms sect construction system, the emphasis must certainly be on construction, but I wonder what Kindoff sect it could be surely it's no te sect of immortals. Ice it? Yet, it seems I've never heard of any thing related to mortality in this world. Lin Zaya scratched with food and stick. Shiosue village is rather acid from weddings, funerals, and the monthly market day, the villagers really venture beyond theoremlet. Moreover, no Devira village retins the market tevera timey and light hosts with azure plus of necessities or some spark food consider going. Thus, Lin Zio had no source of information torly upon. He didn't avink know the name of the capitalcity, own light hath their village belonged to Tsuafing town, and the countess mid to be called Dachuan county. Shaking his head, Lin Zia continued his musings. It could also be Marshall sector Samathing Goff Tessert. Regardless of the type of sect, certain foundational constructions seri like Lato Bezimiller. A sect cannot merla have a base, especially not just astroshed. Thus, it will certain require additional space, so a must choose the location wisely. If the base cannot be relocated, thought would indeed pose a problem. The house in the village Iroquois pact, making it unfeasible to establish a base here. Lin Ziakas Thisgazi toward the distant mountains to the north of the village. This mountain rangisvist, and on ordinary days, villagers typically forage for wild good sathi outskirts. Rare litoi saniana ventured up into the mountains, except for professional hunters. If you were Rito, establish the base at the mountain and closest to the village, surely his father would be amenable, wouldn't? Furthermore, the most crucial aspect of Phasek Tyson doubted lie its people. Management and execution require individuals. A sect must have a disciple sorthelike, and need to start scouting for talent. Upon this realization, Lin Zia felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His spear sent the village either spent theoretically playing with bits, exuding gonera fun reliability, or to I'll diligently athome, like holitis interesteden he's alive brinchan perhaps even wishing to pool heim into thirman dane labor. He wondered if Fieselder brother might be interested. What about Fuse's second brother? For now, Hugh tentatively considered set wo as potential disciples. Everything awaits the completion of Testrashed tomorrow. The next day, before dawn, Linda you experienced an unprecedented event on Jessen, Lin Shao, Kaladimterized. In the pitch black room, Lindayo, still half asleep, discerned from the voice ethetite washis and Linzaiwaho waking him. Heskin to Dan peered out the window to gigath that time. Goodness, Themo and still hung in Theski, no yet fully set. The usualist slothfulman, ho typically wooed and topen he's isen till the soon wash I and Theski, had the audacity to today? Weren't you sleeping gat such an ungodly whore? Have you been possessed by a ghost? In the darkenedrum, Linzias Brighttius worthianly visible featureisha toss, deside Lindaist hin blanketand exclaimed, Father, mistroshed. Hey! Up in hearing this, Lindaist temper flared, you can't bear ours ta kin yother time, yeti hour so kina buddy hour strushed. Are you? Doi owent met totternu and toastroshed instead? Chapter 3. The completion of the sect's residence. As dawn broke softly, the residents near Lin Dayo's home were not awakened by the crowing of roosters today. After tidying up Lin Xiao, Lin Dayo, invigorated, set out with his hatchet and hoe to construct a thatched hut. Lin Xiao followed closely behind, limping slightly, and called out to his father, Father, it's the most spacious area on the northern hillside. Please don't build it elsewhere. Despite the somewhat convoluted process, particularly for Lin Xiao, by lunchtime, the thatched hut, situated halfway up the mountain, was completed through the cooperation of Lin Dayo and his uncle, Lin Damon. They had utilized several pieces of wood from their stockpile and a large bundle of thoroughly dried reeds. The hut occupied approximately 8 square meters and stood about 2 meters tall. Lin Zhao's elder brother, Lin Yun, had also hung the bamboo curtains he had recently crafted around the hut. Once the hut was finished, Lin Dayo left the tools on the mountain and instructed Lin Xiao to carry them back home later. He then descended the mountain with Lin Damon, as there was still much work to be done in the fields that day. Lin Yun reminded Lin Xiao to return home early and not to get carried away. Before also heading down the mountain, leaving Lin Xiao alone halfway up the slope. Content with the freshly constructed hut, he was suddenly startled by a sound in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the sect construction system. This system constructs a cultivation sect. Please promptly name your sect. Once named, it cannot be changed. Lin Xiao thought to himself, indeed, a cultivation sect. This means that this world allows for cultivation. Excited, he took a couple of deep breaths and pondered. What should I name it? An idea struck him. Provisional name. Lingxian sect.is. This confirmed. Once named, it cannot be changed. Confirmed. With a puff, Lin Xiao noticed a large stone slab, about half a person tall, had appeared beside the hut, inscribed with the 3 crooked characters, Lingxian sect. Note, the sect stone tablet can be upgraded alongside the sect's core cultivation method. Please proceed to create and upgrade the core method as soon as possible. Activation rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. In Lin Zhao's mind, a sect panel materialized, displaying the words activation rewards in the lower right corner. Upon selecting it, he saw, congratulations on receiving activation rewards, Peach Blossom Tree X1, Spirit Stones X5, Songyan Ink X10. Since the sect currently lacks a treasure vault, rewards have been defaulted to the host's private inventory. Once a treasure vault is established, the host may change the reward distribution location. Upon noticing the addition of a private inventory, Lin Xiao opened it to find the 3 rewards he had just received lying inside. He speculated that the spirit stones were likely similar to those he had heard about before. As for Songyan ink, it was merely writing ink, and he wondered how it related to cultivation. His gaze then turned to the peach blossom tree, whose thumbnail image appeared quite enchanting. Lin Xiao attempted to view it but was met with a message. Identification function not activated. Cannot view item details. Would you like to plant the peach blossom tree? Surveying the surroundings, he confirmed that his earlier choice of location was indeed wise. The area halfway up the mountain was relatively flat, covering around 200 to 300 square meters, and was quite spacious. He selected a spot near the mountain path and chose to plant it. Suddenly, where the path was once overgrown with weeds, a beautifully ancient-looking peach tree emerged. It was the vernal equinox, and as if responding to the seasonal call, the buds on the tree burst into bloom. As the spring breeze wafted by, the fragrance of the flowers spread through the air. Regretting not bringing a lounge chair, Lin Xiao thought, such bliss should not be enjoyed alone. He resolved to descend the mountain and bring Zhang Youfu along, inviting him to become the first disciple of the Lingxian sect. Just as he was about to head down, Lin Xiao realized that after bringing Zhang Youfu up and admiring the sect's residents, they needed to engage in some meaningful activities. After all, this was a cultivation sect. The system had mentioned the need to promptly create the sect's core cultivation method. But how was that to be done? Ding! The core method creation function has been successfully activated. Please provide the necessary items to begin creation. The system's prompt echoed in Lin Zhao's mind just in time. Before him appeared a glowing platform with 4 small squares arranged in a row. The first square displayed the character paper material. The second also bore the character ink, while the third square was labeled core method. The final square, however, was a question mark. After pondering, Lin Zhao recalled that further up the mountain, he had seen some paper mulberry trees. Having observed in many novels and videos that this type of tree was commonly used for papermaking, he decided to gather some bark later. As for the ink, he glanced at the 10 portions of Songyan ink resting in his private inventory. How considerate of the system. As for the other 2 squares, he had no clear ideas. He resolved to experiment and see what was required to fill them, hoping to create a viable core method. Grabbing the hatchet left by Lin Dao, Lin Zhao hurriedly set off to chop some trees. After successfully felling a paper mulberry tree and stripping its bark, he inserted it into the first glowing square. The edges of the square flickered with yellow light. Confused, Lin Zhao wondered if this meant he had succeeded, but set it aside and moved to the second square. He took a portion of Songyan ink from his private inventory and placed it in the second square, which then glowed green. All right, it seems the first square was either incorrect or lacked sufficient quantity. After some thought, Lin Zhao decided to strip off more bark and placed it in the first square. To his delight, as he added more bark, the previously flickering yellow light gradually faded, eventually settling into a steady green glow. Filled with excitement, Lin Zhao rubbed his hands together. Now for the third square. He tentatively tapped the third square with his finger and was met with a prompt in his mind. Would you like to begin inputting the core method? Without hesitation, Lin Zhao selected yes. Beginning input of core method. Countdown. 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. He was momentarily bewildered. Why is there a countdown? I wasn't prepared. But time waited for no one. His mind, blank as it was, began racing to gather thoughts. In an instant, a flurry of disjointed fragments flashed through his mind, but ultimately, he retained nothing, his thoughts still void of direction. 3, 2, 1. Core method input complete. Dazed, Lin Zhao observed that the third square had illuminated with a green glow. Well, I don't even know what I input, but it says it's complete. Chapter 4. Method synthesis. Since the system had confirmed the completion of the third square, he decided not to dwell on it further. His attention shifted to the fourth square, which bore a solitary question mark. Lin Zhao scratched his chin, contemplating, should I randomly place something in here? After all, if the core method is so casual, this should be fine too. As he thought, his gaze fell upon the freshly blossomed peach blossom tree. Without hesitation, he plucked a flower and placed it into the fourth square. Green light. Method materials input complete. Beginning synthesis of the core method. Please wait. Filled with anticipation, Lin Zhao sat cross-legged on the muddy ground of the hut. My pants might get dirty, but I'll wash them myself anyway. The system was impressively efficient, and before long, it announced, Peach Blossom Void Method Synthesis Successful. Method Rating, A grade. Would you like to set this as the sect's core method? Note, can be replaced. A grade. If there's an A, then surely there's an S, and below it, AB. Without hesitation, Lin Zhao confirmed, of course, set it as the core method. My sect currently lacks everything. While an A-grade method may not be the highest, it certainly isn't lacking. Moreover, in the future, changes can still be made. Lin Zhao naturally chose the heart method, the peach blossom void technique, which has been dispatched to the private treasury. The host is advised to check it carefully. Upon seeing the heart method in the treasury, Lin Zhao, who originally intended to perfect the heart method before seeking out Fuzi, remained firmly seated in the mud. He decided to take a moment to appreciate what this heart method entailed. As he retrieved the peach blossom void technique from the treasury, Lin Zhao eagerly opened it. A subtle fragrance wafted from the pages. The first line of text leapt into his view. The myriad phenomena are ethereal. Their momentum is vacuous, following their course, where the peach blossom meets. The words bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, each character striking Lin Zhao's eyes, resonating within his heart. He felt as if his mind had been struck hard. A resounding echo reverberating within, only to be replaced by a refreshing clarity, sweeping away all heaviness. Lin Zhao exhaled deeply. It was indeed worthy of an A-grade technique. However, he found it incomprehensible, if one were to cultivate based on such content. It would be challenging. He quickly flipped through the subsequent pages. Fortunately, the later sections seemed to contain more practical instructions for cultivation. It appeared that the initial passage likely encapsulated the core philosophy of the technique. Meant to inspire the practitioner, Lin Xiao began to study the latter content earnestly. After some time, he finally closed the peach blossom void technique. To be frank, it was somewhat tedious. Moreover, he had just attempted to follow the methods described within to guide the energy into his body. But he had failed. He could clearly sense that he had a long journey ahead before achieving success. Sitting on the ground with one hand propping his chin, Lin Xiao fell into deep contemplation. To establish a sect, he would undoubtedly face numerous tasks in the future. Where would he find the time to cultivate? Yet, as a sect leader, how could he command others without superior cultivation? Lin Xiao rubbed his smooth chin. Now that he possessed a golden finger, could it be that he, as the sect leader, had no shortcuts in his cultivation? Ding. The host has successfully activated the cultivation function. Please check the operation. Lin Xiao smirked. This system was truly adorable. It unlocked features he desired, yet refrained from activating anything that might disrupt his thoughts. Upon accessing the cultivation function, he found his cultivation panel. Host: Lin Xiao. Auto cultivation not activated. Gender: male, bone age: 12 years, talent: a dragon among men, cultivation: 1100, mortal, guiding energy into the body, heart method, peach blossom void technique. None. Upon seeing the talent section, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. Who wouldn't relish being referred to as a dragon among men? However, he noticed the absence of the common elemental roots found in cultivation novels. No singular, dual, or mutated roots. Ding. Would the host like to spend spirit stones to activate auto-cultivation? Note: during the Qi refinement phase, each unit of spirit stones can sustain auto-cultivation for 24 hours. To cultivate throughout the Qi refinement phase, it only required 1 spirit stone per day. Lin Xiao felt he was making a tremendous profit. He promptly spent a spirit stone, setting it to auto-cultivate for 24 hours. The 5 spirit stones in his private treasury were certainly insufficient. He needed to devise a way to earn more spirit stones. Given the current isolation of Xiushui village, it seemed unlikely he could make contact with the cultivation world anytime soon. He could only hope to acquire spirit stones from the system. He had no idea what rewards awaited him for completing tasks. It would be wonderful if the system could offer exchanges. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully activated the marketplace, where the host can exchange resources. Lin Xiao smiled, pleased. What a considerate system. Ding. A new task has been issued. A prestigious sect requires more than just basic infrastructure. It must also have a multitude of exceptional disciples. Disciple task: 1. The host is requested to recruit a disciple promptly. Upon receiving this task, Lin Xiao finally stood up and dusted off his pants. Since he had successfully activated the marketplace, there was no rush to check it out. After all, he had nothing to exchange at the moment. It was of utmost importance to descend the mountain and bring the little fatty up for initiation. The sooner he could begin his cultivation, the better, for he was unlike Lin Xiao, who could auto-cultivate. Moreover, even with his exceptional talent, he felt guiding energy into his body was not entirely smooth. He wondered about Fuzi's talent. If it were too low, it would only prolong the time required for cultivation. With these thoughts, Lin Xiao quickened his pace down the mountain. This time, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. In the Zhang family's small courtyard. Only Zhang Yufu was busy cleaning the rabbit hutch. Though the rabbits were prolific, they were quite odorous. Yet it was thanks to these rabbits that he had been able to grow plump. He had wrapped a rag around his face twice. Yet he could still smell the foul stench emanating from the hutch. He wondered why Lin Xiao had yet to come looking for him. Fuzi, it's done. He heard a familiar voice calling him from outside the courtyard. Zhang Yufu turned in surprise to see Lin Xiao waving at him from beyond the fence. Before he could drop the broom and rush out, Grandma Zhang poked her head out from the main room and kindly said to Lin Xiao, "Oh, it's you, Xiao Gu. Fuzi still has to clean the rabbit hutch. Come on in and have a seat. Once he has done, you two can go play." Lin Xiao waved back at Grandma Zhang. "Hello, Grandma Zhang." Grandma Zhang's eyes crinkled into a smile, her wrinkles blooming like flowers on either side of her face. Good. Xiao Gu, come in and sit. I have some candies for you." As soon as Lin Xiao entered the courtyard, he rolled up his sleeves and grabbed another broom leaning against the wall. "And no need for that. Grandma, please keep the candies for my big nephew." Saying this, he began to help Zhang Yufu clean the rabbit hutch. Chapter 5. The first disciple, the big nephew he referred to, was the child of Zhang Yufu's elder brother. Zhang Yufu was the same age as Lin Xiao, both 12 years old, and he was the third child in his family with two older brothers above him. His eldest brother, Zhang Yugliang, was 22 this year, and his child, Zhang Chengtian, was already 5 years old. Every time Zhang Chengtian called him uncle, Lin Xiao found it quite remarkable. At he merely 12 years old, he had already entered the uncle generation. While they cleaned, Zhang Yufu leaned closer to Lin Xiao and winked, then whispered, "Xiao Gu'er, how is it going? Can we really, as you said, become immortals?" Lin Xiao grinned with pride. "The path to immortality has already opened. Just wait at our sect's base halfway up the mountain." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yufu's eyes sparkled, and he wielded the broom as if it were a magical staff. "Xiao Gu'er, do you think there are really immortals in this world? Can we ascend like the old immortal who provided you with this opportunity?" Lin Xiao playfully flicked his forehead. "Would I lie to you?" Zhang Yufu rubbed his reddened forehead but was not offended. Instead, he chuckled foolishly. He recalled how, the day after Lin Zhao's birthday, he had rushed to tell him that he dreamt of an old immortal and obtained a great opportunity, likely a path to immortality. Lin Xiao had always been a man of his word and would never deceive him. At this moment, Zhang Yufu's imagination soared. He envisioned himself as an immortal, effortlessly cleaning the rabbit hutch with a wave of his hand, no longer needing to toil daily. Once they had cleaned the rabbit hutch, they bid farewell to Grandma Jiang and excitedly ran towards the mountainside on the north hill, upon seeing the 10-mile stretch of peach trees at the mountain path's entrance. Zhang Yufu was astonished. There had never been peach trees on the north hill, not to mention such robust and beautiful ones. Though he couldn't articulate precisely what made them so stunning, he felt that these peach trees were unlike any he had seen around the village. Each branch, every leaf, and every blossom seemed meticulously arranged by heaven itself, captivating him to the point where he felt he could never gaze enough. When Lin Xiao mentioned that these peach trees were a gift from the immortal, Zhang Yufu felt an even greater sense of vision, recognizing the exceptional nature of these divine trees. As they walked forward, Zhang Yufu noticed a brand new grass hut beside a large stone tablet. The tablet bore 3 characters he could not read. Embarrassed, Zhang Yufu scratched his head. "Xiao Gu'er, what do the words on this stone say?" Suddenly, Lin Zhao's heart sank. "Oh no." He had forgotten that Fuzi couldn't read. To be fair, aside from the youngest son of the landlord's son, everyone in the village was illiterate. Of course, Lin Xiao, as a reincarnated soul, was an exception. The characters here were similar to ancient traditional Chinese script, and he had no trouble reading them. Lin Xiao silently lamented his oversight and replied, "Ahem, these 3 characters read Ling Xian sect. Ling Xian sect is the name of our sect. Once you learn to read, you'll understand its meaning." Zhang Yufu felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. "Xiao Gu'er, you can read. Did the old immortal teach you?" Lin Xiao could only nod. He was pondering how to recruit disciples afterward. Let us not mention Shoshui village. There were hardly any literate people in the neighboring villages either. He would have to manage the daily affairs of the sect, while also taking on the responsibility of teaching the disciples to read. This wouldn't he do. He needed to find a literate person to serve as a teacher. "Come, let us go inside first." As he spoke, Lin Xiao lifted the curtain of the grass hut and ushered Zhang Yufu inside. However, just as Zhang Yufu was about to step in, he seemed to bump into something and stumble back a few steps. "Xiao Gu'er, I bumped into something." At the same time, a notification from the system appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. "Ding! Successfully activated the sect's defensive function. Non-disciples of this sect are not permitted to enter the sect's base without permission. The host may independently alter the permissions for non-disciples to enter. The initial defense range of the sect is defined as a circle with a radius of 10 meters, centered around the sect's residence. This defense perimeter may expand as the level of the sect's residence increases. The level of the sect's residence is currently at level 1. Lin Xiao immediately turned to Zhang Yufu and said, "Yufu, come, let us follow the procedure." "Huh?" Zhang Yufu did not comprehend. Lin Xiao did not waste time. He directly inquired, "Zhang Yufu, do you wish to join my Lingxian sect and become a part of our sect? Dedicating yourself to cultivation?" Zhang Yufu felt as if something within him had been ignited, and he eagerly nodded. I am willing. Willing task. Enroll the first disciple. Completed. Task rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. May we ascend together in due time. Zhang Yufu stepped confidently into the residence. Once the two settled on the muddy ground within the sect's abode, a thatched hut. Zhang Yufu sighed dramatically, mimicking his father when purchasing land. From today onward, we are people of the sect. He then eagerly asked Lin Xiao, Brother Xiao, when do we begin our cultivation? Lin Xiao looked at Zhang Yufu with an enigmatic expression, remaining silent as he quietly retrieved the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju and handed it to him. Only then did he speak. This is the first cultivation method of our sect. Zhang Yufu stared blankly at the book in his hands, flipping it open in confusion. Lin Xiao reached over and adjusted the book in his hands, saying, You are holding it upside down. Zhang Yufu silently took it back and continued to flip through it. As expected, he could not comprehend a single word. With a face full of despair, Zhang Yufu looked at Lin Xiao and asked, Brother Xiao, is there a cultivation method that can be understood without knowing how to read? Lin Xiao paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that he had not yet checked the shop. Perhaps there was a solution within. He promptly told Zhang Yufu to wait a moment and open the shop. The shop was filled with a plethora of items, with some recommended products at the top. Perhaps the system was alleviating his worries, as the first recommended item was a simplifier for cultivation methods. Lin Xiao examined the product details. This simplifier transformed complex cultivation content into a graphical and textual format, making it easier for individuals to understand. Although it remained in a mixed format rather than purely graphical, it was a significant improvement over the original. The original was challenging even for him, who was quite literate. With this simplifier, the graphical representation of the cultivation method would greatly reduce the difficulty for Zhang Yufu and future illiterate disciples in comprehending the method. Lin Xiao immediately decided to purchase the simplifier. Upon checking the purchasing conditions, he found that it required spirit stones. Moreover, different levels of cultivation methods necessitated corresponding levels of simplifiers, each with varying prices. An A-level cultivation method required an astonishing 5 spirit stones, while a B-level method only needed 1. The S-level demanded 50 spirit stones. The disparity was quite significant. However, there were no C-level simplifiers available for purchase. Lin Xiao pondered whether this was due to the absence of C-level cultivation methods in this world, with B-level being the lowest, or if C-level methods were inherently simple enough not to require simplification. Chapter 6. Simplified Cultivation Method. I shall not dwell on this for now. I will have the opportunity to synthesize a rudimentary and inferior cultivation method in the future to find out. The pressing issue at hand was that he did not possess 5 spirit stones. He had just used 1 spirit stone for automated cultivation, leaving only 4 in his private stash. Suddenly, Lin Xiao recalled that he had a reward he had not yet checked. Exiting the shop, he immediately opened his private stash, discovering an additional item. Sect Uniform Synthesis Diagram X1, Mist Spring Grass Seeds X5, and his spirit stone count had increased from 4 to 9. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao entered the shop and purchased the simplifier. Shall I synthesize a simplified version of the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju? Lin Xiao selected yes. Before him appeared a row of familiar glowing boxes. Unlike previous synthesis of cultivation methods, this time there were only 2 boxes. One labeled paper material and the other in the corner of the thatched hut. There lay a pile of excess mulberry bark that Lin Xiao had previously stripped. Lin Xiao smiled at Zhang Yufu. Your simplified cultivation method will be ready shortly, just wait. With that, Lin Xiao got up to retrieve the mulberry bark. Zhang Yufu watched as Lin Xiao placed the bark in midair, where it suddenly vanished. He then observed Lin Xiao holding something else and placing it in the same spot. In no time, a book appeared in his hand. Lin Xiao handed the book to Zhang Yufu and reclaimed the previous one that had been stored in his private stash. Yufu, although this is a simplified version, you still need to know how to read. Even if it's not for the sake of cultivation, knowing some characters is not a bad thing. Yes, Zhang Yufu nodded repeatedly. Lin Xiao chuckled. For now, focus on the illustrations. Later, I will teach you to recognize the characters on the first page. We will learn a few characters each day, gradually progressing with our cultivation. There is no need to rush. In the time that followed, Lin Xiao did not hasten to examine the newly acquired sect uniform synthesis diagram and miss spring grass seeds. He prioritized teaching Yufu to read this cultivation method. Thus, the two sat in the thatched hut, delving into the illustrated simplified version of the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju, with Lin Xiao teaching Zhang Yufu character by character, while Zhang Yufu, holding a small twig, diligently wrote and sketched in the dirt as he listened and sought to understand. It must be said that this approach allowed Lin Xiao to calm his mind and truly engage with the method. Although he possessed an automated cultivation feature that rendered personal study unnecessary, the onset of spring brought longer daylight hours. As dinner time approached, the two, engrossed in their studies, remained oblivious to their surroundings. Erlang, huh, how did a peach tree appear here? Suddenly, the voice of Lin Zhao's elder brother, Lin Yun, rang out from outside, startling the two who were deeply immersed in learning. They then heard a loud thud from outside, as if something had fallen to the ground. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Zhao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the first layer of qi refining. Lin Xiao thought to himself, realizing that the person outside seemed to be his brother. He had forgotten to set family members as permitted to enter the residence. He also wondered if his understanding of the cultivation method might accelerate his cultivation progress. Outside the thatched hut, Lin Yun sat on the ground, clutching his forehead in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted, and he urgently called out, Erlang, are you in there? The curtain of the thatched hut was suddenly swept aside, and Lin Xiao emerged. Upon seeing Lin Yun's flushed forehead, he felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his nose. Brother, are you all right? Lin Yun, confirming Lin Zhao's well-being, quickly approached and checked him over, perplexed. What is going on here? There was nothing here, yet I collided with something quite forcefully. Zhang Yufu glanced at Lin Xiao and, seeing that he had no intention of speaking, wisely kept his mouth shut. Lin Xiao, unable to explain in a brief moment, casually draped an arm around his elder brother's shoulder, albeit precariously, as he was half a head shorter than Lin Yun. Brother, what brings you here? Lin Yun was led away by Lin Xiao down the mountain path. It's nothing. It's already mealtime, and father asked me to come get you for dinner. Right? My memory is failing me. I almost forgot. Brother, what are we having for dinner today? What else? Pickled vegetables and flatbread. I caught a fish from the river this afternoon and made a soup with wild vegetables. Oh, brother, you managed to catch a fish. We should go catch some shrimp together tomorrow. Zhang Yufu watched as Lin Xiao successfully distracted Lin Yun and dutifully hoisted the tools, an axe and a shovel, onto his shoulder, following the Lin brothers down the mountain. Upon reaching the village, Lin Xiao took the tools from Zhang Yufu's hands, and after bidding farewell, they all returned to their respective homes. The dining table in the Lin family courtyard was already set. It held a small bowl of pickled vegetables, a large bowl of fish soup, and a small basket of flatbreads, about 7 in total. Lin Dayo had evidently been waiting at the table for quite some time. Upon seeing Lin Yun leading Lin Xiao back, he raised his bowl and exclaimed, Always out playing and not home. Hurry and wash your hands, I won't wait for you. Lin Xiao lowered his head, nearly bursting into laughter. His father was truly endearing, insisting on waiting for him to return home before starting the meal, only to say he wouldn't wait for him. Lin Yun filled a ladle with water from the nearby tub and washed his hands alongside Lin Xiao. And the two then sat down to eat. At the table, Lin Dayo briefly discussed some matters Lin Yun needed to attend to the following day, then ignored Lin Xiao and began to eat heartily. As Lin Yun held a piece of flatbread, he seemed to suddenly recall the odd occurrences in the thatched hut, glancing at Lin Xiao, then at Lin Dayo, yet he did not voice his thoughts. Lin Xiao pondered this matter internally. After thinking for a long while, he could not come up with a good excuse. Moreover, since they were family, his own father and elder brother, he felt there was no need for secrecy. Thus, he clanged his bowl and chopsticks down, directly confessing, Actually, I currently have a sect, a cultivation sect, and I am the sect leader. Lin Dayo, chewing on pickled vegetables and flatbread, stared at his suddenly erratic younger son. Cultivation? Sect? What on earth are you talking about? Lin Yun wore the same expression as Lin Dayo. I just want to ask if you've encountered a ghost. Why are you speaking in a language I cannot comprehend? Lin Xiao glanced at the two of them, picked up a bowl, served himself a portion of fish soup, and brought the bowl to his lips, blowing gently before taking a slow sip. Delicious. Lin Dao could no longer contain himself. If you keep dawdling, I'll give you a whack. Consequently, Lin Xiao recounted to Lin Dao and Lin Yun his explanation regarding Zhang Youfu, an immortal, imparting opportunities in dreams, cultivating immortality, establishing a sect, and seeking the path to longevity. After finishing, disregarding the astonished expressions of the father and son, Lin Xiao rewarded himself with another mouthful of fish soup. He then turned to Lin Yun and said, "Brother, the invisible entity you bumped into on the mountain was actually the defensive array of my sect's residence. You can think of it as an imperceptible yet incredibly sturdy barrier that envelopes the vicinity of my humble abode. No one can enter without my permission." Chapter 7. Spell Creation Function. Lin Yun swallowed hard. He struggled to grasp the concept. What immortal longevity? Aren't those just tales from theatrical scripts? How could such things be real in the world of Erlang? However, Lin Dao, being the more composed adult, after digesting Lin Xiao's words, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you serious?" Lin Xiao shrugged. "Do you think I would dare deceive you? Moreover, you can verify the truth for yourself when you ascend the mountain tomorrow. It would be futile to lie to you." Lin Dao shot him a glare. "Haven't you told enough lies since childhood?" He then rolled his eyes and added in a low voice, "For now, let us keep this matter from the villagers. Otherwise, it will become an endless hassle. As you said, once you achieve mastery in your cultivation, you won't fear those trivial troubles anymore, and then we can reveal it to them." After all, Lin Zhao's sect was established on the mountain near the village, making it impossible to maintain secrecy for long. Lin Xiao readily agreed. He shared the same sentiment. Initially, it was wise to develop cautiously. Hearing Lin Dao's remarks, he had no reason to dissent and nodded vigorously. Lin Dao then resumed eating, saying, "Do you have any farming techniques related to your cultivation that could improve our harvest? We could become landowners and enjoy a feast of rice daily." Lin Xiao promptly thumped his chest. "Once I refine my skills, I will certainly research it." As Lin Yun chewed on his whole grain bread, he dreamt of the day when they would feast on rice. Nightfall arrived. After finishing dinner and helping his family tidy up, Lin Xiao washed up and returned to his room under the moonlight. At last, he had the opportunity to inspect his first level of qi cultivation. He opened his panel to check. Host: Lin Xiao. Auto cultivation activated. Talent: a dragon among men. Gender: male. Bone age: 12 years. Cultivation: 21300. First level qi. Second level qi. Mind method: Taoyuan Wangkong Ju. Comprehension 1100. Technique: none. When Lin Xiao descended the mountain, he distinctly felt that his physique had improved somewhat. Throughout the journey home, he had not breathed heavily at all, and he even felt capable of running back and forth 100 times. Moreover, he sensed a warmth at his dantian. Other than that, he had nothing else to report. He attempted to visualize a few minor spells, such as a dust-clearing technique and an object retrieval method, but to no avail. Lin Xiao lazily reclined on his bed. Could it be that the cultivators in this world had no spells at their disposal? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the spell creation function. Shall we begin creating spells? Lin Xiao naturally selected yes. Before him appeared the familiar small squares, 4 in total. The first and second squares required paper and ink as usual, while the third square demanded a spirit stone, and the fourth square required Lin Xiao's concept for a spell. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao currently lacked the necessary tree bark. He mused that he must gather a substantial amount of tree bark tomorrow to store in his private stash. As it seemed quite useful for now, he would have to sleep with this minor regret. A night passed in the blink of an at dawn. The neighbor's rooster opened its eyes, preparing to crow. Lin Xiao, still in slumber, dreamt of the mind methods he had shared with Fuzi during the day. Suddenly, in a half-dream, he seemed to hear the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining enlightenment in your dreams. Mind Method Comprehension 5. Auto Cultivation Effect significantly enhanced, successfully advancing to the second level of qi. Lin Xiao, drowsily fluttering his eyelids, did not fully awaken but turned over and drifted back to sleep. Before long, as dawn broke, Lin Dao suddenly lifted Lin Xiao from his bed. Without waiting for him to put on his outer garments, Lin Dao thrust several freshly made straw mats and a bundle wrapped in ragged cloth along with his outer garment, into his arms and unceremoniously pushed him out the door. He only instructed, "Go cultivate on the mountain. Don't return until the sun has set," before closing the door behind him. Still bleary-eyed, Lin Xiao found himself disoriented in the morning breeze. He was so sleepy. He wanted to go back to sleep and had no desire to cultivate so early, as he could simply engage in auto-cultivation. However, knowing his father well, he understood that should he attempt to return to sleep now, Lin Dao would undoubtedly beat him with a firewood stick for half an hour. Resigned, clutching the items Lin Dao had thrust upon him, Lin Xiao turned and headed to the Jiang family, dragging Jiang Yufu from his bed. He couldn't be the only one missing out on a lie-in. Good brothers should share in each other's hardships. By the time the two reached the sect, the sun had just begun to rise. They laid the straw mats in the grass hut, allowing them to sit comfortably today. Lin Xiao opened the bundle to inspect its contents: 2 buns, 4 sweet potatoes, and a water flask made of a large bamboo tube, which unfortunately leaked a bit, dampening part of the wrapping. Jiang Yufu had also received several buns from his grandmother. Looking around the grass hut, Lin Xiao realized that today marked the official commencement of their cultivation on this hillside. Observing Jiang Yufu relishing his plain water and buns, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something. He still did not know about Fuzi's talent. Surely the system could provide insight, right? Ding! The disciple information panel function has been activated. Having grown accustomed to the system's immediate responses, Lin Xiao located the disciple information and opened it, revealing only Jiang Yufu's details. Name: Jiang Yufu. Gender: male. Bone age: 12 years. Talent: average among the average. Cultivation: mortal. Qi integration. Sect status: outer disciple. Modifiable. Sect position: none. Modifiable: average among the average. What sort of talent evaluation is that? Lin Xiao pondered, deciding not to dwell on it, especially since his own evaluation was that of a dragon among men. This assessment likely indicated that Fuzi was of middling talent among humans. The cultivation section lacked a numerical value, unlike his own. However, upon noticing the modifiable labels beside outer disciple and sect position, Lin Xiao resolved to make a change. When he clicked on the modifiable option, he found it empty, save for a plethora of addition symbols. This meant that he would have to establish the sect positions himself. Lin Xiao paused. I will need to draft a detailed hierarchical chart and define the functions of each position, he decided. For now, with just the two of us, I will simply designate some common roles. Thus, he entered Sect Elder into the system.as for the specific functions of the Sect Elder. Those could be addressed later when necessary. Chapter 8. Purification Technique. The sect status, however, was straightforward, divided into 4 clear categories: outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, and direct disciple. Lin Xiao promptly changed Jiang Yufu's status from outer disciple to direct disciple. After all, he had personally taught him every single character. While they were brothers, propriety must be maintained when the time called for it. Lin Xiao then opened his eyes and shared this delightful news with Jiang Yufu. Fuzi, from now on in our sect, you shall be the chief direct disciple under this sect master. How does that sound? Are you pleased? Having just finished his bun and letting out a satisfied burp, Jiang Yufu pouted. Huh? So, from now on, you'll be my master, Xiao Gu. We won't be brothers anymore? Lin Xiao playfully flicked his forehead. We can still be brothers, but isn't our master-disciple relationship the truth? After all, I taught you the cultivation methods one word at a time. Jiang Yufu's face brightened instantly. As long as we're still brothers, that's all that matters. So, Xiao Gu, do I have to call you master from now on? Lin Xiao waved his hand. Let us maintain the status quo. We can decide how to address each other in front of outsiders. After the two individuals had finished their breakfast, they commenced their earnest cultivation. Strictly speaking, it was Jiang Yufu who began to cultivate diligently. He had reviewed the portion of the heart method concerning the infusion of qi into the body several times last night, and it seemed he had gleaned some insights. Today, he was already feeling some sensations of qi, consequently cultivating with great enthusiasm. In contrast, Lin, who had reached the second layer of qi cultivation in less than 24 hours, was rather leisurely. He casually opened the system shop, and perhaps because he currently had no pressing needs, the recommended items in the shop were all celestial tier treasures and elixirs, not to mention whether they would be of any use to him. He could not afford them at all. Setting aside the quantity of spirit stones required, what was needed were all top-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiaoshu could only peruse the lower categories. After a mere glance, he lost interest in continuing to browse. There were no fewer than 100 categories. Rather than waste time sifting through this plethora of classifications, he might as well test whether this shop truly lived up to its name of following one's heart. He recalled the 5 misty spring grass seeds in his private stock. He wondered if these unseen grass seeds required special soil for planting. He was also uncertain about any specific environmental or tool requirements for cultivation. He promptly clicked into the shop, and indeed, the recommended list had transformed from a collection of luxurious celestial tier items into soil synthesizers for spirit herb cultivation, tools for spirit herb planting, and introductory manuals for spirit herb cultivation. What a truly following one's heart shop it was. Lin Xiaoshu felt a sense of satisfaction. However, both synthesizers and the cultivation manual required a spirit stone for purchase. He was left with only 4 stones. After making a purchase, he would have just 1 remaining, barely enough for another 24 hours of idle cultivation. What about the system? He had tasks to complete. Ding! System task issued. Please raise the sect's reputation to 5 within 10 days. Failure to do so will render the task void, and the rewards will be forfeited. Upon seeing the task details, Lin Xiaoshu opened the sect panel for review. Sect reputation, 3. Remarkably, it was not 0. Lin Xiaoshu rubbed his smooth chin. At present, apart from himself, only 3 individuals knew of the Lingxian sect: Fuzai, his father, and his brother. So, does this mean that the sect's reputation is merely a reflection of how many people are aware of its existence? If that is the case, does it imply that all he needs to do is descend the mountain and inform a couple of good friends, allowing them to become aware of the sect? However, the likelihood of finding peers who can easily join the sect is quite rare. Young men like him and Fuzai, who enjoy a degree of freedom at home, are few and far between. Those who were once playmates of the same age as them have now been conscripted into labor by their families. If he were to suggest to them to abandon their work and join him in cultivating immortality on the mountain, he would surely be chased off with sticks by their families. Nevertheless, merely informing them of the sect's existence should be feasible. They probably wouldn't take it to heart. He would try this before returning home today. With the task at hand, he need not worry about spirit stones. After all, previous tasks had all rewarded him with spirit stones, and he presumed this one would not be an exception. However, Lin Xiaoshu still refrained from purchasing the 3 items. As he was preoccupied with one particular matter, the spell creation function he had unlocked last night. The remaining mulberry bark in the shed was dwindling, so Lin Xiaoshu grabbed a hatchet and ascended the mountain. At this moment, the day had fully brightened, and the grass leaves on the mountain were adorned with dewdrops, glimmering in the sunlight. As Lin Xiaoshu was merrily stripping bark from the trees, he suddenly sensed a powerful and unfamiliar aura flash past him from the forest. He did not believe this was a misperception on his part. He had always been highly sensitive to the energies around him. He could feel the presence of strangers approaching immediately. Not to mention, he was now a legitimate cultivator. Lin Xiaoshu continued his task, feigning ignorance as he peeled the bark, while the aura vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, seemingly just passing by after a while. He paused, collected the mulberry bark into his private stock, and returned to the sect. It seemed that in this world of cultivation, even in the secluded and small Xiushui village, tranquility was not guaranteed. He hoped that the aura he had encountered earlier was merely a fleeting encounter and not a harbinger of danger. Upon returning to the sect's residence, Lin Xiaoshu sat beneath the 10-mile peach blossom tree and unhesitatingly activated the spell creation function. He sequentially placed the mulberry bark and pine soot ink into the first and second slots, and then tentatively placed a spirit stone into the third slot. It turned green. Lin Xiaoshu sighed in relief. Fortunately, it required only 1 spirit stone, which he could afford. He then shifted his gaze to the final slot, spell conception. After contemplating for a moment, he ultimately refrained from inputting any grandiose ideas, setting aside what the final creation might entail. He was concerned that if the spell turned out to be too powerful, it would be awkward for him, currently at the second layer of Qi cultivation, to utilize it. He hoped for the creation of a developmental spell that would allow him to wield appropriate spells at various cultivation stages. Regarding such spells, he had some preliminary ideas, which he mentally organized. Feeling confident, Lin Xiaoshu clicked on the last slot and began inputting his spell conception. Commencing spell conception, countdown. 20 seconds, 19, 18, 3, 2, 1. Input complete. Beginning spell creation. Please wait. Drawing upon his previous experience with the heart method creation, Lin Xiaoshu sat calmly beneath the tree, waiting. Ding. Purification spell creation complete. Please check, host. This time, it seemed to be faster than the Taoyuan Wangkongju. Chapter 9. Sunnygao Lin Xiaoshu retrieved the freshly minted purification spell from his private stock and perused it. Good heavens! Lin Xiaoshu's eyes sparkled with delight. It was far superior to his initial expectations. This purification spell was an advanced spell, consisting of 5 tiers. The first tier was the dust removal spell, aptly named for its ability to eliminate surface dust and impurities. The second tier was the qi purification spell, capable of purifying foul air and refining qi, such as spiritual and human qi. The third tier, the heart purification spell, could cleanse the mind and consciousness. The fourth tier was the cleansing spell, which could wash away impurities from people or objects. In other words, as long as he had sufficient spiritual energy, he could even transform non-cultivators into spiritual cultivators. The fifth tier was the elimination spell, which could eradicate, eliminate, and obliterate. Ding. The system has detected that the host currently holds the position of sect master and is stretched thin. Thus, a special privilege for spell cultivation has been granted. Starting today, all spells created by the host are automatically considered learned. Saving time for the host. It is hoped that the host can swiftly expand and strengthen the sect and not disappoint the system's expectations. Upon receiving this joyful news, Lin Xiaoshu was immensely pleased. He then inquired of the system, what about the heart method? Can it not be exempted from cultivation as well? Ding. Due to the heart method being directly tied to the host's cultivation of the Tao heart, it requires the dual tempering of time and mental state to achieve enlightenment. Should the host choose to forego the opportunity to ascend to immortality in the future, the system can enable an exemption from cultivation upgrade function, making the golden elixir not a dream. Does the host wish to forego the path to immortality and enable the exemption from cultivation function? Lin Xiaoshu decisively selected no. After all, he could still cultivate idly for the time being. There was no need to abandon the magnificent opportunity of attaining immortality just for the sake of a golden elixir or nascent soul. He would not do that. Idling was quite pleasant. It simply required spending a few spirit stones. Moreover, when he had free time, he could ponder the heart method, which would significantly enhance his cultivation progress. With the spell in hand, Lin Xiaoshu felt akin to a child who had received a new toy. He stood and, facing the grass mat that had just been sat upon, executed the dust removal spell in an instant. The freshly made grass mat was restored to its former glory, the dried yellow wheat stalks even shimmering with luster. Lin Xiaoshu felt no depletion of spiritual energy from his dantian. It was unclear whether the dust removal spell consumed very little energy or if he, at the second layer of qi cultivation, possessed an ample supply of spiritual energy. He wished Fuzai could also use spells. Then he would have a reference. Glancing at the second-tier qi purification spell, Lin Xiaoshu chose not to attempt it further. One reason was the lack of a target for casting. The other reason was caution. Theoretically, Lin Xiaoshu could utilize the fifth-tier purification spell now, provided his internal spiritual energy was sufficient. However, there was also the issue of output channel size. Each tier of the purification spell required a different magnitude of instantaneous spiritual energy output. Currently, as he was only at the second layer of qi cultivation, even if his internal spiritual energy was ample, recklessly employing a higher-tier purification spell could potentially burst his meridians due to excessive output. Therefore, despite his eagerness to experiment with the subsequent spells, Lin Xiaoshu refrained from doing so in the realm of cultivation. Prudence was paramount. As noon approached, Jiang Youfu emerged from the grass shed, cradling his stomach. "Xiaoguer, is it lunchtime already? I'm so hungry." Lin Xiaoshu lifted his gaze, spotting the sun hanging directly overhead, and nodded as he stood. "Let us go. Today we shall catch some shrimp." Upon hearing the mention of shrimp catching, Jiang Youfu's eyes lit up. It was no exaggeration. Among the entire village, no one could catch shrimp as proficiently as his Xiaoguer. Others might spend the better part of a day to catch a few, yet he could catch more in half an hour. Although the shrimp of this spring season may not be particularly plump, their exquisite flavor is undeniable. Jiang Yofu promptly packed some provisions and followed Lin Xiao down the mountain. A stream encircles the edge of Xiushui village, which the villagers affectionately refer to as the mountain stream. As it flows forth from the northern mountain range, the mountain stream envelopes half of Xiushui village, leading its inhabitants to believe that their village, embraced by mountains and water, possesses exceptional feng shui. Whenever they gather at the market and engage in lively banter with villagers from surrounding areas, they take pleasure in showcasing the advantageous terrain of their own village. Arriving at a spot where fish and shrimp congregate in the stream, Jiang Yofu and Lin Xiao crouched down and splashed their faces with several handfuls of water, treating it as a makeshift wash. Jiang Yofu reclined comfortably on the tender green grass, dreaming of cultivating immortality and indulging in a delightful feast of fish and shrimp amidst such splendid scenery. Xiao Guer, I believe this is quite enough for my life, he mused. Lin Xiao rose to prepare for shrimp catching, smiling as he replied, I concur. As Jiang Yofu lay there watching Lin Xiao, he silently sighed. My Xiao Guer is truly handsome, and he looks even more appealing when he smiles. In a wonder, everyone in the village, from the 70-year-old grandmothers to the 3-year-old little girls, adores him. If only I could possess even a fraction of his charm. No, just a fraction would suffice. He then turned to glance at his own protruding belly, paused, and discreetly shifted his gaze away. He turned his attention downstream, and suddenly, as if discovering something novel, he sat up straight and nudged Lin Xiao, who was diligently scooping shrimp. Xiao Guer, look over there, Jiang Yofu exclaimed, pointing downstream. Isn't that Sunny Gao, who has been diligently studying at home for 10 years? I can't believe he's out fetching water today. Has the sun risen in the west? Lin Xiao briefly glanced up, only catching a glimpse of a silhouette before returning to his task. What's wrong with him helping out at home? Perhaps he understands the hardships of his family, he remarked. Jiang Yofu laughed. Oh please, do I seem like that kind of person? You don't know Sunny Gao's mother. Their home is right behind mine. Let me tell you, that aunt is something else. I once went to play with Sunny Gao alongside Taitu, and she chased us off, insisting we shouldn't disturb her son's studies. On ordinary days, she wouldn't even let him touch the broom or mop. There was one time when Sunny Gao's father asked him to buy some meat from Hunter Yang's house, and that aunt caused a ruckus the entire day over it. I heard every bit of it from home. Lin Xiao merely considered it gossip and casually said, spoiling a child is akin to harming them. Jiang Yofu nodded vigorously. Indeed. My mother often says that Sunny Gao is quite a good lad. But with his mother raising him like that, he'll surely be spoiled. Thankfully, Sunny Gao's father is foolish, though he can't withstand his wife's constant quarreling over these matters, and he usually pretends not to notice, quietly teaching Sunny Gao a thing or two on the side. But I wonder what has changed today for Sunny Gao to come out and fetch water. Hearing Jiang Yofu's words, Lin Xiao raised his head again and looked downstream. Now that he had reached the second level of Qi training, his eyesight was exceptional. He spotted a lanky youth, around 15 or 16 years old, wearing a long robe and awkwardly attempting to draw water from the stream with a wooden bucket. The boy was tall and slender, with a refined appearance that clearly indicated his scholarly background. Evidently unaccustomed to manual labor, he had just filled a bucket with water, only to spill half of it over himself, soaking his light blue robe in the process. Yet, the youth remained undeterred, wringing out his clothing before bending over to fill the bucket again. After much effort, he finally managed to fill 2 buckets. Clumsily balancing them on a yoke, he checked for balance before rising and carefully trudging away with his load. Lin Xiao found Sunny Gao unfamiliar, as his home was not close to Jiang Yofu's, and Sunny Gao had always been confined to his studies, rarely venturing outside. In a wonder Lin Xiao was not well acquainted with him. Having prepared several shrimp baskets, Lin Xiao washed his hands and stood up, declaring, let's head to the village and boast to our friends about our sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yufu's spirits soared. Can I really say that? Haha, I want to tell Taitu that I am now a cultivator. Lin Xiao turned to caution Jiang Yofu, just don't be too explicit. If everyone wants to join us in cultivation and neglect their chores, what will happen when their parents come looking for us? Not everyone is as carefree as you and I. Lin Xiao's reluctance to engage in labor stemmed from his father's belief that he had narrowly escaped death during a harsh winter, and his mother had painstakingly fought for his life. Despite Lin Dao often criticizing Lin Xiao for his idleness, he would be the first to stop him if Lin Xiao ever tried to work, claiming, "Why should you toil when you're still a child? Don't ruin our crops." In truth, Lin Dao felt that Lin Xiao, being only 12 years old, had little to do at home with a responsible elder brother around. So he saw no need for the young boy to labor. He wished to wait a few more years until Lin Zhao's physique was more robust. As for Zhang Youfu, he was completely spoiled, cherished by his entire family, including his elder brother and sister-in-law, who treated him like a child. Certainly, he was still tasked with minor chores, such as cleaning out the rabbit hutch, but the village's youth envied both him and Lin Xiao. As for them, work was merely a side note, while play was the main theme of their daily lives. The two made their way toward the village, basking in the warm midday sun. The village was sparsely populated, with most inhabitants engaged in their fields. Only a few elderly men sat beneath a large tree, boasting over their meals. Lin Xiao and Zhang Youfu occasionally greeted the elders as they made their way to their friends' homes. Passing by the home of the Sun family, they noticed the courtyard gate wide open, with several idle women gathered outside, whispering and peering inside. The Sun family was a small landowning household in Xiushui village, possessing about 100 acres of farmland across several nearby villages. Thus, they were the only family in Xiushui village capable of supporting a scholar. However, in this era, 100 acres did not constitute a large estate, and the Sun family was merely moderately well off. They could not afford to have servants like those of the grand landlords. Curious, Lin Xiao and Zhang Youfu peered through the open gate of the Sun family's courtyard and saw an oddly dressed individual jumping about while chanting incantations. They were performing a shamanistic ritual. Was something strange happening with the Sun family? Formerly an atheist, Lin Xiao had come to believe in the existence of supernatural entities after his journey to this world and the discovery of the potential for cultivation. One of the women, sensing Lin Xiao's thoughts, inquired, "What happened to your family, Sun Degu?" Her voice was low, evidently wary of disturbing the ongoing ritual. The usually affable landlord, Sun Daju, seemed preoccupied, letting out a sigh as he explained, "Yigao's mother has been in a daze since early morning and isn't quite herself. We consulted old Dr. Jiang from the town, but he couldn't find any issues why mother-in-law thinks she might be possessed. So we called for the local shaman, Song, to exorcise the evil spirits." A long-faced woman among the group exclaimed, "Oh dear, the Sun family has been possessed. I wonder what kind of evil it is. Could it bring misfortune to our village?" She declared, "I must return home right away. If that evil spirit attaches itself to me, it would be disastrous." With that, she turned and hurried away. The remaining women exchanged glances, hastily bidding farewell to the landlord before making their exits. Sun Daju, accustomed to the nature of these village women, did not take their words to heart and continued to watch the shaman perform her rituals with concern. Inside, Sun Daju's mother-in-law, hearing the commotion, opened the window to see the women flee before spitting in disdain and closing the window. At that moment, Lin Xiao sensed a faint, unusual aura, somewhat familiar to him. Just then, Sunigao returned from fetching water. Seeing him, Sun Daju hurried out to assist him in bringing the buckets into the courtyard and pouring them into the water tank. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao recalled the strange aura he had sensed on the mountain that morning. As he turned to see Sunigao approaching the courtyard, Lin Xiao's mind sparked with an idea. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Youfu before swiftly advancing to clasp Sunigao's shoulder. The youth was slightly taller, prompting Lin Xiao to rise on his toes. Zhang Youfu, confused but quick to follow suit, overheard Lin Xiao begin to speak with his eyes wide open. "Sun Degu, you've finally returned. I've thought it over regarding the matter you mentioned before." Sunigao, taken aback by the sudden attention of a stranger, was bewildered. "I don't know you." However, Lin Xiao was not about to grant him a moment to respond and quickly interrupted. "Come, let us have a word in private." Zhang Youfu, who had followed closely behind, demonstrated remarkable insight as he and Lin Xiao worked together to drag the tall, slender 15-year-old boy away. Sun Daju only cast a brief glance and, upon realizing that both were children from the village, one of whom was the youngest son of the Jiang family, felt a wave of comfort wash over him. My son has friends too." Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and his companion brought the boy to a secluded spot before halting. Sunny Gao broke free from their grasp, glaring at them with irritation. "What do you intend to do?" he demanded. Lin Xiao touched his nose and said, "Brother Sun, please calm your anger. We are merely acting out of urgency. I hope you can understand." Sunny Gao, known for his good temperament, sensed the gravity of the situation from Lin Xiao's tone, and his slight annoyance dissipated. He adjusted his wrinkled clothing and inquired, "What do you seek from me?" Noticing the damp stains on Sunny Gao's clothes and mud on his shoes, Lin Xiao replied, "I could tell you directly, but you might not believe me. Instead, let me show you firsthand. Just watch closely." Chapter 11. A whiff of malice. With that, he performed a cleansing spell on Sunny Gao. The boy observed as Lin Xiao seemingly waved his hand at him, and in an instant, the stains on his clothes vanished, leaving him cleaner than when he had first donned the outfit that morning. Sunny Gao was rendered speechless with astonishment. Zhang Youfu, standing nearby, widened his eyes in surprise, brimming with thoughts he wished to share with his brother Xiao, yet he remained respectful of Sunny Gao's presence and stifled his exclamation. Lin Xiao smiled at Sunny Gao and said, "As you can see, we are indeed cultivators." Zhang Youfu nodded vigorously in agreement. Sunny Gao recognized Zhang Youfu, the chubby boy from the Zhang family who had, in his childhood, drooled over cakes his mother bought during the New Year celebrations. However, he was unfamiliar with Lin Xiao. Realizing this, Lin Xiao cleared his throat and added, "Brother Sun may not know me. I am Lin Xiao, the youngest son of the Lin family's second branch. Lin Daio is my father, and my grandfather is Lin Leiazizi." Sunny Gao's eyes widened in realization. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Are you here to help my mother?" Lin Xiao hesitated to provide a definitive answer and replied, "We are still unsure about your mother's specific condition, so we cannot guarantee anything, but it is worth a try. I am confident that we are more capable than that village shaman." Sunny Gao shared his doubts about the shaman's reliability, yet his grandmother believed in her. Finding himself at a loss for options, he thought it prudent to see what might unfold. He nodded at Lin Xiao, saying, "If you can truly save my mother, I, Sunny Gao, will be forever grateful." He then urged them to follow him. The trio of boys hastily made their way to the Sun residence. Upon their return, the shaman had just concluded her ritual and was wiping the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief, clearly exhausted from her efforts. Sun Dazhu, seeing his son return with two other boys, felt a surge of joy. "Hello, Uncle Sun," Zhang Youfu greeted, being familiar with Sun Dazhu. Lin Xiao quickly followed with, "Greetings, Uncle Sunday." Sun Dazhu nodded kindly at them and turned to Lin Xiao, saying, "You must be the second son of the Lin family, right?" Stepping forward, Lin Xiao replied obediently, "Indeed, I am Lin Xiao." Sun Dazhu smiled and said, Good, good. I have some matters to attend to. You boys enjoy yourselves." He then turned to Sunny Gao, instructing, "Gao, be sure to entertain your friends well." With that, he entered the main house alongside the shaman. Sunny Gao led the two boys to his room. Once inside, Lin Xiao began to inquire about the unusual occurrences surrounding his mother. Sunny Gao pondered for a moment before shaking his head, stating, "My mother was perfectly fine yesterday after returning from the town. She even mentioned buying a wild mountain chicken to prepare for me today. But this morning, after my father got up, he noticed something was off with her. We consulted an experienced doctor from the county, but he couldn't determine the issue and only said my mother seemed weak." Now within the confines of the Sun residence, not far from the main house where his mother lay, Sunny Gao could sense a peculiar aura that he had only faintly perceived before. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, meticulously comparing this aura to the surroundings before opening them again to say, "There is a strange energy emanating from your mother's room. If I am not mistaken, it may be malevolent." Sunny Gao was taken aback. "Malevolent energy? How could that be? Does it mean a monster has entered my home?" Lin Xiao stroked his chin. Recalling Sunny Gao's mention of the wild chicken his mother had brought home, he asked, "Where is that wild mountain chicken your mother bought yesterday?" Sunny Gao was caught off guard by the sudden inquiry about the chicken and stammered, "I am not sure, but it should be in the kitchen. Let's go take a look." The three boys made their way to the kitchen, only to find it devoid of any living creature. However, they did discover a small cage that had been pecked open near a stack of firewood. Lin Xiao examined the broken cage and nodded slightly, saying, "There are traces of the same energy that emanates from the main house lingering here." At this point, they understood that the source of Sunny Gao's mother's confusion was likely the wild mountain chicken she had purchased. Sunny Gao remarked, "I'll explain the situation to my father." He he should allow us to investigate further. The issue is with my grandmother, who will undoubtedly be skeptical of us children. I'll find a way to draw her away, and then you two can check on my mother with that." Sunny Gao instructed Lin Xiao and Zhang Youfu to wait in his room. He then entered the main house, where the shaman was handing a large bag of talisman ash to Sunny Gao's grandmother. Speaking in a deliberately grave tone, "This talisman ash is a closely guarded secret of our sect. You must divide it into 3 portions and administer it to her 3 times daily. No malevolent spirit will dare approach her, and she will surely regain her senses." Sunny Gao's grandmother gratefully accepted the talisman ash, exclaiming, "Oh, Shaman Jiang, your powers are truly divine. You are like a living bodhisattva. I thank you on behalf of my daughter." Shaman Jiang waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I am merely eager to help, but this talisman ash is a precious resource, gathered from the essence of the sun and moon, requiring years of effort from our sect to produce fewer than 10 talismans. The materials used are extremely valuable, and the costs," Sunny Gao's grandmother interjected. Yes, rest assured, we will cover the expenses for the talismans. How could we let you bear the cost and labor for nothing? Chang Fu, you, the oblivious one, hurry and present the payment to the shaman." With his mother-in-law's command, Sun Dazhu had no choice but to comply and dig into his pockets. Shaman Jiang squinted her eyes slightly, forcing them open to glance at Sun Dazhu, who was about to produce some silver, and continued speaking to Sunny Gao's grandmother, "Old sister, I must emphasize that the materials I mentioned are indeed exceedingly valuable. Even without counting the effort and skill required to craft the talismans, just the material costs alone amount to no less than 10 taels of silver per talisman. I must stress that if it weren't for my intervention, your daughter might not survive the night." Upon hearing this, Sunny Gao's grandmother hesitated but insisted, "What you say is true, shaman. Chang Fu, we cannot let the shaman labor in vain. For her life-saving efforts, you should at least offer 15 taels as a modest expression of gratitude." 15 taels was a sum that most families in the village would hardly ever see in their lifetime, and even for Sun Changfu, who had a modest surplus, it was not an easy amount to part with. If his wife were to recover, it would be one thing, but the reality was that she showed no signs of improvement. Sun Changfu glanced between his mother-in-law and his ailing wife, letting out a heavy sigh as he muttered, "Wait a moment," before stepping out of the room. Sunny Gao, standing by the door, remained silent as he followed his father into the side room. Chapter 12. Purification Spell. Once in the side room, Sun Changfu had no intention of paying right away. He planned to delay until he could see the effects of the talisman ash after it had been administered to his wife. Just then, he noticed his son entering the room behind him. "Father, that shaman is clearly a fraud. You shouldn't believe her," Sunny Gao urged. Sun Changfu sighed, "I'd like to think so, but seeing your mother in her current state fills me with dread. Even the county doctor could not ascertain what was wrong. I fear that if we delay any longer, she might not make it." Though he often quarreled with his wife, Sun Changfu did not wish to lose the partner he had shared his life with for decades. Without hesitation, Sunny Gao recounted Lin Zhao's remarkable abilities. "That, Gao, are you speaking the truth?" Sun Changfu was taken aback by the revelation. Sunny Gao nodded and gestured to his own clean attire, saying, "Father, look at me. I am completely spotless. When I fetched water, I accidentally splashed myself, and the ground was damp. Yet now, you see, there is a single stain on my clothes." Sun Changfu gazed at the long gown draped over his son, momentarily rendered speechless. Setting aside the unsightly stains, even the ink marks, which had long been a consequence of his son's writing, were conspicuously absent. Were this an ordinary individual, even if one meticulously stripped the garment from his son and scrubbed it clean? Achieving such pristine condition would seem implausible. At that moment, Sun Changfu felt a burgeoning belief well up within him. Sunny Gao continued, "Moreover, Zhang Youfu and Lin Xiao hail from reputable families within our village. Should any issues arise, we would still be able to seek them out. As for that shaman, Granny, she was merely introduced to us by others, and her origins are shrouded in ambiguity. Why Sun fears not the unknown, but the possibility of our mother being misled and harmed. Then, we would find ourselves bereft of assistance." Sun Changfu nodded vigorously. "What you say is true, my son. It was I who was momentarily befuddled. Soon, I shall concoct an excuse to draw your grandmother and that shaman away. You should accompany the young man from the Lin family inside to assess the situation. If anything is required, we have resources at home. You may take charge. Should we lack what is necessary, you can take the silver to the town to procure it. Regardless, we must spend to treat your mother. It is wiser to wager on the young man from the Lin family than to squander our silver on that shaman. He had informed his son where their savings were kept since Sunny Gao turned 13. Sunny Gao reassured him, "Rest assured, father. I shall ensure our mother's safety." Sun Changfu smiled with satisfaction. "Well said, my son. You are maturing." After the father and son reached an understanding, Sun Changfu left the side room and proceeded towards the main house. Mother-in-law," he called. "We are low on silver at home. Would you consider resting in the guest room for a spell? Shaman, might you accompany me to the town's bank for a moment?" The shaman, realizing this would allow her to receive her payment and leave without needing to linger for the effects of her charms, nodded in agreement. However, Granny's son waved her hand and said, "You two go on. I shall remain here to care for my daughter." Outside, Sunny Gao hurried in and said, "Granny, you have exerted yourself all morning. It would be best for you to rest. Allow your grandson to show filial piety to our mother." Sun Changfu chimed in, "Indeed, mother-in-law, Yigao is not a child anymore. With your daughter in need, it is only right that he expresses his filial devotion." Hearing her eldest grandson speak so thoughtfully and with such filial affection warmed Granny Sun's heart. "Very well, I shall let my old bones rest and grant my good grandson the opportunity to care for his mother." Thus, after sending Sun Changfu and the shaman out of the house, Granny Sun, supported by Sunny Gao, made her way to the guest room, which was a fair distance from the main house, to rest. Before long, Sunny Gao returned to his room, bringing Lin Xiao and Zhang Youfu into the main house. As Lin Xiao glanced at the bed, he saw Aunt Sun lying there with a pale complexion. Her lips tinged with a faint purple, her eyes half open, appearing dazed. Her mouth moved slightly, as if she were breathing or silently murmuring something. Surrounding her was an unfamiliar aura that gradually encroached upon her vitality. Indeed, vitality. Every individual is enveloped in their unique essence. Since Lin Xiao had ascended to the second layer of qi refinement, he discovered he could perceive the vitality of each person. The frail emitted a weaker essence, while the robust exuded a vigorous one. However, barring severe illness or injury, everyone's essence generally maintained a certain density. At this moment, Aunt Sun's vitality was markedly diminished, far below that of a healthy individual. The strange aura, entirely distinct from human essence, Lin Xiao surmised, must be demonic energy. If this demonic energy continued to devour Aunt Sun's vitality unimpeded, she would surely perish by nightfall. Lin Xiao relayed this grim situation to Sun Yigao. Upon hearing this, Sun Yigao bowed deeply in gratitude, pleading, "I beseech you, Lin Xiaoyu, save my mother." Yigao is willing to serve Lin Xiaoyu as a humble servant, no matter the cost. Lin Xiao quickly helped him to his feet. His expression sombered. "I certainly wish to save your mother, but my cultivation is still in its infancy. I have recently been practicing a technique that may purify the demonic energy consuming your mother's vitality. However, due to my limited skills, I am uncertain if I can successfully execute this technique." The technique Lin Xiao referred to was the second-tier purification spell, the cleansing technique. The system had enabled him to master the basics of purification. So despite his insufficient spiritual energy, he possessed a comprehensive understanding of the spell's principles. Sun Yigao appeared perplexed. "What shall we do then? Is there no hope for my mother?" Seeing Sun Yigao, whom he had known for over a decade and who was typically calm and composed, now so bewildered, Zhang Youfu lamented his slow progress in cultivation, wishing he could assist. Lin Xiao surmised that utilizing the cleansing technique with his current spiritual energy would be a challenge. Should he fail and deplete his energy, Aunt Sun would be truly lost. Yet, he sensed that if he could ascend to the third layer of qi refinement, his energy might suffice to support a cleansing technique. However, the speed of his idle cultivation was fixed. Hence, Lin Xiao turned to Sun Yigao and said, "If you trust me, please allow me a short while. I will strive to break through to the third layer of qi refinement. Then, my capabilities may be sufficient to save Aunt Sunday." Sun Yigao had no reason to refuse, bowing once more in gratitude. "I am indebted to you. Lin Xiong. Thus, Lin Xiao reached into Zhang Youfu's arms and extracted a simplified version of the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju, seated himself on the ground, and began to comprehend the technique. Chapter 13. The initial gathering spirit array at present, only through studying the technique and enhancing his comprehension could he expedite his cultivation progress. Initially, Lin Xiao was consumed with thoughts of swiftly ascending and could not settle down. Observing Lin Zhao's restless demeanor, Sun Yigao, accustomed to years of study, understood that his friend could not focus on reading. Consequently, Sun Yigao also sat down beside him on the floor, quietly reciting the Analects. Zhang Youfu, seeing this, figured he had nothing else to do and took a seat beside Lin Xiao, continuing his practice of channeling energy into his body. Thus, accompanied by Sun Yigao's recitation and Zhang Youfu's rhythmic breathing, Lin Xiao gradually found his mind settling. The system silently disabled all prompts indicating comprehension gains. After about an hour, Lin Xiao felt an upsurge of energy within him, akin to a spring bubbling forth. Simultaneously, the system notified him. Congratulations, host, you have ascended to the third layer of qi refinement. Success! Lin Zhao's eyes flew open, and he rose to his feet, startling the two beside him. Seeing Lin Zhao's demeanor, Sun Yigao inquired excitedly, have you succeeded? Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Zhang Youfu was left dumbfounded. Goodness, he hasn't even begun channeling energy into his body, yet Brother Xiao has already reached the third layer of qi refinement. Truly impressive. Without further delay, Lin Xiao began to cast the cleansing technique upon Aunt Sunday due to his still limited cultivation. The cleansing technique did not instantly eradicate all the demonic energy. Rather, it purified it incrementally. As this was his first time employing the cleansing technique, Lin Xiao prudently held a spirit stone in reserve. However, perhaps due to the weakness of the demonic energy afflicting Aunt Sun, the purification process proceeded remarkably smoothly. All the demonic energy was cleansed before Lin Xiao exhausted his spiritual energy or the spirit stone. Sun Yigao and Zhang Youfu observed as Aunt Sun's formerly ashen complexion visibly regained color, her lips transitioning from a dark purple to a pallid hue. Seeing Lin Xiao conclude his efforts, Sun Yigao hurriedly approached and asked, what is my mother's condition? Lin Xiao adjusted to the sensation of nearly depleted spiritual energy. Feeling as though he had merely experienced hunger, he smiled and replied, the demonic energy has been thoroughly purified. Aunt Sun is safe now. However, her vitality has been significantly drained, so she will be quite weak for a while. She requires proper nourishment and should bask in the sun. Sun Yigao nodded repeatedly. Zhang Youfu, witnessing this, silently resolved to devote himself to rigorous cultivation from henceforth. This way, should someone require assistance in the future, he would be able to lend aid. Suddenly, Aunt Sun spoke, her eyes tightly shut as if she had just endured a nightmare. Sun Yigao quickly turned to fetch the water kettle from outside and poured a cup of water. At that moment, Aunt Sun opened her eyes. Sun Yigao sat at the head of the bed, propping her up, and offered her the cup, saying, here, mother, drink some water. Seeing this, Lin Xiao and Zhang Youfu quietly exited the room, leaving space for the mother and son to connect. Zhang Youfu, in a hushed tone, asked Lin Xiao, Brother Xiao, shall we depart? Lin Xiao, radiating the satisfaction of having done a good deed, replied softly, of course we shall depart. Must we truly linger here waiting for Sun Yigao to express his gratitude? How does it feel to experience the benefits of cultivation? He inquired. Zhang Youfu scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Cultivating immortality is absolutely wonderful. Shall we return to the sect? I feel I may soon succeed in channeling energy into my body. At this, Lin Xiao was elated. Oh, is that so? Then let us go back to the sect. Zhang Youfu asked, shall we not go find Taitu and the others to boast? As Lin Xiao gazed at the system's notification indicating a 2 reputation for his sect, the familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully elevated the sect's reputation to 5. Task rewards have been issued. Please check your account. This was undoubtedly a contribution from Sun Yigao and Sun Chongfu. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Lin Xiao declared, for the time being, I shall refrain from visiting. There is nothing more paramount than cultivation. As he spoke, the two departed from the Sun residence. By the time Sun Yigao attended to his mother and emerged from the house in search of them, The duo had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the modest hut of Lingxian's sect, Zhang Youfu sat in tranquil meditation, while Lin Xiao perused the sect's data, simultaneously claiming the rewards from the reputation task. The reward for enhancing the sect's reputation included 1 initial level spirit gathering array and 10 spirit stones. Upon witnessing this bounty, Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. A spirit gathering array. Was this not a potent tool for cultivation? Moreover, the spirit stones awarded this time were astonishingly doubled. Observing Zhang Youfu, who was still laboriously drawing in energy, Lin Xiao decisively retrieved the array. It was an intangible array disk, radiating a soft white glow. Lin Xiao placed it in the very center of the HUS. Soon as the ethereal spirit gathering array touched the ground, it sank into the earth. However, as long as Lin Xiao willed it, it would instantly return to his grasp. He promptly set the array in the center of the hut. Zhang Youfu, still struggling with his cultivation, suddenly felt an abundant influx of spiritual energy surrounding him, making his perception of it far less arduous than before. Consequently, he immersed himself further into his practice. The effects of the initial level spirit gathering array were indeed quite apparent. Within the span of an hour, Zhang Youfu finally succeeded in drawing energy into his body, thereby advancing to the first layer of qi refinement. Ding! Congratulations to Elder Zhang Youfu for successfully advancing to the first layer of qi refinement. Lin Xiao felt a deep sense of satisfaction and quietly retrieved 3 spirit stones from his private stash to extend Zhang Youfu's cultivation session. Gazing at the remaining 10 spirit stones in his private stock, Lin Xiao, filled with contentment, opened the marketplace. He promptly spent 3 spirit stones to purchase the 2 synthesis devices and the planting manual recommended in the marketplace. With the items in hand, Lin Xiao did not disturb Zhang Youfu's cultivation and exited the hut. He laid a grass mat beneath the blooming peach tree and began his research. First on his agenda was the synthesis of spirit herb soil. Lin Xiao opened the spirit herb soil synthesizer, revealing the familiar 3 slots: soil, water, spirit fertilizer, or spirit stone. The first 2 ingredients were straightforward, but the third required either spirit fertilizer or spirit stones. Currently, he possessed 7 spirit stones, and based on the previous consumption patterns of spirit stones for various synthesizers, Lin Xiao estimated that only 1 would likely be needed this time. However, given his limited supply, especially with daily expenses for passive cultivation, it was prudent to conserve spirit stones for now. Hence, he decided to explore alternatives for spirit fertilizer. Typically, farm fertilizers consist of organic waste, but Lin Xiao knew that plants could also produce compost. However, this fertilizer needed the prefix spirit. A gentle breeze brushed by, and a few petals floated down onto Lin Xiao. He looked down at the peach blossoms resting on him, pondering whether the petals from this 10-mile peach tree could be considered spirit plants. If so, perhaps they could serve as effective compost? Chapter 14. Synthesis of spirit herb soil. Experience begets wisdom. Let us give it a try. If it fails, there's little to lose, but if successful, it will serve as validation, revealing whether this 10-mile peach tree is indeed a spirit plant or merely an ordinary peach tree. Unfortunately, he had not brought a hoe up the mountain, so Lin Xiao had no choice but to dash back home to fetch one. After all, the sect's stronghold had protective measures in place, ensuring Zhang Youfu would be quite safe alone in the hut. Lin Xiao sprinted down the mountain. Upon returning with the hoe, he hurried back up. His speed was so remarkable that just as he sent the fortune teller away and heard from his son about Lin Zhao's successful rescue, Sun Changfu, who was about to thank Lin Xiao, found that he had already dashed off. Sun Changfu could not help but marvel at the diligence of the Lin family lad, even now toiling up the mountain with a hoe. Upon reaching the mountainside, Lin Xiao chose a spot approximately 7 to 8 meters from the hut and began to dig within a square area of about 2 meters per side. The soil on the mountain was not particularly deep, but fortunately, due to years of rain washing down from above, the soil here was somewhat accumulated and relatively thick, albeit a bit hard. After laboring for a significant portion of an hour, Lin Xiao managed to excavate a pit roughly half a meter deep. The clumps of soil he unearthed were dense and compact, making them difficult to break apart even with the hoe's back. Undeterred, he simply stuffed the hardened clumps into the first slot of the soil synthesizer. He then rushed to a nearby spring to fill the second slot with fresh mountain water. Finally, for the third slot, Lin Xiao gathered all the fallen peach petals at the base of the 10-mile peach tree and placed them into the synthesizer. Green light, Lin Xiao was ecstatic. The materials required for the spirit herb soil synthesis had been successfully inputted. Synthesis commencing. Please wait, Theo facilitate the pouring of soil later. Lin Xiao chose to sit beside the 2-meter by 2-meter pit he had just excavated. The synthesis proceeded swiftly. Spirit herb soil synthesis successful. It has been placed in your private stash. Please check your account. Lin Xiao opened his private stash and poured the soil into the pit before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sect's initial level spirit field, 2m×2m, and received rewards, 10 spirit gathering grass seeds, which have been issued to your private stash. Please check your account. Incredible! By developing the sect's spirit field, he had inadvertently received rewards. However, he only had 4 square meters of land. He wondered if the 5 misty spring grass seeds and the 10 new spirit gathering grass seeds would be sufficient to plant. But if not, it was no great matter. He could always continue to cultivate more land in the future. Lin Xiao set about dividing the 4 square meters of land into plots. The freshly synthesized soil was soft and rich, a clear indication of its quality. He divided the land into 3 sections, planting 3 seeds in each plot. He sowed 4 seeds of misty spring grass and 5 seeds of spirit gathering grass. Should any seeds fail to sprout, the remaining seeds could be used for replanting. If none germinated, he would simply recruit a skilled farmer into the sect. Thus, after the literacy teacher, Lin Xiao had added yet another profession to his list of potential recruits. Finally, after adequately watering the plots, he deemed today's labor a resounding success. Satisfied, Lin Xiao approached the spring to wash his face and performed a dust-clearing spell on his grimy body, sparing himself from a scolding at home. Feeling refreshed, he returned to the 10-mile peach tree, laid out 2 grass mats side by side, and reclined upon them, indulging in a delightful afternoon nap. Amidst the verdant mountains and flowing waters, with the peach blossoms swaying in the spring breeze. Such serenity could only be matched by sweet dreams. When Lin Xiao finally opened his eyes, the sun was setting. Jiang Youfu was watching him eagerly. Xiao Guer, it's getting dark. Shall we descend the mountain? I am hungry. Had he truly slept for so long? Lin Xiao sprang up, rubbing his cheeks. Let us go home. By the time they returned home, the sky had fully darkened. It's the Lin family dinner table. Lin Xiao cradled his bowl, glancing around. Suddenly, Lin Dao slammed his chopsticks onto the table, glaring at Lin Xiao. You little rascal. Why aren't you eating? What are you staring at? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop making that foolish face. Lin Xiao straightened up and cleared his throat. Father, brother, did you hear any news in the village this afternoon? Lin Yun shook his head, while Lin Dao replied. What news could there possibly be in our village? What? Is there more gossip regarding Widow Lu? He chuckled. You're not a child anymore. Stop fixating on such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao protested. Oh, father, when have I ever paid attention to such things? I'm talking about the Sun landlord's family. Lin Dao inquired. The Sun landlord's family? Are you referring to his wife being possessed? On their way home today, many villagers were discussing it. It was hard not to notice. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously. Lin Dao continued eating. What does the lady's possession have to do with you? Lin Yun suddenly looked at Lin Xiao with alarm. Lang, you wouldn't have stopped right there. Lin Xiao quickly shoved a bun into Lin Yun's mouth to silence him. How could I possibly harm anyone? I'm the one who saves people. Lin Dao gazed at his younger son in astonishment. You saved her. Really? You cured her? You drove the evil away? Lin Xiao finished his last mouthful of rice and began to vividly recount the details of the event to his father and brother. After he concluded, he noticed Lin Yun staring at him with wide eyes. Lang, is that cleansing spell really that effective? Lin Xiao nodded. Of course. With just a wave of my hand, that's Sunnygao's clothes. Lang, quickly use that cleansing spell on our land. Lin Yun nudged him eagerly. Lin Xiao patted his chest. No problem. Watch me. As he spoke, he performed a dust-clearing spell on the floor of his living room. In an instant, the ground transformed, revealing only the compacted earth beneath, while the ever-present dust that lingered was entirely swept away. Lin Dao looked on with great delight and promptly said to Lin Xiao, Lang, from now on, the cleanliness of our home will be your responsibility. Each morning, before you head up the mountain to cultivate, you shall wave your hand a few times to tidy up our rooms before you leave." "Huh?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. "What do you mean, huh? With your magical ability to clean the house, it saves your brother and me from spending so much time on chores every day. It's settled then." Lin Dao felt quite pleased that his younger son, now a cultivator, was proving to be quite useful. Lin Xiao, taken by surprise, could hardly refuse. Typically, it was his father and elder brother who toiled away at home. But now he finally had a way to assist them without facing their rejection. Immediately, he cast a dust-clearing spell on both of them. "Father, brother, I've cleaned you up. Does that mean I don't have to heat water for a bath tonight?" Chapter 15. Spirit Field. As night fell, a small oil lamp flickered in the Lin family's courtyard. Lin Dao sat on a small stool, meticulously wiping down the farming tools used that day with a cloth dipped in oil to prevent rust. Lin Yun, in the dim light, was weaving a bamboo basket, while Lin Xiao, beside them, was using the dust-clearing spell on a pile of clothes, socks, and shoes. Having tidied up the garments, Lin Xiao looked at his busy father and brother, stroked his chin, and suddenly asked, "Father, brother, would you like to cultivate with me?" Lin Dao glanced up at him briefly before returning to his task, grumbling, "Humph, I have no patience for your little games of cultivation. If your brother is willing to play, then go on and cultivate together, but don't involve me." Lin Yun looked at his father and then at Lin Xiao, hesitating before replying, "Once I finish my daily chores and have some spare time, I'll come up the mountain to take a look." "All right then, Delang, from now on, you will accompany your brother up the mountain every morning, and in the afternoon, you can go learn carpentry from your grandfather," Lin Dao declared. Lin Yun immediately protested, "Father, that won't do. Who will tend to the fields then?" Lin Dao interjected firmly, "Enough. It's settled. The matters of the fields are not for you to worry about. Once you both become adept in your cultivation, you can help me as well." Feeling somewhat ashamed, Lin Yun lowered his head. However, he found it impossible to resist the allure of cultivation. Watching his younger brother wield spells with a mere flick of his hand filled him with envy and longing. He resolved in his heart that once he had made some progress in his cultivation, he would surely lighten his father's burdens. At that moment, Lin Xiao turned to Lin Dao and said, "Father, you should also cultivate with us. Cultivation can prolong life, perhaps even grant immortality. You can't let me and brother focus solely on extending our own lives while watching you grow old, can you? That would be a tremendous loss for us." Lin Dao looked at him disdainfully and retorted, "Go away. I have no desire for immortality. That would turn me into an old monster. Besides, if I were to achieve immortality, wouldn't your mother be waiting below forever for me to accompany her?" Lin Xiao immediately countered, "Father, I'm not trying to be rude, but who says mother is still down there waiting for you? Don't flatter yourself. Mother is such a good person. The king of hell must have arranged for her to be reincarnated long ago." Upon hearing this, veins throbbed on Lin Dao's temples. "Hey, you little rascal. Have you been itching for a beating?" Thus, the next morning, Lin Xiao limped out with Lin Yun. Zhang Youfu, seeing his state, was already accustomed to it. Ever since childhood, he had witnessed Lin Xiao endure many beatings from Lin Dao. So he had grown used to it. The three of them arrived at the mountainside, where Lin Yun noticed that a small patch of land had appeared beside the original grass shed and peach tree. "What's this piece of land for?" he asked, squatting down to feel the rich, dark soil. "It's still high-quality land." Zhang Youfu also noticed the new plot of land for the first time. Yesterday evening, with the twilight setting in and his hunger urging him to return home for dinner, he hadn't paid attention to anything else. "Wow, Xiaogu, you're really impressive. You managed to cultivate this piece of land in just that short afternoon." Lin Xiao lay on the grass mat under the peach tree and called out to the two of them, "When you have time, please water it. I've planted spirit herbs in there." With no bucket on the mountain, Lin Yun and Zhang Youfu took their bamboo tubes to fetch water from a nearby spring to irrigate the land. Fortunately, the plot was not large, and they finished watering it in no time. Lin Xiao approached Lin Yun and said, "Brother, come, let us go through the motions." Uncertain of his intent, Lin Yun watched as Lin Xiao spoke. "Lin Yun, do you wish to join my Lingxian sect and become a part of the sect devoted to cultivation?" Hearing his younger brother's invitation, Lin Yun smiled genuinely and replied, "I am willing." Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting a disciple. Details about the disciple can be viewed on the disciple panel. Lin shall promptly check the information. Name: Lin Yun. Gender: male. Age: 15. Talent: exceptional cultivation level. Mortal sect position: outer sect. Disciple can be changed. Sect title: none. Can be changed after discussing with his elder brother. Lin Shao changed Lin Yun's sect position to that of an inner disciple and his title to sect elder. Thus, the Lingxian sect now comprised 3 members, 1 sect master and 2 elders. Perfect. At that moment, a prompt sounded in Lin Shao's mind. Ding. The 3-day beginner period has ended. In order to encourage the host to expedite the construction of the sect, the system will increase the issuance of sect construction tasks. Please pay attention and complete them promptly. Immediately after, a series of prompts rang in his mind. Sect construction. Recruit disciples. To a truly excellent sect cannot solely rely on its foundational structures. It must have numerous outstanding disciples. Please recruit 10 disciples for the sect at the earliest opportunity. Current progress: 310. Sect construction. Sect hall. An excellent sect must have a hall where disciples feel a sense of belonging and a place for discussions. Please upgrade the sect's residence as soon as possible. Upon successful upgrade, the residence will be changed to the sect hall. Sect construction. Sect facilities. A distinguished sect naturally requires various clearly defined spaces, with a training area being the most fundamental. Please construct a training room promptly to provide a space for disciples to cultivate. Good heavens, 3 tasks all at once. Lin Shao felt a wave of pressure wash over him. 1 task required recruiting disciples, while 2 involved construction. He was quite troubled. Setting aside the recruitment, merely constructing buildings would require money, and at present, his pockets were emptier than his face. He had not a single coin. Lin Shao then entered the grass shed with Jiang Youfu and Lin Yun. Utilizing mulberry tree bark and a bit of pine soot ink, he made a simplified copy of the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju for Lin Yun. This synthesizer was indeed quite convenient, possessing a copying function that required only the original cultivation method, paper, and ink. No additional materials were necessary. Lin Shao patiently taught Lin Yun the drawing qi into the body technique, then stepped outside the grass shed to ponder his predicament under the 10-mile peach blossoms. He was contemplating the feasibility of constructing a building. Now that his cultivation had reached the 3rd layer of qi drawing, he could clearly feel a significant enhancement in his physique. Chopping trees should pose no problem, nor should tamping earth bricks. The issue lay in his lack of knowledge regarding construction. However, undertaking each task individually would be an immense waste of time. If he continued to do everything himself in such a manner, he would not be called a sect master but rather a long-term laborer for the Lingxian sect. Chapter 16. The sect's first recruitment. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the building synthesizer. The freedom of the building synthesizer is exceptionally high. Please explore its functionalities on your OW and, to be honest, this system is truly considerate, Lin Shao thought with great relief. However, just how high could this freedom be? He recalled that the freedom of the previous cultivation method synthesizer had already been quite substantial. Never mind. He decided to test it out and see what this building synthesizer had in store. With that in mind, Lin Shao opened the building synthesizer and found 2 familiar slots labeled for brick materials and beam materials. However, there was a notable distinction. Following these 2 slots was a plus sign. Marked as unsure of its purpose, Lin Shao tentatively clicked the plus sign and was astonished to see an additional slot appear after the 2, marked with a question mark, while the plus sign shifted to the 3rd slot. Lin Shao was taken aback. Did this mean he could infinitely add items? Lin Shao glanced at the current inventory of his private stash. Spirit Stones X7, Misty Spring Grass Seeds X1, Pine Smoke Ink X6. Beginner Spirit Herb Planting Manual X1, Gathering Spirit Grass Seeds X5, Peach Source Void Technique X1.it. Seemed he had nothing left to throw in there. Surely he couldn't toss in his cultivation methods. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to recruit some people. With the construction synthesizer in place, gathering materials was merely a matter of time, and this task did not necessarily have to be accomplished solely by him. If he could enlist disciples, pooling their efforts would expedite the collection of materials. However, without a synthesizer, inviting others to build houses together might lead to suspicions of ulterior motives, painting him as a fraud, deliberately deceiving others into constructing a house for him. The weather today was rather dreary. It was nearing noon, yet the sun was nowhere to be seen. The sky appeared dim, and Lin Xiao estimated that it might rain in the next couple of days. Better to act sooner rather than later. It would be ideal to gather a few people before the rain arrived. With this thought in mind, he entered the thatched hut and greeted the two individuals who were practicing. Before descending the mountain, he returned home, carrying a rickety table and a stool before making his way to the central grain drying ground of the village. At tea present, it was the vernal equinox, and the drying ground was quite spacious. However, due to its central location connecting the villagers' homes to most of the fields, a good number of people passed through the area regularly. On average, at least one person could be seen walking by every few minutes. Not to mention the many children playing nearby. Lin Xiao placed the table horizontally in the center of the drying ground, set up the stool, and leisurely took a seat. Then, clearing his throat a couple of times, he suddenly raised his voice to call out, "The Lingxian sect is recruiting. Do you wish to cultivate immortality? Do you yearn for eternal life? Do you seek to move mountains and fill the seas? Come join us at the Lingxian sect, dear villagers. Don't miss out as you pass by." This loud proclamation successfully stirred the nearby folks who were engaged in their midday meal and casual chatter. Even those hard at work in the fields, focused on hastily finishing their meals, turned to look. The first to gather around were a group of middle-aged women, along with several idlers from the village. "Isn't this the second son of the Du family? What brings him here? Is he setting up shop like the adults in the market?" One woman, an aunt of Lin Xiao's, called out with a shrill voice. Lin Xiao offered her a feigned smile and ignored her. A single shout was sufficient. The eager villagers would spread the word for him now. He merely needed to remain quietly in place and wait for suitable candidates to approach him. Without needing to speak further, others began to chime in. Didn't Tilu's sister just say that the Du family's second son was talking about some cultivation sect? What's all this about seeking eternal life and moving mountains? Oh, look at those words. Can one really achieve eternal life? Lu's sister, why don't you give it a try? A familiar idler who recognized Lin Xiao stepped forward to jest. "Lin Guer, what do you think of me? Should I come to your sect and be your master?" Lin Xiao shot him a hollow smile, still refraining from replying. "Hey, what do you all think? This Lin Guer isn't just playing house with his sect. Has he lost his mind? He can't even speak anymore." The crowd around Lin Xiao continued to swell. Some would chat for a while and leave, only for new passers-by or curious onlookers to join in, creating an increasingly lively atmosphere. Such was the charm of a secluded village. Any slightly novel event would soon become common knowledge throughout the entire community. Finally, Lin Xiao awaited his first promising candidate. In the vast drying ground, the clamorous gossiping crowd faded into the background. In the midst of it all, only a spirited, elegant young man remained, casually seated behind the old table. His coarse linen attire did little to conceal his charismatic poise. At that moment, another youth, with a gentle demeanor and an upright stature, pushed through the crowd and approached the table. Bowing formally, he addressed the seated young man. "Sect leader Lin, I am Sunny Gao, and I come here, unashamed, to join the Lingxian sect." Lin Xiao smiled slightly. "Brother Sun's arrival truly brightens my humble abode." Upon recognizing the newcomer, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Isn't that the scholar from the Sun family? What brings him here to play with the Lin family boy? Has he given up on his studies? Isn't Sun's elder sister quite strict with him? How could he find the time to come out and engage in such childish antics with Lin's family? Have you not heard? Sun's elder sister was feeling unwell yesterday." "Oh? What happened? Come on, tell me." Those closer to the Sun family quickly interrupted. "Pa, there's nothing wrong with Sun's elder sister. She merely caught a chill last night and was a bit weak. After resting for a day, she's already much better. Indeed. I even washed clothes with her this morning." Amidst the bustling discussions, Sun Yigao stood tall and straight, seemingly oblivious to the chatter around him. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was assessing Sun Yigao's profile. Name: Sun Yigao. Gender: male. Chronological age: 15 years. Talent: exceptional. Cultivation level: mortal. Sect status: outer disciple. Subject to change. Position in sect: none. Subject to change. Exceptional talent. Lin Xiao mused, wondering how he compared to his own potential. It was surprising that such a small village as Xiushui concealed so many cultivation talents. Or perhaps, everyone possessed some degree of cultivation ability. Contrary to the novels that suggested a lack of spiritual roots would exclude one from the path of immortality, Lin Xiao speculated that the so-called talent provided by the system might depend more on comprehension than anything else. Returning to reality, Lin Xiao turned his attention back to Sunny Gao. Amidst the surrounding chatter, he said, "Brother Sun, you may return for now. I will visit your home tonight to inform you of the time and place for tomorrow's meeting." Upon hearing this, Sunny Gao nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. The whispers around them, however, did not dissipate with his departure. Instead, they grew louder in his absence. An elderly woman stomped her cane and exclaimed, "Mind your tongues! Look at what you've said in front of that child. Don't you have anything better to do? Why must you meddle in every little affair of the village?" At that moment, 3 boisterous boys came rushing from a distance, each glistening with sweat. They scattered from different directions, pushing their way into the crowd with their heads, shouting for people to make way. They charged through energetically, specifically targeting the younger members of the crowd, causing a chaotic stir. Many people rubbed their feet that had been stepped on or complained about their bumped waists before reluctantly leaving the commotion to head home. The trio of boys, having broken through the crowd, arrived at Lin Zhao's table, beaming with energy. "Lin Guer, what fun things are happening that you didn't bring us along?" "Exactly. We haven't seen you or Fuzian days. We even got up early yesterday to wait for you at your house, but missed you." Lin Xiao chuckled at the last boy's remark. "Taitu, you must have woken up so early that the sun had already risen in your house." 3 young boys, their skin a uniform shade of black, were the result of countless days spent wandering around Xiushui village. Among the trio, only one stood out with remarkable sturdiness, despite being merely 13 years old. His physique resembled that of an adult, and his countenance bore a certain simplicity. This individual was known as Taitu, whose full name was Hu Liang. The other 2, one of whom was around 11 or 12 years of age, possessed a broad face adorned with wild, thick eyebrows that made his already small bean-like eyes appear even smaller. He was one of Lin Zhao's childhood friends, named Qin Jianghe. The third boy, despite being the same age as the others, had a lanky frame reminiscent of a stick and a small bald patch atop his head. His name was Lu Yunan, though no one in the village called him by that name. He was simply referred to as Baldy. Lu Yunan was the only son of widow Lu in the village. However, after losing his father at the tender age of 3, he became the subject of incessant gossip regarding his mother, leading to his exclusion and bullying by many village children. Moreover, during his childhood, his grandparents often spoke ill of his mother, claiming she would eventually abandon him and his sister for another man. This instilled in him a deep-seated resentment towards her, resulting in a lack of closeness between them. Yet, despite his long wait, he never witnessed any intention from her to leave. Lu Yunan's family was impoverished. Yet he and his sister were always provided with ample food, and he had never experienced hunger. Each time villagers observed his rosy cheeks, they would feign whispers, which were, in reality, blatant accusations made in his presence. Questioning how a widow could raise 2 healthy and plump children, insinuating that she must be up to some nefarious dealings. Although he did not comprehend the meaning of nefarious dealings at the time, young Lu Yunan instinctively recognized that it was not a compliment. As he grew older, he became reluctant to eat at home, often spending entire days outside until dusk, ignoring the meals his mother left for him and retreating to his room to sleep instead. No one knew how he survived on so little food day after day, except for Lin Xiao and his friends. Since the age of 5, after meeting the rejuvenated Lin Xiao, Lu Yunan had escaped the daily torment of being bullied by village children. To care for the severely malnourished and frail Lu Yunan, Lin Xiao, along with Jiang Youfu and others, would venture into the mountains and rivers daily in search of food. This experience fostered in them a habit of foraging in the wild. Each outing felt incomplete without a hearty meal. Consequently, although Lu Yunan had grown older, he still bore signs of malnutrition. The small bald patch on his head was the result of an altercation at the age of 8. When another village child insulted his mother, calling her a rotten pants, in a fit of anger, he retaliated. That time, the offending child had several companions, while Lu Yunan stood alone. By the time Lin Xiao and the others arrived, Lu Yunan's head bore a bald patch, and blood streamed down his face. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain, gazing triumphantly at the child he had bested. as proud as a victorious rooster. From that day forth, he earned the nickname Baldy. However, Lu Yunan did not perceive this moniker as mockery. He viewed the bald patch as a badge of honor, as Lin Xiao had called it as the three arrived. They immediately dispersed the crowd that had gathered around Lin Xiao's table. With a smile, Lin Xiao addressed them. "Do you know what this is about? Surely it must be something good," Qin Jianghe exclaimed. "Ah, Brother Xiao, whatever you are up to, it must certainly be a good deed." Taitu nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Following you can only be a wise choice." Baldy chimed in, regardless of what Brother Xiao is doing. "Count me in." After exchanging playful banter, Lin Xiao declared, "All right then, I need to head back. Help me move the table and chairs, and we can talk on the way." Thus, the four boys carried the table and benches away from the sun-drenched threshing ground toward Lin Xiao's home. Seeing that the excitement had dwindled, the onlookers dispersed, returning to their own homes. Upon reaching home, Lin Xiao placed the table and chairs in the woodshed. With no one else around, the four settled casually on the ground beneath the eaves. Lin Xiao began to provide them with a general introduction to the sect and the practice of cultivation. The three boys, having grown up in the village, listened with wide-eyed fascination. "Brother Xiao, how could you be so unfair? This grand opportunity, and you only invited Fuzi but not us," Lin Xiao replied. "But I was waiting for the right moment to bring you into the fold. You think I have the luxury of time to wait for you both? What about the chores at home?" The three boys scratched their heads and chuckled, for they were indeed at the age where they had taken on many household responsibilities. Following the customary procedure, Lin Xiao welcomed the three into the sect, increasing the number of disciples to 6, with just 4 more needed to reach 10. Chapter 18. Getting to work, Lin Xiao then addressed the trio. "Hey, Baldy, if you happen to know anyone in the village or nearby with good character, feel free to approach them and inquire if they would be willing to join us. But mind you, do not carelessly reveal that we genuinely possess the ability to cultivate," he continued. "If this information falls into the wrong hands, we could find ourselves in considerable trouble." Qin Jianghe listened intently, while Taitu scratched his head in confusion. Lu Yunan waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, Brother Xiao, let others think we are merely playing around. Just don't let anyone realize we are capable of cultivation, right?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Precisely. To outsiders, we are just a group of children. Until we are ready, it is prudent to maintain a low profile." Noticing Taitu's puzzled expression, Lin Xiao inquired, "Taitu, is there something you do not understand?" Taitu replied, "Brother Xiao, I grasp your general meaning, but I'm uncertain about that term you mentioned, malicious intent. What is it?" Lu Yunan swiftly interjected, "Ah, you don't know that? That's someone harboring ill intentions." "Do you understand now?" Taitu exclaimed. "Oh, I see. Don't worry, Brother Xiao, we will definitely keep it a secret." With his confusion resolved, Taitu confidently thumped his chest in assurance. At that moment, Qin Jianghe suggested, "I think we should do it this way. If we spot someone suitable to join us, we can find an excuse to bring them to Brother Xiao, allowing him to make the invitation. That way, we won't accidentally mess things up." The others nodded in agreement. "All right, that sounds like a plan." Before long, the sun had climbed to the afternoon sky, around 2 or 3 o'clock. After their discussion, Lin Xiao stood up, patting his backside. "Let us go. We have an important task to attend to at our sect, and I will take you to familiarize yourselves with it." The three boys eagerly followed Lin Xiao out of the door. Upon reaching the mountainside, the trio marveled at the 10-mile-long peach blossom trees lining the path. "Brother Xiao, these peach trees are truly beautiful. I've never seen such exquisite peach trees, even in the neighboring peach blossom village." From a nearby grass hut, Zhang Youfu emerged, having heard the commotion. Meanwhile, Lin Yun had already descended the mountain earlier that afternoon to join the old master Lin in learning carpentry. "Taitu, Jianghe, Baldy, ha ha ha. You all have come too," Zhang Youfu greeted. "Fuzi, hey, I heard from Brother Xiao that you've already begun cultivating, even reaching the first level of qi refinement. Is that true? Well done, Fuzi." Zhang Youfu humbly scratched his head and smiled. No, it's Brother Xiao who is truly amazing. He has already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. I'm just following his teachings." The group, despite having been apart for merely a few days, shared a camaraderie akin to that of years. The once tranquil mountainside suddenly buzzed with excitement. Lin Xiao tactfully interrupted their nostalgic chatter. leading the newcomers on a tour of the sect's current facilities. In truth, there wasn't much to show, just the peach trees, grass huts, medicinal fields, and the sect's defensive barrier. The stone tablet marking the sect's name was overlooked by the illiterate boys. The tour was merely a quick stroll. Yet Taitu and his friends expressed their admiration at every turn. After the tour, it was time to discuss serious matters. Lin Xiao addressed them. We currently have 2 tasks at hand. The first is to construct the main hall of our sect. Taitu immediately rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, I recently accompanied my father to help build houses, and I learned a few construction skills. Just tell me how to build it, Brother Xiao. The other 3 boys, not to be outdone, expressed their eagerness to get to work. Lin Xiao chuckled. We want to be building the house. I have a method. We just need to dig up some earth and cut down some trees. The boys widened their eyes in surprise, astonished that a house could be created without traditional construction. Lu Yunan was the first to regain his composure, stating, from now on, we are to be cultivators. We shouldn't be so easily astonished. Just think about it. It's merely a house for us, who will one day have the power to live forever and move mountains. Is it really a concern? Upon hearing his words, the crowd unanimously felt that his reasoning was quite sound, suppressing their astonishment. Qin Jianghe echoed, the bald man is right. We cannot bring shame to Xiaogu'er. From now on, we shall be what? Lin Xiao interjected, cultivators, yes? Yes, from now on, we shall be cultivators. Our abilities will only grow stronger. Xiaogu'er, am I not correct? Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, affirming, indeed. Lin Xiao had already calculated the approximate amount of soil and timber needed in his mind. However, regarding the earth, he did not wish to use ordinary soil. He sought to find red clay, which is more durable. After previously synthesizing spiritual field soil using the spiritual herb soil synthesizer, he speculated that the foundational materials required for the synthesizer were in a 1:1 ratio. For instance, if he were to build a house and inserted a certain volume of earth and timber, the resultant structure would utilize these materials to yield the maximum possible architectural space. Lin Xiao did not intend to construct the sect's main hall excessively large, as the several hundred square meters of the semi-mountainous location would not suffice. The current task required the construction of a meditation room, and he guessed that there would likely be additional requirements for alchemy and artifact forging rooms in the future. After all, with spiritual fields and herbs already appearing, how far could alchemy be? Therefore, he needed to leave space for these future constructions in Lin Xiao's plan. The new sect's main hall would occupy an area of about 50 square meters. 50 square meters would be more than sufficient for their sect, which currently had fewer than 10 members and would likely face difficulties in expanding in the future. If space became inadequate, they could always consider raising the hall's height. As for the meditation room, Lin Xiao had also devised a plan. Since everyone would primarily use the space for quiet meditation, it sufficed to create a spacious area to accommodate a gathering formation with good sound insulation. Lin Xiao had previously calculated that the amount of earth required for the sect's main hall would be approximately 60 cubic meters, while the timber would need to consist of about 15 logs with a diameter greater than 15 centimeters and a length exceeding 3 meters. He then took out the large bamboo basket that Lin Yun had brought and told everyone, we will need a great deal of earth for our sect's main hall. For a basket this size, we must carry back about 100 baskets. The others gazed at the basket, which was large enough for one person to embrace, and nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao, concerned that they might overexert themselves in carrying the earth, quickly added, there is no rush for the sect's main hall. You need to preserve your strength for cultivation. Do not exhaust yourselves over this. We can carry it together, bringing back a little each day. The remaining time must be reserved for our cultivation. Chapter 19. Gathering upon hearing this, those who had initially intended to work tirelessly to haul back the 100 baskets of soil suddenly lowered their heads. Rubbing their noses and chuckling sheepishly, observing their demeanor, Lin Xiao realized they had indeed contemplated acting recklessly. He continued, moreover, we cannot just gather any soil. It must be red clay from upstream of the mountain stream. After giving a few more instructions, he led everyone back to the grass hut, where he began teaching them to recognize characters and study the heart methods, as it was no longer feasible to dig and transport soil today. The sun would soon set, and nothing was more important than cultivating. Before descending the mountain, Lin Xiao gathered everyone and said, In our sect, you can share what you can with your families, but it is best to convey the consequences of revealing our affairs gravely, so they do not disclose it to outsiders." The others nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao knew that these brothers' families were not the type to meddle or gossip, so he felt no significant concern. After reminding everyone to practice diligently at home, they descended the mountain and returned to their respective homes. On the way home, Lin Xiao took a detour to the Sun family. As soon as Aunt Sun, who was sweeping the yard, spotted Lin Xiao, she hurried over with warmth, exclaiming, "Is that you, Xiao Guer? Here to play with Gower? Come in, come in." Lin Xiao was taken aback by the warmth of her greeting. Though they were from the same village, they did not often meet. Her sudden friendliness left him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Uncle Sun had informed Aunt Sun of his deed in saving her? Following Aunt Sun into Sunny Gao's room, Lin Xiao asked, "Did you tell your mother about me saving her?" Sunny Gao nodded with a smile. "Yes, I joined Lingxian's sect with my mother's approval." Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. "Didn't he Aunt always wish for you to pursue studies and achieve glory for the family?" Sunny Gao's expression turned slightly embarrassed as he replied, "Perhaps after my mother encountered a malevolent spirit, she gained a new perspective. She told me that cultivation is also quite good. At least I need not fear malevolent spirits. As for the imperial examination, success depends on fate, and she no longer presses me. If I have an interest, I may attempt it. If not, it is no matter." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. "So, you are quite interested in cultivation, then?" Sunny Gao fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao and replied, "I am interested in saving the world and helping the people. I believe that cultivation can aid in making a difference more than holding an official position." Hearing such words from this 15-year-old youth filled Lin Xiao with respect. He felt a surge of excitement coursing through him at Sunny Gao's sentiments. At that moment, Aunt Sun's voice called out, "Xiao Guer, stay for a meal." Lin Xiao hurriedly replied, "No need, Aunt. My father and the others are waiting for me at home." Turning to Sunny Gao, he asked, "Shall we meet at the foot of North Mountain tomorrow at the Rooster's Crow? Is that convenient for you?" Sunny Gao nodded, "Very convenient." Lin Xiao said, "Then it is settled. I shall return now. We will meet at the mountain's foot tomorrow." The next morning, Lin Xiao was once again roused from bed by Lin Dayo. With bleary eyes, he washed up in the yard. Over the years, without toothpaste, he had ceased to hope for a set of gleaming white teeth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Glancing at Lin Yun and Lin Dayo, who were also washing up nearby, he quietly employed a dust-removing spell on his teeth. After rinsing his mouth, he turned to Lin Dayo and Lin Yun, showcasing his perfectly aligned teeth while exclaiming, "Father, elder brother, look at my teeth. Is there a change?" Lin Dayo and Lin Yun, puzzled, inspected his teeth. "Wow, so white!" Lin Dayo's eyes widened in astonishment, while Lin Yun exclaimed in surprise. Although they had never considered Lin Zhao's teeth particularly yellow, they could certainly not claim they were very white-eye in the village. As long as one was not a complete sloth, they typically had half-yellowed teeth, and Lin Xiao was no exception. Yet, now Lin Yun and Lin Dayo beheld Lin Zhao's gleaming white teeth. Everyone has an inherent desire for beauty. Before Lin Yun could say anything, Lin Dayo said to Lin Xiao, "You little rascal. Your spell is truly impressive. Do one for me too." With obedient compliance, Lin Xiao performed the dust-removing spell on Lin Dayo's teeth. Turning to see Lin Yun looking longingly at him, he was about to cast the spell for him as well, but Lin Dayo interrupted, "Let your elder brother cultivate and perform it himself. Don't assist him. Let him do it on his own." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao gave Lin Yun a helpless glance and relented. Lin Yun glanced at his father, silently bowed his head, and continued brushing his teeth with plain water. Thinking to himself, "Isn't it just cultivation? I must quickly cultivate to the point where I can use spells. I want a set of bright white teeth too." Meanwhile, Lin Xiao pondered whether this might be a lucrative venture. Although the sect was currently quite rudimentary and weak, it was bound to grow stronger in time. They could not continue relying on everyone to bring their own provisions for cultivation up the mountain and then return home for rest each night. Eventually, everyone would need to reside at the sect. However, how would they manage the needs of so many people? This would certainly incur expenses. The system could only provide materials, seeds, cultivation methods, and magical artifacts necessary for constructing the sect. But Lin Xiao did not intend to sell those items. They were the foundation of their sect. Thus, the sect needed a source of funding. Given its current weakness, engaging in any significant trade was unrealistic. In his view, providing teeth-cleaning services seemed quite appropriate. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xiao conveyed this idea to Lin Dayo, requesting that he take him along when he went to the market in town later that month. Lin Dayo, upon hearing Lin Zhao's proposal and reasoning, was quite supportive, appreciating his son's foresight and ambition to strengthen their sect. After finishing their morning routines and a simple breakfast, the three of them set out. Today, Sunny Gao rose exceptionally early. Before dawn, he was already waiting at the foot of North Mountain. However, he did not wait long before he spotted a figure sprinting towards him with remarkable speed. Sunny Gao had never seen anyone run so swiftly. It seemed that within just 2 or 3 breaths, the person who had been 100 meters away had arrived before him, and they were neither out of breath nor flushed. Indeed, the one approaching is Lin Xiao. From a distance, he noticed that Sunny Gao was already waiting at the foot of the mountain. Feeling somewhat embarrassed about keeping someone waiting, he hurried over to it. Must be said that now, having reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, sprinting 100 meters in 3 seconds felt as effortless as a leisurely stroll, leaving his brother Lin Yun far behind. Chapter 20. Striving for the white tooth. Good morning. Brother Sun, have you had breakfast? Lin Xiao inquired. Sunny Gao nodded. Good morning, sect master. I have already eaten. Lin Xiao waved his hand and declared, let us ascend the mountain. We shall converse along the way. As they climbed, Lin Xiao began to enlighten Sunny Gao about the current state of the sect, subsequently mentioning their plan to spend 2 hours digging mud today. Sunny Gao promptly expressed his eagerness to join the effort. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and replied, Brother Sun, to be frank, there are matters within our sect that require your attention more than mud digging. Feel free to speak, sect master. Lin Xiao continued, currently, aside from myself and you, none of our sect members can read. Upon hearing this, Sunny Gao smiled gently and said, I see. Rest assured, sect master, while I do not consider myself a teacher, I can manage to help them learn to recognize characters and grasp the general meaning. Lin Xiao was well aware that Sunny Gao's modest claim of managing was a display of humility. After all, he was a learned individual who had spent a decade in earnest study, far more qualified than Lin Xiao to instruct. Sunny Gao chuckled again. Of course, I will also participate in the mud digging. Lin Xiao did not refuse, recognizing that collective activities foster camaraderie among sect members and strengthen the unity of the sect. Upon reaching the mountainside, Sunny Gao surveyed the simple yet sturdy thatched hut, the fragrant peach blossom trees swaying in the breeze, and the fields of spirit crops sprouting anew, feeling a deep sense of contentment. He then noticed the crooked stone tablet beside the hut, which bore the 3 characters Ling Xian Zong inscribed upon it. Sunny Gao hesitated and asked, Does the sect master require me to rephrase the inscription for our sect? Lin Xiao pondered, realizing that the scholarly individual's perspective differed entirely from that of Iron Head and the others. No, well, you see, once our sect hall is constructed, this inscription may change. Change? Sunny Gao queried. Perplexed. Yes, Lin Xiao elucidated. The characters on this tablet will evolve to match the grandeur of our sect hall as it becomes more imposing. Sunny Gao's eyes sparkled with wonder, an awe-inspiring respect swelling within him as he remarked. Truly a marvel of celestial craftsmanship, the two then entered the thatched hut. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao retrieved 2 books from his personal library, the Peach Blossom Void Technique and its simplified version. He handed both to Sunny Gao, stating, These are our sect's core techniques, the Peach Blossom Void Technique. Here is the original and the simplified version, which I created to assist those like Fuzi who struggle with reading. Which would you prefer to use? Sunny Gao perused both texts before deciding to keep the original and returning the simplified version to Lin Xiao, saying, I shall use the original. Lin Xiao collected the simplified version and replied, Very well, take your time to study it. Should any doubts arise, feel free to inquire. I will go check on the spirit fields. Understood. Now that he had joined Ling Xianzong, Sunny Gao felt no need for excessive formality with Lin Xiao. He was now part of this modest sect. Observing Sunny Gao diligently studying the Peach Blossom Void Technique, Lin Xiao exited the hut and noticed Lin Yun, who had finally made his way up the mountain. Aware that Lin Xiao was attending to the new disciple, Lin Yun merely shot him a glance before retreating into the hut to practice. Watching Lin Yun's departing figure, Lin Xiao sensed the aura surrounding him. It seemed his brother was on the verge of successfully drawing qi into his body. Remarkably, He recalled that before activating his autopilot mode, he had felt that the process of drawing qi into the body would take several days. Despite possessing exceptional talent, now, merely a few days later, Fuzi, who was of lesser aptitude, had already crossed the threshold into the first level of qi refinement. Lin Yun, whose talent was outstanding, was also close to achieving success. Likely today, Lin Xiao stroked his chin, pondering whether this rapid progress was related to the initial grade gathering spirit array awarded by the system. It seemed Fuzi's improvement in cultivation speed began after acquiring that array. He recalled having read many cultivation novels where practitioners took eons to progress through the qi refinement stage. Perhaps the quality of the technique played a significant role? The A-grade techniques might indeed be remarkably powerful. It appeared that the initial grade gathering spirit array was immensely effective. One could only imagine how much more powerful the intermediate and advanced arrays would be. Lin Xiao felt a surge of anticipation. He wondered if the cultivation chamber could further enhance everyone's cultivation speed. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xiao felt a sense of urgency to hasten the construction of the cultivation chamber. As he sat beneath the peach tree contemplating the sect's future, Iron Head and the others arrived. Upon spotting Lin Xiao beneath the tree, they greeted him warmly, only to be momentarily dazzled by the gleam of his bright white teeth. Once they learned of the origin of his dazzling smile, and Lin Xiao encouraged them to cultivate diligently to maintain their dental hygiene, the four of them eagerly rushed into the thatched hut to practice. By around 10 o'clock, Lin Xiao summoned everyone to head upstream to the mountain creek, where they would begin digging for mud. The upstream area of the creek was abundant with red clay, large swathes of it. Knowing they would be digging today, everyone had brought their shovels, except for Sunny Gao. Lin Xiao carried two, which he promptly shared with Sunny Gao. The seven of them enthusiastically commenced their ambitious mud-digging endeavor. Although it was still early spring, the physical labor of digging was demanding, compounded by the presence of numerous stones within the soil. Consequently, their progress was not particularly swift. By midday, they had managed to excavate only around 20 baskets of mud. With a significant portion of that effort contributed by Lin Xiao of the third level of qi refinement and Zhang Youfu of the first level, due to their considerable strength. Noticing the sun was already high, Lin Xiao called for a halt, mindful that transporting the mud back would require substantial time and effort. As they prepared to carry the filled baskets, Lin Xiao suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten about his personal storage space? He could simply store the mud directly in his private vault and retrieve it later at the sect. There was no need for everyone to labor like the legendary Yugong moving mountains. He quickly instructed everyone to unload the baskets from their backs. Qin Jianghe looked puzzled. What's wrong, Brother Xiao? Aren't we taking the mud back? Lin Xiao waved his hand. No. I just remembered something. We don't need to exert ourselves so much. What is it? The group looked at him expectantly. Chapter 21. The little chick with a mysterious smile. Lin Xiao reached out to grasp a basket of mud in an instant. The entire basket, along with the mud, vanished completely. The group gasped in astonishment, pointing at Lin Xiao, speechless. Lin Xiao explained, an ancient immortal bestowed upon me a storage space that can hold many items. However, only I can use it. If I perish, everything within it will vanish with me. Everyone gazed at him with envy and admiration. Observing their reactions, Lin Xiao was reminded of the standard storage bags used by cultivators in the realm of immortality. He thought to himself, ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the item synthesis device. The item synthesis device, produced by the system, possesses extraordinarily powerful synthesis capabilities. There is nothing the host cannot conceive that the synthesis device cannot create. Specific synthesis recipes are to be discovered by the host. Goodness! Lin Xiao was tempted to sit down right there and begin experimenting with the item synthesis device. However, it was clear that this was not feasible. He bore the responsibility of the mud-digging task. With the convenience of Lin Xiao's private storage, the group no longer needed to allocate extra time for transport, and they resolutely resumed their hard work, eagerly anticipating the moment the sect hall would be completed. The seven of them labored diligently for another half-hour before calling it a day. After Lin Xiao stored 30 baskets of mud in his private vault, they set off back to the sect. Upon their return, just as the group was about to take a moment's rest before entering the thatched hut, Lin Xiao detected a familiar aura, a presence of demonic energy. It was identical to that which lingered on Aunt Sun the other day. Immediately on high alert, Lin Xiao scanned his surroundings and noticed a patch of grass about 100 meters away swaying slightly. He swiftly dashed toward it with the speed of the wind. Upon reaching the grass, he raised his hand, claw-like, and made a swift grab. Lin Xiao's decisive action stemmed from his perception that the demonic aura he sensed was not particularly strong, likely comparable to his own prowess at the first stage of qi cultivation. Clearly, the wild chicken had not anticipated such a swift response from him and was instantly caught off guard. As they gazed in bewilderment at Lin Xiao, who had suddenly vanished from sight and reappeared 100 meters away, the 6 individuals remained perplexed. Zhang Youfu, still at the first stage of qi cultivation, sensed something amiss as he observed the wild chicken in Lin Xiao's grasp and hesitantly remarked, "The wild chicken in Xiao Guore's hand seems somewhat unusual." Consequently, the group turned their attention to the wild chicken, which was strikingly beautiful, adorned with vibrant feathers and a lustrous sheen, its tail featuring a peacock green plume, while Lin Xiao firmly held its plump neck. Upon returning to the group, Lin Xiao addressed Sunny Gao, stating, "Brother Sun, this appears to be the chicken demon that previously unleashed a torrent of demonic energy upon your mother." Sunny Gao furrowed his brow, stepping forward to scrutinize the wild chicken. He then inquired of Lin Xiao, "Master, do you have any insight into why this chicken demon would harm my mother?" Just as Lin Xiao was about to dismiss the inquiry, he suddenly recalled his spell creation ability. Perhaps he could attempt to create a spell for communicating with beasts? Thus, Lin Xiao requested Sunny Gao to wait a moment, placing the now docile chicken demon into a grass shed. He then secured the shed against any entry or exit to prevent the wild chicken from causing harm. After instructing everyone to temporarily cultivate beneath the 10-mile peach blossom tree, Lin Xiao secluded himself on the other side of the tree to commence his research in a mere few days. The peach blossom tree had grown from a size that could be embraced by a single person to a robust trunk that required 5 individuals to encircle. The 6 individuals sat in a row before the tree, diligently practicing their heart methods, occasionally exchanging thoughts when confusion arose. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, crouched behind the tree, activated the spell creation feature. Upon accessing his private repository, he discovered that only a single portion of pine smoke ink remained. This realization prompted him to mentally note the necessity of replenishing his supplies after earning some money with his father in town. He fervently brainstormed various concepts for conversing with animals and began inputting these ideas into the 3rd slot of the spell creation interface. Congratulations, host, on successfully creating the spell Universal Beast Speak. The spell has been deposited into your private repository. Please check for its receipt. Lin Xiao did not glance at the notification, as he knew that any spell produced by the synthesizer would automatically be added to his collection. Consequently, not long after the 6 individuals had resumed their cultivation, they witnessed Lin Xiao striding triumphantly toward the grass shed. Inside the shed, the wild chicken demon had already made several messes. As Lin Xiao entered, he was compelled to pinch his nose. Utilizing the Universal Beast Speak, he queried the chicken demon, "Why did you harm Aunt Sun?" The wild chicken demon, looking at the human cultivator before it, was bewildered as it suddenly comprehended his words. Curiously tilting its head in response, cluck, cluck, there was no need for concern. Universal Beast Speak was functioning correctly. The chicken's response was merely an expression of emotion without substance. Lin Xiao massaged his temples, realizing that he had assumed too much. Objectively speaking, this was merely a fledgling demon chicken that had just acquired a semblance of intelligence. He reformulated his question. "The day before yesterday, did you expel demonic energy at a human?" Upon hearing this, the little demon chicken became animated, fervently gesticulating to convey its indignation. "That person, bad, wants to eat me, spit at her," and thus, the truth was unveiled. Aunt Sun had purchased a wild chicken in town, unaware that it had gained intelligence, and somehow it had been captured. Subsequently, upon being brought home by Aunt Sun, it was intended for a nourishing stew for Sunny Gao. Lin Xiao first offered some soothing words to the little demon chicken and then exited to relay the situation to Sunny Gao. "This is the crux of the matter. The little demon chicken is inside. How do you intend to handle it?" Sunny Gao fell into a moment of silence before sighing, "Very well. This wild chicken has some connection to us. After all, we intended to kill it first. Fortunately, thanks to the master, we have come to an understanding. I shall inform my mother of this matter upon returning home, and we shall let it pass. I trust my mother will not hold a grudge against a mere wild chicken. Lin Xiao had initially contemplated that if Sunny Gao chose not to spare the wild chicken, they could enjoy a hearty meal. However, he wondered if demonic beasts were suitable for consumption. Surely they must be, given that the wild chicken posed no poison. Yet upon hearing Sunny Gao's resolution, he acquiesced. After all, demonic beasts could always be procured in the future when their cultivation improved. The wild chicken had developed a bond with Sunny Gao and, by extension, with their Lingxian sect. It was a principle not to consume a fated creature. Thus, Lin Xiao entered the grass shed, preparing to inform the little demon chicken of its release, only to find it seated on a straw mat in a brooding posture, akin to a hen incubating eggs. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's entrance, it exclaimed with excitement, "Human? Human? I want to live here," Lin Xiao remarked. "That is not permissible. This is the residence of our Lingxian sect, and no idle creatures, be they human or demon, may enter without permission." The little demon chicken, which had been brimming with enthusiasm, suddenly appeared dejected. Visibly wilting in spirit, "I like it here." Seeing its forlorn demeanor, Lin Xiao felt a pang of sympathy and decided not to tease it further. "Of course, if you wish to become a part of our sect, it would be entirely acceptable for you to stay." Instantly, the previously glum little demon chicken perked up, raising its head with renewed vigor, its small, dark eyes sparkling with determination as it declared, "Cluck! I want to be a part of it." Lin Xiao smiled and inquired, "Very well, but first, tell me, what is your name?" The little demon chicken promptly replied, "I don't know." "What is a name?" Lin Xiao paused, explaining, "A name is a symbol that represents you. Making it easier for others to address you, I cannot simply call you little demon chicken forever." The little demon chicken tilted its head in contemplation and finally said, "Then I should be called Luan." "Luan? Who bestowed that name upon you?" Lin Xiao asked. The little demon chicken shook its tiny head. "That is what I am called." "Very well." Lin Xiao decided not to press further and proceeded with the formalities. "Luan, do you wish to join our Lingxian sect and dedicate yourself to cultivation?" The little demon chicken nodded vigorously. I do. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a demon disciple. Hidden rewards have been dispatched to your private repository. Please check for their arrival." "Hidden rewards?" Lin Xiao pondered, wondering how inviting a little demon chicken could yield hidden rewards. He accessed his private repository and discovered 2 new items: a synthesis recipe for demon beast cultivation and 20 seeds of spiritual grain. Clearly, the system was quite supportive of his poultry endeavors. Emerging from the grass shed, Lin Xiao lifted the restrictions on entry and informed the awaiting group, "All right, this little demon chicken is now a member of our sect. Henceforth, you may refer to it as fellow Taoist Luan. I possess a spell called Universal Beast Speak, which allows communication with sentient animals. Anyone wishing to converse with fellow Taoist Luan may request a copy from me once they reach the first stage of qi cultivation." As Lin Xiao spoke, he reflected that with an increasing number of practitioners and techniques, it would not be sustainable to continue individually distributing spells. It seemed necessary to establish a small library in the future, as both practitioners and techniques would only multiply. Upon hearing that one of their companions had become a demon chicken friend, the group was filled with curiosity. When they learned that there was a spell to be learned, their spirits ignited with enthusiasm for cultivation. Even Lin Yun, who had intended to descend the mountain to learn carpentry from Elder Lin, hesitated, contemplating whether to linger a little longer for cultivation. However, the earnest Lin Yun still dutifully descended the mountain on time. The others, after taking a moment to marvel at the newly minted fellow Taoist Luan, commenced their own cultivation. Except for Zhang Youfu, who gazed at Lin Xiao with bright eyes, exclaiming, "Xiao Guer, I am at the first stage of qi cultivation." Lin Xiao chuckled and playfully thumped him on the head. Yes, how could I forget you?" As he spoke, he retrieved the universal beast speak and purification technique from his robe, saying, "Here, you may practice both of these spells. However, take heed. The purification technique can only be practiced at the first level for dust removal at your current stage. The second level, cleanse qi, requires you to reach the 3rd or 4th stage of qi cultivation before you can practice it. Otherwise, you risk damaging your meridians. Do not practice recklessly and ruin yourself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yofu nodded earnestly. Shao Guer, rest assured. I will not practice recklessly. As he received the 2 spells from Lin Shao, Jiang Yofu was overwhelmed with excitement, his cheeks trembling with joy. He could cultivate spells now. He could converse with demons. His teeth would become white. The others gazed enviously at the 2 spells in Jiang Yofu's possession, their eyes glistening with desire. After all, he was merely at the first stage of qi cultivation. Let them practice on this day. Within the humble thatched hut of the Lingxian sect, the fervor for cultivation among the crowd was exceptionally heightened. Outside the hut, the sky gradually darkened, and before one could realize, thick clouds loomed overhead. The gentle spring breeze, carrying the tender shoots of grass, swayed delicately, as if it too grew more intense in response to the dimming light. A hint of coolness began to permeate the air, signaling the imminent arrival of the season's first rain. As evening approached, the overcast sky, which had persisted throughout the afternoon, seemed to be holding back, with not a single drop of rain fallen. Yet, the gloominess only deepened. Lin Shao, who had been practicing alongside the others that afternoon, successfully reached the 4th level of qi training just before concluding today's session. He quietly mused to himself that the path of immortality was rather uneventful. If this trend continued, although the required cultivation time would double with each subsequent stage, Lin Shao estimated that within 3 months, he might just achieve the foundational stage. Returning to the moment, Lin Shao noticed the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. He leaned out to inspect the sky outside, only to find it thick with clouds and the temperature beginning to drop. He turned to his companions and declared, "Let us conclude our training for today. Rain is fast approaching, and it would be prudent for us to return home early." Upon hearing this, the others too became aware of the dimming light and promptly began to pack up. Preparing to descend the mountain in this era, the fear of being caught in the rain was palpable. Should one fall ill from the chill, it could prove fatal. Once they had gathered their belongings, the 7 of them descended the mountain together, leaving only Shao Wan, the chick, alone in the thatched hut. Before departing, Lin Shao specifically instructed Shao Wan, "If you need to relieve yourself, go to that patch of spiritual field not far from the hut. And see those sprouts in the field? They are not for you to touch." Shao Wan glanced at the green sprouts in the spiritual field, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Are they for me to eat?" she inquired. Lin Shao gently patted her little head and replied, "Dream on. You cannot touch a single one of those sprouts. If I find any missing tomorrow, I shall expel you from the sect." "Oh." Shao Luan drooped her head in disappointment, using one of her claws to idly scratch at the earth beneath her. Just then, Jiang Yofu, as if recalling something, rummaged through his pocket and produced a handful of roasted wheat, offering it to Shao Wan. "Shao Wan, this is for you." Having been preoccupied with cultivation, he had forgotten to eat the snacks his grandmother had prepared for him. Thankfully, they were about to descend the mountain to enjoy dinner, and this leftover roasted wheat was just right for Shao Wan. Shao Luan looked at Jiang Yofu's outstretched hand, but due to their height difference, and with her feathers adding to her stature, she could hardly see what he was offering. Lin Shao gestured for Jiang Yofu to place the roasted wheat on a clean wooden board, then turned to Shao Luan, saying, "This is what Jiang Daoist has given you for tonight. We shall bring you more food tomorrow morning. Stay here and do not wander. As long as you remain within this hut, no danger from outside can harm you." Shao Luan, upon seeing the roasted wheat on the board, initially responded to Lin Shao in a rather indifferent manner, but soon expressed her joy by thanking Jiang Yofu. However, Jiang Yofu, who still could not understand animal speech, merely heard her excited clucking. Without needing Lin Shao to translate, he sensed her gratitude and shyly smiled at her, saying, "No need to be polite. I will bring you more food tomorrow." Shao Luan did not comprehend his words but felt a sense of importance and joy. Continuing her cheerful clucking, Lin Shao observed the delightful exchange between the chick and the young man, a smile gracing his lips, and chose not to facilitate their communication further. Bidding farewell to Shao Luan, they all descended the mountain together. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they exchanged farewells and parted ways to return to their respective homes. Lu Yunan's home was not on anyone's path, so he walked back alone. The darkness set in rapidly. Just a short while ago, the contours of objects were still discernible, Yet now it was nearly impossible to see one's own fingers in the gloom. Lu Yunan trudged forward, his steps uneven as he hastened home. After a considerable time, he finally spotted his own courtyard. However, contrary to their usual frugality, the yard was ablaze with light. From a distance, he could see several torches piercing the night. Illuminating the worn-out courtyard as bright as day, shadows flitted about in the torchlight, and amidst the night, he could occasionally hear the cries of his mother, mingled with hushed whispers concealed in the darkness. A sudden tightness gripped his heart, and his steps quickened into a run. He soon reached the gate of his home, where he saw his mother surrounded by several people, tightly embracing his younger sister, who had just turned 8, both with red eyes and expressions of grief and indignation. The onlookers faded from Lu Yunan's perception as he clenched his jaw and pushed through the crowd, determined to protect his mother and sister from whatever turmoil they faced. With his slender frame, he positioned himself defensively in front of them, creating a barrier between his family and the others in the courtyard. He turned to face the individuals surrounding them, his grandmother, aunt, and third aunt. Before he could speak, his grandmother hastily began to recount the situation. "Xiao Nan, look at your mother. She is making it seem as though we are trying to harm her and your sister. It is merely a matter of sending Shang girl to a reputable household to work. Even as a servant, she will eat well and dress properly. Yet, your mother is acting as if we are pushing her into a pit of fire." His aunt chimed in, "Indeed, Xiao Nan, let me tell you, the opportunity your elder brother's friend introduced is quite lucrative. If we miss this chance, it may never come again. A mere investment of 10 taels of silver could yield 20 within a month. We may not have such funds at the moment, which is why your brother has been hesitant, but fortune smiled upon him today when he saw that a wealthy household is seeking a servant for 10 taels. His third aunt echoed, "Indeed, this could mean 20 taels. Just think, if our family had that, you and your mother could enjoy a better life alongside us." The words flowed in a relentless torrent, and Lu Yunan grasped their meaning in an instant. Behind him, Lu Shengsheng clutched his pant leg, crying, "Brother, I don't want to leave you and mother. I don't want to be a servant." "Bah, what do you know, little girl? Even as a servant, those wealthy families live well. You may end up not wanting to return. Besides, if you work as a servant, you can bring back 10 taels to the family. That would mean we didn't raise you in vain." Lu Yunan cast a reassuring glance at his mother and sister. Observing the trio before him, he smiled gently and asked, "Where is my cousin?" His aunt waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, she just went to sign a contract for your sister. Your elder brother is far too busy for such matters." Lu Yunan nodded knowingly and turned to his third aunt, inquiring, "What about my elder cousin?" Though Lu Yunan did not articulate why he suddenly inquired about her, his third aunt seemed to understand. Her gaze flickering as she replied, "Your elder sister is of marrying age now. She is no longer suitable to be a servant." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunan nodded again. He quietly remarked, "Which wealthy family would be so generous as to offer 10 taels for a mere servant?" No one heard him. Taking a deep breath, he focused his energy, grounding himself in a stance. The 3 women regarded him with perplexity, unable to fathom his actions. Unbeknownst to them, the air around Lu Yunan began to swirl with an unseen force. Before they could question his intentions, Lu Yunan seized his aunt's arm and, with a surge of strength, lifted her effortlessly. His aunt's startled scream pierced the night as she found herself airborne, soaring over the courtyard wall, landing with a heavy thud outside the Lu family's yard. The moment she hit the ground, her mind went blank, the shock rendering her numb to the myriad of pains that followed. This nephew was merely 12 years old. The spectacle left both Lu Yunan's grandmother and third aunt aghast. Not just them, even Lu Yunan's mother and sister, who remained in the courtyard, were equally astonished. Yet, after the initial shock, Lu Shengsheng's face lit up with awe and admiration. Exclaiming, "Brother, you are amazing!" Her words snapped Lu Yunan gazed at the 2 women, his voice chillingly cold. "Do old lady Lu and third aunt Lu wish to leave on their own? Or shall I escort them?" Chapter 24. Lu Laoda as old lady Lu and third aunt Lu looked back at Lu Yunan. They felt he was no longer a mere child, but rather a malevolent spirit that had crawled out from the depths of the 18 hells. Terrified, they immediately turned and fled from the small courtyard of the Lu family. Once they had distanced themselves, Lu Yunian finally shed the fade he had been maintaining, his arms dropping limply to his sides. Having just experienced a breakthrough, and with the aid of some clever force, he had managed to hurl his aunt, a middle-aged woman, out of the yard. However, he had only just broken through and was still unable to even use his spiritual energy to refine his meridians. Meanwhile, within the Lin family, Lin Xiao, who was dining with Lin Dayo and Lin Yun, suddenly heard a notification from the system echo in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to disciple Lu Yunian for advancing to the first level of qi refinement. Lin Xiao mused. When we descended the mountain earlier, during our discussions about progress, Baldy had mentioned feeling quite distant from a breakthrough. That moment, a fine drizzle began to fall outside. With Lin Zhao's current eyesight, he could still see clearly. This hour, everyone should have returned home, he thought. Perhaps Baldy had resumed his cultivation at home and achieved a breakthrough. On the other side, old Lady Lu, accompanied by her two daughters-in-law, fled in disarray from Lu Yunian's home. They half-dragged the aunt, who had been thrown out of the yard, as they stumbled back to the old Lu family residence. Upon seeing their disheveled appearances, Lu Laoda, the eldest son of old Lady Lu, frowned and inquired, "Where is Shang girl? Did you not bring her back?" The aunt, in tears, cried out to him, "Husband, you must stand up for me. That little rascal Lu Yunian does not regard me as his aunt. Nor does he respect you as his uncle Wu Wu." Lu Laoda, his brow furrowed, retorted angrily at the aunt, "Why are you crying? Speak properly." The aunt immediately reduced her sobbing, exclaiming, "That little scoundrel actually threw me out of the yard." Lu Laoda looked at her ample figure, incredulous. "That little brat could possibly throw you out? I reckon he merely waved a stick at you, and you fled in fright." Old Lady Lu stepped forward and insisted, "Oh, Laoda, what your wife says is true. That boy was like a demon possessed. His strength was tremendous. He seized your wife and tossed her outside. He even frightened me. If I hadn't run, this old body of mine would have been left outside his home." Hearing his mother say this, Lu Laoda was half convinced, yet it did not deter him from asserting his authority as the uncle. This little rascal. How dare he be so disrespectful as the uncle? I must teach him a lesson on behalf of his father. With that, he slapped his thigh, rose, and strode into the courtyard to grab a sturdy wooden stick leaning against the wall, heading toward Lu Yunian's home. After the departure of old Lady Lu and the others, Lu Yunian managed to force himself to close the courtyard gate, blocking the myriad prying eyes lurking in the darkness. He helped his mother and younger sister into the house, comforting the still sniffling Lu Shangsheng. "Little sister, do not be afraid, I am here. No one can take you away." Lu Shangsheng, hiccuping, gazed at him with bright eyes. "Brother, I am not afraid. You will help me drive them away." The widow Lu affectionately stroked her daughter's head, then turned to Lu Yunian with a look of relief. "Nyener has grown up and can protect your sister now." She then expressed her concern. "Did you hurt yourself during that ordeal?" Lu Yunian did not tell the truth, merely shook his head. "Do not worry, mother. I am perfectly fine, and if they come again, I can easily throw her out once more. You are still so young. Your body is not fully developed yet. Your aunt is tall and strong. How could you possibly have the strength to throw her? Do not overexert yourself. Tomorrow, we shall visit the medical clinic in town." Even as he spoke, Lu's widow felt he was merely comforting her to alleviate her worries. Lu Yunian had no choice but to say, "Mother, did I not tell you? I have been cultivating with Xiaogu recently, and just now, I suddenly felt a surge of energy within me, as if my meridians were harmonizing seamlessly, and to my astonishment, I have made a breakthrough. That is why I was able to throw that malicious woman out. Please do not worry about me." Lu's widow was somewhat astonished. She had not expected that young man from the Lin family to possess such cultivation abilities. They spoke freely, not concealing their conversation from Lu Shangsheng. Upon hearing their exchange, Lu Shangsheng suddenly declared, "Mother, brother, I also want to cultivate. I want to protect you both." Lu's widow looked at her with boundless affection, about to respond when a loud bang echoed from the courtyard. Someone was banging on the door. Following that, a more forceful hit struck, causing the already dilapidated Lu family gate to crash down. Outside the gate stood the imposing figure of Lu Laoda, flanked by old Lady Lu and third Aunt Lu, who peered curiously from behind. The aunt, overwhelmed by pain, had not come to witness this spectacle. As the gate fell, Lu Laoda strode into the Lu family courtyard with an air of authority, directly approaching Lu Shengsheng. Lu Yunian immediately stepped out to block Lu Laoda's path. "What do you intend to do, uncle?" Outside, neighbors who had noticed the commotion began to voice their concerns. "Lu Laoda, what are you doing? Why have you smashed down the gate? Can't you discuss matters civilly?" Then, another voice quietly interjected. "Stop it, you foolish woman. Are you not afraid that Lu Laoda will come and smash our house too?" "Ha! He dares. If he comes to smash our place, I will go to the village chief." The voice suddenly fell silent, as if someone had covered their mouth in the darkness. Only a man's voice could be heard muttering. "You know he is not one to back down, even against the village chief." Lu Laoda paid no mind to the neighbors' shouts, casting a dismissive glance at Lu Yunian, who barely reached his chin, and sneered. "What? You flaunted your strength in front of your aunt, and now you think you can show off in front of me?" The tall and muscular Lu Laoda stood before Lu Yunian like an immovable wall of stone, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Lu Yunian understood that he was facing Lu Laoda with no means of retaliation. Even though he had just stepped into the first level of qi refinement, he was still merely at the initial stage. His physique was only slightly superior to that of an average person. However, his uncle was notorious throughout the region as a troublemaker known for his immense strength, a reputation that had followed him since childhood. His chiseled muscles struck fear into the hearts of ordinary villagers. Yet Lu Yunian knew he could not retreat. If he did, his sister would be left in an irreparable predicament. Lu Laoda, grasping a wooden stick as thick as an adult's arm, looked at Lu Yunian and asked, "Will you yield?" Lu Yunian fixed his gaze upon him, standing tall and resolute, silently responding through his demeanor. Lu Laoda, infuriated, laughed ironically. "Very well, I see you have a backbone. Then I shall not hold back with that." He raised the hefty stick and swung it down violently towards Lu Yunian's shoulder, intent on crippling the boy's arms. Lu Yunian quickly sidestepped, causing Lu Laoda's initial strike to miss. Inside the house, Lu Shengsheng was about to cheer for her brother when suddenly, Lu Laoda seized Lu Yunian's slender arm with one hand, while raising the stick once more. This time, the lanky Lu Yunian had no means of evading, and he was struck solidly by the blow. Lu Laoda's muscular arm swung the thick wooden stick down on Lu Yunian's left arm, and the air seemed to resonate with the sound of bones snapping. As the young man had yet to fully mature, with a thud, Lu Yunian felt an overwhelming force slam into his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his ribcage had been shattered by the impact radiating from his shoulder. Chapter 25. Chief Hunyener, brother. Both Lu's widow and Lu Shengsheng rushed out of the house, embracing the fallen Lu Yunian. Lu's widow cried out in anguish, pleading with Lu Laoda, "Brother, I implore you, show mercy and spare my son. Please." Lu Shengsheng clutched her brother tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. "Do not hurt my brother. Please, do not hurt him. I will listen to you. I will sell myself. Just do not harm him." In the Lu family's courtyard, the once gentle drizzle began to intensify. Having finished his meal, Lin Xiao felt an inexplicable unease in his heart, pondering the sudden breakthrough of Baldy earlier. Could something troubling be afoot? Otherwise, it would be advisable to take a look. If all is well, it would be best to consider it a leisurely stroll after dinner to aid digestion. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao retrieved the only oiled paper umbrella from his home, a relic purchased by his father during his mother's lifetime. He unfurled the umbrella beneath the gentle drizzle, treading through the night towards the bald man's residence. Before long, what initially began as a fine mist gradually transformed into rhythmic droplets, pattering against the oiled paper, creating a cacophony of sound. Upon nearing the Lu household, Lin Xiao noticed several villagers clad in straw raincoats standing outside the courtyard. As he approached, he discerned that these individuals were some of the more venerable elders of the village. Among them was Du Lu Shui, the elderly village head of Xiushui village, affectionately referred to as Du Sanyi by the locals. Inside the small courtyard of the Lu family, he could hear the breathless sobs of a young girl and the desperate pleas of widow Lu. "Elder brother, I implore you, for the sake of the great tree, spare us three, mother and children. Shenger cannot be sold to become a servant for others." The elders outside urged her, with village head Du Sanyi voicing a stern, albeit somewhat impolite, admonition. Lu Laoda, Yunnan is your brother's sole descendant. Now that you have left him unconscious from your beating, should anything untoward occur, it would indeed result in a loss of life. If a tragedy befalls him and the Lu family patriarch turns a blind eye, I shall have no choice but to report this to the town chief. In truth, Lu Yunnan was not entirely unconscious. He retained some awareness but was deeply concerned that if he succumbed, his mother and sister would be left unprotected. Thus, even in his weakened state, he fought to keep his eyelids from closing, gripping tightly onto his mother and sister's hands, unwilling to let go. In the courtyard, Lu Laoda, who was preparing to use a stick to drag Lu Shengsheng away, turned to regard the approaching elders with a dismissive gaze. Just a few old fools relying on their age. If it weren't for their status in the village and the Lu family's reputation, I could easily dispatch them with a couple of blows. As an elder, I am merely disciplining my late brother's wayward son. What is wrong with that? Am I not entitled to correct my disobedient nephew? Gazing at Lu Yunnan, who lay on the verge of death after being beaten by Lu Laoda, the patriarch of the prominent Hu clan scoffed, Lu Dashan, spare me your nonsense. If you do not release Widow Lu and her family tonight, I will gather the villagers and have you expelled from Xiushui village. We shall not tolerate the presence of a heartless villain such as you. Although Hu Deli was the eldest among the elders, he remained vigorous and upright as he stepped into the courtyard. Amidst the thick curtain of rain, the frail yet determined figure of Hu Deli stood firm before the three members of Widow Lu's family. Lu Laoda, drenched and agitated by the downpour, glared at the feeble elder, his grip tightening around the wooden stick, and hissed, "Are you intending to meddle in my family affairs, Hu clan leader?" Hu Deli held his head high, meeting Lu Laoda's malevolent gaze with unyielding resolve. As an old man, I can no longer bear to witness the oppression of a widow and her children. In my twilight years, I wish to play the hero once more. I present you with two choices. Cease your harassment of Yunnan and his family, or leave Xiushui village. Indeed, leave Xiushui village. Our village shall not harbor those who would harm their own kin. Unbeknownst to him, numerous young villagers had appeared outside the Lu household. Lin Xiao glanced around and noticed that most were from the Hu clan, having rallied to support their elder. Out of respect for clan leader Hu, Lu Laoda refrained from physically confronting Lu Shengsheng, yet he remained unmoving. Observing the trio of Lu Yunnan's family still exposed to the rain, Lin Xiao decided against hesitating any longer and stepped boldly into the Lu courtyard. Disregarding Lu Laoda entirely, he greeted clan leader Hu respectfully before approaching Widow Lu and her children, swiftly offering the umbrella. "Aunt Lu, please take Yunnan inside to shelter from the rain." With that, he assisted the half-conscious Lu Yunnan towards the house. Meeting Lu Yunnan's gaze, Lin Xiao provided him with a reassuring look. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Lu Yunnan managed a faint smile before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Lu Laoda, enraged by this audacious young man who so blatantly disregarded him, felt his fury boiling within. After aiding Lu Yunnan into the house, Lin Xiao did not linger but turned back to the courtyard to find Lu Laoda seething with rage. With a sudden smile, Lin Xiao addressed clan leader Hu, village head Du, and the other elders with a respectful BOW. As the rain intensifies, I kindly invite you all to take shelter inside for a while. I shall handle matters here. The elders exchanged glances, perplexed by Lin Xiao's demeanor, yet the downpour was indeed becoming increasingly uncomfortable for their aged frames. Thus, they supported one another into the Lu household. Apologizing to Widow Lu for the intrusion, they stood beneath the eaves. Noticing that the elders had not entered, Widow Lu understood their desire to avoid suspicion and promptly fetched several small stools to place beneath the eaves. The village elders then sat upon the stools. The onlookers, both inside and outside the courtyard, were astonished at Lu Laoda's lack of response. All eyes turned towards him. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lu Laoda remained motionless, like a statue amidst the rain. In fact, as he stood there, a look of disbelief and increasing terror began to creep into his expression. He could not move. His entire body, not even a single finger, would obey him, and all this began the moment that audacious young man had stepped inside. Lu Laoda stared at Lin Xiao, fear evident in his eyes. He was utterly astonished. What kind of sorcery was this? How could a mere boy render him immobile, unable even to utter a sound? He could not even muster the ability to plead for mercy. Chapter 26. The binding spell outside the courtyard. All but Lin Xiao regarded the immobile Lu Laoda with confusion. Yet Lin Xiao turned to the gathering crowd with a smile. "I thank all of you for coming to the aid of Aunt Lu and her family," he said, gesturing towards the rain-soaked Lu Laoda with a tone devoid of respect. "This Lu Laoda, as Yunan's uncle, has never lifted a finger to assist his struggling nephew and his family. For over a decade, he has bullied and oppressed this widow and her children, and now he even seeks to sell his own niece into servitude. Do you believe that such a person would easily change his ways?" The young villagers, brimming with youthful vigor, immediately responded, "Certainly not. Indeed, Lu Laoda's family is of the same ilk. Just the other day, they secretly tapped into my family's irrigation ditch to steal water." Encouraged by their responses, Lin Xiao continued with a smile. "While he may refrain from exerting his power here today, we cannot be on guard day and night outside the Lu household to prevent him from returning. Furthermore, upon entering, I noticed the malicious look he cast at clan leader who, let us just say, he strikes me as the vengeful type. Should he find an opportunity, who knows what he might do to our esteemed clan leader?" The Hu clan's younger members reacted with alarm. The young brother speaks truth. Lu Laoda cannot be allowed to remain. He must not stay. Who knows when he might turn against our clan leader? However, a few members of the Lu family murmured quietly, "If we expel them from the village, those from nearby villages who are unaware of the situation will surely say we are inhumane, driving a family out and leaving them to fend for themselves." Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Everyone, I have a solution that can eliminate the concerns regarding the Lu family without necessitating their expulsion from our village." The elder of the Hu clan urged, "Young man from the Lin family, if you have a good plan, do share it without delay." Without further ado, Lin Xiao produced a finely crafted dagger from his robes. This was a magical item he had just purchased with the spirit stone while outside. The same binding spell that immobilized Lu Laoda was a technique he had hastily conjured using a spirit stone earlier. Lacking ink in his private stock, he had also been compelled to buy 100 sticks of pine soot ink from the marketplace. The crowd watched as he stepped through the rain, dagger in hand, towards Lu Laoda. Gasps echoed through the gathering. This lad, could he possibly be intending to kill Lu Laoda? As Lin Xiao approached, dagger raised, Lu Laoda's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Pleading with his eyes, unfortunately, he could not even utter a word of supplication. Before anyone else could react, Lin Xiao swiftly swung the dagger, severing the tendons in Lu Laoda's hands cleanly. But that was not the end. He quickly directed the dagger towards Lu Laoda's legs, cutting through the tendons there as well. The overwhelming sensation of pain instantly contorted Lu Laoda's face into a mask of agony, yet he was rendered incapable of even uttering a cry. Although the dagger wielded by Lin Xiao was merely a low-grade, first-tier magical tool, it was still a magical item. Unless a formidable foundation-building cultivator were to tend to Lu Laoda's wounds, he would never regain the use of his tendons and ligaments in this lifetime. The village elders, observing Lin Xiao sever Lu Laoda's tendons with unwavering eyes, were both astonished by the mental fortitude of this mere 12-year-old boy and even more shocked by Lu Laoda's passive acceptance of his fate. At that moment, they realized that Lu Laoda's eerie stillness might very well stem from this youth. Having severed Lu Laoda's source of power, Lin Xiao ceased expending spiritual energy to maintain the immobilization technique and promptly released him from his constraints. Freed, Lu Laoda completely lost his ability to stand, collapsing onto the rain-soaked ground with a thud. Lu Laoda curled up on the ground, trembling and moaning in pain with his incapacitated hands. Lin Xiao appeared indifferent, addressing the young people outside the courtyard with a slight bow. "Might any of you brothers be willing to assist in carrying Lu Laoda back to his home?" The onlookers, perplexed by the unfolding events, suddenly felt a sense of trepidation towards Lin Xiao, for the ability to immobilize a person was far too bizarre for them. Nevertheless, a few brave and warm-hearted youths stepped forward, declaring, "We shall carry him. Let's take this villain back to his family and see if they dare to harm others again." Thus, Lu Laoda was roughly hoisted by several young villagers by his armpits and legs, and they made their way to his home. As the matter drew to a close, the village elders, taking shelter from the rain, began to bid their farewells, leading their own families back home. Before departing, village chief do caution Lin Xiao, take good care of them. If Nangur is gravely injured, seek me out at my home, and I shall provide my ox cart to take him to town for a doctor. With that, village chief Du, accompanied by several elders, took his son's hand and left. None of the elders inquired how Lin Xiao had rendered Lu Laoda immobile and at his mercy. On their way home, they all subtly instructed their families not to discuss the incident with outsiders. Du Chongsheng, the village chief's son, supported his father, while his daughter-in-law, Hu Shi, held a torch alongside them as they trudged homeward. Du Chongsheng spoke to his father. Father, do you think that Lin family's boy might have been possessed by some mountain demon? Recently, I heard Sanlang mention that he saw Lin Xiao and others heading into the mountains early in the morning. Village chief Du shook his head and retorted, if he were truly possessed by a demon, would Lu Laoda still be alive? He would have surely met the king of hell by now. Du Chongsheng pondered aloud, but ordinary people lack the means to easily subdue someone like Lu Laoda. Did you notice the fear in Lu Laoda's eyes when he looked at Lin Xiao? After years of being tyrannical in the village, when has he ever shown such fear? Village chief Du replied, his voice low and deliberate. In my youth, I once visited the capital city with old Hu and a few others. At that time, we happened upon a significant event. He turned to glance at his son and continued, my son, there are indeed immortals in this world. Ah? Hearing his father's words, Du Chongsheng was taken aback. Momentarily at a loss for words, Hu Shi, holding the torch, also looked up in astonishment at her father-in-law. Chapter 27. There are indeed immortals in this world. Ignoring their surprise, village chief Du gazed into the distance as if reminiscing, and continued softly, on that occasion in the capital, I encountered the immortals recruiting disciples. The elders of the capital spoke of how the immortals would come to collect disciples every few decades. But as each recruitment spanned decades, many people were unaware of this matter during their lifetimes. At that time, I found it quite extraordinary, yet when I returned to the village to share my tale, no one believed me, and I gradually ceased to mention it. Over time, I even forgot about it entirely. Had it not been for Lin Xiao, I might never have recalled it until my last breath. Du Chongsheng quickly interjected, father, may you live a long life. What nonsense about entering a coffin. Beside them, Hu Shi remarked, father-in-law, could it be that Lin Xiao has become an immortal? Village chief Du, his eyes crinkling with age, smiled, I once heard that immortals must cultivate gradually. Perhaps Lin Xiao is on the path of cultivation. By the way, wasn't he at the grain field recently, claiming that some sect was recruiting? Du Chongsheng nodded. Indeed, at the time, I thought he was merely fooling around. Many in the village gathered to witness the spectacle. Village chief Du seemed to contemplate something, his spirits lifting as he brushed off his son's hand and strode forward with enthusiasm. Oh, father, wait for me. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Lin Xiao propped up the collapsed courtyard door to shield the entrance, then turned to enter Lu Yunan's dwelling. Inside, the unconscious Lu Yunan had already been assisted to bed by Lu Widow and her daughter. Lu Widow was busy wiping Lu Yunan's face and changing his clothes, which had become soaked. Meanwhile, Lu Shengsheng was in the adjacent kitchen, her eyes swollen and red as she heated water. Lin Xiao addressed Lu Widow. Aunt Lu, allow me to care for him. You should fetch some clean clothes and drink some hot water. It would be unwise to catch a chill. Lu Widow, aware of her son's close relationship with Lin Xiao and considering her own potential illness, did not decline. With red-rimmed eyes, she handed Lin Xiao her handkerchief and said, Xiao Guer, I must trouble you. Her voice was thick with emotion, and then she pointed to Lu Yunan's left shoulder, adding, earlier, Nanner was injured here, and it looks quite swollen. He also took a kick to the abdomen from that villain and has spat up blood. Being well-mannered, Lu Widow referred to Lu Laoda as a villain, Lin Xiao. Having encountered Lu Widow before and being well aware of the village gossip, understood the Lu family's situation. Lu Widow was an educated woman, and despite the relentless toil of rural life, her grace remained intact. She had named both Lu Yunan and his sister, Lu Shengsheng. Lu Widow had come to Xiushui village after a calamity befell her family, and Lu Dashu took her in. Later, she formed a bond with an elderly widower and married him. Lu Dashu's choice to marry her, rather than a local woman with a reputable background, led to a rift with his family, resulting in a split. Thus, The elder matriarch of the Liu family held a deep disdain for her daughter-in-law, perceiving her as delicate and unfit for their agrarian lifestyle. Consequently, after Liu Dashu's passing, Liu Yunan and Liu Shengsheng were raised solely by Liu widow, cultivating the land and taking on various tasks for townswomen to make ends meet. The Liu family home had never lent a hand, and instead, often sought to exploit them. Lin Xiao harbored profound admiration for the woman who single-handedly raised 2 children while holding contempt for Liu Laoda's family. Once Liu widow exited the room, Lin Xiao examined Liu Yunan's injured left shoulder. Upon contact, he felt the pronounced swelling, and his expression turned grave as he pulled back Liu Yunan's clothing to inspect the injury. The shoulder appeared distorted, likely indicating a fracture. Lin Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. He had no knowledge of how to set bones. What to do? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he dashed out of the house, calling out, "Aunt Liu, it seems Yunan's bone may be broken. I shall fetch my grandfather to set it." Without pausing to grab an umbrella, he sprinted into the pouring rain. Now at the 4th level of Qi refinement, Lin Xiao left a blur in his wake. In no time, he arrived at the Lin family estate, only to find the courtyard locked and silent. Clearly, the commotion at Liu's home had not roused the Lin family residing on the western side of the village. The inhabitants of the old estate had long retired for the night. Wishing not to disturb his uncle's family, Lin Xiao opted not to knock, instead choosing to scale the wall. Climbing over his grandfather's wall should not be considered a crime. Right? Lin Laozu and Lin Tai's residence was in the main house. The entrance to this house did not open directly into the courtyard but rather into the hall. Thus, to access the main house, one would first need to enter the hall. However, Lin Xiao was aware that his grandmother secured the hall door each night, so he planned to avoid the front door in the stillness of the night. With no moonlight to illuminate the darkness, only the sound of rain filled the yard. To ensure ventilation, his grandfather typically left the windows open. Lin Xiao stealthily approached the window outside Lin Laozu and Lin Tai's room. As anticipated, the window was ajar. Lin Xiao gently pushed the partially opened window wider, then adeptly slipped inside. No sooner had he entered than he was struck by touch. He recognized the object that had hit him as his grandfather's ever-present smoking pipe. "Ouch! It's me!" Lin Xiao quickly exclaimed, lest he wake the entire household. "You little rascal, out in the middle of the night, and you come here to steal?" Old Lord Lin, upon hearing that it was his little grandson, whispered quietly. Lin Grandma, who had not yet fallen into a deep sleep, was also roused. "Sanlang, why are you here at this hour? Has something happened at your home?" Lin Xiao hastily clarified. No, grandfather. The bald one was beaten by his uncle and has broken bones. I remembered you mentioned that you could set bones, so I came to seek your help." Upon hearing this, before old Lord Lin could say anything, Lin Grandma nudged him and exclaimed, "Oh dear, how unfortunate for this child to have such an uncle. Hurry, get dressed and go help him." By the time old Lord Lin donned his raincoat and took the medicinal wine from home, he found Lin Xiao still lingering at the gate. "What are you dawdling there for?" "You rascal!" Lin Xiao rubbed his hands together, offered no reply, and suddenly bent down to hoist his grandfather onto his back. "Hold on tight, grandfather." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he dashed out with his grandfather on his back. The speed at which they took off startled old Lord Lin, who quickly grasped his grandson's shoulders. The rapid pace caused the rain to strike him with such force that he could hardly keep his eyes open. With his eyes closed, he patted Lin Zhao's shoulder, urging, "Good boy, quickly put me down. You can't possibly carry me with that little frame of yours." However, Lin Xiao remained undeterred, charging ahead. Remarkably, he ran with such steadiness that old Lord Lin hardly felt any jostling. Initially thinking it would take quite some time to reach the Liu family at the eastern end of the village, old Lord Lin was surprised when he soon heard his grandson declare, "Grandfather, we have arrived." He was then gently set down. Wiping the rain from his face, old Lord Lin opened his eyes, which had been squinted shut by the downpour, and was astonished to find that they had indeed arrived. His grandson was remarkably swift. Reflecting on his grandson's mischievous nature, old Lord Lin felt a surge of reassurance. At least he wouldn't be easily bullied in the future, and if trouble arose, he could surely escape. Upon entering the Liu household and assessing Liu Yunan's condition, Old Lord Lin retrieved the medicinal wine he had brought along. He poured a bit into his palm, rapidly warming it by rubbing his hands together. Then instructed Lin Xiao to help Lu Yunan sit up. With careful hands, Old Lord Lin began to examine the broken bone. Fortunately, the dislocation was not severe. He grasped either side of the fracture, adjusted his grip, and with a sudden, forceful motion, Lin Xiao, along with Widow Lu and Lu Shengsheng, heard a faint crack. Following this, Old Lord Lin picked up the medicinal wine again and began to apply it to Lu Yunan's shoulder. Lin Xiao inquired, "Grandfather, is it set now?" As Old Lord Lin continued to apply the medicine while confirming the bone's alignment, he eventually nodded, "All done. Healing from a fracture takes at least 100 days. Make sure to take good care of him and keep an eye on that shoulder. He mustn't exert himself." This last bit was directed at Widow Lu, who nodded in acknowledgement, "Thank you so much. Old Lord Lin, you went out of your way at this late hour." Without allowing Widow Lu to finish, Old Lord Lin waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We all have our burdens in the village. I am merely lending a hand. It's getting late. We should be on our way. Be cautious tonight." With that, he stood and took hold of Lin Xiao's collar as they exited the house. Lu Shengxing followed behind, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Grandfather Lin," before sneezing. Old Lord Lin kindly remarked, "Little girl, have you caught a chill? Hurry inside. Grandfather must be off now." Widow Lu quickly fetched Lin Xiao's umbrella, offering her thanks as she bid them farewell. On their way back, the grandfather and grandson walked through the rain, one clad in a raincoat, the other wielding an umbrella. By this time, the rain had begun to taper off. Old Lord Lin asked Lin Xiao, "What exactly happened at their house?" That Lu boy seemed seriously injured. Lin Xiao relayed the truth, omitting the more ruthless details of severing tendons. After all, the villagers would surely learn of it by the next day. It was best not to mention it now. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's incomplete account, Old Lord Lin sighed deeply. "Such misdeeds. When you get home, remember to brew some ginger soup." Suddenly, as if recalling something, he turned to scrutinize Lin Xiao. "You carried me all that way, yet you're completely dry." Lin Xiao paused, gazing at the familiar sight of the Lin family home in the distance, weighing the pros and cons of an explanation versus making a swift exit. He made a decisive choice to flee. "Grandfather, I'm heading home now." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he vanished from sight. Old Lord Lin strained to catch a glimpse of his grandson's retreating figure. In the rainy night, the street was deserted, devoid of any trace of him. Was his little grandson's speed perhaps a bit excessive? After a night of rain, the downpour finally subsided with the dawn, leaving only muddy ground and droplets clinging to the trees. Today, Lin Xiao rose without needing to be called by Lin Dayo. He hurriedly prepared a pot of sweet potatoes, washed up, and pocketed 2 boiled ones before heading out. Widow Lu, who had scarcely slept the night before, emerged from her house carrying a basin of water, which she poured in a corner of the yard. Upon raising her head, she spotted Lin Xiao outside. After greeting her, Lin Xiao inquired, "Auntie, how is the bald one doing this morning?" Widow Lu, her eyes bloodshot, smiled kindly and replied, "He is well. He slept soundly through the night. However, Shangsheng seems to have caught a chill from the rain last night. When I checked on her earlier, she was burning up and kept saying she was cold. I need to take her to town for a checkup soon. Lin Xiao, could you please keep an eye on water for me?" Lin Xiao nodded, assuring her, "Auntie, don't worry. I will take good care of him. You should hurry and take Xingmei to see the doctor. It's urgent." With Lin Xiao's promise, Widow Lu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She quickly dashed inside to gather the little savings she had, wrapping her petite daughter Lu Shengxing in a small quilt as they prepared to leave. In the village, only the village chief owned 2 oxen. To facilitate villagers in urgent need of traveling to town, the village chief sent out an ox cart every morning to wait at the village entrance. Around 7 o'clock, if anyone needed to go to town, they would set off directly. If no one was present, the chief's youngest son would drive the cart back home. However, villagers generally did not venture out of the village unless necessary, so the ox cart often remained idle. Even though it was free for villagers, when Lin Xiao first learned of this, he had thought it must be exhausting for the chief's oxen to work every day. Yet, it turned out that such situations were quite rare. On one hand, villagers considered going to town as a money-spending affair, and didn't see the need to go unless absolutely necessary. On the other hand, those with extra farm produce to sell felt obligated to offer a small token of appreciation for the ride, often a few copper coins. They didn't want to be seen as taking advantage of the chief's generosity, lest they be the subject of gossip in the village. Thus, those unwilling to part with even a small coin would rather carry their goods on foot than risk riding in the cart. Consequently, over time, the chief's oxen had been replaced and rarely had to transport people. Therefore, villagers like Widow Lu, who had urgent matters to attend to, could easily secure a ride to town. Upon realizing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. In his previous life, such a scenario would have been nearly impossible. A free ox cart would undoubtedly be overloaded daily, regardless of whether passengers genuinely needed a ride. Chapter 29. Untitled. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Xiao entered Lu Yunan's room, finding him already awake and attempting to rise unaided. Lin Xiao hurried over to assist him, asking, "What are you trying to do? Need to relieve yourself? Or perhaps get a drink?" Lu Yunan weakly gestured towards a water bowl, murmuring, "Water." Lin Xiao promptly fetched a bowl filled to the brim and handed it to him. Lu Yunan took it, tilting his head back and gulping down most of the water before exhaling a sigh of relief. His voice, though still weak, held a hint of urgency as he asked, "Brother Xiao, how are my mother and sister faring?" Lin Xiao patted his chest reassuringly, "Rest assured, I've handled everything." He then chuckled, "As for your uncle, I must tell you, I severed his tendons. He is utterly incapacitated and will no longer trouble your family. How does that sound? Are you pleased?" At this, Lu Yunan's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. "You really incapacitated him?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Would I deceive you, brother?" Instantly, a wave of relief washed over Lu Yunan. As if his pain had dissipated entirely. "Ha ha! Lu Dashan finally has his day. Ha ha! Brother Xiao, you are a true comrade. One day, I'll catch a snake for you, and my mother will make you snake soup. I tell you, my mother's soup is delicious. My father used to catch snakes when he was still around." As they chatted merrily, they were interrupted by voices calling from outside the courtyard. "Bald One, are you home? We've come to see you, good brother. I've brought you a big bone." "Shh, keep it down. What if the Bald One is still resting?" The visitors were not just Zhang Youfu, Hu Liang, and Qin Jianghe. There were others as well. The trio noticed the dilapidated courtyard gate leaning against the wall, and without hesitation, they stepped inside. They were well acquainted with the surroundings and soon arrived at Lu Yunan's door, where they found Lin Xiao and Lu Yunan engaged in lively conversation. Xiao Guer, how could you not inform us about such a significant incident involving the bald man?" Lin Xiao replied, "Last night after dinner, feeling somewhat uneasy, I went out for a stroll to aid digestion, only to unexpectedly encounter the situation." Qin Jianghe chuckled, playfully draping his arm over Lin Xiao's shoulder. "Xiao Guer, your excuse is rather flimsy. You strolled from the east to the west. Apart from Lu Yunan, the homes of the rest of us are located east of Shoshui village, while Lin Zhao's house is at the very edge of the east." Making his response seem quite dismissive, Lin Xiao found himself both amused and exasperated. What could he do? Except for the fact that he had concealed his prior knowledge of the bald man's abrupt advancement to the first level of qi refinement due to the system. Everything he said was the truth. Lu Yunan, seated beside the bed, chuckled. "If it weren't for Xiao Guer last night, my family would have been in dire straits. Do not fault him any further." As the discussion turned to the events of the previous night, the group grew increasingly animated, eagerly inquiring about the specifics. Although gossip had circulated throughout the village from the early hours, it was all rather chaotic. They only knew that Lu's elder had been rendered a cripple. But the details remained murky. It was not until Lu Yunan revealed the numerous scars on his body and recounted how he had coughed up blood several times during the altercation that they began to grasp the severity of the situation. Outrage swept through the group. What sort of elder is this? He is clearly an enemy. Indeed, it was one thing to take advantage of your family, but now he seeks to sell your sister and resorts to such brutal violence. Xiao Guer was too lenient in merely incapacitating him. Had it been me, I would have slain him on the spot. As they spoke, Lu Yunan glanced towards the door. Normally, when guests arrived, his mother would have already begun to entertain them. Yet today, there was no sign of her. He turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, Xiao, has my mother gone out? It dawned on Lin Xiao that he had forgotten to inform him of Lu Andy's departure. And he nodded yes, your sister likely caught a chill from last night's rain. Your mother mentioned she saw her burning with fever and took her to town for medical attention. Lu Yunan was momentarily taken aback. Evidently not expecting this answer, he lowered his gaze. After all, there were only 20 coins left in the household, and he was uncertain if that would suffice for his sister's treatment. Tai Tu asked Lu Yunan, can you still join us in ascending the mountain to cultivate? Lu Yunan shook off his thoughts and replied emphatically, of course. It's just my shoulder that's injured, not my legs. Let's head up the mountain right away. Strangely enough, perhaps due to his recent advancement to the first level of Qi refinement, he felt that his injuries had improved significantly, though the fracture in his shoulder still throbbed with pain. As he spoke, he began to rise and dress. At this moment, Lu Yunan was fiercely eager to cultivate. His motives had evolved beyond simply enjoying time with friends or mastering playful spells. He now harbored a more pressing objective, to protect his mother and sister. Had he possessed Xiao Guo's cultivation last night, he would not have been so thoroughly trounced by that vile creature. Thus, half an hour later, they arrived at the mid-slope of the northern mountain. For some inexplicable reason, an unfamiliar sense of homecoming enveloped them, especially when Taoist Xiao Luan appeared to greet them with delighted laughter. The group hastily retrieved a few handfuls of rice they had surreptitiously pocketed at home and offered them to Taoist Xiao Luan in a small wooden bowl. By this time, daylight had broken, and Lin Yun and Sunny Gao had already begun their meditative practices in the grass hut. Upon seeing the group arrive so late, Sunny Gao did not inquire about the reason. Instead, he greeted them and cast a concerned glance at Lu Yunan. Noticing Lu's remarkably upbeat demeanor, Sunny Gao felt reassured and resumed his cultivation. It was evident that he was aware of the previous night's events. The village's gossip network operated at an astonishing speed. Lin Yun, on the other hand, had been informed of the situation in brief by Lin Xiao before the latter left that morning. However, given that he was not well acquainted with Lu Yunan, it would be inappropriate to broach the subject now, so he merely expressed a few words of concern. As was customary, the disciples of Lingxian's sect diligently practiced in the grass hut, while the sect leader thoughtfully contemplated the development of the sect beneath the peach tree. Lin Xiao first inspected the growth of the misty spring grass and gathering spirit grass in the spirit field. The tender sprouts had merely grown larger and darker, with no other noticeable changes. Recalling the 20 spirit grain seeds in his private store, Lin Xiao proceeded to create a 3 by 3 square meter spirit field. Like a diligent farmer, he meticulously planted 16 spirit grain seeds, reserving the remaining 4 in case of planting failures. Of course, he had studied the beginner's guide to spirit herb cultivation before daring to plant them. After nearly an hour of planting, Lin Xiao began to contemplate his upcoming tasks. The first was the main hall of the sect, an obligation he could not neglect, as his private store was filled with excavated mud. The second pressing matter was to earn spirit stones, as he was running low on funds for renewal. The third was to generate income. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Lin Xiao had pondered many things before falling asleep. With the sect's expansion, it was inevitable that they would attract more individuals, and it would not be feasible to confine themselves to Shoshui village alone. Should outsiders join the sect in the future, questions of sustenance and accommodation would arise. People were not like little demon chickens, who could make do with a grass hut to shield them from the elements. Thus, the sect must possess its own resources. Realizing that he would soon bear the responsibility of ensuring the livelihoods of many, Lin Xiao felt a weighty burden settle upon him. Furthermore, there was the matter of task delegation within the sect, such as the cultivation of spirit herbs. Lin Xiao accessed the panel displaying the qualifications of the disciples. It occurred to him that he had seemingly overlooked assessing the qualifications of Tai Tu and his companions when they joined and also Taoist Xiao Luan's. With this thought, he opened their details for review. Name: Hu Liang. Gender: male. Bone age: 12 years. Qualification: mediocre. Cultivation: mortal. Sect status: outer disciple, modifiable. Sect position: none, modifiable. Well, it was no surprise that Tai Tu, with his brawn and limited intellect, received such a candid evaluation of his qualifications. Name: Qin Zhanghe. Gender: male. Bone age: 13 years. Qualification: quite ordinary. Cultivation: mortal. Sect status: outer disciple, modifiable. Sect position, none, modifiable, to Lin Zhao's astonishment. Jiang He was also deemed rather ordinary. He rubbed his temples, wondering how someone so socially adept could have such mediocre qualifications. Perhaps this evaluation was specific to cultivation and did not reflect his usual demeanor. Continuing to peruse, Lin Xiao came across the next entry. Name: Lu Yunan. Gender: male. Bone age: 12 years. Qualification: exceptional, previously lacking, now upgraded. Cultivation: first level of Qi refinement. Sect status: outer disciple, modifiable. Sect position: none, modifiable. What did he just see? Qualification: exceptional, previously lacking, now upgraded. Lin Xiao felt a thrill of joy. So, qualifications could indeed improve. He wondered if his own qualifications had room for enhancement. Finally, the entry for Taoist Xiao Luan appeared. Name: Wan. Gender: female. Bone age: 2 years. Qualification: 1 in a billion. Bloodline of the Luan bird. A warrior among the mountain chickens. Cultivation: first level of spirit awakening. Sect status: outer disciple, modifiable. Sect position: none, modifiable. Lin Xiao was somewhat taken aback. This Taoist Xiao Luan possessed a trace of Luan bird bloodline, albeit only 1 in a billion. While he was uncertain of the significance of such a bloodline, it was certainly noteworthy that the system had highlighted it. It must be something special. Gazing at the panels of his companions, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before beginning to alter their sect statuses and positions. First, he unified the statuses, changing them all to direct disciples. After all, there was no limit to the number of direct disciples. Was there? Next came the sect positions. Lin Xiao first appointed Sunny Gao as an elder responsible for teaching. He then designated Qin Jianghe as the elder in charge of finances without hesitation. For after years of acquaintance, Lin Xiao held great confidence in Jianghe's financial acumen. He was particularly attentive to wealth, often termed as greedy, yet his character was trustworthy. Next, Lin Xiao appointed Tai Tu as the elder responsible for infrastructure, planning to assign him tasks like digging and tree felling in the future. Lastly, for the position of agricultural elder, he decisively chose Lin Yun, Lu Yunan's brother, as he was undoubtedly the best farmer among them. As for the remaining individuals, Lin Xiao had no immediate plans and decided to leave their positions vacant for now until he found suitable roles for them later. Suddenly, a system notification echoed. Ding. Congratulations, your sect has increased its positions to 5. Triggered task. A stable organization requires stable benefits for its disciples. Please ensure timely distribution of salaries. Salaries? Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that he not only had to find ways to develop the sect to accommodate new disciples, but also needed to provide them with salaries. Realizing this, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of burden. It was clear that salaries could not simply be monetary. Rather, for practitioners, their compensation should ideally be in the form of spirit stones or similar resources. However, this posed a dilemma. The spirit stones allocated for tasks were insufficient for both his personal use and the construction of the sect. How could he possibly distribute salaries? Sitting beneath the peach tree with his chin resting on his hand, Lin Xiao fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, he heard the emotionless voice of the system echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! Disciple Sunny Gao has successfully advanced to the first level of Qi refinement. A faint smile graced Lin Zhao's lips. This was indeed splendid news. Sunny Gao had also reached the first level of Qi refinement. Now, the Lingxian sect boasted 4 practitioners at this level: Zhang Youfu, Lu Yunan, Sunny Gao, and of course, Xiao Luan. Lin Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction. Within just a few days, the number of practitioners who had entered the first level of Qi refinement in the sect had surpassed half. One could not help but acknowledge that Shoshui village was indeed blessed with remarkable talent. Many individuals possessed exceptional aptitude. Yet, he quickly tempered his enthusiasm, pondering that with several hundred residents in Shoshui village, perhaps only a select few were truly gifted. This could very well be the result of like attracting like, especially since he himself was so outstanding. With this thought, Lin Xiao found renewed motivation for the development of the sect. Money, money, money. Wasn't it all about generating wealth? Coincidentally, tomorrow marked the day of the monthly market in town. As for spirit stones, he chuckled to himself. The sect was impoverished, and everyone was still mere mortals. What need had they for spirit stones as salaries? Wouldn't copper coins suffice? Although he currently had no copper coins to his name, Their acquisition was far simpler compared to earning spirit stones through tasks. However, the thought of providing a salary in spirit stones, when they were still practitioners, seemed somewhat lacking in prestige. Suddenly, Lin Xiao recalled the item synthesizer he had previously activated. He had yet to explore this function since its activation. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao opened the item synthesizer. Interestingly, this feature had been unlocked while he was contemplating creating a storage pouch. Based on the system's tendency to cater to his needs, it was likely that this synthesizer could indeed create a storage pouch. As he accessed the synthesizer, he noted that unlike other synthesizers, this one had only a single slot, devoid of any prompts or question marks. It resembled a square furnace, patiently awaiting Lin Xiao to input materials for synthesis. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Xiao found no suitable materials. Then, he glanced at his belt. He unfastened it and spread it out. The fabric was quite ample. Once fully extended, it measured 2 meters in length and 30 centimeters in width. Without hesitation, he tossed the belt into the synthesizer and observed the unresponsive device, contemplating for a moment. With only a piece of cloth inside, he certainly did not expect the synthesizer to magically create something from it. Drawing from his previous experiences with various synthesizers, Lin Xiao was not entirely at a loss. To create a storage pouch, mere base materials would be insufficient. Something special was also required. He tentatively referred to these additional items as catalysts. In past synthesis endeavors involving spells or spirit fields, spirit stones had been necessary. Yet, when synthesizing the peach blossom void technique, spirit stones were not required, though he had none at that time. He had utilized the petals of the 10-mile peach blossom tree, which was a spirit plant. Perhaps the synthesizer's need for spirit stones was not because it required the stones themselves, but rather the spiritual energy as a catalyst? Lin Xiao then pondered if he could directly input his own spiritual energy into it. Adhering to the principle that knowledge is gained through practice, Lin Xiao decisively began to channel his spiritual energy into the square slot, simultaneously visualizing his concept of the storage pouch in his mind, a habit honed from past synthesis experiences. Once Lin Xiao ceased inputting his vision and spiritual energy, the system prompted, "Is the material input complete?" Lin Xiao selected yes. Commencing synthesis, please wait. Approximately 2 minutes later, he was pleasantly surprised to find a pouch quietly resting in his personal storage. Admittedly, the pouch appeared somewhat unattractive, dull gray, and seemingly quite worn. Lin Xiao examined it closely. It appeared to be an ordinary, tattered pouch. Grasping it with both hands, he tugged at it, and to his relief, it held together well. He then opened the pouch and casually tossed a stone, noticeably larger than the pouch itself. Inside, to his astonishment, it fit effortlessly. Despite the stone being significantly larger than the pouch's opening, it slipped in without resistance. Encouraged, he found an even larger stone and successfully placed it inside as well. As he continued this process, even the 5th stone, which was nearly the size of his head, fit snugly. Calculating in his mind, he realized that this was likely the maximum volume his belt could accommodate, suggesting that the size of the synthesized storage pouch corresponded directly to the amount of fabric used. At that moment, a group of practitioners emerged from their training in the grass hut. They were greeted by the sight of Lin Xiao, disheveled and grinning, holding the shabby pouch. Lin Yun inquired curiously, "Erlang, where is your belt?" He recalled seeing Lin Xiao fully attired before their training began. As they prepared to gather mud, Lin Xiao chuckled and beckoned them, "Come quickly, I have something wonderful to show you." The group, puzzled yet intrigued, approached. Lin Xiao opened the pouch and retrieved a stone nearly the size of their heads. They were left speechless with astonishment. Before they could voice their questions, Lin Xiao continued to produce stones from the pouch, and only after he had extracted 5 significantly larger stones did they regain their voices. Jiang Youfu swallowed hard and asked, "Brother Xiao, are you performing a magic trick?" Lu Yunnan speculated, "Could it be a celestial pouch, bestowed upon you by an immortal?" The others, though silent, clearly shared the same curiosity as the two. Lin Xiao, however, did not answer directly. Instead, he turned to Jiang Youfu and said, "Fuzi, unfasten your belt and give it to me." Obediently, Jiang Youfu removed his belt but found himself struggling to hold up his trousers without it. He quickly sat down on a grass mat beside Lin Xiao. The others watched as Lin Xiao tossed the belt into the air, and it vanished into thin air. Next, they observed Lin Xiao raising 2 fingers with his left hand, closing his eyes and remaining still. The group collectively held their breath, captivated by his actions. After a while, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, meeting the gazes of the 7 individuals and the chicken, and with a determined look, he declared, "Wait, you will know soon enough." The group remained silent and patient. Moments later, they heard Lin Xiao exclaim, "It's done." To their amazement, he produced another shabby pouch, identical in color to Jiang Youfu's vanished belt. Lin Xiao tossed the pouch to Jiang Youfu and gestured toward the large stones he had previously extracted. "Give it a try." Jiang Youfu, both surprised and excited by the possibility, picked up the largest stone, opened the pouch, and inserted it. To his astonishment, it truly fit. The pouch could indeed hold a considerable amount. With gleaming eyes, Jiang Youfu hugged the pouch and asked Lin Xiao, "Brother Xiao, can you give me this pouch?" Lin Xiao chuckled. "It was made from your old belt. Who would dare to claim it from you?" Nearby, Taitu eagerly tore off his own belt and handed it to Lin Xiao, exclaiming, "Brother Xiao, I want one too." In his excitement, he momentarily forgot to hold up his trousers, resulting in them falling down and revealing an embarrassing sight. Sunny Gao quickly averted his gaze, while Lin Yun followed suit. The others, however, found no reason to hold back their laughter. Unfazed, Taitu calmly lifted his trousers, urging Lin Xiao, "Brother Xiao, hurry and make one for me. I'll use it to carry the mud we dig." Lin Xiao chuckled lightly and, following suit, crafted a pouch for him as well. Chapter 32. The Plan. After a short while, he presented the finished pouch to Taitu and turned his gaze toward the others. Sunny Gao, not particularly inclined to conform in such matters, decisively declined, stating, "I'll head home this afternoon to fetch some fabric and make one." He then looked at the eager Lu Yunan and the others, saying, "Shall I bring back a piece for you as well? I have plenty of fabric at home." It appeared he exuded an air of foolishness mixed with wealth. Before Lu Yunan, Qin Jianghe, and Lin Yun could refuse, Sunny Gao decisively proclaimed, "Let us do it this way. I'll bring it all back this afternoon to spare everyone the hassle of running around." Since Sunny Gao was so eager to treat them, nobody objected, especially Lu Yunan, who, with only 2 belts to his name, would be left with none to change into if he gave one away. The group expressed their gratitude to Sunny Gao, albeit somewhat shyly, while Jiang Youfu and Hu Liang excitedly fiddled with their storage bags. As the day drew closer to noon and time dwindled, Lin Xiao swiftly organized everyone to head upstream by the mountain stream to continue their mud-digging endeavor. Naturally, Lin Xiao, Jiang Youfu, and Hu Liang managed to find some grass to fashion makeshift ties for their trousers before embarking on their task. After completing their mud excavation, everyone returned to the sect for lunch, while Sunny Gao descended the mountain to fetch the fabric. Upon his return, carrying a roll of fabric, Lin Xiao promptly crafted 4 storage bags from it. The one utilizing the most fabric and offering the largest storage space was naturally given to Sunny Gao, while the remaining 3, of average size, were distributed among Qin Jianghe, Lin Yun, and Lu Yunan. A mundane day swiftly passed. Before descending in the evening, Lin Xiao shared the assigned roles within the sect with everyone. The news of their appointments as elders brought great joy to those who had received them. Lin Xiao addressed the only 2 not assigned positions, Lu Yunan and Jiang Youfu, saying, "These titles merely serve as leadership roles. At present, our sect primarily requires these positions. There are no others for the time being, but it won't be long before our sect expands, so don't feel disheartened." Lu Yunan grinned, replying, "Brother Xiao, you wouldn't leave me at a disadvantage. I'm not upset at all." Jiang Youfu nodded vigorously, affirming, "Exactly. Brother Xiao will surely take care of me." Thus, Lin Xiao informed everyone, "Tomorrow, I plan to accompany my father to the town fair to earn some money for our sect." Hearing this, Qin Jianghe became quite interested and immediately inquired, "Brother Xiao, what do you plan to do to make money?" Lin Xiao flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites, and replied, "Using this, I intend to take some flour and claim it's a special medicinal powder that can whiten teeth, then offer to clean people's teeth on the spot. What do you think? Not a bad idea, right?" Taitu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "If I had money in my pocket, I'd definitely spend it on that." The others echoed their agreement, recognizing that the results would indeed yield remarkably white teeth. Lin Xiao then turned to Jiang Youfu, asking, "Fuzi, how have you been progressing with your dust removal technique?" Zhang Yufu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "Not too bad, I suppose. I still can't quite use it. I tried cleaning my teeth this morning, but it didn't seem to make much difference." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Sunny Gao pondered aloud, "Brother Xiao, could you let me try that technique as well?" It dawned on Lin Xiao that he had yet to provide Sun Yi Gao and Lu Yunan, who had just reached the first level of qi refinement, with those spells. He hastily retrieved several copies of the purification technique, beast language, and immobilization technique from his private stash, distributing one to each person. He then advised them, "I'm giving you these spells directly. For those of you who haven't reached the first level of qi refinement, continue your cultivation. Once you reach it, evaluate your situation and find time to practice these spells. But don't lose sight of your core cultivation, as only with higher cultivation can we utilize more spells." After reiterating some important notes on practicing spells, he turned to Qin Jianghe and asked, "Jianghe, as the newly appointed financial elder, would you accompany me to the town tomorrow if you have the time?" Qin Jianghe eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Of course, of course. My mother is also going to the fair. Let us go together." Noticing that Tai Tu and Fu Zi looked equally keen to join, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "You all should stay behind. Having too many of us there won't be helpful. It's best to remain here and focus on your cultivation." Zhang Yufu felt quite frustrated, lamenting that he hadn't mastered the dust removal technique. If he had, he would have been included in the trip to the town. Observing Zhang Yufu's expression, Lin Xiao immediately addressed him, "Fu Zi, don't let such trivial matters deter you from focusing on your cultivation. The higher your cultivation, the easier it will be to learn and use spells. If I find out you are neglecting your training to focus solely on learning spells, I'll give you a good thrashing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yufu quickly shook his head, his cheeks wobbling as he assured Lin Xiao, "Brother Xiao, you can rest assured. I will definitely cultivate diligently." After concluding their discussions on serious matters, everyone bid farewell to their companion, Dao Yu Xiaoluan, and descended the mountain together. Upon returning home, Lu Yunan entered the courtyard and immediately spotted his mother sitting by the stove, lost in thought, her face filled with worry. "Mother," he called out. Hearing her son's voice, the widow Lu returned to reality, offering him a faint smile. "You're back?" Lu Yunan approached the stove, checked the fire, and found it satisfactory. The food hadn't burned. He then inquired, "How is my little sister?" Speaking of which, a look of sorrow washed over Lu Yunan's mother's face. "She's back, but she still has a fever. After taking a dose of medicine at the town clinic, there hasn't been any improvement. Alas, the money I brought was only enough for the consultation and a dose of medicine." With a weary hand pressed against her forehead, she lamented, "The doctor said if the fever doesn't subside by tomorrow, it could become serious. What will become of Shang-Er? I'm truly afraid she won't pull through." Lu Yunan felt utterly powerless. At merely 12 years of age and lacking the robust build of Tai Tu, he found it difficult to secure even manual labor outside. No one would hire him. Moreover, he had just suffered a fracture. Clenching his fist, he turned and strode towards Lu Shengsheng's room, saying, "I'll go check on my little sister." Meanwhile, upon entering his home, Lin Xiao sensed that the atmosphere felt somewhat off. Raising his head, he noticed Lin Yu sitting at the main position at the dining table, arms crossed, gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. Beside him, Lin Yun sat upright, appearing to patiently await the meal. Observing Lin Xiao hesitating at the door, Lin Yu found it amusing and cleared his throat, saying, "What is this? You were bold enough to chop off someone's hands and feet last night. Yet now you're acting all timid and cowardly. Who are you trying to impress?" Lin Xiao understood that, given the village's penchant for gossip, his father must have heard about the incident today. Chapter 33. Departure. That he chuckled and replied to Lin Yu, "Father, think about it. Our village is such a simple place, yet it's unfortunate that we have someone like Lu Laoda causing trouble. I consider it a good deed to rid the village of such harm." Lin Yu snorted lightly, "You should consider your own frail frame. What if you can't handle Lu Laoda? That brute is stronger than I am. If you're not capable enough and fall into his hands, I wonder where you'll go to cry." Noticing he didn't seem angry, Lin Xiao quickly dashed to the dining table and plopped down, saying, "Oh, you know your son well. I'm quite clever and wouldn't he make such a foolish mistake, right? Come, father, elder brother. Let us eat. The food will get cold. As he spoke, he turned to Lin Yu with eager eyes. Lin Yu, amused, lifted his bowl, and Lin Xiao and Lin Yun immediately began to devour their food as if they hadn't eaten in days. Before Lin Xiao could swallow the food in his mouth, he mumbled to Lin Yu, "Father, we should all go to the fair together tomorrow, just as we planned." Lin Yu shot him a glare. "When did I ever promise you that? If you want a grass hut, I can build it for you in no time." Lin Xiao quickly showered him with flattery. "Of course. My father is truly a man of his word. When he speaks, it's as good as gold." That evening, Lin Xiao sat in his room, contemplating the progress of various tasks. Currently, excluding himself, there were 6 disciples in the sect along with a chicken, just 3 short of their goal of 10. The excavation of soil for the sect's main hall and cultivation chamber had progressed remarkably well over the past 2 days, thanks to the existence of the private stash and storage bags, far exceeding Lin Xiao's initial expectations. With just a few more baskets to be dug out by Tai Tu and the others who remained in the sect, they would have more than enough. The only remaining material yet to be prepared was wood. Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. They were on the verge of acquiring their sect's main hall. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to disciple Lin Yun for advancing to the first level of Qi refinement. Upon hearing this prompt, Lin Zhao's mood instantly brightened. It seemed that his elder brother, having practiced less than others for an afternoon, had diligently trained at home after returning. Early the next morning, the roosters in Xiushui village crowed earlier than usual, as many families had risen early to prepare for the market day. The monthly market was a significant event for many households in Xiushui village, as it was essential for replenishing supplies for the upcoming month. Items such as pickled vegetables, eggs, and various wild mushrooms or furs found in the mountains would be brought to the market by villagers to trade for money to support their households. Lin Xiao followed closely behind Lin Dao to the Lin family's ancestral home for assembly. Although Old Master Lin had separated the 2 brothers after they married to maintain their relationship, he consistently reminded them to treat each other well and to work together in times of need, emphasizing that separation should not lead to estrangement. Consequently, the 2 brothers had always gone to the market together over the years. Usually it was Lin Dashan and his wife, Qin Shi, along with Lin Dao, making the trip, but today they were joined by an additional little follower. Lin Dashan, pushing a cart, cheerfully inquired of Lin Xiao, "Xiao Guer, the villagers say you incapacitated Lu Laoda. Is that true?" Lin Xiao modestly nodded. Although villagers tend to exaggerate, this time their words hold a grain of truth. Lin Dashan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Well, look at you. Quickly tell uncle how you accomplished that." Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. Here it came. Alas, relatives were the most challenging to deal with. He had refrained from informing his grandfather for this very reason. If they asked, he would have to explain, and even after that, they would remain incredulous, demanding a demonstration, but he feared it would frighten them. Oh, the trials of being human were truly arduous. Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Dashan and then at Lin Dao, who pretended not to have overheard. He realized he could not rely on his father. Rubbing his head, he said to Lin Dashan, "Uncle, you might not believe it, so let me be direct." Before Lin Dashan could ponder his meaning, Lin Xiao swiftly cast a spell, freezing Lin Dashan in place as he pushed the cart. Lin Dashan, caught unaware, stood motionless on the dirt road, maintaining his cart-pushing posture. Lin Dao, who was walking beside him, nearly stumbled in surprise, while Qin Shi, noticing her suddenly immobile husband, gasped in alarm, Dear, what happened? Don't scare me." Lin Dao shot Lin Xiao a glare before quickly reassuring Qin Shi, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, elder brother is fine." He then turned to Lin Xiao, saying, "Aren't you going to release your uncle from your spell?" Lin Xiao scratched his nose and promptly ended the spell. Lin Dashan relaxed immediately, gazing at Lin Xiao with curiosity. "Xiao Guer, what was that?" Lin Xiao smirked and replied, "Well, uncle, a while back, I encountered an opportunity and established a sect I am currently cultivating. However, I am not yet an immortal, far from it. In fact, I am merely a practitioner who has just begun." Qin Shi stared at him in astonishment. Lin Dashan and Qin Shi exchanged glances before ultimately looking at Lin Dao. Dao, is what Xiao Guer said true? This was a novel situation for Lin Dao as well, and he hesitated to explain. only managing an awkward aha in response. Lin Dashan turned his gaze back to his little nephew, thinking, good heavens. My nephew is becoming an immortal. As expected, he realized he had misunderstood the situation. Lin Xiao, feeling exasperated, clarified, Uncle, I am not an immortal. I am simply a practitioner striving to become one. Lin Dashan, flushed with excitement, hardly processed Lin Zhao's explanation. He lifted Lin Xiao high into the air, exclaiming, ha ha, my second nephew is an immortal. Ha 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 ha. Being hoisted aloft, Lin Xiao glanced around the road, relieved that they had left early and there were not many people about. Otherwise, he would have wished to burrow into the ground to hide. Suspended in midair, Lin Xiao called out, Uncle, please put me down. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Dashan, his weathered face creased with laughter, finally lowered Lin Xiao. What is it? Xiao Guer. Lin Xiao helped right the cart that had been momentarily forgotten and said, Uncle, time is of the essence. Let us talk as we walk. Chapter 34. Setting up shop. Lin Dashan slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Look at me, caught up in my excitement. Let us go quickly. We must secure a good spot. Each month, during the market, they brought various wooden barrels, baskets, and sieves crafted by Lin Zhao's older cousins, Lin Lei and Lin Yun, to sell. The earnings were shared, with Old Master Lin keeping a portion for himself. The cart that Lin Dashan and Lin Dayo pushed was laden with these goods, interspersed with 2 jars of pickled vegetables prepared by Qin Shi and Old Lady Lin. Along the way, Lin Xiao outlined his purpose for visiting the town and expressed his desire to invite Lin Dashan to demonstrate the technique he had learned. Lin Dashan, astonished, asked, Xiao Guer, can you really clean teeth? Lin Xiao flashed a grin, showcasing his bright white teeth. Lin Dayo, pushing the cart ahead, turned to display his own set of similarly pristine teeth. Lin Dashan remarked, No need for the two of you to flash your teeth at me together. Qin Shi, observing this, clapped her hands in delight. Oh, Xiao Guer, let me help you with that. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, That would be splendid. Once I finish with Uncle, I won't have to worry about finding someone else to demonstrate later. On the bumpy and uneven path, for individuals treaded beneath the morning light, making their way towards Chui Feng Town. This town, lacking military significance and bustling prosperity, was characterized by its modestly low walls and unpretentious gates. Lin Xiao had once accompanied Lin Diyu to the town at the tender age of 6, after witnessing the town's stark lack of glamour. Even appearing rather drab, Lin Xiao lost all interest in returning. With a mere few thousand residents, the town's cost of living was not significantly better than that of the villagers. Even when he had contemplated utilizing modern methods to earn a living, it seemed improbable. At most, he would make a meager income. However, being so young at the time, he lacked the physical strength to engage in labor for such meager rewards. Moreover, Lin Yun and Lin Diyu were preoccupied with matters on their farm, leaving no time to entertain what seemed to him an implausible notion. Consequently, he found himself devoid of a single copper coin. Nonetheless, this was also tied to his accustomed lifestyle of simplicity and modesty in Xiushui village, where the pursuit of wealth was not a significant aspiration. Now, compelled by the needs of his sect, he had to venture out to earn a living through his talents. By the time the four arrived at Chui Feng Town, an hour had passed. Despite it still being the season of spring equinox, their journey had caused a light sheen of sweat to form on their bodies. Fortunately, their early start had its advantages. At the entrance of the town, a queue of merely 20 to 30 individuals awaited entry. Lin Xiao and his companions were admitted swiftly after only a brief wait. On market days, entry to the town was free. However, on ordinary days, should a constable be stationed at the gate, an entry fee would be required. This was one reason villagers seldom ventured to town. Chui Feng Town featured a designated area intended for the monthly market, where villagers would set up their stalls. Each stall size was marked out by constables using stones, with a first-come, first-served policy. Any disturbances would lead to immediate expulsion, perhaps due to the villagers' habitual fear of authority. Disturbances were rare. Even when arguments did arise, the mere mention of the constable's approach would disperse the crowd, leaving everyone feigning innocence, appearing as meek as lambs. Upon reaching the market area, Lin Dashan promptly sought out a favorable spot to set up. While Lin Dayo maneuvered the cart forward, Lin Xiao assisted in unloading the goods, arranging them meticulously. Meanwhile, Qin Shi went off to procure some daily necessities like salt and soybean oil for her family and Lin Daio's family. It was still early, around 7 or 8 in the morning, and the market was not yet bustling with activity. Lin Xiao decided to wait at the side for a while, anticipating a larger crowd before launching his dental cleaning venture. He cast his gaze about, searching for Qin Jianghe, but after a round through the market, he still could not find him. Logically, given their prior arrangement, Jianghe should have arrived early today. However, after scanning the area without success, even failing to spot Qin Xi's aunt or her cousins, he retreated to his family's stall. Finding a corner against the wall, he settled down, observing how his father and uncle conducted their sales. To his surprise, after Lin Dashan and Lin Daio had organized their goods, they too leaned against the wall, adopting a similar posture. They remained silent, watching potential customers pass by without calling out or haggling, only responding when someone approached with inquiries. When customers attempted to negotiate prices, they merely shook their heads, and if a potential buyer expressed discontent with the price and decided to leave, they remained mute. Approximately half an hour passed, and as the crowd began to swell, they had only sold 2 baskets of goods. Lin Xiao mused, "Good heavens, so this is how my uncle and father sell their wares every month. What a waste of my grandfather's exceptional carpentry skills, for he was renowned as the best in our entire village." If Lin Daio and Lin Dashan were to hear Lin Xiao's thoughts, they would likely respond with a scoff, remarking, "Your grandfather's selling skills are even worse than ours. When customers ask for prices, he merely states a number. If they consider it too high, he would just shoo them away." In fact, when Lin Laoi used to sell goods himself, he struggled to make sales. Eventually, it was Lin Tai who insisted on having Lin Dashan and Lin Daio take over, which slightly improved the business. Unable to bear the sight any longer and noticing the time, Lin Xiao estimated that the crowd must be at its peak now. Thus, he stood up and approached Lin Daio to inquire about the prices of the goods. In reality, Lin Laoi's prices were quite reasonable: 25 won for a bamboo basket, 21 for a sieve, and 81 for a wooden barrel, given the exceptional quality and durability of his products. These prices were indeed quite fair. However, the lack of effective sales strategies hindered their success. Lin Xiao addressed Lin Dashan and Lin Daio, saying, "Father, uncle, I shall commence my work now." The two nodded shyly. For reasons unknown, Lin Xiao felt that since entering the town, their demeanor had shifted, becoming somewhat timid. They were, after all, 2 robust farmers known for their forthrightness in the village. Lin Xiao took a small stool and positioned it next to their stall. Clearing his throat, he began to call out to passers-by, "Come one, come all. Behold the exclusive, secret formula tooth powder that promises to make your teeth as white as snow. Don't miss out," everyone with a dazzling smile. Ladies will be entranced and gentlemen will be left speechless. This is your chance to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Our exclusive tooth powder is in limited supply. First come, first served, try it on the spot. And if it doesn't work, I won't take a single copper coin from you. You have nothing to lose, so come and see for yourself. Amidst the bustling market, Lin Zhao's clear and resonant youthful voice pierced through the cacophony, drawing the attention of those nearby. They turned to see a strikingly handsome young man, brimming with confidence, standing beside a stall. His radiant smile revealed a gleaming set of white teeth, catching the sunlight and dazzling the crowd. Soon, 2 well-dressed women approached, their mouths filled with yellowed teeth. One inquired, "Young man, does your powder really clean teeth?" The first customer had arrived. Lin Xiao responded with a beaming smile, his 8 pristine teeth reflecting in their astonished eyes. "Of course, however, this tooth powder must be used with my family's unique method. You may try it directly and see the results for yourselves. If it doesn't work, I won't charge you a penny." Upon hearing this, the plumper woman immediately exclaimed, "Then let me give it a try." Meanwhile, the thinner woman asked, "What is the price of this tooth powder, young sir?" Maintaining his smile, Lin Xiao replied, 51 per person. Fixed price. The thinner woman gasped, "So expensive." Yet, clearly, the plumper woman, likely from a well-off family, considered the potential of trading 51 for a radiant smile to be quite a bargain. She promptly sat on the stool in front of Lin Xiao, saying, "Young man, go ahead. Let us see." She tilted her head back, opening her mouth wide, allowing Lin Xiao a clear view of her discolored teeth. Lin Xiao turned to the thinner woman, apologizing for the delay. Before retrieving the tooth powder, a small amount he had brought from home, a fine white powder reserved for special occasions, and a small brush, he carefully applied the powder to the plumper woman's teeth, pretending to concentrate intently as he brushed, employing various motions to feign seriousness. After 2 minutes, feeling that the performance was sufficient, he discreetly cast a cleansing spell on the woman's teeth. Then he picked up a bamboo tube he had prepared earlier and said to the plumper woman, "Sister, I will pour some water into your mouth shortly. Please do not swallow it. Swish it around and then spit it out." The plumper woman nodded in understanding, tilting her head back as Lin Xiao gently poured half a mouthful of water. She swished it around and then spat it out onto the ground, turning to the thinner woman with a grin. "Yenner, come look. How does it look? Are my teeth whiter?" The woman named Yenner glanced at the plumper woman's teeth and was taken aback. They had indeed become remarkably white, almost as if they were newly grown. In disbelief, Yenner exclaimed, "Wait, don't move. Let me check if you've applied something to them." She reached out, rubbing her finger against the plumper woman's front teeth, confirming that it was not merely a coating. They were genuinely transformed to a dazzling white. Heavens! The plump woman observed her friend's reaction and instantly grasped the effectiveness of the situation. She burst into laughter and, reaching into her pocket, produced a small handful of copper coins, presenting them to Lin Xiao. "Young sir, here are exactly 51. Please count them." The crowd, which had gathered to witness the spectacle, was momentarily silenced by the astonishing transformation of the teeth to such a brilliant white. Among the onlookers, many from well-to-do families began to stir with eagerness. The quickest to react was a slender woman who, upon confirming the results, promptly pulled out 51 from her pocket and slapped it into Lin Xiao's hand. She then plopped onto a small stool, mimicking the plump woman's earlier pose, and exclaimed, "Young sir, hurry and give me one too." In an instant, Lin Xiao had collected 101 and filled with delight. He readily obliged her with a teeth-cleaning package. 2 minutes later, the two women, now boasting dazzling white teeth, grinned widely as they made their way home. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was besieged by a throng of eager customers. Those with wealth lined up for teeth cleaning, while those without money gathered merely to observe. After all, witnessing the transformation of yellowed teeth into pearly whites was akin to witnessing a marvelous magic trick, novel and captivating to behold. Some impatient spectators even contemplated purchasing the powder directly from Lin Xiao to attempt the procedure themselves, but he firmly declined, citing the necessity of using the ancestral technique for it to be effective. Despite this, many remained, waiting in line. As Lin Xiao became increasingly occupied, he swiftly summoned Lin Dayo to assist in collecting payments. Outside the crowd, Lin Dashan was left observing the stall, having been pushed into a corner by the throng. Dazed, he watched the scene unfold, pondering how his nephew had become so adept at business. With such audacity, he merely called out a few times and was surrounded by a crowd eager to spend their money. Wait, wasn't he supposed to demonstrate first? Didn't he say he would clean his teeth first? It wasn't until noon that the crowd began to thin, as the wealthier patrons had nearly exhausted their funds and many market-goers were preparing to return home. Typically, villagers would arrive in the morning, with fewer coming in the afternoon, mostly those from distant villages or towns. Lin Dayo and Lin Dashan planned to leave around noon, and Lin Xiao had no intention of altering their plans. Moreover, thanks to the influx of customers drawn in by Lin Xiao, even Lin Dashan, who was not particularly skilled in trade, managed to sell off most of their goods with Lin Xiao's occasional assistance in promoting them. Qin Shi had already made her purchases and stood alongside Lin Dashan, watching as Lin Xiao attended to one customer after another. When Lin Xiao announced that the tooth powder was depleted and they would return on the next market day, the spectators reluctantly dispersed. Qin Shi and Lin Dashan began to pack up their stall, preparing to return to the village. Chapter 36. The upper sun gate. Lin Xiao also stowed away the small stool. While Lin Dayo held the bag brimming with copper coins, ready to depart, Lin Xiao tugged at his father's sleeve, whispering, "Father, wait a moment, come this way." Lin Dayo, puzzled, inquired, "What for?" Yet he followed Lin Xiao's lead into a narrow alley. There, Lin Xiao scanned the surroundings warily, attuned to any unfamiliar presence nearby. Once assured that they were alone, he produced a small, tattered pouch. "Father, quickly, put the money in here." Lin Xiao opened the pouch and gestured for Lin Dayo to deposit the coins. Lin Dayo, incredulous, glanced between his son and the bulging bag of coins in his hand, then at the diminutive pouch. His son seemed to have lost his mind. Could he truly expect to fit that much money into such a small receptacle? However, recalling his son's current identity as a cultivator, he shrugged off his doubts. Fine. If that's what you say. He tentatively placed the bag into the pouch, and to his astonishment, it fit perfectly. Wide-eyed, Lin Dayo couldn't help but marvel at how convenient cultivation had become. Outside, Lin Dashan and Qin Shi observed as the father and son emerged from the alley, their expressions furtive. Lin Xiao looked particularly sneaky, while Lin Dayo, previously puzzled, now wore a look of exhilaration. Lin Dashan found this curious. His brother seemed somehow different, though he couldn't quite place what had changed. Lin Xiao refrained from exclaiming, "Let us go eat out, my treat." He knew such a declaration would earn him a scolding from Lin Dayo for forgetting his surname in pursuit of profit. He could easily envision his father's reprimands. Furthermore, the town was quite impoverished. As they strolled through, he detected not a single enticing aroma. All he could smell were the familiar scents of steamed dry rations and vegetables. Thus, the group settled in a corner to nibble on the dry provisions they had brought along. While Lin Dayo and the others ate, Lin Xiao slipped away to a nearby general store to purchase some supplies. He selected several common pigments, which, despite their ordinary nature and modest quantity, cost him a staggering 300 copper coins. The shopkeeper struggled to pry the coins from Lin Xiao's reluctant hands. Lin Xiao felt a pang of regret. After all, this was the fruit of his labor from cleaning the teeth of 6 individuals. Though the process seemed effortless, the reality was that it involved the mouths of those who had relied solely on water for decades, many suffering from rampant cavities. The thought of the stench from such mouths was enough to make one shudder. Thus, every copper coin spent felt like hard-earned money. However, he reminded himself that since a grand hall for their sect was to be built, it would hardly suffice to settle for a mere earthen brick structure. The hall, regardless of its quality, deserved to be somewhat distinguished. After carefully stowing away the pigments he had purchased for 300 copper coins, Lin Xiao rejoined his father and the others as they prepared to return to the village. As they approached the main road leading to the city gate, they noticed a throng of people lingering nearby. A small group of officials was making their way from the city gate. Upon reaching a notice board, the leading official, clutching a stack of papers, affixed one to the board. Before he could finish, the other officials continued on to the next location to post more announcements. The official left behind turned to the gathered crowd and proclaimed, "A tremendous opportunity awaits. Listen carefully, everyone, and don't blame the constables if you miss out. The upper sun gate of our provincial capital is recruiting new disciples. This is a rare event that occurs only once every 30 years. In the past, recruitment was limited to the capital or at most to the county, with no regard for our humble town, but this time is different. The sect is graciously expanding its recruitment efforts to include our town. Of course, there are conditions. Only children under 12 years of age are eligible. Both boys and girls are welcome. If any of you have children of the right age, hurry home and prepare them. In 10 days, at our town's market. Remember." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of inquiries. "Sir, what is this sect about?" "Yes, what is this sect? What kind of good fortune is this?" The official, feigning astonishment at their ignorance, began to explain. "The sect, let me tell you, is quite remarkable. You see, there are indeed true immortals in this world. And this sect is where they are cultivated. If any child from your family is chosen by the sect, they will be taken to live alongside the immortals, receiving their guidance. Who knows, perhaps one day your child will acquire extraordinary abilities." Immediately, skeptical voices arose from the crowd. "Is what you say true, sir? Are there really immortals in this world? Could the abilities described in the operas be real?" Faced with doubt, the official thumped his thigh and declared, "Who would deceive you? My position has been passed down from my grandfather. He served as an official in the county. 30 years ago, the county officials were reassigned to assist in the capital. My grandfather witnessed it firsthand. The immortal who recruits disciples in the capital city merely waved his hand, and a ship materialized, floating effortlessly in the air. With another gesture, the chosen children soared upwards. ascending directly onto the vessel. One might ask, if this is not an immortal, then what is? Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in admiration. Chapter 37. I will not join the immortal sect. Some individuals discreetly withdrew from the throng, preparing to return home to properly groom their children, nurturing hopes of teaching them obedience and understanding over the next 10 days. With a little luck, when the time came, if they dressed their children attractively, perhaps the immortal would take a liking to them, whisking them away to pursue immortality. Wouldn't they, as relatives of an immortal, then enjoy a life of luxury and abundance? Lin Xiao listened intently amidst the crowd, while Lin Dao and his companions were also absorbed in the dialogue. At this moment, all three of them were pondering the existence of true immortals in the world. It seemed that Lin Xiao's cultivation journey indeed involved a fortuitous encounter with a celestial being. Initially, Lin Dao harbored a twinge of worry that Lin Xiao might have fallen prey to some mountain spirit, but that concern dissipated. Lin Dashan and Qin Shi both sighed, marveling at Lin Xiao's extraordinary luck. After hearing the official's explanations, Lin Xiao and the others departed. He surmised that the official likely knew little himself, having merely relayed anecdotes from his grandfather. Many of the answers were rather vague, yet sufficient to captivate the common folk. One question that went unaddressed by the official, and one that none dared to ask, was how often one could return home after embarking on the path of immortality. Would they be forever barred from returning? Lin Xiao recalled numerous tales of cultivation that mentioned the concept of cutting ties with the mundane. Despite the passage of 30 years since the last recruitment of disciples, and although times had changed, if any of the selected children from 3 decades prior had returned home, the townsfolk would surely not be entirely ignorant of the ways of immortality, given the tendency of most people to boast. If any of those chosen had indeed returned for a visit, it would have undoubtedly caused quite a stir among the neighbors. In an era lacking entertainment and conversation, such news could easily provide fodder for lively discussions that would last for months. He understood this well from his experiences in the village, and he reasoned that the county and capital cities would not differ much. Furthermore, many in Cuifing town had ties to the county, making it implausible that 30 years later, almost no one would know anything. They could only rely on the fading memories of the old officials from that time. Thus, Lin Xiao speculated that perhaps the sect here also imposed the requirement of cutting ties with the mundane upon their disciples. Consequently, many parents hoping for their children to be chosen and ascend to greatness might find themselves disappointed. However, Lin Xiao would not voice such conjectures to others. He obediently followed behind Lin Dao, queuing to exit the town of Cuifing. The spring sun shone brightly yet pleasantly, and as the four made their way home, they felt elated about the successful business of the day. It was not until they had walked 2 miles out of town that Lin Dashan, considering the greater sum of money they would be bringing home, glanced at Lin Dao, eager to witness the bulging satchel, only to suddenly realize that the satchel was missing. Panic-stricken, he halted and pointed at Lin Dao's empty shoulder, stammering, "You, where's your satchel?" At his exclamation, Qin Shi also turned to Lin Dao, startled to see the absence of the satchel. "Oh dear. Have you lost your satchel?" Lin Dao and Lin Xiao exchanged a knowing glance before he grinned reassuringly. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, don't panic. The money is safe." Then he gestured dramatically to Lin Xiao. "Erlang, take it out and show it to your uncle and aunt to ease their worries." "Yes, sir." Lin Xiao promptly retrieved the pouch from his bosom. Seeing the father-son duo so composed, Lin Dashan, who had been anxious moments before, felt his heartbeat steady. He and Qin Shi watched as Lin Xiao reached into the pouch and produced a large, fully packed satchel, placing it with a thud onto the cart. Lin Dashan quickly scanned the surroundings, relieved that no one had witnessed the spectacle. He was unaware that Lin Xiao had boldly revealed the money because he sensed no onlookers around. When Lin Dashan opened the satchel and confirmed it was indeed filled with the coins they had earned from today's dental venture, he sighed in relief. After all, it was rare for him to see so many coins at once. Once reassured that the money was intact, Lin Dashan recalled Lin Zhao's pouch. "Xiaogu, what is that pouch of yours? Is it a magical item?" Lin Xiao bashfully scratched his nose. "No, it's nothing magical. Just a storage bag I made myself, typically used by fledgling cultivators like me. It's not very large, merely capable of holding about half a basket's worth of items." Lin Dashan first handed the satchel back to Lin Xiao. instructing him to store it in his pouch, then gave him a thumbs up. Xiao Gu, you're amazing. You can create such a remarkable item. I believe that in 10 days, you will surely win the favor of the immortal sect, and they will gladly accept you as a disciple. As they resumed their journey towards the village, Lin Xiao paused, then shook his head. Uncle, I will not be going to that immortal sect. What? Why not? Xiao Gu? Lin Dashan was taken aback. He had just heard the official mention the recruitment and had intended to send his son, Lin Lei, for selection, believing that Lin Xiao, already on the path of cultivation, would be eager to join the sect, considering the benefits of having an immortal mentor as opposed to solitary practice. Who would have thought that Lin Xiao would decline? Lin Xiao flashed a playful smile, half jokingly and half seriously saying, Uncle, don't you know? The grass hut that you and my father built for me on the mountain is my sect. I am the sect leader now. How could a sect leader go to another immortal sect to become someone else's disciple? Lin Dashan didn't fully grasp the concept, but since Lin Xiao had made his choice, he must have his reasons. Despite the family's perception of Lin Xiao as somewhat whimsical and unreliable, Lin Dashan privately believed his nephew had always been quite resourceful. Whatever the case, as long as the family had land, they wouldn't go hungry. Whether he chose to cultivate at home or in an immortal sect, as long as the child was content, it was all acceptable. Lin Dayo, on the other hand, thought it was for the best that Lin Xiao did not go. Such a young child, if he were to truly depart with a group of strangers, would cause him endless worry. Though they were called immortals, what did that matter? The child was not theirs. If anything were to happen, who would be there to take responsibility? He had toiled tirelessly to raise Lin Xiao to this age and could not bear to let him leave home. So, when he first heard Lin Dashan's intentions, his heart had leapt into his throat. However, upon hearing Lin Xiao's decision to remain in the village and continue his cultivation, a smile crept onto Lin Dao's face. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chapter 38, The Great Hall of the Sect. Upon returning to Shoshui village, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. As Lin Xiao strolled through the village, he suddenly sensed 2 pairs of furtive eyes upon him. Following the direction of these gazes, he spotted Lu Laoda's wife, Lu Daber, and Lu San's wife, both laboring in the fields while casting sidelong glances at him. A few villagers nearby were quietly discussing them. With Lin Xiao's current hearing, he could discern their words quite clearly. TSK, TSK. It seems the Lu family has finally met their comeuppance. Indeed, in the past, Lu Laoda's wife and Lu San's wife used to look down on others, relying on their husbands' bullying ways, but now, with Lu Laoda incapacitated, Lu San is utterly useless, merely relying on his brother's bluster. Previously, he would feign work in the fields under Lu Laoda's watch. Now that Lu Laoda is down, the Lu family can only send their women to labor. If you ask me, Lu San's wife was not like this when she first married in. My daughter used to get along well with her. Who would have thought the Lu family's corrupt ways would lead her astray over the years? I believe the root of it lies with the elders. As the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. After a moment, Lin Xiao and his companions had passed the fields. He paid no further mind to the Lu family. With Lu Laoda's downfall, he trusted that Lu Yunan could handle the remaining members. The Lu family would not stir up any significant trouble. What occupied his thoughts was the whereabouts of Qin Jianghe, who had promised to meet him at the market yesterday. He hoped nothing untoward had occurred. As they reached the fork in the road leading to the northern mountains, Lin Xiao turned to Lin Dayo and the others. Father, uncle, aunt, I will head up the mountain to take a look. Lin Dayo waved his hand. Go on, go on. Remember to come down for dinner at your grandfather's place tonight? And be sure to return early. And give me that satchel. I need to take the money back to settle accounts with your uncle and aunt. Lin Xiao took out a pouch filled with copper coins from his pocket and handed it to his father, saying, Father, a portion of this small change belongs to my sect's funds, so please do not consume it all. Hey? Lin Dayo accepted the pouch, and upon hearing this, he felt an itch in his palms. Am I so desperate for your meager coins? Hurry along, hurry along. Just looking at you is vexing. Seeing the eager hand of his father, Lin Xiao immediately slipped away. Upon reaching the mountain, he found everyone diligently practicing their cultivation. However, he did not see Qin Jianghe's figure. Lin Xiao chose not to disturb anyone and did not rush down the mountain to search for Qin Jianghe. After all, if there were any issues concerning the Qin family, The villagers, known for their love of gossip, would have long spread the news throughout Xiushui village. Moreover, upon checking Qin Jiang's character panel, there were no anomalies, indicating that everything was likely fine. Lin Xiao decided to prioritize constructing the sect's grand hall. His stock of spirit stones had once again run dry, and he needed to replenish it promptly. Otherwise, his idle cultivation would have to be halted. Near the grass hut on the mountain, a large pile of mud lay, evidently excavated today by Taitu and the others who were left to guard the sect. The mud stored in Lin Zhao's private treasury, combined with today's excavation, was more than sufficient to construct the grand hall. As for timber, Lin Xiao decisively retrieved the axe he had brought from home. With a swift motion, he dashed into the dense woods of the back mountain. Now at the 4th level of qi refining, his physique had undergone a qualitative leap compared to before, even in contrast to ordinary people. He raised the axe, and chopping down trees was akin to slicing through sugar cane. Crack, one tree after another fell. He had previously calculated a need for approximately 15 logs, and soon enough, he had more than enough. Considering that he would also need wood for future cultivation rooms and potentially other structures. Lin Xiao chopped down many more, however, he made sure not to strip the area bare. He spaced his cuts, for a desolate scene in the sect's back mountain would not be aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, due to the sparse human presence in this region halfway up the northern mountain, villagers generally did not venture here, so Lin Xiao regarded this place as the sect's private domain. After all, their village was situated in a remote area, and in this era, the imperial authority did not extend into the countryside. Essentially, as long as new houses were not built on fertile land, anyone with sufficient funds could construct whatever size house they wished, provided it did not obstruct paths or block the gates of others. Thus, Lin Xiao had no fear of anyone accusing him of illegal construction. Once he had felled enough trees, Lin Xiao returned to the front mountain. He sat in front of the 10-mile peach blossom tree and opened the construction synthesizer. He placed a substantial portion of the mud from his private treasury, around 65 cubic units, into the brick materials section, and added 16 logs in the beam materials section. He included a bit extra of each material. Then, he added the paints he had purchased in town. He was uncertain of the effects, but surely it could not be worse than the plain and unadorned earthen brick house. Right? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao clicked the plus sign to add another slot and took out his last remaining spirit stone from his private treasury. Gritting his teeth, he tossed the spirit stone into the synthesizer. Closing his eyes, he confirmed the synthesis, beginning the construction of the sect's grand hall. Please wait. Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement as he rubbed his hands together. The sect, which had only consisted of a grass hut, was finally on the verge of becoming a thing of the past. Once the grand hall was completed and the cultivation rooms established, everyone would no longer have to crowd into the small grass hut to practice. However, he had no intention of demolishing that grass hut, for it was built with great effort by his father and marked the starting point of their Lingxian sect. This would be recorded in the sect's history and would be a crucial part of the disciple selection process in the future. Lin Xiao couldn't help but dream of the future, a thriving sect with disciples soaring on clouds and wielding swords. Ding! The construction of the sect's grand hall was successful. Please select a placement location. Then, Lin Xiao beheld a colossal structure floating before him. It was a building approximately 6 meters tall with a base area of around 60 square meters. Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, truly? The synthesizer was remarkable. Though constructed of mud bricks, the walls appeared almost seamless, with no visible joints between the bricks. Moreover, whether due to the pigments he had added or the synthesizer's configuration, a faint layer of dark red hue adorned the walls. The roof was laid with ancient-style mud tiles, and the eaves had been crafted with a graceful curve, shimmering with ethereal light that cascaded from the tips and dissipated into the air. Chapter 39. A mutual glance. The doors of the grand hall were wide and inviting, crafted from smooth wood that gleamed as if polished over many years. Above the door hung a plaque. Still blank, yet it exuded an air of grandeur. Lin Xiao observed the square shape and size of the structure, estimating the distance from the grass hut. He decided to place the grand hall about 100 meters from the 10-mile peach blossom tree, directly facing the mountain path. Once the grand hall was positioned, he was prompted to name it. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, Knowing that naming the Grand Hall was a straightforward task, he decisively entered the 4 characters. Lingxian Grand Hall. Is this name confirmed? Confirmed. Name successfully registered. Congratulations, host, on the completion of the Lingxian Grand Hall. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your sect's residence has been upgraded. The defensive capabilities of the sect will increase in accordance with the upgrade, expanding the range of protection to a radius of 300 meters from the sect's residence, Lingxian Grand Hall, as the center. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of constructing the sect's Grand Hall. The center of the sect's residence has automatically changed from the original location to the Grand Hall. The task rewards have been deposited into the private treasury. Please check. The long-awaited task rewards had finally arrived. Lin Xiao eagerly opened his private treasury. His gaze swiftly bypassed the existing items, fixating on the new additions. Spirit Stones X100, Spirit Silkworm Eggs X20, Mulberry Seeds X10, First Level Spirit Vein Fragment X1, 100 Spirit Stones. This task for the Grand Hall was quite generous. Lin Xiao then looked at the other items. Spirit Silkworm Eggs and Mulberry Seeds. Was this suggesting he was to raise silkworms? Surely it wasn't to make roasted silkworm pupae to eat? The silkworms should be meant for silk production, and that fragment of a first-level spirit vein. Goodness, a spirit vein. Wasn't this the source of spirit stones? Lin Xiao suddenly felt he might soon experience his first wave of wealth in his cultivation journey. However, this was merely a fragment. He had no idea how many he would need in total. It was still a bit premature to celebrate. He needed to remain low-key. Now that he had an abundance of spirit stones, Lin Xiao promptly renewed his idle cultivation for 15 spirit stones. For the next half-month, he would not have to worry about his idle cultivation. Then he turned his attention to the freshly constructed Grand Hall. The exquisite and grand edifice stood in stark contrast to the low, narrow grass hut beside it, highlighting the difference remarkably. Standing before the entrance of the Grand Hall, Lin Xiao felt a profound sense of accomplishment. However, he did not push the door open. It would be much more atmospheric to explore the Grand Hall later with everyone together. As time was getting late, Lin Xiao was just about to turn around to call the cultivators when he heard voices calling from the direction of the mountain path. Xiao Gu, Lin Xiao turned to see. Of course, it was Qin Jianghe. Seeing him in good spirits and looking quite cheerful from afar, Lin Xiao felt completely at ease. He walked over and asked, "What have you been up to today?" "We agreed to meet at the market." Qin Jianghe sheepishly scratched his head and grinned. Then, with a playful wink, whispered, "Xiao Gu, my mother took me on a blind date this morning. Hee. She didn't tell me until we got to town, leading me straight to the matchmaker's house. She said the girl is from Dahua Township, close by, and we should not keep her waiting, so I didn't have time to find you and let you know." "Please don't be mad, Xiao Gu." Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. "A blind date is a good thing. Why would I be angry? It's just a pity that I made quite a bit of money yesterday, and you missed out on seeing it." Upon hearing this, Qin Jianghe's eyes widened with excitement. "Really, Xiao Gu? How much did you earn? Is our sect going to get rich?" Lin Xiao cleared his throat. "It's not a huge amount. Just around 3,000 copper coins." "What? 3,000 copper coins? My heavens, I've never seen 3,000 copper coins in my life," Qin Jianghe exclaimed, shaking Lin Xiao's arm. Xiao Gu, please show me. Tomorrow. The money isn't with me right now. First, tell me how your blind date went." Upon hearing Lin Xiao mention this, a blush crept across Qin Jianghe's dark face. "The girl is quite nice. She has a lovely smile, very charming." Seeing Qin Jianghe's foolish expression, Lin Xiao couldn't help but realize that he was undoubtedly pleased with the girl. Having met just once, he has become such a fool. Where is the astuteness one expects from a financial elder? Lin Xiao felt quite exasperated, thinking, "Stop grinning foolishly. If you are infatuated with someone, what do you think they would say?" Upon mentioning this, Qin Jianghe's expression grew even more bashful. He lowered his head shyly, and his voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's keen hearing, he might not have caught what he said. "I think I'm quite good too. I seem like a dependable person, hee." Observing his foolish demeanor, Lin Xiao seriously contemplated whether he should revoke his position as financial elder during this courtship period. Just then, it appeared that the people in the grass shed had heard their commotion and began to emerge. "Xiao Gu, you're back. How is it?" Zhang Youfu was the first to rush over. Remarkably, now that he had reached the first level of qi refining, although his excess flesh jiggled as he ran, his speed was incomparable to the past. Just as Zhang Youfu was about to crash into him, Lin Xiao quickly sidestepped. The others also approached swiftly, greeting Lin Xiao and Qin Zhanghe warmly. How's it going? Sect Master, Financial Elder. Lu Yunan teased them with a playful exchange of titles. Everyone still thought the two had returned together from the town. Lin Xiao mercilessly exposed Qin Zhanghe. That rascal didn't come with me. He went to meet someone early this morning. Alas, I was left hanging, selling goods alone in the town. Look at you, starting to court a girl. Lu Yunan lightly punched the blushing Qin Zhang at Zhu Liang. Scratching his head, said, I also want to go meet someone, but my mother says I'm not grown up yet. A group of 12 and 13-year-old boys enthusiastically discussed matchmaking, while the 15-year-old Sunny Gao and Lin Yun. The older youths pretended they were invisible, hiding to the side. Sunny Gao feigned interest in the peach blossoms, while Lin Yun casually scanned the surroundings. Since today was market day, Old Master Lin had given Lin Lei and Lin Yun an afternoon off. So he too was on the mountain practicing with everyone. Chapter 40. The Convergence of 10,000 Swords. Lin Yun gazed in astonishment at the towering building in the distance, on this rarely visited hillside. Such a colossal structure had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Indeed, a grand edifice, a building of such scale, akin to the Lingxian Great Hall, was a magnificent presence for Shoshui village. Drawn by Lin Yun's exclamation, everyone followed his gaze and collectively gasped in awe. Wow! Subsequently, their eyes all fixed on Lin Xiao in unison. It was evident that this sudden appearance of a grand building was most likely his doing. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and cleared his throat, saying, This, my friends, is our sect's great hall. Shall I take you to have a look? Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Thus, Lin Xiao led them towards the sect's great hall. Upon reaching the great hall, everyone instinctively looked up at the prominently displayed plaque. I recognize the first three characters, Hu Liang exclaimed. Meanwhile, Qin Zhanghe chimed in, having already taken a step ahead. The first two characters are Lingxian. Just like on the stone tablet, the last character is Hall, right, brother son? He turned to Sunny Gao for confirmation. Sunny Gao smiled slightly and nodded, then provided an impromptu lesson. The last character, Hall, can be understood as a grand building. This Lingxian Great Hall is presumably used for discussions. The other students of Sunny Gao nodded in agreement, quickly glancing at the character Hall several times, as if trying to imprint it in their minds. Lin Xiao raised his hand to push open the heavy wooden door, which felt quite weighty. With a little effort, he swung the door open. The force of the door created a gust of wind that lifted and then settled the edges of everyone's garments. It was now dusk, and the light was gradually dimming. However, upon entering the hall, they were greeted by a bright interior. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that the surrounding columns were embedded with numerous luminous fragments, arranged somewhat haphazardly yet seemingly containing some underlying order. At the front of the hall stood a raised platform with steps leading up to it, while the rest of the space was completely bare. This platform was likely designated for those who held speaking authority, whereas the remaining open area was presumably for those with voting rights to stand. Lin Xiao was the first to step over the high threshold and enter. The members of Lingxian's sect followed closely behind. As they entered the great hall, a profound sense of solemnity enveloped them, making them feel as though their very beings were being weighed down by its gravity. Lin Xiao was no exception. Standing at the base of the steps leading to the platform, he gazed at the three deep black characters glowing on the wall, and his emotions were mixed. Lingxian's sect. He had truly established a sect for cultivation in a completely unfamiliar ancient world, in a quaint little village nestled in the mountains, despite the fact that they, as disciples, were still quite weak, and their sect was in dire need of development, lacking in every aspect and appearing as impoverished as a false cultivation sect. It was nonetheless a product of their collective efforts over time. The individuals standing behind Lin Xiao, looking at this magnificent hall, to them, felt a surge of pride. This was their sect. Ding, congratulations, host. The sect's morale has skyrocketed to 200. Reward. Heavenly tier formation, convergence of 10,000 swords. Please take note, a gentle reminder. As this formation is of heavenly tier, practitioners must possess a cultivation level at least equal to the golden core stage for it to be cultivated. Otherwise, attempting to form it could lead to demise. Practice with caution. Heavenly tier. Just as Lin Xiao was jolted awake by the system upon seeing the words heavenly tier, he had not yet had the chance to rejoice before noticing the requirement for golden core cultivation. Well then, even if they combined their levels, they would not reach the threshold for golden core. This formation was indeed excellent, but its timing of appearance was quite unfortunate. Consequently, Lin Xiao had no choice but to relegate the currently impractical convergence of 10,000 swords formation to his private repository to gather dust. Having witnessed the grand hall of the sect, Lin Xiao had also gained a wave of support and a heavenly tier formation, which filled him with great joy. He waved his hand, urging everyone to return home for dinner. Lin Xiao and Lin Yuan made their way back to the Lin family's old residence, in the yard under the setting sun. 2 dining tables had been joined together, piled high with clean bowls and chopsticks. Lin Ying, who was playing with braided grass rope at the entrance, spotted Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao and immediately ran into the courtyard, shouting to the adults chatting in the hall, "Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, uncle, eldest cousin and second cousin are back." Lin Tai, who had been engrossed in listening to Lin Dashan boast while seated on the bed, was the first to react. Swiftly getting off the bed and putting on his shoes, he hurried to the kitchen, exclaiming, "Oh, Erlang and Sanlang are back. We must quickly serve the dishes. Eldest daughter-in-law, come help." Lin Dabian followed closely behind into the kitchen. The remaining men in the hall paused their conversation and rose to head towards the courtyard. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, who had been sewing inside, neatly folded the torn garment in her hands, setting it aside to continue working on it tomorrow before stepping out of the room. Lin Yin and Lin Ying were both daughters of the Lin family's main household. Specifically Lin Dashan and Lin Dabian Qin's daughters. Lin Yin was 13 this year, while Lin Ying was by the time everyone had emerged. Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao had just reached the entrance of the courtyard. Lin Tai and Lin Dabian had already set several large bowls of dishes on the table. The bowls were so large that they appeared bigger than the faces of the others, filled to the brim with food. Although there was only one meat dish, each vegetable dish glistened with a generous amount of oil, indicating that they had been prepared with ample fats. The steamed buns were made from fine flour, without any chaff mixed in, each one looking plump and delightful. Observing that everyone was gathered in the courtyard, Old Master Lin scanned each face with satisfaction before being the first to sit down. Everyone followed suit, taking their seats in turn. Old Master Lin, with a rosy complexion, lifted his bowl and, in a hearty voice, declared, "Let us eat." Everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks, beginning to dig in heartily. Once they had satisfied their initial hunger, they began to eat at a more leisurely pace. Old Master Lin picked at his teeth, then took a small portion of vegetables to chew on. Turning to Lin Xiao, he said, "Sanlang, you've made quite a fortune today. I heard from your uncle and your father that your cultivation is indeed real." Lin Xiao, imitating his grandfather's manner, took a bite of vegetables and chewed thoughtfully before responding with a relaxed expression. "Yes, grandfather, my cultivation is indeed real. Would you like to try it with me? You see, at your age, cultivating with me might just extend your lifespan." Chapter 41. Paying Salaries, Part 1. Although he was still uncertain whether cultivation in this world could extend one's lifespan or by how much, Lin Xiao firmly believed it could. After all, the system's documentation referred to qi refining. Since the cultivation system's levels were akin to those he was familiar with, the ability to prolong life should undoubtedly be preserved. Otherwise, who could achieve enlightenment within the ordinary human lifespan? Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, the table of individuals, including the typically reticent Lin Yin and Lin Ying, were each stirred with their own thoughts. Lin Boyang, standing nearby, promptly addressed Lin Xiao. "Sanlang, look at your elder cousin." Lin Lei, the eldest grandson of the Lin family, who shares the same age as Lin Yun, couldn't help but deform the half-bread in his hand. He immediately interrupted his mother's words, exclaiming, "Mother, I do not wish to cultivate. I want to work at home." Lin Boyang grew anxious, saying, "What success will you achieve by merely working at home? Look at Sanlang. After just a few days of practice, he has already learned spells and can earn several coins in town." Seeing this, Lin Xiao swiftly intervened to halt the burgeoning argument. stating, "Stop, stop, stop, auntie, cousin. Observe that your intentions are ultimately for each other's benefit. Correct? There is no need to transform this goodwill into a heavy-hearted quarrel that burdens us all. If anyone harbors thoughts, let us express them candidly, articulating clearly the reasons behind our perspectives. We ought to discuss matters amicably rather than confrontationally, lest we turn a good deed into a misfortune. Would you not agree?" Prepared for a vigorous debate, Lin de Bouillon and Lin Lei, upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, both blushed and reined in their surging anger. Old Master Lin nodded in agreement, saying, "Sanlang speaks wisely. This matter should be discussed privately among yourselves. Once settled, you may bring it to light, but refrain from arguing in front of the entire family." Lin Xiao then addressed everyone, "Once you have reached an agreement, those who wish to join me in cultivation are welcome to come. Do not entertain unwarranted worries." He then turned to the elder Lin couple, "If you wish to join, I will certainly welcome you at any time. Please do not feel hesitant." Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, the Lin family pondered over their own thoughts. After dinner, how they would negotiate remained uncertain. Lin Yu took Lin Yun home, and along the way, Lin Xiao repeatedly asked, "Father, you truly will not cultivate with us? It could extend your life. Please do not leave me and brother in sorrow later. I must tell you, this cultivation business involves something called inner demons. If you do not join me and brother, and we have to witness your demise prematurely, that could very well become our inner demons, hindering our progress." Lin Yu raised his hand and smacked the back of Lin Zhao's head, saying, "Why curse your own father?" Lin Xiao, nursing his sore head, replied with a pitiful expression, "I speak the truth. I am not deceiving you, father." Lin Yu stubbornly turned his head, declaring, "I will not listen. Be silent." Lin Xiao sighed, reflecting on the obstinacy of middle-aged men, despite his father being only 32. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao immediately inquired about the money he earned that day. Lin Yu, unable to bear his son's greed, disdainfully tossed the pouch into Lin Zhao's arms. With delight, Lin Xiao embraced the pouch filled with copper coins as he entered the house, took some straw rope, and strung the coins into sets of 100, creating 7 strings in total. He then tucked one string away into his private stash, marking it as his salary for the month. Indeed, Lin Xiao was distributing salaries. He planned to give each disciple in the current sect 101, excluding Xiao Wan, who presumably had no need for money. The remaining funds would be partially used to purchase some grain from the wealthier villagers to stockpile on the mountain, ensuring that everyone had provisions during their training sessions. Otherwise, they would have to bring their own food daily, which hardly resembled the essence of a proper sect. Although they could not yet accommodate everyone on the mountain, at least they could provide meals. Marking a step forward, Lin Xiao remained quite optimistic about the development of the sect. As night fell, the scattered lights of Shoshui village began to flicker to life. The villagers, having been busy outside, started to return home. At this hour, it could be said that Lin Xiao was the only one venturing out. He carried a pouch brimming with copper coins, ready to distribute salaries to his disciples. Though the others were unaware that they were entitled to a stipend, who in this world does not appreciate receiving a salary? Lin Xiao empathized, imagining that if he were in their position, receiving his salary a moment sooner would bring him joy a moment sooner. Thus, he resolutely decided not to postpone the distribution of these coins until the morrow. After all, freshly earned coins would lose their novelty overnight. Having strung the coins, he promptly stepped into the night to commence his salary distribution. Lin Zhao's first stop was, of course, his brother Lin Yun's room. Stealthily, as if a thief, he crept to Lin Yun's door, gently pushed it open, and entered in their household. The door would not typically be secured until bedtime, allowing easy entry. Lin Yun, noticing Lin Zhao's sneaky demeanor, inquired with curiosity, Lang, what are you up to?" At home, Lin Yun usually referred to Lin Xiao as Lang, reserving the name Sanlang for occasions at the ancestral home. Approaching Lin Yun, who was making his bed, Lin Xiao took one of his hands and pulled out a string of coins from his pouch. Placing it in Lin Yun's palm, "Elder brother, this is your salary from the sect for this month." Startled by the sight of the hefty bundle of coins, Lin Yun instinctively attempted to return it, saying, "This, Lang, take it back. Did you not say you were saving today's earnings to develop our sect?" Lin Xiao swiftly evaded, saying, "Indeed. Distributing salaries to everyone is also part of developing the sect. Elder brother, please accept it. It would be unfair for my own brother to receive less. Quickly, take it before I leave." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiao dashed out of the room, leaving Lin Yun unable to return the money due to his overwhelming cultivation prowess. Thus, Lin Yun resigned to continue his training, striving to catch up to his younger brother, hoping that next time he could at least grasp the hem of Lin Zhao's garment. Lin Zhao's second stop on his salary distribution journey was the home of Tai Tu. Situated in the central part of the village, it was a necessity, as only he and Lin Yun resided at the eastern edge of the village, while the Hu family, being the largest and longest established clan in Shoshui village, occupied most of the central area. Tai Tu, Hu Liang, was a close relative of the clan leader, Hu De Li, and according to lineage, he ought to address Hu De Li as his elder uncle. Arriving at the gate of the Hu household, Lin Xiao was greeted by Hu's aunt, who invited him in. He politely declined, instead requesting that Tai Tu come out. Due to the Hu family living in a communal household, Lin Xiao preferred not to enter, as the multitude of people made him uncomfortable. Once Tai Tu emerged, Lin Xiao led him to a shadowy corner, where they discreetly engaged in the salary distribution. Upon receiving the money, Tai Tu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He whispered, "Brother Xiao, is this truly for me?" Lin Xiao nodded, realizing it was too dark for Tai Tu to see clearly, and whispered back, "Yes, place it in your storage pouch and keep it from your second aunt. We wouldn't want her to make a fuss about you having to pay it back." Tai Tu eagerly nodded, retrieving his storage pouch to secure the coins. "Rest assured, Brother Xiao, I understand. Hee, tomorrow I'll have my father bring back a roast chicken for me. Did you hear? A roast chicken shop opened in town recently, and their chickens are delicious. Not expensive either, only 38 won." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately pulled out 38 won and handed it to him, saying, "Make sure to get one for me too." Tai Tu patted his chest, declaring, "No problem, you can count on me." Since Tai Tu's father, Uncle Husan, typically traveled to the town for short-term work, he would go there daily. Uncle Husan had a good relationship with Lin Diyu, often bringing items for him. As a result, Lin Xiao had become quite familiar with Uncle Husan, having frequently assisted him when Lin Diyu was away. After discussing the roast chicken, Lin Xiao bid farewell to Tai Tu and proceeded to the next household. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Tai Tu was intercepted by Aunt Husan, who had been waiting in the yard, and whispered, "Tai Tu, is it true that the second Lin boy struck it rich in town today?" Hu Liang, feeling annoyed, waved his arm to dismiss her grasp, saying, "Oh, come on. No. Aunt San, please stop prying." Aunt Husan, displeased, raised her voice, "How am I prying? Word has spread among the townsfolk. Those who returned from the market today say that the second Lin boy was surrounded by a throng at his stall, even if each person gave him just 1 coin. Wouldn't he be wealthy by now? Not to mention, you've been friends with him for so long. Why haven't you learned anything about making money from him? That boy too, he knows you well. Yet he doesn't think to share the good fortune with you, keeping it all to himself." At this moment, a door swung open, and Hu Liang's mother stood at the entrance, calling out, "Tai Tu, get inside and go to bed. What are you doing out here at this late hour? Aren't you afraid of running into a ghost?" Upon hearing his mother's voice, Hu Liang dashed towards the house, exclaiming, "Coming, coming. I'll sleep right away." In the yard, only Aunt Husan remained, fuming under the moonlight, stamping her feet. "Who are you calling a ghost? You are truly a ghost." Lin Xiao hurriedly arrived at the next household, the Qin family. The Qin family is relatively simple in terms of population and familial relations. The 2 elders of the household passed away early, leading to an early division of the family. Qin Zhenghe's father, Uncle Qin, lives with his wife, Lu, and their 2 sons, Qin Zhenghe and Qin Zhenghe. Qin Zhenghe, being the second son, enjoys a relatively leisurely life, which allows him to bond with Lin Xiao and the others as close friends. As for Qin Zhenghe, he possesses quite a sharp mind. However, Lin Xiao does not find this off-putting, as at his core, Qin Zhenghe is quite a simple individual. His cleverness stems from his childhood, when he lived in a large family before the division of households. The complexity of the Qin family's past was hardly less than that of the Hu family. Although Qin Zhenghe's family is from the main branch, his father, as the eldest son, has 8 younger siblings, all of whom have married and seem to have inherited the Qin family's prolific gene, resulting in a notably large progeny. Consequently, Uncle Qin is not particularly favored in the eyes of the elderly couple, especially since there have been no further offspring from the main branch since Qin Zhonghai and Qin Zhonghe. The elderly couple, known for their fertility, naturally prefers to see an endless lineage, leading to favoritism towards other branches. With favoritism comes discord, and with discord comes both overt and covert rivalry. In his childhood, Qin Zhonghe was exceptionally adept at reading people's expressions and adept at playing mind games. However, his cleverness is directed outward rather than inward, which is why Lin Xiao finds no aversion to his character. On the contrary, he appreciates it, as he himself is quite protective of his friends. Lin Xiao and Qin Zhonghe met in the main hall of the Qin household. Aware that Lin Xiao had matters to discuss with Qin Zhonghe, Uncle Qin, Aunt Qin, and Qin Zhonghai retreated to their respective rooms, allowing the 2 young men to converse. Lin Xiao took out a string of coins and, with a playful smile, said, "Our sect is indeed a formal one. And a formal sect must have a stipend. This is your share." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhonghe found it difficult to refuse and accepted it. "Brother Xiao, I will also think hard about ways to earn money. Next time, I want to contribute to our sect," Lin Xiao replied. "Excellent, from now on, we will work together to earn money and develop our sect." As he spoke, Lin Xiao pulled out the remaining coins and handed them to him, saying, "Originally, the task of distributing salaries and managing finances fell to you. The financial elder I've already distributed to 2 families on your behalf, so you must accompany me later." Understanding that Lin Xiao was trying to familiarize everyone with his role as financial elder, Qin Zhonghe had no reason to decline. He quickly nodded, saying, "Of course, Brother Xiao, you can rest assured that I will safeguard this money. I keep my storage bag close even while I sleep. No one will steal this money from me." After bidding farewell to Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin, the 2 of them set off together. As Qin Zhonghe felt the warmth of the storage bag containing over 2,000 coins, his heart raced with excitement. He was about to distribute money to others. Although this money was not earned by him, he would strive to find ways to earn for the sect in the future. The next household was that of Sun Yigao. The Sun family was even simpler, consisting of the landowner's son, Aunt Sun, and their only son, Sun Yigao. Upon their arrival, Aunt Sun warmly welcomed them into the main hall. "Yigao is changing his clothes. Please have a seat." Aunt Sun brought them 2 cups of water and set out a box containing various dried fruits for them to enjoy. Lin Xiao quickly replied, "Aunt Sun, please take a rest. We have merely come to distribute the sect's stipend to Brother Sunday." Since Aunt Sun was aware of their sect's affairs, Lin Xiao spoke without reservation. Qin Zhonghe nodded in agreement, saying, "Aunt, please consider us as your own nephews. There's no need for such formality, or else we will feel quite uncomfortable. Won't we?" Seeing their awkwardness, Aunt Sun laughed heartily. "Oh, look at me. You are good friends with Yigao, and here I am being overly polite. This is unbecoming of an aunt. Please, make yourselves comfortable, eat and drink well. I'll go urge him. He has been in here wearing only his inner garments, and he insists on putting on his outer clothes to greet you, thinking it disrespectful otherwise. What a stubborn child he is." As she spoke, Aunt Sun left the room to find Sun Yigao. Lin Xiao and Qin Zhonghe exchanged glances in the now empty hall and suddenly burst into laughter. Qin Zhonghe whispered, "I think Aunt Sun is quite nervous." Lin Xiao nodded, "Indeed. She probably rarely has the opportunity to greet younger generations like this." After all, she had always kept Sun Yigao from mingling with the village children for fear that they might distract him from his studies or lead him astray. Upon hearing of their arrival, landowner's son also came out to greet them, sitting nearby to chat for a moment. Once Sun Yigao emerged, landowner's son excused himself, allowing the 3 of them to converse freely. When Lin Xiao saw that Sun Yigao was indeed dressed neatly, he could not help but smile at him. Sun Yigao bowed to the 2, saying, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Lin Xiao quickly helped him up, saying, "Oh, we are all quite familiar now. Yigao, there is no need for such formalities, or else we shall be unhappy." Qin Zhonghe nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If you treat us so formally, it would make us seem quite rude, wouldn't it?" Sun Yigao chuckled softly. "You 2 brothers are correct. From now on, I shall forget all formalities in your presence." The 2 smiled. "That is how it should be." when informed of Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe's purpose in distributing the sect stipend. Sunny Gao did not refuse but looked at the 100 coins in his hand with a smile, saying, I always thought I would have to wait until I achieved some scholarly title to earn anything of my own. Destined to be a mere parasite at home, I never expected that I could receive a stipend without needing to take any examinations. Lin Xiao chuckled, this 100 coins is not much. It's merely a gesture. Our sect is still in its infancy, but we strive to grow it and provide everyone with more stipends in the future. Speaking of which, our sect will only continue to grow, and many new members may not be very literate. So there will be many areas where we will need your assistance as the teaching elder, Yigao. Sunny Gao smiled gently. I, Yigao, will certainly do my utmost. After bidding farewell to the Sun family, Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe made their way to the rear of the Sun household. Arriving at Jiang Youfu's home, the Jiang family had a considerable number of members, yet they coexisted harmoniously. However, Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe merely greeted the Jiang family members before speaking with Jiang Youfu outside the courtyard. Upon handing the string of coins to Jiang Youfu, he received it with great excitement, exclaiming, Brother Xiao, so much money. Jiang Youfu had never considered refusing. Anything given by Lin Xiao, he accepted without question. Lin Xiao gestured for him to be quiet and, placing a hand on his shoulder, asked, just now, Taitu mentioned that tomorrow he would ask his father to bring back some roast chicken from the newly opened shop in town. They say it's delicious. Do you want some? If so, you can go find him with the money later. Upon hearing this, Jiang Youfu nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll go find him right now. With that, Jiang Youfu hurried off toward the center of the village. Clutching the freshly acquired coins, while Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe continued eastward, heading to the last household, Lu Yunan's. As they approached the front gate, Lin Xiao, with his keen hearing, caught snippets of conversation from within the Lu household. Today, I went to the clinic, and the old doctor said this medicine can only be brewed once more before it becomes completely ineffective. The voice sounded like Lu Widow's. Alas, tonight we will manage to get through with this medicine. But I see that your sister's fever still won't subside. I wonder what we will do tomorrow. Lin Xiao glanced at Qin Zhenghe, only to realize he was oblivious to the sounds around him. Lin Xiao tugged at Qin Zhenghe's arm and quickened his pace. Upon reaching the entrance of Lu's small courtyard, he called out, Baldy, are you home? Zhenghe and I have come. From inside, they heard the sound of shoes being put on. Soon, Lu Widow and Lu Yunan emerged. Lu Widow's eyes were slightly red and swollen. She forced a smile as she greeted Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe, saying, Ah, it's Brother Xiao and Zhenghe. Please, come in and sit. Aunt will get you some water. Lu Yunan, somewhat surprised, asked, Brother Xiao, why are you two here at this hour? Is there something going on? Lin Xiao pulled Lu Yunan inside, signaling Qin Zhenghe to close the door behind them. As the dilapidated fence of Lu's courtyard made it all too easy for anyone outside to see what was happening within. Once Qin Zhenghe closed the door, Lin Xiao sat Lu Yunan down, saying, We are here to distribute the sect stipend to you. Without waiting for Lu Yunan to inquire, Qin Zhenghe took out a string of 100 copper coins from the storage bag in his arms and handed it to him. Astonished, Lu Yunan could barely find his voice. Xiao Guer, is this for me? Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively and said, This is the salary issued by our sect. Everyone receives it. A glimmer of tears briefly shone in Lu Yunan's eyes. Yet a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Our sect truly is wonderful. Qin Zhenghe chuckled and said, Indeed, from now on, let us all work together to make our sect even better. Hee. At that time, our salaries will surely increase. After leaving the Lu family, Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe walked on their way home. Lin Xiao felt puzzled. Although everyone had received their wages, why had the task of distributing salaries not been marked as completed? Lin Xiao opened the task panel. It seemed he had forgotten about Xiao Wan. But as a small spirit chick, would giving it copper coins even be of any use? Salaries should be something useful for it, right? Once Qin Zhenghe returned home, Lin Xiao decided to take a trip up the mountain to inquire. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep tonight. Given his current speed, a round trip to the mountain would take mere minutes. Thus, Lin Xiao hurried up the mountain. It must be said that with increased cultivation, one's courage seemed to grow as well. In the past, during the pitch-black nights, it would have been impossible for Lin Xiao to venture into the wild mountains. Yet now, he willingly ran toward the mountains. There was no denying that with his vastly improved physique, His eyesight was remarkably keen. Even in the dead of night, he could see everything around him quite clearly. Upon reaching the mid-mountain, Lin Xiao spotted Xiao Luan busily engaged in an important matter by the spirit field next to the grass shed. Lin Xiao and Xiao Luan exchanged wide-eyed stares. The atmosphere fell into a moment of silence, a hymn. Lin Xiao gently cleared his throat, as if startled by his cough. Xiao Luan's rear end suddenly let drop two indistinguishable objects. Lin Xiao felt a bit awkward but quickly remembered his purpose for coming. He directly got to the point. Xiao Luan, do you need money? Money? Xiao Luan tilted its head and soon recalled that money was what Aunt Sun had traded for it before, immediately shaking its head vigorously. No, no, no. I don't want that unfortunate thing. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose. All right, then what do you want? Xiao Luan tilted its head again, and suddenly its little eyes sparkled. I want bugs, delicious. Lin Xiao felt a bit overwhelmed. Where could he possibly find bugs at this late hour? Yet he truly desired to complete the salary task right away. Suddenly, Lin Xiao thought of something. He took a spirit stone from his private stash and held it out to Xiao Luan, asking, Do you like this? Sensing the rich spiritual energy emanating from the spirit stone, Xiao Luan inhaled deeply and immediately nodded its head in excitement. Yes, yes, yes. I like this. Lin Xiao promptly placed the spirit stone into Xiao Luan's open beak, saying, Then it's yours. Xiao Luan was overjoyed, spinning in circles while holding the spirit stone. This stone will sustain me for 3 months. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was taken aback. You mean this one spirit stone is enough for you to absorb for 3 months? Xiao Luan stopped its spinning and replied, Yes, I just opened the first layer of spirit, so this stone is indeed enough for me. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled that he had to use a spirit stone every day for his automatic cultivation feature. He felt as though it might not be as cost-effective as he thought. But then he reconsidered. Although the automatic feature consumed a lot, the results were indeed remarkable. In just a few days, he had already reached the 4th layer of qi refinement. If he had cultivated on his own, he certainly would not have achieved this speed. Moreover, it saved him a great deal of time and spared him the troubles of cultivation. With this thought, Lin Xiao found balance once more. He also realized the considerable value of the spirit stone. Xiao Luan, being at the 1st layer of spirit, was equivalent to a human at the 1st layer of qi refinement. One spirit stone could sustain a qi refinement practitioner for 3 months. Lin Xiao opened his private stash and gazed at the solitary 1st-level spirit vein fragment lying quietly inside, eagerly anticipating the day when he could gather enough pieces. Setting aside his daydreams, Lin Xiao looked down at Xiao Luan and said, Xiao Luan, this spirit stone is your salary as a disciple of our sect, in the future, if you diligently fertilize the fields and safeguard our sect. When you finish absorbing this spirit stone, I will provide you with more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luan was immediately thrilled, flapping its wings and joyfully spinning around. At that moment, Lin Xiao finally heard the system notification chime in his mind. Ding. Task. Disciple salaries completed. Task rewards have been issued. Please check. With the task completed, Lin Xiao happily bid farewell to Xiao Luan and descended the mountain. He dashed back home at lightning speed, slipping into his room to check the rewards. In his private stash, the number of spirit stones had increased from 84 to 104, indicating he had received a reward of 20 spirit stones. Additionally, there were 2 new items. One was a recipe for the sect's initial uniform, and the other was 50 packets of spirit plant growth bone powder. Theo Lin Xiao, both items were quite valuable. The sect's initial uniform, with initial in its name, implied that it might possess some artifact-like qualities, didn't it? As for the spirit plant growth bone powder, its name alone made its purpose quite clear. Suppressing his eagerness to rush back to the mountain, he first opened the recipe for the sect's initial uniform. The recipe listed only 3 items: Spirit Silkworm Silk X10, Spirit Stone X5, 1 Gene of Cotton Sect's Initial Uniform X10. Note: the style of the sect's initial uniform can be visualized in the mind during the 30-second synthesis time when the required materials are placed in the item synthesizer. With this recipe, Lin Xiao no longer needed to experiment with the item synthesizer on his own. He could simply follow the recipe to achieve exactly what he desired. Lin Xiao was eager to try it immediately. However, it was already late at night. If he didn't sleep, his father would surely wake him up in the morning with a headstand wash. Thus, He had to suppress his desire to experiment and reluctantly succumb to sleep. Little did he expect, before dawn, he was once again roused by his father. "Where is your new belt?" Still in a daze, Lin Xiao glanced outside to see it was still pitch black and mumbled sleepily. "What belt, Dad? Let me sleep a bit longer." Lin Dio paid no heed to his request, shaking him awake and asking in a gruff voice, "I'm asking you, where is that belt I bought you last year?" At this moment, Lin Xiao finally came to his senses, realizing what his father was referring to. He swallowed hard, trying to calm his father down. "Dad, don't rush. Don't rush. The belt is here." "Where?" "In the pile of clothes you changed out of the other day." There was only a grass rope. Trembling, Lin Xiao fished out the storage bag from his pocket and handed it to Lin Dio, saying, "The belt is in here." Seeing the shabby pouch Lin Xiao had pulled out, which he had used to carry money from the town yesterday, Lin Dio felt a mix of anger and exasperation. In a wonder, he thought the color of that ragged pouch looked familiar. It turned out to be made from his belt. A belt was quite expensive. A large piece of cloth would cost at least 10 coins. The little money earned by the family yesterday had already been spent on oil and salt, and replacing the belt would require dipping into the family savings. Suddenly, Lin Dio recalled the money this kid had earned yesterday. He released Lin Xiao, tossing him back onto the bed with a huff, and coldly remarked, "Our family has no money to buy you a new belt. You can either keep using the grass rope or buy one yourself." Having spoken, he turned and carried the basin filled with clothes into the yard to continue washing. Lin Xiao returned to his bed, closed his eyelids, and fell asleep once more. Chapter 45. The training room. It was not until half an hour had passed that Lin Dio had finished washing and left to work. Lin Yun, having completed his own morning routine, came to rouse him, and he awoke yet again. Raising his eyelids, he observed that dawn had already broken. Lin Xiao promptly sprang out of bed with a sudden burst of energy. He quickly washed up, grabbed 2 pieces of dry food from the kitchen, and dashed outside, leaving Lin Yun behind to dutifully close the door. Upon arriving at the sect, Lin Xiao made a beeline for the spirit field. Seeing the spirit field he had planted, he slapped his forehead in realization. He had been so dazed that he forgot the field was already sown with crops. He hastily began to dig. Other disciples gradually ascended the mountain and, noticing Lin Xiao laboring in the distance, approached to offer their assistance, but he declined their help. He urged them to focus on their own cultivation, as digging a few square meters of soil was trivial for someone of his cultivation level. Now at the 4th stage of qi refinement. Sure enough, after a short while, as everyone retreated to the grass shed to cultivate, Lin Xiao completed his task. This time, he intended to amalgamate a larger section of spirit field in one go, rather than being stingy with just a few square meters. Thus, he spent 5 spirit stones and synthesized an area of approximately 50 square meters in one fell swoop. The flatland halfway up the mountain could not accommodate the spirit field, as it would leave no space for future constructions. Therefore, Lin Xiao decided to place the spirit field in a terraced format on the slope behind the mountain, approximately 300 meters away from the sect's main hall. He felt this distance was sufficient, being right at the boundary of the sect's defensive capabilities. With the spirit field established, Lin Xiao rubbed his hands in excitement, retrieving 5 mulberry seeds from his private stash and planting them in the soil. As soon as he had sown them, he eagerly took out 5 portions of spirit plant growth catalyst powder and sprinkled it over the small mounds of earth. In no time, he witnessed the mulberry seeds, which had not even sprouted a bud moments ago, visibly germinating and growing in the blink of an eye. They began to branch out, followed by the emergence of leaf buds. After a short while, the leaf buds gradually unfurled into broad, lush mulberry leaves. Witnessing such a marvelous spectacle for the first time, Lin Xiao felt an immense thrill. He hurriedly retrieved 10 spirit silkworm eggs from his private stash and placed them atop the newly sprouted mulberry leaves. He then waited patiently, but after what felt like an eternity, he noticed that the mulberry leaves had only been slightly marked by the 10 silkworm eggs. He was taken aback. Disaster. It was clear he had overlooked the fact that while he possessed the catalyst powder for enhancing spirit plants, he had no means to expedite the growth of the silkworms. Thus, despite his anxious anticipation, he would have to wait for the silkworms to mature and spin their silk before he could begin crafting the initial uniforms for the sect. At that moment, Lin Xiao yearned for a tranquil place, He strolled beneath the 10-mile peach blossom tree, propped his chin on his hand, and began to meditate. How could he have been so reckless? He had previously devised a plan to complete the 3 sect missions first, yet now 2 remained unfinished. Why the urgency to craft uniforms? Calming his mind, Lin Xiao reassessed his current responsibilities. Aside from himself, there were only a few disciples at the first stage of qi refinement. Even Jiang He and Tai Tu had yet to reach that level. He recalled that in 10 days, or rather, 9 days, the so-called Shangyang sect would arrive in Suifeng town to recruit Dati that time. They might take notice of their little sect nestled in the quaint Shushui village. What if they looked down upon them, or if the world of cultivation had rules that could not accommodate such a small sect? That could spell trouble. One must think far ahead to avoid impending woes. Although Lin Xiao objectively believed that their humble assembly was unlikely to attract attention, he still needed to remain vigilant. The sect did possess defensive capabilities, but its range was limited to 300 meters. What if everyone happened to be outside that perimeter? Thus, the pressing matter was to enhance the strength of the disciples. If danger truly arose, at least they would be able to flee more swiftly. Perhaps with just a bit more speed, they could make it inside the sect's protective boundary and save their lives. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao finally regained clarity on his primary task, constructing the training room. Though he was uncertain whether the training room would indeed accelerate cultivation, he believed that it should serve a greater purpose than merely being an ordinary room since it bore the name of training room. Without further ado, he set to work. The mud excavated during the construction of the sect's main hall still remained abundant in his private stash, as did the timber. Thus, he no longer needed to search for materials and could synthesize on the spot. However, Lin Xiao first discreetly entered the grass shed and retrieved the initial stage spirit gathering array that had been stored there. The disciples immersed in their cultivation sensed a sudden stagnation in the flow of spiritual energy around them. The concentration of spiritual energy diminishing significantly. Yet, as they were in the midst of their practice, none opened their eyes to investigate the situation right away. After all, Lin Xiao was outside. If he remained silent, there was surely nothing amiss. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiao quietly took out the initial stage spirit gathering array and made his way to the rear of the sect's main hall. He pondered for a moment. Perhaps placing the training room directly behind the main hall was not ideal. After some thought, he jogged to the right rear of the main hall. After running about 100 meters, Lin Xiao halted and opened the construction synthesizer. As usual, he placed a pile of bricks and mud, a stack of timber, and then, for the third item, he added the initial stage spirit gathering array. After a moment's hesitation, he also included several grass mats for seating. Contemplating further, he decided to add 4 spirit stones from the remainder of his stash of 104 stones. Finally, he chose to initiate the synthesis. Starting the synthesis of the training room, please wait. Another familiar waiting process ensued. Lin Xiao sat down on the ground, plucking a sour grass stalk nearby to chew absent-mindedly. Before long, the familiar system notification chimed in. Ding! Training room synthesis successful. Please select placement location. With prior experience from establishing the main hall, Lin Xiao had already gauged a suitable position. When the training room truly manifested before him, he calmly assessed its base area. It measured approximately 30 square meters, close to his estimation. Using the main hall as a reference, he aligned it correctly and decisively placed the training room down. Ding! Congratulations, host, for establishing the sect's training room. Task rewards have been granted. Please check for receipt. Compared to the previous main hall, the training room appeared rather modest. There wasn't even a naming phase. Chapter 46, 5th stage of Qi refinement. The entire training room stood less than 4 meters in height. Lacking the ethereal luminescence characteristic of the main hall, from an exterior viewpoint, it resembled an ordinary earthen structure. The roof was covered with dull gray tiles. However, upon opening the door and stepping inside, Lin Xiao instantly recognized the value of the initial stage spirit gathering array and the spirit stones he had placed within. Upon entering, he felt waves of rich spiritual energy surging towards him from all directions. In such an environment, drawing in spiritual energy would undoubtedly be 100 times faster than outside. Lin Xiao's mood soared, and without even pausing to regard his task rewards, he dashed straight to the grass shed. He gently made some noise, interrupting the disciples who were deep in their cultivation. With a smile, Lin Xiao called to everyone. Let us go, let us go. I have found a splendid place for cultivation. With that, he lifted the curtain of the grass shed and beckoned for everyone to follow. The disciples, somewhat puzzled, obediently trailed behind him. When they caught sight of the newly constructed building in the distance, they were momentarily astonished, but as they recalled the main hall, they quickly regained their composure. It was not their first encounter with such sights. After all, as they gazed at the newly appeared structure, it seemed different from the main hall. It appeared to be an ordinary house. However, it was undoubtedly more refined than their own homes, as the earthen bricks were tightly compacted, and the walls were constructed with remarkable precision. Upon reaching the front of the building and observing closely, it indeed appeared to be an ordinary house. Yet, before anyone could voice their confusion, Lin Xiao had already swung open the door, wearing an eager expression, and urged them to enter swiftly. The disciples, though bewildered, complied without hesitation. Good heavens! The concentration of spiritual energy. Upon noticing the rows of grass mats lining the walls, it became clear to everyone what had transpired. Without needing further prompting from Lin Xiao, they quickly found their places and settled down, entering a state of cultivation. Seeing this, Lin Xiao beamed with satisfaction, akin to a proud parent, nodding appreciatively. The training room was complete. Alas, after a productive morning tending to a substantial plot of spiritual field and constructing a cultivation chamber, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Content and satisfied, he basked in the gentle embrace of the spring sun and drifted into a leisurely slumber. It was not until midday that the tantalizing aroma of food roused him from his dreams. Turning his head, he discovered that Fuzi and the others were preparing lunch beside him. Lin Xiao glanced around but did not see his brother Lin Yun, who had likely descended the mountain earlier. He approached the fire that the others had kindled, found an empty spot, and plopped down. "Why did you not wake me for lunch?" he inquired. Jiang Youfu replied, "Xiao Guer, we noticed you were sleeping soundly and presumed you were fatigued from this morning's labor, so we refrained from disturbing you, wishing to allow you some additional rest." The others nearby echoed their agreement. Observing that everyone was enjoying their dried rations by the fire, Lin Xiao retrieved a sweet potato and a bun from his satchel. Sunny Gao then produced a food box from his storage bag and opened the lid to reveal it brimming with 3 dishes and a soup. Despite being cold, the delightful fragrance wafted through the air, enticing everyone. After extracting the only bowl of white rice from the food box, Sunny Gao set it down in the center of the group and cheerfully called out, "Let us share a meal together." Impressed by his generosity, the others did not hesitate to thank him. They quickly fashioned 2 makeshift chopsticks from nearby twigs and began to help themselves to the dishes, mixing them with their own provisions, devouring the meal with hearty gusto. Such leisurely and enjoyable days of cultivation passed swiftly, and 5 days slipped by in the blink of an eye in Shushui village. There was much speculation regarding Lin Xiao and his companions' daily excursions up the mountain. However, only those close to them, along with a few village elders like the old village chief and chief who had any inkling of what they were truly engaged in. Having witnessed the scene of an immortal accepting disciples 30 years prior, they understood the significance of the youth's activities. Yet, for reasons unknown, they refrained from divulging to others the possibility that Lin Xiao and his companions were practicing immortality. And those who knew kept their silence, not uttering a word to anyone else. Consequently, the majority of villagers speculated that these young men were likely training in martial arts daily, with the consensus being that the second son of the Lin family was the most formidable of them all. After all, how else could he have so effortlessly incapacitated Lu Laoda's hands and feet? As is often the case with gossip, the tales became embellished, intermingled with half-truths and conjectures. Today was a rather ordinary and tranquil day for Shushui village. However, for Lin Xiao, it was a day worthy of great celebration. Early in the morning, shortly after ascending the mountain, 2 remarkable events transpired. The first was his routine inspection of the mulberry field, where he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the spiritual silkworms had begun to spin silk. Furthermore, some had evidently already formed cocoons. This revelation reignited Lin Xiao's spirits, which had recently sagged due to dwindling hopes for the sect's uniforms. The second event occurred shortly after he noted the silkworm's activity. A sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to disciple Sunigao for advancing to the second level of Qi refinement. The host can check the disciple panel. Sunigao had indeed reached the second level of Qi refinement. Lin Xiao promptly accessed the disciple panel to verify. As expected, the details were as follows. Name: Sunigao. Gender: male. Chronological age: 15 years. Talent: exceptional. Cultivation level: second level of Qi refinement. Sect status: direct disciple, subject to change. Position: teaching elder, subject to change. Truly an exceptional talent. Although he had not been the earliest to join, he was the first among all disciples to reach the second level of Qi refinement. Moreover, just yesterday and the day before, both Qin Jianghe and Hu Liang, who had been struggling with their training, had also ascended to the first level of Qi refinement. Now, the entire Lingxian sect was comprised of disciples at the Qi refinement stage. Lin Xiao believed that the rapid progress of everyone's cultivation was partly due to their efforts, but equally attributed to the cultivation chamber's benefits. The adage, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools, proved to be true. In recent days, Lin Xiao often immersed himself in the cultivation chamber alongside everyone else, and the results of such dedication were evident. With his personal practice, his comprehension of the mental technique soared, and his cultivation level continued to rise. He was now but a whisper away from reaching the fifth level of Qi refinement. Just as Lin Xiao exited the silkworm field, preparing to complete his final ascent to the fifth level in the cultivation chamber, he encountered Qin Jianghe, who was reportedly going to present gifts to the young lady they had previously visited. Distracted, he approached the cultivation chamber without even noticing Lin Xiao beside him, intent on entering. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Xiao worried that he might become overly consumed by his training, so he quickly detained him. Inquiring, Jianghe, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast. Chapter 47. Sect uniforms. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianghe abandoned his plans to enter the cultivation chamber and instead turned to Lin Xiao, venting his frustrations. Xiao Guer, what is up with this girl? Just a few days ago when we visited, everything was fine, but today when she saw me, she acted as if she were looking down on me, her expression completely unfriendly. Even her parents were cold towards my father and me when we presented the gifts. What could be the reason for this? Lin Xiao replied, you ask me, but who can I turn to for answers? However, recognizing that Qin Jianghe was not genuinely seeking a solution to his predicament, but rather someone to confide in, Lin Xiao continued, indeed, what is wrong with this family? Such behavior is unbecoming. Having engaged a matchmaker and presented gifts, this engagement should be considered settled. Why treat the in-laws in such a manner? Qin Jianghe nodded in agreement. My mother was right. Arranging a marriage is no trivial matter. Observing his inclination to dwell on his woes, Lin Xiao decisively shifted the topic, seizing his arm and dragging him towards the cultivation chamber. Come on, we are going to cultivate. Enough of this talk of women. Today, I will explain the mental techniques to you. Thus, Qin Jianghe was ushered into the cultivation chamber, immersing himself in the bliss of training. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao successfully ascended to the fifth level of Qi refinement on that very day. 2 days later. With just 2 days remaining until the Sun Yang sect began accepting disciples, Lin Xiao's 10 spiritual silkworms had finally spun their cocoons. He had specially requested the elder Lin to craft several cages for housing the silkworms. To avoid disturbing everyone's training in the cultivation chamber, Lin Xiao made his way to the sect's grand hall. Currently, he sat cross-legged on the floor of the grand hall, preparing to place the cocoons directly into the item synthesizer. As he was unfamiliar with the process of silk reeling, Lin Xiao retrieved a pound of cotton he had previously purchased from a villager who grew cotton, which had cost him 21. Taking a deep breath, he opened the synthesizer and placed 5 spirit stones, 10 silkworm cocoons, and a pound of cotton inside. He then began to input his vision for the sect's uniforms, envisioning them in white. After all, white is the color of cultivators. For the sect's emblem, he designed the words Lingxian with artistic flair to be placed on the cuffs and the inner collar. Once the materials were inputted, synthesis commenced. Please wait. Before long, the synthesizer completed its task, and Lin Xiao received 10 sets of exquisitely smooth sect uniforms. He unfurled one piece. Although it was entirely white, subtle hues seemed to ripple across its surface. The collar was a deep green, with faint green bamboo leaves adorning the cuffs. Upon closer inspection, the delicate strokes formed the characters for Lingxian. The waistband was white with concealed dark green patterns, creating an elegant silhouette. Lin Xiao was thoroughly pleased and immediately donned the uniform for himself. Initially concerned that it might be somewhat large, he was astonished to find that the fabric adjusted seamlessly to fit his form. Contentment blossomed within him. At lunchtime, he presented the sect uniforms to everyone. To his surprise, after trying them on with delight, they all promptly stored them away in their storage bags. Lin Xiao inquired, "Are you not going to wear them?" Zhang Youfu was the first to respond, "He, Xiao Gu these garments are splendid. I intend to save them for a special occasion." The others nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing his sentiment. Even Sunny Gao was no exception. The feel of the fabric, so luxuriously smooth, surpassed anything he had seen worn by wealthy families in the private school. Though his family was modestly affluent, he had never adorned himself with such opulent attire. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2 more days had elapsed. Though it was not a market day, some villagers recalled the news of the Sun Yang sect recruiting disciples from 10 days prior and decided to venture into town to witness the spectacle. Lin Xiao, ever curious, also resolved to investigate the situation and quietly observe the true world of cultivation. Of course, he was not the only one with idle time on his hands. The entire Lingxian sect was rather unoccupied at that moment. To ensure his disciples did not miss out on this opportunity to witness the world of cultivation, Lin Xiao waved his hand decisively, declaring that everyone in the sect, except for Xiao Luan, should join in the excursion. Xiao Luan harbored no objections to this matter. It had no desire to venture into the town, a place devoid of mountains, greenery, and spiritual essence, replaced instead by an abundance of people. The sect was far more appealing, offering tranquility and a rich atmosphere for cultivation. It could not fathom why the sect leader and others appeared so jubilant, but why should it concern itself with them? Once they departed, the entire cultivation chamber would belong solely to it. Thus, with Xiao Luan joyfully bidding farewell, a group of individuals charged down the mountain in grand fashion. Yes, they were a bunch of spirited young lads. All having entered the qi refinement stage, even though landlord's son offered to provide them with an ox cart, they all declined. "Let us run. The last one to arrive is a little dog. They must bark 3 times like a dog. Xiegu will serve as the judge." As the group reached the village entrance, someone shouted, and immediately, they surged forth like wild stallions. Lin Xiao maintained his pace alongside the others, earnestly assuming the role of judge. "Hey, Jiang He, you can't shove others, that's a foul. Oh, Fuzi, not bad. You're not in last place. Tai Tu, can you keep up? Look at Fuzi, he's so plump and still faster than you." Half an hour later, a group of young teens stood outside the bustling town gate, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Zhang Youfu, panting, imitated a dog's bark 3 times. Although he initially managed to outpace Tai Tu due to his cultivation, it was evident that at the first level of qi refinement, he had not yet reached a point where he could disregard his physical capabilities. Thus, it did not take long for Zhang Youfu to unavoidably slow down. With exceptional physical fitness, Tai Tu swiftly overtook Zhang Youfu, also surpassing Lu Yunan, who was not in the best of shape. Perhaps due to his training, Lu Yunan's injury, which should have taken 100 days to heal, had nearly recovered. He felt no discomfort when performing daily tasks like fetching water. Once they caught their breath, the 7 young men strode confidently into Cuifing town. Arriving at the marketplace, they found it bustling with activity, a stark contrast to its usual emptiness. Many elders were accompanied by younger relatives, no more than 12 years old, eagerly gazing toward the center of the market. Eager to witness the spectacle, Lin Xiao and his companions sought a vantage point from which to observe. Thus, they showcased their ability to weave through the crowd, skillfully making their way forward. The newcomer, Sunny Gao, was pulled along by Lin Xiao, joining in their quest to navigate through the throngs. Chapter 48. The spirit-testing stone. The crowd was dense and overwhelming, causing the 7 to gradually disperse. However, this did not concern them. As long as they could reach the front, they would be able to see each other. Thanks to Lin Zhao's efforts, he finally dragged Sunny Gao through the human wall to the very front. There, they beheld a large circular space in the midst of the crowd, at the center of which stood a tall platform occupied by 3 figures clad in green. Each held a long sword, their expressions serious and somewhat haughty as they looked down upon the throng below. Lin Xiao had assumed that the recruitment of disciples would take some time to commence, but to his surprise, one of the individuals on the platform stepped forward and called out, "The Shangyang sect is now accepting disciples. Those under 12, please form a line and come forward." He gestured toward a half-transparent stone, half the height of a person, placed beside him. Point one by one. "Come up and place your hand on this spirit-testing stone." Lin Xiao was taken aback. It seemed that the process was beginning much sooner than expected. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that the three individuals on the platform were merely at the third or fourth level of qi refinement, comparable to him, and their cultivation was not even superior. He had anticipated the appearance of more seasoned seniors to oversee the proceedings. At that moment, a girl was the first to step forward. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who had been keeping an eye on the whereabouts of the other five, spotted Qin Zhenghe emerging from the crowd not far from him. However, before he could exchange a glance with Qin Zhenghe, he noticed the latter staring, wide-eyed, at the girl who had taken the stage first. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao arrived at a conclusion. This girl must be the one who had caught Zhenghe's attention. No wonder his demeanor had shifted. It appeared he intended to join the sect. Nevertheless, it was only natural for one to aspire for greater heights. Lin Xiao refrained from passing judgment. He merely observed Qin Zhenghe's somewhat embarrassed expression from afar. Lin Xiao shielded his eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy for his unfortunate financial elder. On the high platform, Feng Xiandai stood idly, sword in hand, lost in thought. In such a remote and obscure town, it was unlikely that any promising candidates would emerge, which was likely why Elder Bai had sent him and two fellow disciples of similar cultivation levels. The fact that Elder Bai dispatched disciples at the third or fourth levels of qi refinement underscored his disdain for such insignificant locations. Yet, what Feng Xiandai could not comprehend was why. If Elder Bai held such a low opinion of this place, he did not simply suggest to the sect to refrain from recruiting here. He recalled that in previous years, the sect had avoided such out-of-the-way locales. However, during a conversation between Elder Bai and Elder Mo, it seemed there was a directive from above mandating an increase in recruitment this year, though he remained uncertain about the purpose behind it. Their monthly stipends were already meager, and now they were expected to recruit more disciples. Where would the sect procure sufficient resources to support them? As Feng Xiandai's mind wandered, his peripheral vision caught a dazzling flash of white light emanating from the spirit-testing stone. It was a single spiritual root, a variant lightning root. Snapped back to reality, Feng Xiandai exclaimed in astonishment. Although he controlled his volume to ensure the crowd below remained unaware, Lin Xiao, however, caught every word. Lin Xiao was equally astonished. What? It turned out that in this world of cultivation, the measure of one's aptitude was based on spiritual roots. Moreover, it adhered to the traditional principle that fewer spiritual roots are better. The girl standing before the spirit-testing stone was indeed the one who had previously caught Qin Zhenghe's eye. Upon learning that she possessed a variant lightning root, the other two disciples of Shangyang sect immediately declared. Niu Xiaoxue passed. Feng Xiandai promptly guided Niu Xiaoxue to a waiting area, retrieving an umbrella from his storage bag to offer her. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall be my junior sister from now on. The sun is quite intense today, so please take this umbrella to shield yourself from the sun. Niu Xiaoxue gazed up at the tall and handsome young man before her, feeling assured that she had made the right choice. Had she married Qin Zhenghe from Xiushui village, her life would have been predictable and mundane. But now, observing the reactions of these celestial beings after her spirit root was tested, she understood her cultivation aptitude was exceptional. Garnering their respect and amiability, she believed that in the future, she would certainly make her mark here. Niu Xiaoxue's confidence grew as she accepted the umbrella from her future senior brother, smiling in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. May I ask for your name? Feng Xiandai quickly replied. Oh dear me. I apologize, junior sister Dai. My surname is Feng. You may call me senior brother Feng. It wasn't that Feng Xiandai sought to cling to her simply because of her variant single spiritual root, nor did he harbor any ulterior motives toward the young girl. Although he was merely at the fourth level of qi refinement, his background as a member of a cultivation family had exposed him to numerous intrigues and rivalries. His gesture of goodwill was merely an attempt to forge beneficial connections. By cultivating friendships, he hoped that in the future, should he encounter any difficulties, she might let him off the hook. His sole desire was to quietly pursue his cultivation until he achieved immortality. Though this notion might appear naive, it was genuinely his aspiration, and he acted accordingly. Initially, he had no intention of participating in this recruitment mission, but he had unwittingly been conscripted, as the queue continued. One by one, hopeful candidates stepped onto the stage for testing. However, after Niu Xiaoxue, no one else appeared with any remarkable spiritual roots to make the stone light up. The three disciples of Shangyang sect stood on the platform. Stifling yawns, Lin Xiao and his companions found the proceedings rather dull. To add to the monotony, Qin Jianghe appeared downcast beside them. The seven, who had been at the front of the crowd, exchanged glances, and as they observed Qin Jianghe's glum expression, they instinctively gathered around him, seeking to offer comfort. Jiang Yufu chimed in, "Jiang He, what's so great about marrying a wife? Once you do, you must share your treats with her. Let her enjoy your fun, and even prioritize making new clothes for her. Look at me. I have no desire to marry." Qin Jianghe glanced at Jiang Yufu's hefty figure, feeling disinclined to respond. Lu Yunan added, "There's truly no benefit to having a wife. Look at me. I can hardly support my mother and sister. If another wife were added, I'd be left starving." Qin Jianghe glanced at Lu Yunan's lean frame, still reluctant to speak. Tai Tu remarked, "What's the use of a wife? She can't help me with heavy work, nor can we swim together. Yes, just dull." Qin Jianghe had long since ceased to lift his head, for he had no desire to converse with these fools. Lin Yun remarked, "Look at me. I am 15 and still have yet to be betrothed." As he spoke, feeling somewhat inadequate, he patted Sun Yigao's chest and said to Qin Jianghe, "See, even Yigao has not been engaged." Suddenly called out, Sun Yigao appeared somewhat innocent. Upon witnessing this, Qin Jianghe couldn't help but chuckle, prompting everyone to surround him and tease, "Ah, you rascal. So you were merely putting on a sorrowful facade to elicit our sympathy, were you?" Chapter 49. Function of Divine Perception Protection. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, unusually quiet, joined in the playful banter, yet he was intently observing the three cultivators on the stage. Initially, he had only noted their cultivation levels, but gradually he discerned that the aura radiating from these three cultivators seemed distinctly different from that of himself and Jiang Yufu. Lin Xiao took a moment to carefully sense their energies, and he realized that the spiritual energy emanating from these three cultivators was rich in elemental qualities. For instance, the cultivator surnamed Feng, who had just handed an umbrella to Niu Xiaoxue, exuded a profound water elemental aura, intertwined with traces of earth. Lin Xiao speculated that this Feng cultivator might possess the three elemental roots of water, wood, and earth. He longed to approach him for confirmation, yet opportunities were scarce, and inquiring about one's elemental roots might not be perceived as friendly. However, Lin Xiao found it perplexing. Why was it that he, along with everyone from Ling Xian's sect, lacked such elemental auras while these cultivators were suffused with them? Suddenly, Lin Xiao recalled the information displayed by the system regarding everyone's qualifications. Indeed, the qualifications indicated were not of elemental roots but rather assessed based on each individual's comprehension and insight. Moreover, the technique they practiced, the Tao Yuan Wan Kong Ju, made no mention of the concept of elemental roots. Silently summoning the system in his mind, Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised when the system presented an explanation. This system is the Wanjie system, a compilation of wisdom from myriad realms, and thus its techniques are vast and varied. Could it be that the methods of cultivation are numerous, and cultivating based on elemental roots is merely one of many pathways? Lin Xiao felt he was nearing the truth. The disciple recruitment event at Shangyang sect was said to last 3 days. After observing for the entire morning, Lin Xiao and his companions, including Niu Xiaoxue, had seen only 5 children with elemental roots, 3 of whom possessed 4 or 5 roots. Finding the event rather dull, they decided not to return for the next 2 days, having already witnessed the glowing stone, which they felt was nothing particularly special compared to the occasional emergence of a new building within their own sect. Consequently, the group remained diligently within their sect for the following 2 days to cultivate. Brother Xiao remarked that the 3 individuals on the high platform appeared to possess mere cultivation levels of the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement. If they were to expedite their own cultivation to reach the same levels, they would be on par with disciples from larger sects. Though the logic seemed flawed, Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao did not correct them. In Xiushui village, a dozen families took their children to the town to participate in the Shanyang sect's disciple recruitment, yet none were selected. Thus, the villagers were even less inclined to believe that Lin Xiao and his companions had genuinely cultivated in the mountains. After all, if the children from a dozen families lacked the qualifications for cultivation, how could these few who had grown up together as mere village urchins possess such abilities? It was inconceivable. They must have been playing in the mud on the mountain instead. On the afternoon of the third day, the Grand Disciple recruitment event at Shanyang Sect was finally coming to a close. Many from Xiushui village flocked to witness it, having previously heard from the officials that the selected disciples would ultimately be taken by celestial beings using divine arts to ascend to a celestial ship and depart into the skies. Everyone was eager to witness this so-called divine art and celestial vessel firsthand. However, the members of Ling Xian's sect suddenly lost their curiosity, expressing a desire to remain in their cultivation chambers. Lin Xiao, still intent on seeing the event, decided to go alone. Upon reaching the outskirts of Cuifing town, Lin Xiao spotted a group of elegantly dressed figures standing at the city gate. Nearby, the selected disciples bid farewell to their friends and family. Among the group in elegant attire was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, whose blue robes stood out for their deeper hue, far more exquisite than the plain attire of those around him. His aura was remarkably strong, yet Lin Xiao could not discern his cultivation level, though it was likely far superior to his OWN. As Lin Xiao mingled with the crowd, he observed them closely. Suddenly, the more refined middle-aged man turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao, warning. The system has detected that a high-level cultivator is scanning the host with divine perception. The system has automatically activated the divine perception protection function. This function is a permanent passive feature that activates whenever divine perception is sensed. To deactivate it, the host may navigate to their personal page. Lin Xiao opened his personal panel and indeed found an additional feature labeled Protection from Divine Scanning, activated, at the bottom of his information section. This function was an essential safeguard for one who treads the path of cultivation. Lin Xiao felt a newfound layer of security in his journey of cultivation. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's direct disciple, noticing his master's sudden interest in the crowd, inquired, "Master, what is it?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow in confusion, having distinctly sensed a fifth-layer Qi refinement cultivator in that direction, whose aura was peculiarly unique. However, that aura had abruptly vanished as if it had never existed. If it were merely a fifth-layer cultivator, it would be impossible for them to escape his divine perception so swiftly. Shaking his head, the middle-aged man replied to his disciple, "It's nothing. Perhaps I am merely fatigued." Then, with a wave of his hand, a medium-sized spirit ship was conjured into the air. Gazing up, one could see the intricately designed spirit ship, adorned with exquisite carvings, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Soon after, some individuals prostrated themselves, repeatedly chanting blessings for the celestial being. Observing this, others quickly followed suit, and in a short while, a significant portion of the crowd had knelt in reverence, leaving a hush over the scene, punctuated only by faint murmurs of blessings. Lin Xiao stood upright amidst the kneeling crowd, somewhat conspicuous. Fortunately, he was not the only one remaining standing. Several scholars also refrained from bowing, instead offering deep bows toward the middle-aged man. Mimicking their gestures, Lin Xiao performed a respectful bow towards the cultivators of Shanyang sect. The spirit ship, hovering not far above the ground, was not particularly large. The 15 members of Shanyang sect, along with their newly recruited disciples, filled the vessel to capacity. Chapter 50. Lingyun technique. At the closest point to the spirit ship, a man dressed in a blue official's robe bowed to the vessel and proclaimed, "We bid farewell to the celestial being." Lin Xiao surmised that this man was likely the county magistrate. Were they escorting the celestial beings from the county to the town? Following the magistrate's lead, the crowd behind him also bowed deeply, chanting, "We bid farewell to the celestial being." Standing at the bow of the spirit ship, the middle-aged man gazed forward, not sparing a glance for the officials below. Merely nodding slightly before raising a hand and calling out, "Set forth." Those standing or kneeling below looked up in awe as the spirit ship began to move, slowly ascending into the air. Lin Xiao had expected to see the vessel soar into the clouds at great speed, yet it remained suspended about 20 meters above the ground. gliding forward at a steady pace of approximately 2 meters per second. He couldn't shake the feeling that the spirit ship appeared to be straining somewhat. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Lin Zhao's yearning for flight. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Zhao hurried back to the village and returned to the sect. He was determined to experiment with creating a flying technique. Sitting alone within the grand hall of the sect, Lin Zhao activated the spell creation feature, deftly placing mulberry bark and pine smoke ink into the first 2 slots. The third slot held a spirit stone, while for the fourth, he began to input his spell concept. This time, Lin Zhao desired a spell that would enable him to soar through the skies. Thus, within 30 seconds, he mentally traversed various segments of flight as depicted in the realm of cultivation. Of course, 30 seconds was insufficient to recall everything, but Lin Zhao was not one to be plagued by perfectionism. Perhaps, he mused, an incomplete spell might yield even better results. Ding, spell creation initiated, please wait. Spell creation successful, now deposited into the private vault. Please check your inventory, host. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Zhao eagerly accessed his private vault. Discovering a new spell, the cloud surging technique, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, wondering if his brother would feel embarrassed upon seeing this spell. Yet, this was inconsequential, for Lin Zhao possessed the system's feature that allowed him to passively learn all spells he created. Thus, at the very moment of the spell's generation, he had completely mastered it. The cloud surging technique was divided into 3 tiers. First tier, void treading, which permitted the user to walk upon thin air, with each step allowing for a momentary suspension that varied according to one's cultivation level. Second tier, soaring wings, which conjured a pair of ethereal wings for flight, their size determined by the user's spiritual power, allowing for personal control over their dimensions. Third tier, cloud surging, the ultimate expression of the ability to traverse the skies with grace, akin to legends of riding clouds and mist. The first tier, void treading, could be cultivated and utilized even at the chi refinement stage. However, the lower one's cultivation, the shorter the duration of suspension. At exceedingly low levels, one might find themselves merely treading air without effect. Nevertheless, with Lin Zhao's current cultivation at the 5th level of chi refinement, maintaining suspension for around a second per step posed no challenge. Elated with this spell, Lin Zhao felt an urge to lift his father high in celebration. Setting aside the fact that he could not yet utilize the second and third tiers with his current abilities, he was thoroughly satisfied with the first tier. Void treading. No longer would he fret over how to pluck fruits from the treetops. He could simply tread the air to reach them. With great enthusiasm, he commenced a trial within the grand hall of the sect. As Lin Zhao leaped gently into the air, he lightly pressed his right foot against the void before him, akin to stepping onto a solid stair. The sensation of weightlessness was replaced by the reassuring feeling of solid ground beneath his foot. However, this state lasted barely a second. In the next instant, he felt the ground beneath him vanish, and the sensation of weightlessness surged back. He quickly stepped out with his other foot, and once he adapted to the rhythm, Lin Zhao began to glide effortlessly above the grand hall. Should anyone enter at that moment, they would witness a youthful figure joyfully circling the air above the hall, creating a rather peculiar sight. Unfortunately, Zhang Youfu was the first unfortunate soul to stumble upon this scene. As he approached the open doors of the grand hall, Zhang Youfu was startled by the spectacle within. Though he had been a chi refinement practitioner for over 10 days, he did not perceive himself as different from an ordinary person, save for the fact that he could now clean his teeth. Thus, it was no surprise that he was taken aback. After all, such phenomena did not exist in his 12 years of understanding. Xiao Gur. Seeing Zhang Youfu, who stood outside, visibly shocked, Lin Zhao promptly descended before him and chuckled. Look at how startled you are. As aspiring cultivators, we shall encounter many strange occurrences. You must brace yourself, Fuzi. Once Zhang Youfu saw Lin Zhao land firmly before him, his anxious heart finally settled. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, he blinked and inquired, Xiao Gur, is this also a spell? Lin Zhao nodded. Of course. This is a new spell I created that allows one to walk in the air. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Would you like to learn it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Youfu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Gur, you are truly remarkable to create such an impressive spell. feeling a touch of bashfulness due to his reliance on the system. Lin Xiao scratched his nose. By the way, why are you here instead of diligently cultivating in the training room? Oh, right, Zhang Yifu exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Xiao Guer, Susie's mother and sister have come up the mountain. They seem to be looking for you. Susie asked me to come and fetch you. Lin Xiao recalled that the sect's defensive mechanism had been activated, preventing Susie's mother and sister from entering. He nodded. Very well, let us go meet them. With that, the two made their way to the mountain path. They moved swiftly, soon arriving at the mountain's entrance. Beneath the 10-mile peach blossom trees, Lu Guofu and Lu Shengxing appeared as if blocked by some unseen force. Unable to step forward, Lu Yunan stood beside them, quietly conversing. Lin Xiao approached the trio, greeting Lu Guofu. Hello, Aunt Lu. Lu Guofu immediately smiled. Hello, Xiao Guer. I must thank you for the funds you provided to Nanner. It enabled us to treat Sheng'er's ailment. I've been quite busy in Haven Tea, had the chance to express my gratitude. It was not that she was busy. It was simply that Lin Xiao was often elusive. And as a widow, Lu Guofu felt it inappropriate to visit their home alone. Lu Shengsheng, who had been following Lu Guofu, peeked out and smiled at Lin Xiao. Hello, Brother Xiao. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Lin Xiao felt somewhat shy and smiled awkwardly. As he was not adept at handling such situations, he quickly changed the topic, asking Aunt Lu, did you come to see Yunan? Please wait a moment. I will let you in shortly. Without waiting for Lu Guofu to respond, Lin Xiao deactivated the defensive mechanism. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly close his eyes, Lu Guofu refrained from interrupting, waiting for him to open them again before saying, Xiao Guer, I know that Nanner is cultivating with you on this mountain, and I did not wish to disturb you. However, we have come today for a specific reason. Oh, what is it? Lu Guofu, please come inside and share. Lin Xiao gestured to Lu Yunan, signaling him to escort his mother and sister into the grand hall. Lu Guofu was about to decline, but upon receiving Lin Xiao's glance, Lu Yunan quickly took hold of his mother's arm, guiding her in. Mother, let us go see the grand hall of our sect. Lin Xiao walked ahead, feeling quite pleased. The grand hall, typically designated for discussions, had been largely idle, repurposed by Lin Xiao as a place for contemplation. Now, it would finally serve its intended purpose. After a short while, they arrived at the grand hall. Lu Shengsheng, following closely behind Lu Guofu, gasped in awe at the magnificent structure before her. Wow, brother, your sect's grand hall is stunning. Look at those eaves, they even rain colorful beads. As she spoke, she dashed to the edge of the eaves, reaching out to catch the falling lights, but grasped nothing. Huh? Meanwhile, Lu Guofu gazed at the grand hall with a mix of amazement and composure. Once inside, Lu Shengsheng continued to marvel at the walls adorned with twinkling starlight. Lin Xiao gestured to the scattered straw mats on the floor and said to Lu Guofu, Aunt Lu, please make yourselves comfortable. These mats are used for casual conversations. Once everyone settled, Lin Xiao smiled gently at Lu Guofu and inquired, Aunt Lu, is there something you need my assistance with? Lu Guofu shook her head, then exhaled deeply. Xiao Guer, I wish to join your sect and cultivate alongside you. Lin Xiao was taken aback by this unexpected request but soon brightened. That would be splendid. Are you wishing to join now? Aunt Lu? Seeing his enthusiastic acceptance, Lu Guofu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Xiao Guer, I recognize that the older one gets, the more challenging cultivation becomes, yet I cannot suppress my yearning for it. Hearing this, Lin Xiao sensed that Susie's mother seemed to possess some understanding of cultivation. Being straightforward, he asked, Aunt Lu, it seems you have some knowledge of cultivation? Lu Guofu sighed, glancing at Lu Yunan and Lu Shengxing before responding. In truth, you should know that I became separated from my family while fleeing, which led me to Xiushui village. The individuals seated upon the grass mat nodded quietly and obediently, awaiting the continuation of the tale. Even Lu Yunan and Lu Shengxing were no exceptions. They too were unaware of their mother's past, only knowing that their maternal family had once enjoyed a prosperous existence and that their mother had received an education. Thus, it appeared that Lu Widow was lost in reminiscence, pausing momentarily before continuing. In truth, Artiching dynasty is home to several sects dedicated to the pursuit of immortality. The court has allocated territories to these sects, and each year, a portion of the taxes we pay is sent to them. Moreover, when these sects seek to recruit disciples, they are permitted to do so within their designated territories, effectively meaning that our court supports these sections. In return, these sects are expected to act as a pillar for our dynasty.as for our entire Lakefeng province. It falls under the domain of the Shangyang sect. Gently stroking Lu Shengxing's tilted little head, Lu Widow turned to Lu Yunnan and said, "Your maternal family, which is also my family, was once the largest textile merchant in our provincial capital, Liaoju. Belonging to the Yang family, I was the only daughter. And my parents always wished for me not to marry. They said that in this world, women endure too much hardship. They hoped that I could cultivate and become an immortal, breaking free from the shackles of worldly conventions. When the Shangyang sect was recruiting disciples 30 years ago, I had just been born, so I could not participate. By the time I turned 13, my father, after much effort, finally managed to arrange for my spiritual root assessment. Upon discovering that I possessed both earth and wood spiritual roots, my father was overjoyed and sought to use his connections to enroll me in the Shangyang sect. At that time, my father was wholly dedicated to this endeavor. However, unbeknownst to him, someone he trusted deeply secretly sabotaged him, leading to a severe decline in our family's fortunes. Not only was our once wealthy estate squandered, but we were also driven out of Liaoju by our competitors. At that time, we were struck by a drought in the neighboring city, and I, along with my parents, was separated amidst the chaos of refugees. At this point, Lu Widow lowered her head, her expression filled with sorrow. Lu Shengxing, with her round, sparkling eyes, nestled silently into her embrace. Gently caressing the back of her daughter's head, Lu Widow seemed to emerge from her sorrow and continued, "Since childhood, my parents have taught me that in this world, if one wishes to be a person of worth, one must cultivate." I used to question why, but after all these years and myriad experiences, I finally understand why my parents imparted such wisdom to me. In this world, only through cultivation, acquiring the ability to look down upon others, can one truly live as a person of value. Lu Widow lifted her head, her clear and unwavering gaze directed at Lin Xiao. Therefore, Xiao Guer, I wish to pursue immortality. Upon meeting her determined gaze, Lin Xiao found himself unable to refuse, nor did he wish to. Noticing her tightly clenched hands at her sides, he recognized her underlying tension. After a moment of contemplation, he reasoned that indeed, the Shangyang sect typically accepted disciples under the age of 12, suggesting that, for the sake of cultivation, younger age is preferable. Yet Lu Widow was already over 30. Thus, Lin Xiao smiled gently and replied, "Aunt Lu, while it may be true that many sects prefer younger disciples, it is not the case here." Upon hearing his words, Lu Widow felt a wave of relief wash over her, prompting her to inquire why. Nearby, Zhang Youfu and Lu Yunnan also leaned in attentively. Lin Xiao responded with a smile, "Because the cultivation methods of our sect differ from those of others. Here, we do not require spiritual roots." Chapter 52. Yang Jinshu. Lin Zhao's confident assertion was not merely an attempt to placate. It stemmed from careful consideration. He recalled his own experience alongside Sunny Gao. Sunny Gao, at the age of 15, had already surpassed the Shangyang sect's age limit of 12 for disciples. Yet Lin Xiao himself was right at the threshold. The system had evaluated his aptitude as that of a dragon among men, while Sunny Gao's was deemed a rare phoenix. Frankly, Lin Xiao saw little distinction between the two, therefore, he believed that the difference in their aptitudes was negligible. However, even with the advantage of 24-hour cultivation, Lin Xiao had taken 2 days to reach the second level of qi refinement, while Sunny Gao, even dedicating every available moment to cultivation, had managed to ascend from a mortal to the second level in merely 3 to 4 days. This suggested that their cultivation speeds were relatively comparable, with no significant age-related disparities. Of course, it could also be argued that the initial levels of qi refinement were too low to serve as a reliable reference for all cases. Yet Lin Zhao's intuition led him to believe that the rules of cultivation in this world might not apply to their sect. He held unwavering faith in the uniqueness of his own sect, which is why he had previously considered inviting his grandfather to cultivate alongside him. There was nothing to prevent anyone from cultivating. The system had deemed even the most mediocre individuals fit for cultivation, and they had already reached the first level of qi refinement. With this line of thought, Lin Zhao's gaze towards Lu Widow grew ever more resolute. Lu Widow felt an exhilarating rush of emotion. striving to contain her excitement as she addressed Lin Xiao. Then, Xiao Guer, I wish to join the sect and begin my cultivation. In her embrace, Lu Shengsheng chimed in eagerly, Xiao Gij, I want to join too. I want to be with Mama and my brother. Lin Xiao nodded, intending to guide the two through the enrollment process when he suddenly paused and asked Lu Widow, Aunt Lu, may I inquire about your full name? Lu Widow had not anticipated such a question, yet realizing she would soon embark on her journey of cultivation, shedding the label of Lu Widow for good, she replied, my surname is Yang, and my given name is Jinshu. Yang Jinshu, Lin Xiao silently repeated in his mind before addressing both Yang Jinshu and Lu Shengsheng. Yang Jinshu, Lu Shengsheng, do you wish to join my Lingxian sect and become part of the sect? Dedicating yourselves to cultivation? The two exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering like stars, before smiling and responding, we do. Upon receiving their affirmative responses and completing the enrollment process, Lin Xiao retrieved the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju and its simplified version from the private treasury. He handed these two cultivation texts to Yang Jinshu and Lu Shengsheng, saying, these are the cultivation methods of our sect. Aunt Yang, since you can read, please practice alongside Xingmei. Yang Jinshu, upon hearing Lin Xiao's new form of address, felt a surge of emotions as she realized that she had received the cultivation methods so soon after joining. Previously, her father had gathered a wealth of information about various sects, discovering that disciples typically had to toil for a month or more, facing so-called trials before being granted the opportunity to cultivate. She had not expected Lin Xiao to present her with the cultivation methods immediately. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she bowed deeply to Lin Xiao, exclaiming, thank you. Sect Master, Lu Shengsheng, imitating her mother, also bowed to Lin Xiao, saying, thank you, Sect Master Brother. Lu Yunan, filled with joy, exclaimed, Mama, from now on, we're all fellow disciples. Zhang Youfu, astonished, remarked, doesn't that mean you'll become your mother and sister's senior brother? Oh dear, I now have two more junior sisters. Though Yang Jinshu was already 30 years old, she found no offense in Zhang Youfu's and her son's remarks. Instead, she smiled and replied to Lu Yunan, Non-heir, are you saying that once I join the sect, you will no longer call me Mama but rather junior sister? Lu Yunan quickly waved his hands. No. How could I? Mama, you will always be my Mama. Lin Xiao then produced two sets of sect uniforms from the private treasury and handed them to Yang Jinshu and Lu Shengsheng, saying, these are the uniforms of our sect, and I will give them to you. However, it is best not to wear them just yet, as our sect is still small, and wearing them might attract undue attention. Yang Jinshu nodded in understanding. I will keep this clothing safe with Shangxing until the day we can wear it openly. Thus, the number of disciples in the Lingxian sect reached 9, with only one more needed to fulfill the disciple quota. Lu Yunan led Yang Jinshu and Lu Shengsheng to the cultivation room while Lin Xiao and Zhang Youfu remained in the sect's main hall. Noticing Lin Xiao with his eyes closed and seemingly deep in thought, Zhang Youfu refrained from interrupting and instead began to ponder the 100-beast language spell on his OWN. In recent days, he had devoted his free time to seeking instruction from Sunnigao on this spell. Eager to learn it swiftly so he could communicate with Xiao Luan, he felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Luan, often wondering what thoughts occupied the little chick's mind, especially when it chirped at him incessantly as if trying to convey something. Lin Xiao, however, was preoccupied with his own matters and had no time to serve as a translator for Xiao Luan. Meanwhile, with his eyes closed, Lin Xiao was examining the details of Yang Jinshu and Lu Shengsheng on the disciple panel. First, he looked at Yang Jinshu's information. Name: Yang Jinshu. Gender: female. Age: 31 years. Aptitude: Lingxin Huixing. Cultivation level: mortal. Sect status: outer sect disciple, subject to change. Sect position: none, subject to change. Lingxin Huixing. He noted a new aptitude evaluation. Lin Xiao was somewhat astonished. The so-called Lingxin Huixing seemed to be akin to an extraordinary existence, yet he felt it might surpass mere excellence. As he continued to examine Lu Shengsheng's details. Name: Lu Shengsheng. Gender: female. Age: 7 years. Bone age: 7 years. Talent: extraordinary. Cultivation: mortal. Sect status: outer sect disciple, subject to change. Position: none, subject to change. He was surprised to find that Lu Shengsheng's aptitude was indeed commendable, even superior to her brother's. Her brother's initial talent had been merely average, akin to Zhang Youfu's, sufficient but lacking in distinction. Only after ascending in rank did he achieve the current extraordinary level. As it stood, their sect had already accumulated 9 members, and Lin Xiao believed that one of the foundational strengths of a sect lay in its mental cultivation methods. Currently, however, their Lingxian sect possessed only the Tao Yuan Wan Kong Ju as its core technique, which also happened to be the sole cultivation method available. This limitation felt rather inadequate, as it left little room for choice in their training. Moreover, although the Tao Yuan Wan Kong Ju was classified as an A-grade technique, there existed higher S-grade techniques. Now that the sect's development had reached a preliminary stability, Lin Xiao contemplated whether he should attempt to synthesize additional techniques. Perhaps he might even conjure an S-grade method? What if this could expedite everyone's cultivation progress? Resolute in his decision, he abruptly opened his eyes after having sat with them closed for some time and noticed Zhang Youfu diligently studying the language of beasts. He promptly urged him to accompany him outside the main hall. Come on, Fuzi. Join me in gathering mulberry bark. The mulberry bark he had previously stored in his private treasury had nearly been exhausted while replicating techniques, and he intended to collect a substantial amount for synthesizing mental cultivation methods. After the two gathered a considerable quantity of mulberry bark, Zhang Youfu returned to the training room to continue his cultivation, while Lin Xiao sequestered himself in the main hall, embarking on his journey of synthesis. Successfully synthesized the Songyang Ju, mental cultivation grade. B. Would you like to set it as the core technique of the sect? Note: can be replaced. Successfully synthesized the Kuei-Hua Baodian, mental cultivation grade. B. Would you like to set it as the core technique of the sect? Note: can be replaced. Successfully synthesized the Qianyuan 4 symbols classic, mental cultivation grade. A. Would you like to set it as the core technique of the sect? Note: can be replaced. In one go, Lin Xiao synthesized around 10 mental techniques. During the process, he had inserted a variety of items such as stones, soil, and leaves of misty spring grass as catalysts, resulting in 2 A-grade techniques, while the rest were B-grade. It appeared that his initial synthesis of the Tao Yuan Wan Kong Ju had indeed been a stroke of luck. Seated in the center of the main hall, Lin Xiao rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Why was he unable to produce an S-grade technique? Was it possible that the core techniques he input were not sufficiently advanced? Yet he had endeavored to think broadly each time. With no clear direction, Lin Xiao found himself troubled and decided to lie back on the ground, staring at the ceiling of the hall, lost in reverie. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he sat up with a start. He retrieved all the mental techniques from his private treasury and began to contemplate the distinctions between the 3 A-grade techniques he possessed and the other B-grade techniques. First, there was the Tao Yuan Wan Kong Ju. The essence of this technique revolved around the concept of emptiness. From beginning to end, the entire method was constructed around this core idea. Lin Xiao realized that his mind had been entirely blank when he conceived it. The Qianyuan 4 symbols classic and another A-grade technique, the Liangyi chaos technique, similarly centered around profound concepts. In contrast, the B-grade methods possessed rather loose cores, lacking in solidity. Lin Xiao scratched his head. So, the denser the core, the higher the grade of the technique. Moreover, it seemed that the final catalyst must align closely with the core. For instance, he had introduced peach blossoms into the Tao Yuan Wan Kong Ju. As the concept of emptiness resonated with the ethereal nature of the peach blossom, thus resulting in that technique, present, Lin Xiao felt that with his current understanding, he could no longer conceive of anything too advanced. His comprehension stemmed from a superficial acquaintance in his previous life. Hence, he resolved to abandon grandiose ideas and instead focus on what he knew best. Taking a deep breath, he reopened the mental technique synthesizer. He carefully placed the mulberry bark and pine soot in the first and second slots, respectively, before his gaze fell upon the third slot. He chose not to input concepts he only partially understood. He would instead input the one thing he understood most thoroughly, himself. He extended his hand toward the third slot and closed his eyes. 30 seconds seemed neither long nor short, yet within that time, Lin Xiao's mind was filled with a singular, ever-evolving notion of self. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lin Xiao eventually opened his eyes, sensing the flickering light within the hall. There was only one slot remaining. He raised his right hand, contemplating it for a moment before decisively channeling all his spiritual energy into it, swiftly inserting his hand into the fourth slot. For this final entry, he intended to input his own spiritual energy. As the synthesizer began to absorb the energy from his body through his right hand, within the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao felt his entire spiritual reservoir drained. For the first time, he experienced the weariness that accompanied spiritual depletion. Input of materials complete. Commencing synthesis of the mental technique. Please wait. Upon hearing this prompt, Lin Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, collapsing onto a nearby pile of grass mats. For reasons unknown, he felt that the technique resulting from this synthesis would undoubtedly be the finest he had yet produced. It was akin to the anticipation one feels when having penned an exceptional essay during a language exam. He was certain it would yield high marks. Moments later, as his fatigue lingered, he heard the notification in his mind. Successfully synthesized the Binyuan Heart Sutra, mental cultivation grade. Est, would you like to set it as the core technique of the sect? Note, can be replaced. An S grade. He had done it. Lying on the ground, Lin Xiao raised his left hand to shield his eyes, silently smiling to himself. He immediately proceeded to replace the core technique of the sect. Congratulations! The sect has acquired an S-grade core technique. The sect's monument has been successfully upgraded, and you have received a hidden reward. Key to the Verdant Wilderness, permanent, fragment of First-Order Spirit Vein X1. The rewards have been deposited into your private treasury. Please check. To his astonishment, there were hidden rewards. This was truly an unexpected delight. However, at that moment, Lin Xiao had no time to investigate the two hidden rewards. Instead, he retrieved the Binyuan Heart Sutra from his private treasury. Upon grasping the Binyuan Heart Sutra, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelmingly familiar sensation coursing through his fingertips. Unlike the previous techniques, this one could be said to be entirely of his own creation. Even though he had never examined the content of this sutra, each word and sentence felt as if they had flowed through his heart countless times before. Moreover, unlike his previous experience with the Taoyuan Wankongju, which he had carelessly tossed aside for automated practice without any desire for personal cultivation, the sight of the Binyuan Heart Sutra ignited an insatiable yearning within him to practice this method. True to his proactive nature, Lin Xiao immediately embraced the sutra and began meditating in the main hall of the sect to commence his cultivation. Chapter 54. Enchanted by cultivation. As Lin Xiao began practicing the Binyuan Heart Sutra, he found that his spiritual energy flowed with remarkable fluidity. The ambient spiritual energy seemed to traverse his meridians unimpeded, easing and harmonizing within him, and he felt as though the technique operated autonomously in accordance with his will. For the first time, Lin Xiao experienced the euphoric sensation of being completely at ease in his cultivation. With each cycle of the technique, an extraordinary and soothing tingling sensation surged through his heart. This feeling rendered him utterly captivated by the act of cultivation, making him reluctant to cease. No one could deter him from his practice. In the blink of an eye, dusk descended outside the hall. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained blissfully unaware, immersed in his cultivation. Outside, 8 people and a chicken exchanged worried glances as they peered inside. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao, lost in meditation at the center of the hall, they felt a twinge of concern. None dared to intrude upon his focus, opting instead to keep watch from the doorway while discussing his state. Qin Jianghe, peering through the doorframe, inquired, "What should we do? Xiao Gu hasn't eaten since noon, and the sun is setting. He must be starving." Lu Yunan replied, "I don't know that it's unusual for Xiao Gu to be so engrossed in his cultivation. He hasn't done this before. Could something be amiss?" Yet Zhang Youfu, ever optimistic, munched on the last handful of fried rice from his pocket and said, "Impossible. Xiao Gu could never run into trouble. He's definitely just caught up in his practice right now." Observing Lin Zhao's state, Sunny scrutinized him closely. Noting the orderly swirl of spiritual energy around him, he commented thoughtfully, "Perhaps Fuzi is right. Let's not disturb him, it's just a meal. We can wait until he awakens." Upon hearing this, Yang Jinshu, who was standing nearby, promptly interjected, "I shall return home shortly to prepare some food to bring back, placing it beside Xiao Gu'er, so that he may eat as soon as he opens his eyes." The others concurred, acknowledging that there was little else to be done. Qin Jianghe then remarked, "My home is the closest to his. I shall go inform Lin Yungu and Lin Er Shu, and then we shall descend the mountain." Upon hearing this, The group turned to leave. Before departing, Jiang Yofu crouched down to gently pat the little chicken's head, admonishing in the still unfamiliar tongue of beasts. "Little one, you must watch over Xiaogu'er. If anything happens, hurry down the mountain to call us." Little Wan responded with a cheerful cluck. It was uncertain whether the little creature understood, but Jiang Yofu, despite being oblivious to its reply, nodded at Little Wan and said, "Yes, keep a close eye on Xiaogu'er. We are heading down now." With that, they set off together down the mountain. Later that evening, Qin Zhanghe visited the Lin family to speak with Lin Dao and Lin Yun. Initially, upon learning that Lin Xiao was alone on the mountain with only a chicken for company, Lin Dao felt a wave of concern and intended to ascend the mountain to check on him. However, he was dissuaded by Lin Yun, who assured him, "Father, rest assured. Our sect is surrounded by a protective barrier. Outsiders cannot enter our domain, and Xiaogu'er is quite safe within." Puzzled, Lin Dao inquired, "What sort of barrier?" Lin Yun pondered briefly before explaining, "You may think of it as an invisible yet incredibly sturdy shield that envelopes our sect, preventing anyone but our members from entering." With this explanation, Lin Dao felt somewhat reassured. Lin Yun then turned to the house, shouldering his bedding as he emerged to inform Lin Dao, "Father, tonight I shall ascend the mountain to keep Xiao'er company. I will sleep beside him. So do not worry." Lin Dao hastily retrieved Lin Xiao's blanket from his room, adding it to Lin Yun's load. "Take his blanket as well. It gets cold on the mountain at night. You two can share it." Thus, Lin Yun ascended the mountain with both his bedding and Lin Xiao's blanket. Upon reaching the mountain, Lin Yun quietly entered the grand hall of the sect. Striving to keep his presence from disturbing Lin Xiao, he spread his bedding on the ground beside Lin Xiao, contemplating that since he had nothing else to occupy his time, he might as well meditate and cultivate. Hours passed until the moon reached its zenith, and Lin Yun, feeling the weight of fatigue, concluded his meditation. Sensing the chill of the mountain night, he grew concerned that Lin Xiao might catch a cold from remaining seated for so long. Yet, hesitant to disturb him, he decided to encircle Lin Xiao with the blanket, ensuring it did not touch him, hoping it might provide some warmth. Once settled, Lin Yun lifted his own blanket and lay down, falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained entirely oblivious to his surroundings, immersed in his cultivation. The unimpeded flow of spiritual energy through his body brought him immense comfort, as each phrase of his mental technique seemed to resonate within him. Guiding the spiritual energy through his meridians and into his dantian in a trance, it felt as though the sounds of Tao echoed faintly in Lin Xiao's mind. The tranquil night gradually gave way to the first light of dawn. As darkness melded with light, he slowly opened his eyes to the radiant beams of morning. His bright, luminous gaze fell upon the closed doors of the hall. His senses, previously isolated during meditation, now awakened to the myriad of scents and sounds of reality. Noticing the gentle sound of breathing beside him, Lin Xiao turned to see Lin Yun nestled under the blanket, with only half of his head visible. Lin Yun's brow was furrowed, his upper body tucked within the covers while his legs remained exposed, toes curling as if they were freezing. Amused, Lin Xiao gently pulled down the blanket that enveloped his upper body, ensuring Lin Yun was properly covered. In his dreams, Lin Yun felt his previously cold legs suddenly relieved. And in his slumber, he began to run joyfully. A notification echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. "Congratulations, host has advanced to the 7th layer of qi refining." The unexpected announcement left Lin Xiao momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that merely half a day and a night of cultivating the original mental technique would result in such rapid progress, even with the aid of the automatic cultivation function. Was this the distinction between S-level and A-level techniques? Was the difference truly so vast? He contemplated this possibility, pondering whether it was solely a matter of the technique's rank. Reflecting on his limited cultivation experience, primarily relying on the automatic function, he realized that he rarely practiced on his own. Only occasionally, when boredom struck, would he join others in the cultivation room. Currently, his understanding of the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju remained at a mere 24100. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He inquired within his mind, "System, what is the cultivation speed of the automatic cultivation function?" The system responded, "The automatic cultivation function activated for the host operates at a speed equivalent to that of individuals with outstanding aptitude." What constitutes outstanding? And what about those who are exceptional or remarkable? How do these classifications rank? The system replied. Specific aptitude rankings require the host to unlock the ranking table for further information. Please be reminded that all aptitude evaluations are not permanent. They are merely stage assessments provided by this system. The path of cultivation is inherently uncertain, so do not overly rely on these evaluations. Upon receiving this response, Lin Xiao felt no dissatisfaction. He agreed with the system's assessment. The path of cultivation was indeed fraught with uncertainty. He recalled the incident with the bald man, who, before even advancing to the first layer of qi refining, transcended the previous evaluations of being less than sufficient, yet more than adequate to become the second remarkable individual in the sect. Moreover, he now recognized that the automatic cultivation feature was not necessarily the optimal method for him. The speed of cultivation for each individual depended on their aptitude and comprehension of the mental technique. With this realization, he reflected on how he possessed exceptional aptitude yet had rarely utilized it for cultivation. This seemed almost wasteful. In hindsight, he acknowledged that he should have been more diligent. From now on, he vowed to carve out time each day for cultivation. However, he also needed to ensure that the original mental technique was shared among others, as it was an S-level technique. Thus, Lin Xiao took out the paper from the mulberry tree and pine soot ink, making 20 copies of the mental technique. The excess copies were a precaution in case the number of sect members increased in the future. He believed that the growth of his Lingxian sect was inevitable, and perhaps those 20 copies would soon be insufficient. However, this time, Lin Xiao refrained from using the technique simplifier. After a night of cultivation, he felt that the original mental technique did not require a simplified version. Understanding the content was sufficient for comprehension. A harmony of mind and body was essential for cultivation. Furthermore, the members were no longer illiterate, especially with the capable Sun Yi serving as an excellent teacher to clarify doubts. Lin Xiao concluded that whether one could cultivate the technique was ultimately a matter of personal capability. Yet, he did not intend to waste the other mental techniques he had synthesized the previous night. As dawn began to break, Lin Xiao surmised that his grandfather must be awake and hurried down the mountain towards the Lin family's old residence. Upon arrival, he found his uncle Lin Dashan, his older cousin Lin Lei, and his grandfather Lin Lao Yizi gathered in a circle on the ground, engaged in their morning ablutions. Each held a willow branch, and the household's sole water ladle was being passed between Lin Lao Yizi and Lin Dashan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Tai and his Aunt Qin were similarly occupied, albeit with a large wooden bowl. Recently, Lin Xiao had performed a cleansing spell on everyone's teeth, leading them to cherish their bright smiles. Dedicating extra time each morning to care for their dental health, "Grandfather, I'm here," Lin Xiao exclaimed, his voice startling Lin Lao Yizi, who choked on his mouthwash. "You little rascal, why are you shouting? You nearly frightened me." Lin Xiao quickly climbed over the courtyard wall to stand beside his grandfather, gently patting his back to help him recover. "Hee, grandfather, you really are too jumpy. I'm just here to greet you. And you get scared. Hey, you little brat." Lin Lao Yizi raised the water ladle, pretending to strike him. Lin Xiao turned to greet the others. "Good morning, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, and Cousin. Where are Sister Yinner and Ingzi?" After spitting out the mouthwash, Lin Tai rose and replied, "Sanlang, your grandfather isn't scared of you. He was just having a nightmare last night and woke up trembling." Lin Dashan's wife added, "Your Yinner sister is inside, helping Ingzi with her hair." Lin Lao Yizi shot Lin Tai a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? I wasn't trembling from a nightmare." He then turned to Lin Xiao, asking, "Why aren't you up on your mountain cultivating? What brings you here so early?" Lin Xiao smiled brightly and replied, "Grandfather, do you happen to have a bookshelf ready? Please send me one. I wish to place it on the mountain to store books." Old Master Lin did not inquire about the origin of the books, but after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, there is one. Although it is rather small, a couple of years ago, I made it for a family in the neighboring village. At that time, they mentioned it was intended for their little grandson to study, but for reasons unknown, they never came to collect it." As he spoke, he turned to Lin Lei and said, "Lazy, go to the back of the wood shed and bring that small bookshelf from the very back for your brother." Just as Lin Lei finished brushing his teeth, he nodded and replied, "All right, just wait a moment, Sanlang." With that, he got up and dashed towards the backyard of the old residence. "Thank you, big brother." Lin Xiao then turned to Old Master Lin and said, It's all right if it's small. I don't have many books to store. However, grandfather, if you have some free time, could you possibly craft me some additional bookshelves or similar items? Oh, and if you could also make some narrow beds and tables, that would be even better. Upon hearing this, old Master Lin picked up a ladle and playfully knocked it on Lin Zhao's forehead, saying, "You foolish child. No wonder your father scolds you all the time. Crafting a bookshelf requires considerable effort, and as for beds, constructing a single bed takes a great deal of work. You must select good wood and let it dry. It's not something that can be done casually." Lin Xiao rubbed his forehead where he had been tapped and smiled at old Master Lin, saying, "Grandfather, just tell me what kind of wood you need. I will fetch it for you. As for drying it, that can be arranged. I will ensure that I bring back only the finest, fully dried wood." Hearing this, old Master Lin chuckled and said, "Very well, go and gather the wood for me. I don't have many tasks during the day. So as long as there is enough wood, I will craft whatever you need." Just then, the door adjacent to the courtyard opened, and Lin Yin led Lin Ying outside. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, the 6-year-old Lin Ying's eyes sparkled, and she ran toward him, hugging his thigh and sweetly calling out, "Sangu? Ah, little Yingzi, did you miss Sangu?" Lin Xiao bent down and lifted Lin Ying, smiling as he asked her. Lin Ying rubbed her head against his neck and nodded. "I did. Sangu, I want to eat roasted wild rabbit." At this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, he had been fortunate enough to catch several wild rabbits with Fuzi and the others. He had saved half for himself to bring back to the old residence. And he was surprised that the little girl still remembered it. Chapter 56. The library corner of the training room nearby. Lin Dashin glanced at Lin Ying and Lin Zhao's arms. Qianshi subtly signaled him, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke to Lin Xiao. "Sanlang, do you think it would be possible for Yingzi to accompany you up the mountain for training?" Lin Xiao turned to his uncle and replied, "Of course. Uncle, please don't stand on ceremony with me. Anyone who wishes to come is more than welcome. However, my sect may not yet be able to provide for everyone's basic needs. Otherwise, I would have taken you all up the mountain directly." Lin Dashin laughed heartily. "I discussed this with your aunt for several days and even consulted with Lei Zi. He insisted that he did not wish to train and preferred to work at home. We were at a loss, and since your sister Yin is getting older and is in the process of courting, we thought it best to send Yingzi to train with you, if that is agreeable. After all, she is still quite young, so it should not be a problem." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "Uncle, rest assured, I will ensure that Yingzi returns as a little fairy." At that moment, Lin Lei approached while carrying a small bookshelf. Although referred to as a small bookshelf, it was still about a person's height. Lin Lei set the bookshelf in front of Lin Xiao, who found himself slightly shorter than it. Suddenly, Lin Xiao appeared to discover something astonishing. His expression shifted to one of surprise. He placed Lin Ying down, stood on his tiptoes, and compared his height with the bookshelf. Then, he ran to Lin Dashin to measure himself against him. Excitedly, he exclaimed to old Master Lin, "Grandfather, I've grown taller." Seeing Lin Xiao measuring himself next to him, Lin Dashin finally realized. He looked Lin Xiao up and down and noted, "Xiao Guer has indeed grown quite a bit. Just a couple of months ago, you were still below my chin, and now you've reached my nose." Lin Dashin was the tallest in the Lin family, standing at about 178 centimeters, and now Lin Xiao had reached the tip of his nose, indicating that he must be at least 165 centimeters tall. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. For a young man in the midst of growth, there is hardly anything more exhilarating than discovering one's own height increase. Thus, Lin Xiao carried the bookshelf in one hand and held little Lin Ying's hand with the other, brimming with joy from his newfound height as he made his way back to the sect. Since he was accompanying Lin Ying, Lin Xiao did not walk quickly. By the time they returned to the sect, the sun had fully risen. Everyone else in the sect had already arrived, and Lin Yun had awakened. Upon realizing Lin Xiao was missing, he became anxious and began searching the entire sect for him. Lin Yun scoured every corner, nearly lifting the mud in the spirit field to check if Lin Xiao was beneath it. Just as he was about to head down the mountain to see if Lin Xiao had returned home, he spotted Lin Xiao ascending the mountain, carrying the bookshelf and leading Lin Ying. Lin Yun rushed over and asked, "Erlang, were you all right last night?" Lin Xiao shook his head, feeling a bit embarrassed by his brother's anxiety. "I apologize, big brother. I forgot to inform you when I went down the mountain." In truth, he had merely intended to ask his grandfather if there was a bookshelf available, thinking it would be a quick trip. However, he ended up bringing Lin Ying along, which delayed his return. Upon seeing Lin Ying sweetly smiled and greeted him, "Ergu." Lin Yun gently patted her head and asked, "Ingzi, why did you come up the mountain? Are you here to train with your brothers?" Lin Ying nodded vigorously. Lin Xiao then handed Lin Ying over to Lin Yun, saying, "Big brother, please help Ingzi get acquainted. We'll meet in the training room shortly." With that, he quickly dashed towards the training room with the bookshelf. At present, the sect did not possess any formal library or similar establishment, and the number of books was still quite limited, making a grand library unnecessary for housing a mere few dozen books. Therefore, Lin Xiao planned to temporarily place the heart methods and spells in the training room, where there were currently not many people, making it convenient for everyone to access them. By this time, everyone who had already ascended the mountain was gathered around the training room, enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing Lin Xiao approach, Zhang Youfu patted his chest and exclaimed, "See, I told you Xiao Guer would be fine. He is up bright and early, carrying a shelf around with such spirit." Lin Xiao exchanged simple greetings with everyone before entering the training room. He set the bookshelf in a corner and retrieved the several heart methods he had synthesized the previous day from his private collection, placing them on the shelf, followed by the previously copied spells. As soon as everyone finished their breakfast, they all entered to see what Lin Xiao was doing inside. Sunny Gao walked over, and upon noticing the unfamiliar heart methods displayed on the bookshelf, he picked one up and, puzzled, looked at Lin Xiao, asking, "Xiao Guer, what is this?" Lin Xiao patted his shoulder and addressed everyone, "Everyone, these are the new heart methods we have acquired for our sect. The topmost shelf contains A-grade heart methods, while the lower shelf contains B-grade ones." Lin Xiao pointed to the top two levels of the bookshelf and continued, "The so-called A and B grades represent a classification system. Theoretically, A grade is superior to B grade. Although this is not absolute. The best heart method is the one that suits you best." He then took out the copy of the Binyuan Heart Sutra and placed it on the middle shelf, stating, "This Binyuan Heart Sutra is a heart method I created, classified as S grade. Yes, S grade is understood to be better than A grade. However, once again, the most suitable method is the best for you. I cannot guarantee that any of these heart methods will be appropriate for you. But you may all take a look. If you find one that fits, that would be wonderful. If not, you can continue practicing the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju until you find something new in the future. Naturally, I sincerely hope you can all practice the Binyuan Heart Sutra, given that it is the only S-grade method available. But if anyone truly cannot practice it, do not force yourselves. Our sect is not limited to this one heart method." Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly gathered around the bookshelf, each grabbing a heart method to peruse. Sunny Gao was no exception. He immediately bypassed the A and B grade heart methods on the upper shelves and picked up a copy of the Binyuan Heart Sutra from the third shelf to read. Zhang Youfu did the same, for this was the heart method created by their Xiao Guer, and an S-grade one at that. It was undoubtedly the best. Without having perused the original Heart Sutra beforehand, Tai Tu picked up a second-tier technique called the Sunflower Classic, flipping through its pages with great curiosity. Perhaps due to their cultivation efforts, these rural youths, who previously could not recognize a single character, had managed to learn a few words from Sunny Gao over the past few days, allowing them to decipher the techniques with a mix of guessing and inference, even though many characters remained unfamiliar. Fortunately, the elder teaching them was nearby, and now they also had Yang Jinshu, who was literate, and Lin Xiao present, so any uncertainties were promptly addressed. Consequently, the atmosphere in the training room was thick with the spirit of learning. Chapter 57. The Secret Realm of Lush Fields. When Lin Yun led Lin into the training room, what greeted them was a scene where everyone held a book of techniques, seated on grass mats, earnestly studying. The training room had seemingly transformed into a reading corner. Upon noticing Lin Yun and Lin Ying at the entrance, Lin Xiao approached and said to Lin Ying, "Xiao Ying, come with me for a moment. We need to go through a process." He then turned to Lin Yun and remarked, "Elder brother, you should go in and check out the new techniques our sect has received." Lin Yun nodded and entered, while Lin Xiao took Lin Ying outside to the grassy area and asked her, "Lin Ying, do you wish to join our Lingxian sect and become a part of it? Dedicating yourself to cultivation?" Lin Ying's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Xiao and nodded. "I do, Ding. Congratulations. The number of disciples has reached 10, successfully completing the task of recruiting disciples, too. The reward for the task has been deposited into the private treasury." Please check it, host. Lin Xiao brought Lin Ying back to the training room, instructing her to find Lin Yun and the others. He then squatted outside, opening the private treasury to inspect his rewards. In addition to an increase of 50 spirit stones, he discovered a connection point to the secret realm of lush fields. Previously, he had also received a reward of a key to the secret realm of lush fields, indicating that these two items were intended for complementary use. Lin Xiao first retrieved the connection point to the secret realm, which was a large stone covered in moss, roughly the width of two people embracing. The words lush fields were faintly visible beneath the moss. Lin Xiao glanced around and placed it on an open space not far from the training room. As soon as the stone landed, the moss began to spread outward, extending about 2 meters before halting, making it appear as if the stone had always belonged there. Next, Lin Xiao took out the key to the secret realm of lush fields. A piece of lustrous jadeite engraved with the words lush fields. He examined the stone and noticed an irregular groove beneath the words, which seemed to be just the right size to accommodate the jadeite. Lin Xiao stroked his smooth chin. He was quite familiar with secret realms, often relying on them to enrich himself. He surmised that the method of using the key and the connection point involved pressing the jadeite into the groove on the stone to open the entrance. Curiosity piqued, he wondered about the nature of this realm, yet he was also apprehensive about being unexpectedly transported elsewhere upon pressing the key. Thus, he decided to swiftly place the key in the groove and then retreat 100 meters, ensuring he would not be caught off guard. His caution was understandable. After all, he was only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and did not wish to risk his life due to unforeseen circumstances. However, in reality, he was overly concerned. As soon as Lin Xiao placed the jadeite into the groove on the connection stone, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. As this is the host's first time opening the secret realm of lush fields, we inform you that this realm is a low-tier realm limited to those in the Qi refinement stage. It can be accessed annually between the time of the awakening of insects and the beginning of summer, with each entrance opened by the key limited to 500 participants. Friendly reminder. Currently, 2 major sects forcibly open entrances to this realm every year using their divine transformation powers, allowing their disciples to enter. Each forcibly opened entrance is limited to 100 participants. Upon reading this message, Lin Xiao's attention was immediately drawn to the phrase forcibly opened entrance. The presence of divine transformation practitioners. Although merely mentioned in the description, Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Up to this point, the most formidable practitioner he had encountered was the middle-aged man controlling the spirit ship on the final day of recruitment by the Shanyang sect. However, he was uncertain of that man's exact level of cultivation, though he doubted it was on par with a divine transformation practitioner. A divine transformation practitioner. Surely, their mere appearance would evoke a sense of awe and trepidation in everyone. After calming his excitement, Lin Xiao began to contemplate the implications of this secret realm. If it was limited to Qi refinement, it meant only those within that stage could enter, and after that, it would be impossible. The time frame for entry was from the awakening of insects to the beginning of summer. With the spring equinox having passed and Qingming approaching, he realized he had roughly a month left to enter. Given his current rate of cultivation, unless he completely halted his training, it was inevitable that he would surpass the Qi refinement stage by next year. He was confident in that. This meant that if he missed this year's opportunity, he would not be able to access the realm in the future. Could he allow such a regret to befall him? Absolutely not. Therefore, Lin Xiao resolved to set off without delay. However, he did not intend to go alone. For just moments ago, the system had chimed again. Ding! Congratulations! Disciple Sun Yi Gao has advanced to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Reflecting on Sun Yi Gao's earnest demeanor while perusing the original Heart Sutra earlier, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile silently. Remarkably, he had managed to advance in such a short span of time. This indicated that he was exceptionally suited for cultivating this technique. Considering Sun Yi Gao's rare talent, it was certain he would be able to improve his cultivation further in the coming days. Lin Xiao was less certain about others, but he believed that Sun Yi Gao's situation was quite similar to his own. If they missed this year's opportunity, it would be impossible for Sun Yi Gao to enter the realm next year as well. As for entering the secret realm, regardless of the potential dangers it might hold, Lin Xiao felt compelled to see it for himself, especially given that 2 sects with divine transformation practitioners were involved. This was a crucial gateway to engaging with the world of cultivation. Currently, they were secluded on the mountain, engrossed in their training, ignorant of the specific rules and systems governing the world of cultivation. Over time, this would be tantamount to reinventing the wheel. With this in mind, Lin Xiao decided to devote more time to assisting Sunny Gao in his cultivation, enabling him to advance swiftly. Of course, his decision was not solely rooted in newfound confidence in his own abilities, but rather in the belief that by aiding Sunny Gao, they might mutually enhance each other's progress. After all, they were the only dragons among men and rare talents in the entire sect. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to allocate 10 days to elevate their cultivation in preparation for entering the secret realm. 10 days was the limit. Thus, they would have only 20 days left after entering the realm. However, Lin Xiao did not plan to inform Sunny Gao of this matter in advance, fearing it might add to his psychological burden and hinder his training. Chapter 58. The Qingming Festival. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xiao retrieved his copy of the original Heart Sutra and entered the training room, making a beeline for Sun E Gao. As Sun E Gao was deep in his training, he opened his eyes upon sensing someone approaching, smiled faintly upon seeing Lin Xiao, and then closed his eyes to resume his practice. Observing this, Lin Xiao settled down beside him to meditate. After a while, once Sun E Gao completed his current segment, he felt ready to proceed, opening his eyes and flipping through the original Heart Sutra to continue his study. Noticing Lin Xiao leaning in with his own copy of the Heart Sutra, he quickly turned to the same page and exclaimed, "E Gao, look at this segment. With my true heart, unbounded and untainted." The others in the training room, seeing the two engrossed in earnest discussion, cast curious glances their way. When had the usually aloof Lin Xiao become so diligent in his cultivation? Meanwhile, Lin Ying, who had been promised dedicated instruction by Lin Xiao at the Lin family estate, pouted in disappointment, feeling somewhat neglected. Stubborn third brother doesn't keep his promises. Second brother is much better, she grumbled, turning away with a hint of disdain and focusing intently on her studies with Lin Yun instead. With Lin Zhao's assistance, Sunny Gao made rapid progress. By noon, both were left wanting more, when Lin Yun, leading Lin Ying, approached Lin Xiao and said, Lang, it's time to descend the mountain." Lin Xiao was taken aback, gazing at Lin Yun with a look of confusion. Descend the mountain for what? Lin Yun, equally perplexed, realized his brother was as unreliable as ever and sighed. Did we not agree to go pay respects for Qingming today? At that reminder, Lin Xiao jolted as realization struck. Right, we need to visit our mother's grave. Without further ado, he abandoned his training and turned to Sunny Gao, saying, "E Gao, I have to return home for Qingming. We'll continue our practice tomorrow." Sunny Gao nodded slightly, dismissing the notion of continuing tomorrow as merely a casual remark, for the entire sect was well aware that their leader seldom engaged in cultivation. Lin Yun and Lin Xiao hurriedly returned to the Lin family ancestral home with Lin Ying, only to find that the family had already prepared the offerings, including a large bag filled with paper money and joss paper. The offerings comprised a whole steamed chicken, a large piece of blanched pork belly, and a whole fish, which had been meticulously fried to a golden crisp by Grandma Lin, emanating a fragrant aroma that made Lin Xiao's stomach grumble. Aunt Lin fetched a few steaming buns from the kitchen to hand to Lin Xiao and the others. There was no time for lunch. They needed to ascend the mountain promptly. Traditionally, the Lin family would set out early for Qingming, often spending the entire day at the gravesite. However, this year, they had allowed Lin Xiao and the others a morning to prepare for their cultivation, intending to ascend the mountain at noon and to be swift in their grave-sweeping duties. Without waiting for the trio to finish their meal, Old Man Lin gestured for everyone to set off. In Shoshui village, 2 mountains were designated for burials, situated not in the same direction as the North Mountain, but rather to the southwest, a short distance from the village. The Lin family was among the earliest in the village to observe Qingming. Many families typically waited several days post-Qingming to visit, as numerous prominent clans awaited the clan leader to coordinate their schedules for a collective visit, as was the case with the Qian, Lu, and Hu families. Thus, they encountered few villagers along the way. The mountains to the southwest differed from the towering North Mountain. They were smaller, each separated by expansive green meadows, with some fields belonging to nearby families. Among these hills, the highest were the 2 designated for burials. In contrast, the North Mountain was a vast mountain range, densely forested with towering trees, rarely traversed by humans. It was said that deep within the range lurked many ferocious beasts, rendering it a true wilderness. Unlike the North Mountain, where few dared to tread, only seeking mushrooms at the foot of the mountain, the Burial Hills saw occasional visitors due to nearby fields and the villagers foraging for wild vegetables and pig fodder. As they journeyed, the Lin family occasionally greeted one or two villagers. Lin Dashan and Lin Dayo carried the sacrificial offerings and tools like hoes and shovels, while Lin Yin and Lin Ing picked flowers along the way. Grandma Lin and Aunt Lin collected firewood, and Lin Xiao, Lin Yun, and Lin Lei were tasked with carrying the wood they gathered. Thus, the Lin family cheerfully made their way to one of the burial hills. The Lin family graves were located on the eastern slope of this burial hill, with the foremost grave belonging to their ancestral grandparents. Descending the slope, Lin Xiao's mother rested at the very bottom of the Lin family plot. Upon reaching the gravesite, Old Man Lin instructed everyone to set down their offerings. The adults began clearing the weeds with hoes and sickles, while the children helped by pulling weeds by hand. Lin Yun was diligently uprooting grass when he noticed Lin Xiao lost in thought, ready to toss the weeds toward their father. He quickly reached out to take the weeds from Lin Xiao's hands and discarded them aside. Gently poking his side and whispering, Lang, what's wrong? Startled by the poke, Lin Xiao returned to the present and frowned at Lin Yun, whispering back, I sense something strange around here. Upon arriving near the burial hill, Lin Xiao had sensed an unusual presence, albeit faintly, and he could not articulate what it was. Nevertheless, he was certain it was not merely his imagination. That strange feeling had lingered ever since they arrived. He had never experienced such odd sensations during previous visits. In response, Lin Yun queried, What's so strange? I haven't felt anything at all. Lin Xiao shook his head. I can't quite explain it. But it definitely isn't my imagination. Brother, I believe there may be something undesirable nearby. Hearing this, Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine and nervously swallowed, Don't scare me. We come to this burial hill every year. There's nothing here. Lin Xiao concentrated, still unable to discern the source of the strangeness. Logically, with his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, his perceptive abilities should have been heightened. After pondering for a moment, he said to Lin Yun, There are two possibilities. One is that this presence has arrived recently, and the other is that it has always been here, but I was unable to sense it before due to my lack of cultivation. Chapter 59. Something strange. Lin Yun, deep in thought, responded, So, I can't feel anything at all because my cultivation is too low? Lin Xiao considered that his brother, at the 1st level of Qi refinement, was oblivious to the presence, while he himself, at the 7th level, could only sense it vaguely. This led him to worry that the entity might be of a higher caliber. Though the burial hill was not far from Shoshui village, Lin Xiao quickly chastised himself for being overly anxious. After all, it was merely a peculiar sensation, and he did not even know the source of it. What if it turned out to be something benign? Naturally occurring, moreover, whether it had recently appeared or had been there for ages, it had not harmed anyone. At least, he had not heard any troubling rumors, aside from the ghost stories concocted by bored villagers to frighten children. Despite trying to reassure himself, Lin Xiao could not help but remain vigilant. He realized he needed to pay more attention to this area in the future. His desire to enhance his cultivation intensified. Indeed, increasing one's strength was crucial. It would serve as his greatest reliance in dispelling fear when confronting the unknown. Turning to Lin Yun, he declared, Brother, let us keep a close watch on the situation around this burial hill. Lin Yun nodded, about to say something when Lin Dayo, who was clearing the area, called out to them, Lang, Sanlang, what are you whispering about over there? Hurry up and help carry the grass down. Oh, we're coming. The two responded hurriedly, rushing to gather the grass. They shared a tacit understanding not to mention the peculiar feeling. Once the Lin family had finished clearing the weeds around the graves, they began shoveling soil. The adults piled fresh earth onto the graves, preparing for the children to each add a handful of soil to the various graves as a gesture. After everything was tidied up and the Lin family graves appeared revitalized, they commenced the ancestral worship. The offerings were arranged, incense was lit, and they bowed at each grave in turn. Old Man Lin led the way, pouring a bowl of rice wine over the grave, inviting the ancestors to partake in the feast. Lin Dao guided Lin Yun and Lin Xiao as they bowed at each grave until they reached his wife's resting place. Standing before the grave, Lin Dao gazed at the weathered tombstone, softened by years of rain and wind. Lin Yun and Lin Xiao knelt, bowing deeply 3 times to their mother, though their time together had been brief. And Lin Xiao, barely cognizant as an infant, he held deep reverence for her. Without her relentless protection, he would not be who he was today. His life could be said to have been exchanged for hers. With 1,000 unspoken words, Lin Xiao knelt at his mother's grave, silently expressing everything he wished to say. Lin Yun was no different. The two sat in quietude before the grave, as still as statues. Yet their hearts had been chattering for quite some time. Lin Dao, growing impatient, urged them, "You too, that is enough. Hurry up and see if your grandfather needs any assistance. Go on, quickly." He grasped one of his son's collars firmly, lifting both of them effortlessly as he propelled them upwards. Lin Yun and Lin Xiao had no choice but to make room for their father and mother, as they watched the 2 boys recede into the distance. Lin Dao gradually leaned against the gravestone and sat down. He gently caressed the somewhat faded inscription of Lin Song clan on the stone, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at the 2 small characters Chun Xiu beneath it. This was a name he had insisted the engraver add, that of his beloved wife. Softly, he began to recount to her the myriad of events that had transpired during this time, sharing the amusing anecdotes he had accumulated. Aside from the festive occasions, Lin Dao rarely visited alone, fearing that frequent visits would ensnare him in a web of nostalgia and sorrow from which he might never escape. Thus, he tended to keep his heartfelt words bottled up, saving them for moments like these when he could share them with his wife. Lin Xiao and Lin Yun returned to the elder Lin's side, but Lin Xiao could not shake off the sense of unease that lingered within him. Feeling restless, he feigned a need to gather firewood and wandered about aimlessly. However, he found nothing of note, and no matter where he roamed, the feeling seemed consistent, leaving him unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Consequently, he reluctantly decided to abandon his search for the time being. As dusk fell, when the Lin family had finished packing their belongings and prepared to descend the mountain, the sun had already begun its descent. On the way back, Lin Yin and Lin Ying had gathered an abundant bouquet of wildflowers, weaving them into crowns to adorn everyone's heads. The others had also collected sufficient firewood for a good burn. The elder Lin and his wife took the opportunity to gather a generous handful of tender wild vegetables, intending to make a soup upon their return. By the time the family reached the old Lin residence, the setting sun was reduced to a mere half-disk on the horizon. Aunt Lin hurried to prepare the chicken and fish designated for today's offerings, while Grandma Lin took a large piece of pork belly to salt and marinate. The others busied themselves with fetching water and organizing their belongings, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Although the Lin family had been divided, they still gathered during festive occasions to share meals in the old residence. With chicken, fish, and fresh, delectable wild vegetables, the meal was a resounding success, even lifting Lin Dao's spirits, who had been quiet and morose throughout the journey. He cheerfully struck Lin Zhao's raised leg with his chopsticks, causing Lin Xiao to yelp in surprise. Thus, this ordinary yet serene evening passed peacefully. After the Qingming festival, Lin Xiao dedicated himself to rigorous training, embarking on a journey to assist Sunny Gao in his cultivation. Sunny Gao felt that their sect leader had become rather attached to him lately. Previously elusive, always buried in contemplation within the sect's grand hall or discreetly cultivating spiritual fields, Lin Xiao now appeared promptly beside him every morning, accompanying him into the training room and insisting on discussing cultivation techniques together. He also unearthed various spells that he had previously deemed unnecessary, encouraging Sunny Gao to seize every opportunity to learn. Sunny Gao found himself somewhat perplexed by Lin Zhao's behavior. While he appreciated the newfound companionship that accelerated his own cultivation, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained blissfully unaware of Sunny Gao's concerns, immersing himself in a fulfilling routine. Each day, he rushed to the sect's training room, spending the entire day there with Sunny Gao, only emerging when nature's calls became urgent, swiftly returning afterward as if he were intent on becoming one with the training room. Chapter 60. Preparations before departure. The other members of the sect observed this and naturally intensified their own training. Each evening, upon returning home, Lin Xiao hastily finished his meal, skipping showers and relying solely on a cleansing spell before retreating to his room to delve into the creation of new spells. He aimed to develop an array of spells to ensure their self-defense capabilities upon entering the secret realm, so that they would not find themselves defenseless in the face of danger. Lin Xiao envisioned numerous scenarios, contemplating the types of spells required to counter them, and thus began to craft targeted spells. Over the past few days, he successfully created many spells, some useful, others temporarily ineffective. The latter were deemed so because, despite their potential power, Lin Xiao's current skill level rendered him unable to utilize them. 8 days swiftly passed. During this time, the members of the sect had made significant advancements in their cultivation. Spurred by Lin Xiao's fervor, newly initiated disciples Yang Jinshu, Lu Shangsheng, and Lin Ying had all reached the first level of qi refinement. However, aside from Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao, no one had surpassed the fourth level of qi refinement. Lin Xiao observed that high aptitude did not necessarily correlate with rapid progress. For instance, Zhang Youfu, who recently revised his foundational cultivation technique, experienced remarkable growth in his cultivation speed. Although he was among the earliest initiates, he had not started many days ahead of the others. His aptitude, merely better than some, worse than others, had now propelled him to the third level of qi refinement, while most of the others lingered around the first and second levels. After experimenting with the revised foundational technique, the majority felt they struggled to cultivate it effectively, opting instead to continue using the original Taoyuan Wangkong technique. Within the entire Lingxian sect, aside from Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao, only Zhang Youfu, Lin Yun, and Lu Yunan had revised their foundational techniques. Zhang Youfu, upon first encountering the new technique, felt an unexpected ease in its application, leading him to promptly adopt this method created personally by Lin Xiao. Lin Yun and Lu Yunan, on the other hand, found that the new technique did not differ significantly from their previous practice, prompting them to embrace the more advanced foundational technique instead. Lin Xiao contemplated this phenomenon, considering that even if individuals possessed varying aptitudes, the compatibility of a cultivation method could significantly diminish the disparities in aptitude, potentially allowing some to surpass others. This indicated that aptitude was not the sole determinant of success. Lin Xiao foresaw a future for their sect that would not judge heroes solely by their aptitude, preventing anyone from feeling that they had lost at the starting line. He wholeheartedly endorsed this promising trend, yet he also felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders increase. He needed to hasten the creation of more suitable foundational techniques for everyone. As the leader of the sect, the multitude of concerns weighed heavily on him. Lin Xiao felt as though he could split himself in two, one half dedicated to his personal cultivation, the other to managing the development of the sect. During the 8 days of diligent training, Lin Xiao even spent nights in the training room with Sunny Gao, foregoing their return home. Thus, they cultivated day and night, ultimately propelling Sunny Gao's cultivation to the 7th level of qi refinement and Lin Xiao's to the 8th level. Nearing a breakthrough to the 9th level. It was undeniable that as one's cultivation level increased, the speed of breakthroughs slowed considerably. In the same amount of time, while Lin Xiao advanced to near the 9th level, Sunny Gao leaped from the 3rd to the 7th level in rapid succession. Throughout this period, Lin Xiao remained preoccupied with the peculiar sensation he had felt on the Grave Hill. He made 2 more attempts to investigate the area but yielded no results. Thus, on the evening of the 8th day, after concluding their training, Lin Xiao gathered everyone in the sect and addressed them. Recently, our sect has discovered an entrance to a secret realm. This realm is accessible only to those in the qi refinement stage. However, we are still unaware of its internal conditions. Therefore, I have decided that I and Yigao will venture forth to explore it. Upon hearing this, the members were left in a state of confusion, as they did not comprehend the significance of the secret realm. Sunny Gao, who had been arranged for this venture, was equally uninformed. Questions arose from the crowd, prompting Lin Xiao to clarify, this secret realm? I must admit, I do not have a comprehensive understanding of either. However, you may envision it as an independent miniature world, where many elements may diverge from our external reality, potentially teeming with various unknown dangers and opportunities. It might be fraught with peril or abundant in treasures, or perhaps a combination of both. Our purpose in going is twofold: to uncover the true nature of this secret realm and to prepare everyone for future entries, while also seeking to retrieve any resources that our sect may require. Since this secret realm does not open at will, but only during the period from the beginning of spring to the arrival of summer, we cannot afford to wait until next year. Hence, Egao and I shall take the lead this year." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun, who usually spoke little, was the first to voice his concern. "But you have never been inside. You don't know what dangers may lie within this secret realm. What if something dangerous occurs, and there is no one to assist you?" Aware of his genuine concern, Lin Shao offered a reassuring smile and replied, "Do not worry, my elder brother. Since we possess the key to enter this secret realm, we can certainly leave at any time. Once we step inside, the key will provide each of us with a one-time exit connection key. Should we encounter any peril, we can swiftly open the exit and return." With this, Lin Yun felt somewhat reassured and nodded slightly. Lin Shao then turned to the others and stated, "In truth, my primary purpose for gathering everyone is not merely to introduce this secret realm, but to convey some important matters." After a brief pause, observing that everyone was attentively listening, he continued, "2 days from now, we will enter the secret realm, and there will be 20 days left until it closes. I cannot predict how long we will remain inside. It might be a compact space, and we could emerge in just a few days, or we may explore until the very last day. What I wish to express is that during our time in the secret realm, I hope everyone remains vigilant and pays close attention to the happenings in our village. If, and I stress if, any dangerous incidents arise in our village, please remember to swiftly bring the villagers within the protective boundaries of our sect, prioritizing your own safety and that of your families." Qin Zhenghe, perplexed, inquired, "Xiao Gu, are you suggesting that our village might truly face some danger soon?" Lin Shao looked at him with a serious expression and replied, "To be honest, I do not know. However, I have been feeling a sense of unease, and I wish to make arrangements just in case." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly, each expressing their commitment to remain vigilant. Later that evening, after dinner, Lin Shao did not spend his time pondering spells as he had in previous days. Instead, he opened the shopping mall. It had been quite some time since he last utilized the system's mall function, which was when he purchased that dagger from Luda today. He intended to acquire items for his family and the members of his sect. Despite having already cautioned everyone, he still felt a lingering sense of anxiety. Perhaps it was due to his extensive reading of novels, but he was genuinely worried that some misfortune might befall the village during his absence, leading to unbearable consequences. The thought of his family facing danger was something he could not accept. With his mind troubled and his emotions in turmoil, he found it difficult to concentrate on his cultivation, thus deciding to spend spirit stones to alleviate his anxiety. Upon opening the mall, the homepage was still filled with extravagant items that Lin Shao could not even afford a fraction of. After contemplating what he needed to purchase, he quickly formulated a plan. He closed the mall and reopened it after a brief moment, only to find that the recommended items had completely changed. The recommendation section now displayed 2 types of talismans: teleportation talisman, priced at 1 spirit stone for 10, positioning talisman, costing 10 spirit stones for 1 mother talisman and 100 sub-talisman. Each teleportation talisman could transport 500 meters away, simply by tearing the talisman. However, the teleportation talisman required the positioning talisman to function. When an individual carries a sub-talisman of the positioning talisman, tearing the teleportation talisman allows them to travel in a straight line to the direction of the mother talisman for 500 meters. Thus, as long as he placed the mother talisman within the sect, everyone could use the teleportation talismans to return directly to the sect. Considering Lin Zhao's current wealth of over 100 spirit stones, it would be impossible for him to provide everyone with some miraculous life-saving artifact. The most he could think of was equipping everyone with teleportation talismans, allowing them to return swiftly to the sect in times of danger. The distance from the village to the sect was approximately 2,000 meters at its furthest point, so Lin Shao planned to provide each person with 1 sub-talisman and 5 teleportation talismans, estimating that 2,500 meters of teleportation distance would be sufficient. Lin Shao then began to count heads. Aside from himself and Sun A, there were 8 others in the sect. And in his family, aside from Lin Yun and Lin Ying, there were 7 more, including Sun's family, that brought the total to 17. Additionally, there were the families of Fuzi, Taitu, and Zhanghe. Considering each sect member's family, Lin Shao realized that his spirit stones would be severely depleted. Fortunately, he was not accounting for every single family member, just those who were close to them. He could not be blamed for being frugal. After all, this was merely a precautionary measure. After tallying up, he estimated that there would be over 30 individuals, so he rounded it to 40, which meant 200 teleportation talismans. Consequently, that would amount to 20 spirit stones, plus the mother and subpositioning talismans, totaling 30 spirit stones. Recently, Lin Xiao had spent over 20 spirit stones on creating spells, meaning he had entirely depleted the 50 spirit stones he had earned from the sect's tasks. Staring at the dwindling number of spirit stones in his private stash, Lin Xiao sighed while sitting on his bed, wishing he could produce talismans himself. Ding! System task issued. Construct a talisman-making facility for the sect, to a distinguished sect. Of course, requires various well-defined spaces, and various supplies to aid in the enhancement of strength are indispensable. Please, host, expedite the construction of a talisman-making room to provide a place for sect members to learn the art of talisman drawing. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Oh no, system, I am already quite busy. I do not need tasks adding to my stress. Tasks cannot be retracted once issued. Please endeavor to complete the task. A gentle reminder. There is no time limit for this task, so do not feel burdened. Lin Xiao sighed again. All right, the system is rather considerate. The following day, Lin Xiao did not distribute the positioning sub-talisman and teleportation talismans early in the morning. Instead, he waited until after the day's cultivation was complete to gather everyone. He explained the functions and usage of the positioning and teleportation talismans in detail before allowing them to collect according to their family's needs. The term can give naturally referred to those who were aware of the existence of their sect, understood their daily activities, and whom they trusted. Otherwise, it would be a waste to provide them. Initially, Lin Xiao had worried that 200 would not be sufficient, considering that everyone might want to provide for several family members or friends. However, to Lin Xiao's surprise, the number of talismans collected by everyone matched precisely with his earlier calculations. Thus, apart from the portion meant for his family, he had several dozen extra teleportation talismans and over 60 positioning sub-talismans remaining. He then distributed the surplus teleportation talismans among everyone, giving each person an additional talisman, which translated to an extra 500 meters of teleportation distance. Once this matter was settled, night had fallen. Lin Xiao did not descend the mountain with the others. Instead, he made his way to the spirit field where he had previously planted spirit grains. Clearly, despite the daily nourishment provided by Xiaowan, these spirit grains still adhered to the natural cycle, requiring time to grow according to the seasons. The spirit field was a lush green, with each seedling appearing robust and not a single weed in sight. It seemed Lin Yuan had diligently tended to the spirit field. Lin Xiao touched his bare chin, realizing why his brother's cultivation progress was slow. In retrospect, Lin Yuan only had half a day for cultivation, while the other half was spent learning carpentry at the old residence and managing the spirit field on the mountain. He had been negligent, allowing his brother's cultivation life to become so hectic. This simply would not do. It appeared he would need to arrange for someone else to manage the spirit field or discuss with his grandfather about shortening the time spent on carpentry lessons. He planned to address this when he delivered the teleportation talismans tomorrow. However, Lin Zhao's visit to the spirit field was not merely to observe the growth of the crops. He opened his private stash and retrieved 16 portions of spirit plant growth bone powder, which he then sprinkled over the 16 seedlings of spirit grains in the field. These plants had been growing for quite some time, and except for the previously hastened mulberry, none had yet matured. He was eager to experience the joy of harvest. Not long after applying the growth powder, he witnessed the 16 seedlings of spirit grains grow at a visibly accelerated rate. Before long, they began to sprout ears. He was astonished to find that these spirit grains had an extraordinarily high yield. Each plant bore an abundance of ears. After a while longer, the grains on these ears began to swell and fill out. Lin Xiao estimated that the yield was indeed astonishing. Once the spirit grains fully matured, he planned to cultivate more fields to grow this variety. Holding a handful of plump rice ears, Lin Xiao felt immense satisfaction. The future sustenance of his sect was now secured. Grabbing a sickle, he began the harvest. With 16 plants, it was a quick task. After harvesting all the spirit grains, he stored them in burlap sacks and brought them back home. Once home, he threshed all the spirit grains and weighed them. To his astonishment, it totaled 16 jin. This meant that each plant yielded a pound of rice. Lin Dao and Lin Yun, watching from the side, were utterly astonished, particularly Lin Dao, a seasoned farmer with over 20 years of experience. He quickly asked Lin Xiao, Lang, did you save some of these grains for planting? Lin Xiao was taken aback by the question. Feeling utterly bewildered, he had not anticipated this line of inquiry. Observing his dazed expression, Lin Dao could easily infer that the unfortunate lad had indeed neglected to keep any seeds. Angrily, he shot Lin Xiao a glare and chastised. You boy! You reap without sowing. I should have made you work harder on the farm. Embarrassed, Lin Xiao scratched his head, explaining, I was just thinking that if I could finish the harvest quickly, I could taste it tomorrow. Just as Lin Dao seemed poised to erupt in anger again, Lin Xiao quickly retrieved the 4 remaining lingu seeds from his private stash and presented them, saying, Look, father, I had some left over from before. Upon seeing the 4 seeds in his hand, Lin Dao retorted, What can 4 seeds accomplish? They might all be dud seeds. Lin Xiao leaned in closer and whispered, No, father, these lingu seeds thrive in the spirit field. 1 seed planted yields 1 that survives. Without loss, I previously planted 16 seeds, and they all thrived. Hearing this, Lin Dao's eyes widened in astonishment, demanding, Is that truly the case? Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. With determination, Lin Dao seized the seeds from Lin Xiao's grasp, declaring, Give me these seeds. I shall ascend the mountain to your spirit field and plant them myself. I cannot allow you, careless as you are, to neglect this. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to suggest. Why not stay with my brother directly? Our sect has a defensive barrier, so no wild beasts from the mountains will intrude. It would be quite safe, and with you there, my brother wouldn't have to worry about tending to the spirit fields, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. Lin Dao shot him an exasperated glance. Our family does not rely solely on your 4 seeds. We have several acres of land to manage, Lin Yun chimed in. With that little plot, not even an acre, I can finish it in no time. There's no need for our father to go oversee it. Letting out a sigh, Lin Xiao handed Lin Dao the teleportation and positioning talismans, explaining his imminent expedition into the secret realm. Lin Dao furrowed his brow and asked, Is this secret realm absolutely essential for you to visit? Lin Xiao replied, Not necessarily, but it could greatly benefit the development of our sect. However, do not worry, father. I shall prioritize my safety and retreat at the first sign of danger. Despite his lingering concern, Lin Dao nodded in reluctant agreement. After all, as a parent, he could not truly obstruct his child's earnest endeavors. Otherwise, he would hinder his growth. Yet, he felt compelled to impart a warning. I must remind you, my son, that scholars say the body, hair, and skin are gifts from one's parents. You are nurtured by both me and your mother. So if you venture into that perilous secret realm, do not come back injured. Otherwise, you would be unfilial, do you understand? Lin Xiao promptly assured him, Father, do not fret. If danger arises, I will be the first to flee. Lin Yun, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, stating, in my opinion, you need not feel compelled to visit that secret realm. Our sect is doing quite well as it is. What more development do we need? Lin Xiao responded. Brother, given our sect's current scale, if we were to enter the true cultivation world, we would barely be a blip on their radar. We must seize this opportunity to expand ourselves and our sect while we are not yet truly entrenched in that realm, so that we may not fear being easily extinguished by others in the future. Concerned, Lin Dao interjected, If cultivation is fraught with such dangers, I suggest you all abandon it and live our lives peacefully. Lin Xiao scratched his face, perplexed by his father's reasoning. Father, sometimes, those dangers do not simply vanish because we choose not to cultivate. We are already in an environment where troubles and dangers may come knocking, and they will not refrain from approaching simply because we lack strength. Instead, we must seize the chance to improve ourselves, so that when challenges arise, we will possess the capability to confront them. Do you not agree with this logic? Thus, after an extended discussion among the 3, Lin Xiao finally managed to reach a preliminary consensus with Lin Dao. They then proceeded to the ancestral home together to distribute the teleportation talismans, which inevitably required another round of explanations. By the time the 3 emerged from the ancestral home, the moon had risen to its zenith. Yet, Lin Xiao felt a lingering unease within, as they walked home. He halted and addressed Lin Dao and Lin Yuan. Father, brother, you should head back first. I suddenly remembered I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly. Lin Dao regarded him thoughtfully. Nodding, very well, be mindful of the time and come back early. He then took Lin Yuan by the hand and departed. Lin Xiao turned and walked in another direction toward the village. The villagers maintained a routine of rising with the sun and retiring at dusk, adhering to a disciplined schedule. Now, under the thick cloak of night, most villagers had long since retired. Du Lu Shui, the village head, was no exception. As the village leader, he often found himself dealing with various issues presented by villagers during the day, and he increasingly felt his energy waning. Having reached an advanced age, he yearned to pass on the position of village head, but he found his son somewhat lacking in capability and among the other youths in the village. He could not find a suitable successor. Thus, he often retired early in the evenings, even if he could not sleep, preferring to lie down and rest, allowing himself to daydream to alleviate some fatigue. Lin Xiao stealthily entered Du village head's residence, making sure not to disturb anyone, even the family dog, which slept soundly in the yard. Chapter 63. Activation of the identification function in the darkness. Lin Xiao observed the elderly man peacefully resting with his eyes closed, hesitating on how to approach him without causing alarm. After all, it was the dead of night, and in such pitch blackness, a sudden voice could easily startle someone into a frightful state. After a moment of indecision and finding no better solution, he raised his index finger and ignited a small flame using the fire control technique he had recently learned. Lin Xiao thought, perhaps this would lessen the shock for village head. He approached the bedside and softly called, "Village head do not be afraid. It is me, Lin Xiao." Startled by the unexpected voice, village head Du's eyes widened. But upon hearing Lin Xiao, he managed to calm himself somewhat. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a small flame flickering in the darkness, accompanied by Lin Xiao's face. Covering his racing heart, village head Du stammered, "Why you? What is this?" Feeling somewhat sheepish, Lin Xiao reassured, "Village head, please do not be alarmed. I am Lin Xiao, a living person truly. If you do not believe me, feel free to touch." As he spoke, Lin Xiao quickly grasped village head Du's hand. Feeling the warmth of Lin Xiao's hand enveloping his own, village head Du finally steadied his racing heart and inquired, "What brings you here, Lin Xiao, at such an hour?" He then glanced at the small flame flickering at Lin Xiao's fingertip, his expression filled with amazement. Lin Xiao hastily explained, "To speak honestly, village head, I am currently cultivating on the mountain and have become a legitimate cultivator. The sect I established on the mountain is a bona fide cultivation sect, just like the Shanyang sect I had previously recruited disciples for in the town." Upon hearing this, village head Du nodded in understanding. He had suspected Lin Xiao was genuinely cultivating ever since the incident involving Lu Eliodi. To think that this child had become so formidable, village head Du's gaze fell again on the small flame at Lin Xiao's fingertip. Lin Xiao, unperturbed, quickly articulated his purpose, "Village head, you may find this hard to believe, but I must discuss something with you. Recently, I need to embark on a distant journey, and while visiting the cemetery on Qingming Festival, I sensed an unusual presence. I cannot quite articulate it, but with my current cultivation level, I have a strong instinct that it may be a dangerous aura. Therefore, for the safety of the village, should anything occur, you can guide the villagers to the halfway point of the North Mountain and seek refuge at our Lingxian sect, where everyone should be safe." Village head Du furrowed his brow at this. But as someone with decades of life experience, he responded with remarkable composure, asking Lin Xiao, "Our Xiushui village has resided here for generations, and aside from occasional droughts, we have faced no real dangers. Lin Xiao, do you have any certainty regarding this matter?" Lin Xiao shook his head decisively. "I do not have any certainty. After all, instincts are difficult to quantify, which is why I only came to inform you." As a precaution, unsure of what village head Du was thinking, he smiled and nodded at Lin Xiao, "Good lad. It is commendable that you care for the village. Rest assured, if something does arise, I will do my utmost to guide the villagers to the mountain." Lin Xiao's words had been conveyed, and regardless of the village chief's inner thoughts, he had done his utmost. Consequently, Lin Xiao refrained from further chatter, bid farewell to village chief Du, and departed from the Du residence. Nevertheless, he did not return home. Instead, he pondered and made his way towards the residence of Hudeli, the patriarch of the Hu clan, who appeared to possess a stronger sense of reliability and charisma. Although he could not provide teleportation talismans for the entire village, he could certainly prepare something for them in advance. This was the village where he had grown up for over a decade, and he sincerely wished for everyone's well-being. Thus, a night passed and dawn arrived. Today marked the day Lin Xiao had chosen to embark on his journey. He specifically carried over the large cooking pot from his home, set up a makeshift stove beside the thatched hut, and enlisted young Jin Shu's help to steam a large pot of fragrant spirit rice. He also ventured to the mountain stream, employing a newly created first-level spell, Heavenly Net, to skillfully catch several large fish. This first-tier spell essentially utilized spiritual energy as a medium to manipulate intangible entities, such as air and water, into solid strands, forming loops to ensnare targets. Using magic to catch fish, what a lack of martial ethics, exclaimed the onlookers. The members of the sect had concluded their morning training early and were now gathered around the stove, eagerly awaiting their meal. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Xiao modified the access permissions of the sect's defensive barrier, allowing everyone from Xiushui village to enter. After all the members of the sect had attained some level of cultivation, with even a few reaching the third stage of qi refinement, and given that everyone had learned spells to some extent, Lin Xiao was not concerned about any potential disturbances should the villagers truly enter. Suddenly, notification sound echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, sect reputation has reached 50, successfully unlocking the item identification feature. Friendly reminder, the item identification feature can only be used when items are stored in the host's private repository. The identification feature, Lin Xiao was thrilled. The items in his private repository could finally be identified. Moreover, this meant that he would no longer need to guess the functions of items he acquired in the future. Immediately, Lin Xiao greeted the crowd chatting by the thatched hut, then made his way alone to sit beneath the 10-mile peach blossom tree. Opening his private repository, he began to identify each item whose function was unclear, starting with the mist spring grass seeds he had acquired long ago. Upon clicking the seeds in his repository, a line of text appeared. Mist spring grass seeds, capable of growing into mist spring grass, with a maturation period of 3 seasons. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Why didn't he inform him what the mist spring grass was used for? It dawned on him that these were seeds, not the actual mist spring grass. At that moment, Lin Xiao found himself overwhelmed with so many grievances that he didn't know where to begin. Thus, he decided to skip identifying the seeds in his repository. After some thought, he clicked on the first-tier spirit vein fragment. First-tier spirit vein fragment. Collect 3 fragments to synthesize a primary spirit vein. Seeing this line of text, Lin Xiao was overjoyed. 3 fragments could indeed synthesize a primary spirit vein. He already possessed 2 fragments, which meant he only needed 1 more for his sect to have its own spirit vein. Suppressing his excitement, he clicked on his sect uniform stored in the private repository. With the secret realm approaching, it was best to wear proper gear for the upcoming dungeon. However, apart from the dagger he had previously purchased, this sect uniform was the only item resembling equipment. Therefore, Lin Xiao was eager to discover its attributes. Chapter 64. Entering the secret realm, he then noticed that next to the sect uniform in his repository, it displayed Lingxian's sect uniform, initial tier defensive artifact, possessing certain defensive properties. The sect uniform was indeed a defensive artifact, and Lin Xiao felt immensely satisfied. He called out to the crowd waiting for their meal, "Hey, everyone, I have something to tell you." Upon hearing his call, they all gathered around. "Xiao Gu, what's up?" Lin Xiao produced the sect uniform and announced, "This clothing is, in fact, a defensive artifact." Zhang Yufu scratched the back of his head, confused. "Xiao Gu? What is a defensive artifact?" Realizing that they were nearly oblivious to any aspect of cultivation beyond training and spells, Lin Xiao took the time to explain it to them. After enjoying a delicious meal of spirit rice, the group felt invigorated as they followed Lin Xiao to the large stone by the entrance of the Green Wilderness secret realm. Lin Dayo and Landlord's son also arrived. Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao bid farewell to the crowd. Accepting the food bundles prepared by their families, Lin Xiao placed the green jade token, which served as the key to the Green Wilderness secret realm, into the stone's recess. Suddenly, the air beside the stone seemed to rupture, revealing a passageway filled with emerald light. From the outside, one could not perceive the scene within the passage. As Sunigao was about to step inside, Lin Xiao pulled him back. He tied the hem of his clothing to Sunigao's, creating an awkward yet sturdy knot, and with satisfaction remarked, "This way, we'll avoid being transported to different locations." He then stepped into the passage first, declaring, "Let us go." Caught off guard, Sunigao followed closely behind. Tethered by their garments, upon entering the passage, they felt an overwhelming force pulling them in, floating them deeper into the bright, white light of the passage, compelling them to close their eyes. However, it wasn't long before the sensation of solid ground returned, and they found themselves standing again. Yet, they felt as though they were ensnared by a thicket of plant stems and leaves. When they opened their eyes, they discovered they were surrounded by lush vegetation, with foliage even above their heads, as if they had submerged into a sea of plants. The two were tightly pressed together, with the surrounding flora limiting their movement significantly. On their wrists, a strand of light entwined around them, and as the light faded, it revealed a red cord. This red cord was their key to exiting the secret realm, visible only to them. Should they pull it, the secret realm would transport them back. Surveying their surroundings, Lin Xiao noted that the plants were ordinary, albeit excessively lush and towering. He found a slightly less dense area, pushed through with effort, and created a small opening. "Igao, let us head this way," he instructed, moving through the gap, with Sun Igao closely following. The area thick with vegetation was quite expansive, and the two pressed forward through the greenery. As they advanced, the height and density of the plants gradually diminished, allowing them to move more freely. However, the area was vast, and it took them nearly a quarter of an hour to finally emerge. When they stood amidst towering trees, with other flowers and shrubs becoming sparse and no taller than half a person, Lin Xiao glanced down at his clothing, lamenting the sight of his tattered garments. He thought to himself that he would certainly face his father's wrath upon returning home. He retrieved his sect uniform and changed out of his near-ragged attire. Sunigao did the same. Adorned in the flowing white robes of the sect, adorned with dark patterns, the two young men, with their outstanding demeanor, could easily be mistaken for disciples of a grand sect by an unknowing observer. After changing, they turned back to look at the dense vegetation from which they had emerged, noticing that the plants grew increasingly thick as they gazed further back, reaching towards the sky, a sea of green. Sunigao remarked, "Fortunately, we didn't end up too far back." Lin Xiao nodded. Otherwise, the two of them might wander until dusk and might not find their way out, necessitating an overnight stay within. The duo continued their advance. The climate within this secret realm was quite warm, surrounded by vegetation that trapped the heat, making it almost impossible to escape. If an ordinary person were to enter, they might quickly succumb to heat exhaustion. Fortunately, both Lin Xiao and Sunigao had already reached the 8th and 7th levels of qi refinement, respectively, and found the temperature quite tolerable. As they walked until the sun was directly overhead, they finally spotted a small river. The water in the stream was exceptionally clear, and the banks were adorned with numerous purple, multi-petaled flowers, resembling those of the Asteraceae family. Approaching the river, Sun Igao knelt down to splash some water on his face. Although they were not bothered by the heat, refreshing his face felt much more comfortable. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao plucked a purple flower and placed it into his private storage. He utilized the identification function on the flower. Ring thorn chrysanthemum, a seasonal bloom, possesses the ability to invigorate blood circulation and dispel stasis, an excellent material for potion crafting. Upon seeing the words potion crafting, Lin Xiao wasted no time in gathering more flowers to add to his private collection. Observing his actions, Sunigao quickly joined in the harvesting. However, he refrained from uprooting all the flowers, ensuring that many remained. Their sect currently held the key to this secret realm, and if needed in the future, they could return to gather more. Given the abundance of ring thorn chrysanthemums, it seemed they were not particularly rare spiritual plants. After collecting the flowers, they drank some water from the river and had a bit of dry rations before continuing their journey. Unsure of the direction to take within the secret realm, they resolved to simply choose a path and move forward. Before long, they entered a dense forest. The trees in this thicket were not particularly thick, growing tall and slender, easily embraced by a child. The branches were sparse, with a single, upright trunk reaching towards the sky. As Lin Xiao entered the woods, he assessed the trees and contemplated whether to fell a few to take with him. Their straight growth made them exceptionally suitable for building materials. It must be said that having a spacious private storage allowed him to act without restraint. Lin Xiao shared his thoughts of cutting down trees with Sunny Gao, who nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao then prepared to retrieve 2 axes from his private storage. He had brought various gathering tools along to ensure he did not miss out on any plants. Suddenly, the two heard sounds of combat in the distance. Chapter 65. Concealment Technique. They exchanged glances and decided to postpone their tree-felling plans to investigate the situation. Among the many spells Lin Xiao had crafted previously, one was a concealment technique specifically designed for such moments. Sunny Gao had mastered it long ago. Thus, they utilized the concealment technique to mask their presence and stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Upon nearing, they observed several individuals engaged in a sword fight ahead. There were 5 in total, appearing to be 16 or 17 years old, all clad in identical silver-threaded red garments. Their swordplay seemed quite proficient. With rapid strikes and elaborate movements, their garments fluttering gracefully. Amidst the fray, some took advantage of openings to hurl small fireballs or conjure jets of water. Seeing this, Lin Xiao, who had created numerous flashy yet practical spells, fell silent. The reason was simple. The combatants before him were at the 5th and 6th levels of Qi refinement. Was this truly how they fought? Shouldn't their techniques be a dazzling array of spells, with leaves as blades soaring through the air, or the unity of man and sword unleashing a myriad of strikes? Lin Xiao suddenly felt that all the spells he had previously crafted had lost their significance. Beside him, Sunny Gao, who had been pulled into learning various spells during his recent training, also found himself in contemplation. Although they had not interacted with outside cultivators, was this truly how practitioners in the world fought? It seemed to diverge somewhat from what Lin Xiao had previously explained to them. As the two fell into silence, voices arose from the combatants. One round-faced individual shouted, "Yuan Qing, hand over the shadow grass. And for the sake of our sect, we may spare your life." The addressed Yuan Qing was defending against 3 attackers alongside another companion. The squint-eyed Yuan Qing gritted his teeth, holding firm. "Stop your nonsense. Yuan Gang, give up on that notion. Qing is still relying on the shadow grass for her life. I will never hand it over." His companion, bracing against the onslaught, chimed in, "Yuan Gang, you villain. How dare you violate the sect's rule against killing fellow disciples? I will report you to the law enforcement hall." Despite their exchange, their swords did not falter, continuing the relentless clash. However, they were ultimately outnumbered, and gradually, Yuan Qing and his ally bore several wounds. Seeing their struggles, Yuan Gang chuckled, "Su Wan, am I not showing enough consideration for our sect's friendship? Otherwise, you'd be facing the king of hell by now." Yuan Qing's arm was struck by a sword, nearly causing him to falter. He had to press one hand against his wound while desperately parrying with the other. "Yuan Gang, do you not fear punishment from the clan leader for your actions?" Yuan Gang laughed heartily. "The clan leader punished me for you? Do you truly believe that? I am the sole heir of the second elder, and you? Merely an orphan with no parents, relying on a mere engagement with Qing to have a place in the Yuan family. Do you believe that if I killed you today, the clan leader would do anything to me? Moreover, he would likely betroth Qing to me. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing his words, Yuan Qing clenched his teeth and lowered his head slightly. He understood that Yuan Gang's assertions were accurate. The clan leader would not act against Yuan Gang, the elder's son. On his behalf, in his current state, he held no power or influence within the Yuan family or the sect, rendering him insignificant. Contemplating the dire situation of being outnumbered, he and his brother Su Wan were likely facing death, and Qing might very well be betrothed to Yuan Gang after his demise, leaving him feeling despondent. Sensing Yuan Qing's despondency behind him, Su Wan quickly turned to block a sword aimed at him, urging, "Snap out of it, Yuan Qing. If you die, you truly lose everything." In that instant, Su Wan's shoulder was struck by a sword, instantly soaking his red garment in blood. Yuan Gang's companion remarked, "Su, this matter is none of your concern. If you do not assist him, we may let you go for the sake of our sect." Su Wan glanced at them with a scoff. "Let me go. so I can return to the law enforcement hall to report you. Do you truly think me a child of 3? Even if I die today, I shall strip the skin from you." With that, he lunged forward, sword in hand. Expecting his strike to miss, Su Wan was taken aback when his sword pierced deeply into his opponent's shoulder with a thud. The adversary stood frozen, not uttering a sound. Simultaneously, Yuan Qing and Su Wan noticed that the previously intense offensive from their 3 opponents had abruptly ceased. Yuan Qing, who had been feeling despondent, looked up to find Yuan Gang and his companions frozen in place, unable to move. Hidden behind a nearby tree, Lin Xiao marveled at the effectiveness of this immobilization technique. It was indeed a superb means for killing and plundering, as long as the opponent's spiritual energy was significantly weaker than his own. They would be unable to break free from the binding, left to await their fate. Su Wan was the first to react, immediately scanning his surroundings with caution. "Who is it?" Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao remained motionless. Su Wan called out again, "I implore you, do not hide in the shadows." As he spoke, he began to step forward, unfortunately moving directly towards Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao's hiding spot. Lin Xiao silently cursed. "The 2 of us have immobilized their entire group, yet he still dares to search for us. Is he out of his mind?" Thus, he decisively released the immobilization spell binding the 3 members of Yuan Gang. Once liberated, the trio glanced around with lingering trepidation, while the other 2 began to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, after a moment of hesitation, Yuan Gang, seeing no immediate threats, summoned his courage once more, believing that the earlier disturbance was merely a transient occurrence within this enigmatic realm. He beckoned his companions and charged towards Su Wan and Yuan Qing with his sword drawn. Both Su Wan and Yuan Qing bore multiple wounds and were somewhat weary from the ongoing confrontation. Just as they were on the brink of despair, they were taken aback to find their adversaries frozen in place once again. After this peculiar turn of events, Su Wan and Yuan Qing resolved to forego further hesitation, expressing their gratitude to the void above before hastily supporting each other to escape the dense thicket. Once they had distanced themselves, Lin Xiao finally released the immobilization spell on the trio. Confused and uncertain, they hurriedly fled the scene. In truth, given their cultivation levels of the 5th and 6th layers of qi refining, they could have ultimately broken free from Lin Xiao's spell if they had truly exerted themselves. However, it was evident that, not being in a life-threatening situation and due to their fright, they had not contemplated using their full strength to escape their bindings. Chapter 66. Exploration of the Secret Realm task. Once everyone had departed, Lin Xiao felt reassured enough to retrieve an axe from his private stash and handed it to Sunny Gao. The 2 began diligently engaging in the labor of lumberjacks. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! Secret Realm Exploration Task issued. Please locate the heart of the Green Wild Secret Realm and successfully acquire it. Upon acquisition, this secret realm will entirely belong to your sect, and no one else will be able to force their way in. Feeling somewhat fatigued by the monotonous task of chopping wood, Lin Xiao promptly put away the axe and remarked to Sunny Gao, "Gao, this secret realm possesses a heart of the realm. If we can obtain it, it will wholly belong to our sect, and others will no longer be able to enter." Sunny Gao chuckled. "Honestly, I think encountering others could be quite enjoyable. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious to what cultivators outside are like." Lin Xiao shrugged. Perhaps those few individuals we encountered were merely outer disciples from some small sect. With the quest to locate the heart, Lin Xiao no longer wandered aimlessly, collecting items as he pleased. Instead, he selectively gathered useful resources to store in his private stash, planning to appraise them later for their potential significance. If any items proved valuable, he would expend more effort to acquire additional quantities. Otherwise, he would refrain from collecting them for the time being. After all, items could be obtained at any time, yet the heart of the realm was an elusive target. Thus, they continued their journey until darkness enveloped the land, and Lin Xiao and his companion encountered no one else. Lin Xiao pondered, was it not said that 2 sects sent 100 disciples each into this secret realm yearly for training? How could they have walked an entire day and only encountered those 5 individuals at noon? Could it be that this small secret realm was, in fact, vast? Thus, when 200 individuals were admitted, it was akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, finding a relatively flat spot, Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao kindled a fire. They ventured into the water to catch fish, which they then roasted over the flames. Sun Yigao produced salt from his storage bag, a gift from his mother, and sprinkled it over the fish as he turned it with practiced ease. Observing Sun Yigao's adeptness at cooking, Lin Xiao chuckled. "Yigao, it's hard to believe that just a month ago, you struggled even to wade through water." Sun Yigao smiled faintly. "I feel that I am experiencing the most relaxed period of my life in over a decade. In the past, I would never have imagined doing things like camping outdoors and preparing my own meals." After turning the fish a few times, he released his grip and reclined on the grass, resting his hands behind his head while gazing at the twinkling night sky. "Since childhood, I have carried many expectations and pressures while studying. I would watch the village children play in the mud, climb trees, and catch fish. While I deemed their activities trivial and boring, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, occasionally wishing to partake in their merriment." Lin Xiao, lying on the opposite side of the fire with his head cradled in his hands, remarked, "In truth, everything we do seems devoid of meaning in the grand scheme of our fleeting lives." Sun Yigao turned to him. "Is the sect leader truly such a pessimist?" Lin Xiao cast a glance at the night sky and smiled. "I am one who relishes in squandering life, so these seemingly meaningless endeavors suit me perfectly." Sun Yigao appeared at ease as he returned his gaze to the stars. "Indeed, life need not be laden with profound meaning. Merely harboring one's own thoughts can constitute great significance." Lin Xiao turned to him inquiringly. "When you joined the sect, I recall you mentioned your desire to cultivate for the betterment of the world?" Sun Yigao nodded. "The more I read, the more I uncover the blood and tears that accompany the words, as a scholar. I often find myself somewhat conceited, naively believing I could effect change through my own efforts, even though such endeavors might ultimately be in vain." The crackling fire continued to crackle, with the two fish gradually becoming fragrant. The shadows of the trees danced gracefully under the moonlight, while the calls of nightingales serenaded the nocturnal ambience. A night swiftly passed, and morning light emerged anew. Lin Xiao rushed to the riverbank to brush his teeth. Since learning the dust removal technique, he had not bathed or brushed his teeth, and now he realized he had deprived himself of a small joy in life. Thus, he resolved to reclaim this lost pleasure, starting with attending to his dental hygiene. Seeing Lin Xiao's actions, Sun Yigao chuckled as he squatted beside him, joining in the toothbrushing ritual at the river. After their breakfast, the two set forth again, venturing toward a nearby mountain. Upon entering the mountain, they discovered an expansive valley, lush with vibrant grass and singing orioles. At the valley's center lay a vast lake, beside which stood a small thatched cottage, weathered by time yet remarkably sturdy in appearance. A few deer drank from the lake's edge, and sunlight cascaded down from the valley above, illuminating the area with a dazzling glow, creating a dreamlike and almost surreal beauty. Lin Xiao felt a sense of unease. Could this be an illusion? Yet, no matter how he scrutinized the scene, he could discern no flaws in this enchanting place. Sun Yigao, too, remained vigilant despite the breathtaking scenery, quietly inquiring of Lin Xiao, "Should we enter?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Since we've come this far, and this is the only place that appears distinct, we must explore it." Thus, the two ventured deeper into the valley. Upon entering, they realized the space was indeed vast. The central lake shimmered under the sunlight, and as Lin Xiao approached, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a beam of light beneath the surface. What could that be? But when he focused again, he found nothing but the reflected sunlight and the crystal-clear waters, the depths of the lake obscured from view. As Lin Xiao hesitated, contemplating whether to delve into the lake for a closer inspection. He heard a gentle sound emanating from the thatched cottage. The door began to open slowly outward. Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao immediately drew closer, their eyes fixed intently on the opening door. Positioned at the side of the cottage, they were unable to view the interior. They stealthily shifted their steps, gradually approaching the front of the thatched house. At that moment, a figure suddenly floated out from within. The term floated was apt, for this figure appeared entirely suspended in midair. Most importantly, it was semi-transparent. Sun Yigao and Lin Xiao quickly realized that this was no ordinary person. They swiftly retreated several dozen meters, keeping their gaze locked on the spectral figure. The apparition hovered at the threshold of the thatched cottage, making no further advance. Seeing this, The duo paused their retreat. The figure resembled an elderly man of around 60, with a pale face adorned with long eyebrows and an equally lengthy beard, reminiscent of the archetypal grandfather who aids protagonists in various tales. Lin Xiao dared not let his guard down, and Sunny Gao, never having encountered such a scenario, was filled with apprehension. Just as they remained on high alert, the elderly figure spoke. "Good disciple, I have awaited your arrival for a long time." Chapter 67. Master Pan Tu Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao noted the peculiar appearance of this figure. Half of his face was ghastly pale while the other half was as dark as ink. As for the term disciple he used, they paid it no mind, considering they were unfamiliar with this apparition. While they continued to appraise the strange figure, the old man spoke again. "A wood-type single spirit root? Excellent, splendid." These words were directed towards Sunny Gao. Upon hearing this, Sunny Gao was somewhat perplexed, while Lin Xiao felt a spark of surprise. Sunny Gao was indeed a wood-type single spirit root. Such talent would surely have guaranteed him a promising future even if he had not joined Lingxian sect. He would have thrived in any other sect as well. Sunny Gao, noticing that the old man seemed to be addressing him, felt astonished yet maintained his composure. Out of politeness, he clasped his hands and spoke. "I am Sunny Gao, and I do not know how to address you. Esteemed elder my brother and I apologize for the intrusion, as we were unaware of your seclusion here." The old man's half-white face wore a gentle expression, while the half-black face bore a sinister smile. His voice, raspy and aged, cut through the serene beauty of the valley like a rusty saw. "I am Liao Pantu, the Grand Elder of the Tianluo sect, known as Master Pan Tuesday Sun Gao. Is it? I have created my own unique method for refining the soul, which is considered a superior technique of the lowly earth tier. Observing your commendable aptitude, I am inclined to accept you as my disciple. Do you wish to become my apprentice?" Upon hearing this, Sunny Gao politely declined, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Master Pantu, for your kind offer. I appreciate it, but I am already affiliated with the sect and have no intention of seeking another master. I hope you can understand, Senior." Lin Xiao, standing nearby, listened intently to their conversation, secretly criticizing in his heart. "Pantu? That sounds rather peculiar." It seemed that Master Pantu did not anticipate being refused. His expression momentarily turned strange, but the next moment, he burst into a cackling laughter. "I have been trapped here for decades, and at long last, I encounter someone I deem worthy, only to be rejected. You, very well," with a smile. He abruptly calmed, his tone taking on a sinister edge. "In these decades, every year, one or two individuals have dared to enter my Lingxin Valley. Do you know what became of them?" Sunny Gao furrowed his brow. Sensing that what the man was about to say was not favorable, just as he was about to speak, Lin Xiao interjected. "My apologies, Senior. My brother was momentarily confused in rejecting you. It is simply that your current appearance resembles that of fledgling children like us. Which is indeed rather frightening, isn't it? If I may be so bold, what has caused you to appear this way?" Hearing this, Master Ponta seemed to realize that his current form was indeed somewhat intimidating. And it was no wonder that others did not acquiesce to his request. Thus, he reluctantly retracted his earlier aggressive demeanor and replied, "You need not fear, my current state is merely due to the machinations of a scoundrel. That individual swore an oath of destiny not to kill me, but instead, he extracted and fragmented my soul, scattering the pieces into several secret realms, sealing me here with the Yuan in cultivator's binding, forever unable to escape. Hence, I now appear in this spectral form." Lin Xiao processed his words, extracting several pieces of information. Oath of destiny, which might be akin to a heart demon oath, and considering that the other party went to such lengths to imprison Master Pontu rather than kill him, it was likely that this oath was directly linked to matters of life and death. Furthermore, what he referred to as soul body implied that one could exist in a state of soul, suggesting that in the future, he might even be able to leave his body. However, Master Pontu did not explain why his soul was divided and imprisoned in various secret realms. Was it because he felt it unnecessary to elaborate? Or was it reluctance? If it was reluctance, Lin Xiao stroked his sharply defined chin and boldly speculated. This green wild secret realm is accessible only to those at the Qi refinement stage. Thus, the portion of Master Pontu's soul that resides here must also possess strength below the foundation establishment stage. In this case, their situation did not seem so perilous. Moreover, if this secret realm were truly fraught with danger, how could the two sects permit hundreds of their disciples to enter for training? Speaking of training, it seemed they had yet to encounter a single monster since their arrival. Lin Xiao was already lost in thought. After sharing his tale, Master Pontu continued to question Sunny Gao. So, young man, being chosen by me is indeed a stroke of luck for you. Hearing his story, Sunny Gao was thoroughly astounded. It turned out that in the world of cultivators, such persecution was not uncommon, and the methods employed were often even more elaborate than those in the mortal realm. However, lacking knowledge of the specific circumstances, he could not extend unfounded sympathy towards Master Pontu. Glancing at Lin Xiao, who appeared to be lost in contemplation, he remained inactive and thus continued to decline. I apologize, Senior, I am very satisfied with my current sect and have no intention of switching. I kindly ask you to seek another worthy disciple. Upon hearing that he had been rejected once more, Master Pontu was filled with rage, but then a thought seemed to strike him as he waved his hand towards their direction. Suddenly, what was once a lush green meadow beneath Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao transformed into a vast field brimming with various medicinal herbs. The daydreaming Lin Xiao was jolted back to reality. He instinctively crouched down, plucked a small herb, tossed it into his private stash, and activated the identification feature. Young mangrass, a seasonal plant, excellent for feeding spirit pigs. He had initially thought this was an illusion. Yet it turned out to be real. Master Pontu stroked his beard with pride and declared, "If you were to become my disciple, this carefully tended medicinal herb field, nurtured over decades, would belong to you." "What do you say?" Sunny Gao sighed, finding the esteemed master overly persistent. Just as he was about to refuse again, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. "Senior, it seems you may not succeed in taking him as a disciple. But perhaps I could assist you in extracting the portion of your soul trapped here within the secret realm. What do you think?" Master Pontu, feeling slighted by their repeated rejections, was on the verge of anger. All he desired was to pass on his legacy to a disciple. Was that too much to ask? Yet, upon hearing Lin Xiao's proposition, his long barren heart stirred. He almost pulled out his own beard in excitement. But thankfully, he was in a spectral form. However, he was somewhat skeptical. You two are merely younglings of the 8th or 9th layer of Qi refinement. How could you possibly unravel the seal set by a Yuaning cultivator? Lin Xiao frowned, pondering how he knew their cultivation level. Didn't he possess a spiritual sense shielding ability system? Apologies, host. The other party did not employ spiritual probing but rather directly observed the fluctuations of your aura to ascertain your cultivation level. This capability is exclusive to cultivators above the Yuan Ing stage. Chapter 68. The Heart of the Secret Realm. So that was it. Seeing Master Pontu's demeanor, Lin Xiao understood he had guessed correctly. He truly wished to escape in the face of personal freedom. What did having a disciple matter? If he could free himself, why would he need to rush to pass on his legacy? Thus, Lin Xiao raised his innocent smile and reassured him. Rest assured. Senior, please wait a moment. I am certain I will find a way to unseal you and lead you out. It was no wonder Lin Xiao was so confident. Just moments ago, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Warm reminder. The heart of the green wild secret realm has appeared within 100 meters of the host. Truly, it was a stroke of luck. The heart of the secret realm was right here. If he could obtain it and master the secret realm, even the seals set by a Yuan and cultivator would be easily undone. Right? Lin Xiao thought to himself, which was why he dared to make such a promise to Master Pontu. However, he noticed that since they entered the valley, despite not having moved much, the system had only just now issued a notification. Why was that? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, a flash of light darted across the nearby lake. If one were not paying attention, they might mistake it for a mere reflection of sunlight. However, Lin Xiao, who had been vigilant, recalled having seen that very light when they first entered. He boldly speculated that perhaps the heart of the secret realm was mobile, and they had arrived just as it was departing. In that case, he needed to act swiftly. Who knew if the heart of the secret realm would flee again, or when it might return? Thus, he immediately turned to Master Pontu. How about this? Senior, please wait a moment. I shall go seek a solution right away. My brother will keep you company for a while, so do refrain from any hostility towards him. He then turned to Sunny Gao and said, Igao, wait here for me. I will return shortly. Without waiting for either of them to respond, he spun around and leaped into the shimmering waters of the lake. The two on shore, technically one person and one soul, watched Lin Xiao dive into the water, both astonished. Sunny Gao was surprised by his impulsiveness but gradually calmed himself, recalling that Lin Xiao always had his reasons for his actions. Meanwhile, Master Pontu was astonished because the lake emanated a power that had instilled in him a sense of dread, preventing him from daring to explore the vast body of water beside him for decades. It was a force that chilled him to the bone, whispering to him that should he enter the lake, he would undoubtedly be annihilated. Moreover, he had not completed his earlier statement. Those who had ventured into Lingxin Valley over the years had all met the same fate, cast into the lake he deemed perilous. None had ever resurfaced, not even their corpses. Now, witnessing Lin Xiao plunge into the water, Master Ponta believed the youth's fate was grim. Although the lake seemed to possess a barrier against spiritual senses, preventing him from discerning what lay beneath its surface, he was convinced that a force capable of instilling such fear in him would surely overwhelm this Qi refinement 8th layer boy. Thus, he turned to Sunny Gao and said, Your brother is likely facing a dire fate. Now that you are the only one left, will you choose to become my disciple, or shall I deal with you? After all, I shall never allow the secret of my soul being trapped in this mysterious realm to be disclosed. Sunny Gao, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, Senior, I neither wish to perish nor do I desire to be your apprentice. I firmly believe my brother will return safely. Seeing his obstinacy, the revered Pantuzan did not press the matter further. Confident that he had set up illusions nearby, ensuring that this child of the 7th layer of Qi refinement could not escape, he merely huffed coldly at Sunny Gao and stated, Since you have such unwavering faith in your little brother, I shall grant you a day's time to disabuse yourself of such notions. After a day, should he not return, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Meanwhile, in the lake, Lin Xiao was plummeting rapidly, desperately employing his self-created water manipulation technique to avoid drowning and maintain his breath. As soon as he entered the lake, he felt a tremendous suction pulling him in. However, before he could devise a plan, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Friendly reminder. The heart of the Green Wilderness secret realm has appeared within 50 meters of the host. Friendly reminder. The heart of the Green Wilderness secret realm has appeared within 10 meters of the host. Friendly reminder. The heart of the Green Wilderness secret realm is now before the host. Lin Xiao quickly opened his eyes and saw a green jade stone, roughly the size of his head, examining him just 5 centimeters away. For reasons unknown, despite the absence of features or limbs, he felt as though the green jade was scrutinizing him. Unfazed, he recognized the opportunity before him and swiftly raised his hands, capturing the jade stone with remarkable speed. The system's prompt immediately chimed in synchrony. Would you like to collect the heart of the Green Wilderness secret realm? Sensing the jade stone beginning to struggle in his grasp, Lin Xiao did not wait to hear the entire prompt and decisively selected yes. Before the green jade could truly resist, it was collected. The heart of the Green Wilderness secret realm has been obtained. Would you like to begin refining it and incorporate it into your sect? Did this even require questioning? Lin Xiao certainly chose yes, commencing the refinement of the heart of the Green Wilderness secret realm. Friendly reminder. Refining at the birthplace of the secret realm heart will result in faster and more effective outcomes. Just as Lin Xiao was about to lament his ignorance of the birthplace's location, he noticed a pink arrow appearing before him, pointing directly to the lake's bottom. Very well. He promptly dove towards the lake's depths. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered an enormous platform made of an abundance of aquatic plants, with a small depression in the center that perfectly matched the size of the heart he had just collected. Lin Xiao swam to the indentation and sat cross-legged. The system's voice echoed once more, beginning the refinement of the secret realm heart. As the host serves as the medium for refinement, please focus your mind during the process. Otherwise, failure may occur, resulting in the heart's shattering and its rebirth in 10 years. The instant the refinement began, Lin Xiao sensed a bridge gradually forming between himself and the heart of the secret realm. Chapter 69. persuasion, he quickly closed his eyes and concentrated on the refinement, strands of spiritual energy emanating from his body and connecting to the heart. Initially, the heart remained still, but as time passed and the strands of energy multiplied, it began to glow softly. Before long, a stream of luminescence flowed from the heart, spreading along the spiritual threads. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lin Xiao suddenly heard a chime in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining the heart of the Green Wilderness Secret Realm. The exploration task has been completed, and rewards have been deposited into the host's private store. Please check. Lin Xiao did not rush to inspect the rewards but swiftly swam towards the surface of the lake. His brother Yigao was still waiting for him above, in the heart of Lingxin Valley. The moon hung high in the sky. Sun Yigao was meditating in a nearby medicinal herb field. Since Lin Xiao had descended into the lake, he had not moved an inch. He had discreetly resolved any physiological needs using water manipulation and dust-clearing techniques. The revered Pantuzan had long retreated to his thatched cottage to rest. The bright full moon generously cast its silvery light upon the tranquil lake, bestowing a serene and beautiful ambience upon the entire valley. Suddenly, a splash of water stirred Sun Yigao from his meditation. Opening his eyes, he saw Lin Xiao emerging from the water, gasping for air and preparing to reach the shore. Xiao Gu? Sun Yigao exclaimed, rushing over and instinctively reaching out to pull Lin Xiao onto dry land. He watched as Lin Xiao leapt from the water, lightly tapping the surface with his toes before landing on the shore. Sun Yigao smiled and withdrew his hand. Having just become a cultivator, he was still unaccustomed to employing such techniques. Clearly, he would need to practice using more spells alongside water manipulation and dust clearing in the future. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at him playfully and whispered, "This secret realm will now entirely belong to our sect." Upon hearing this, Sun Yigao was taken aback, then filled with joy for their sect. He knew Lin Xiao must have had a purpose and confidence in his sudden plunge into the water. Meanwhile, the revered Pantuzan, alerted by the commotion in the lake, emerged from his cottage. Upon seeing Lin Xiao standing unharmed on the shore, he was filled with disbelief. After all, he had thrown dozens of people into this lake over the decades and had never witnessed anyone emerge alive. None had returned, living or dead. How did you manage to escape from this lake? Pantuzan questioned, his curiosity piqued. Lin Xiao turned to him, grinning mischievously, and asked, "Senior, may I release you now? Do you wish to leave?" Without directly answering Pantuzan's question, Lin Xiao's inquiry effectively diverted the elder's attention. He began to ponder. He had longed for freedom for decades, yet now that the opportunity lay before him, he hesitated. What purpose would it serve him to leave? Within this secret realm, he was merely a fragment of his soul, possessing the strength of a ninth-layer chi refiner, while his physical body remained unknown. Should that individual discover his escape, it would merely result in his capture and subsequent confinement in another location, continuing the cycle until his soul was utterly extinguished. Observing his indecision, Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered as he asked, "Senior, are you worried about not having a place to settle after leaving?" Pantuzan shook his head. "I am but a portion of my soul now. I cannot free my entire essence from various secret realms. Furthermore, I have no knowledge of where my physical body lies. What would I gain from leaving?" Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. "Well then, why not accompany me outside and join our sect? I shall help you find your other soul fragments and your physical body." Pantuzan clearly found his words hard to believe. "Just based on you? Do you not realize I am a formidable nascent soul cultivator? The one who has ensnared me is also a nascent soul cultivator, and furthermore, a thoroughly nefarious YT would be as easy as pie for him to eliminate a mere chi refiner like you." Lin Xiao quickly assured him, "Your soul is trapped here, devoid of freedom and knowledge of the outside world, is it not? By following me, you will have the chance to reclaim your former glory. If you miss this opportunity, it may be a long while before another arises. Join our sect and reside there in safety. Consider it. After all these decades, how could that nascent soul cultivator possibly keep tabs on you and search for your fragmented soul? With all due respect, Senior, you may be overestimating your own importance." Noticing Pantuzan's expression shift, Lin Xiao swiftly altered his tone. "Let us set a timeline, 10 years. How does that sound? Within that time, I will assist you in locating your other soul fragments and physical body, ensuring a mutually beneficial outcome. This was the soul of a nascent soul powerhouse. Although this particular fragment was merely a chi refiner, Lin Xiao believed that having another with the insights of a nascent soul in their sect would be immensely advantageous, knowledgeable yet not overly powerful. Failing to recruit him would indeed be a missed opportunity. Thus, Lin Xiao skillfully persuaded him. Pantuzin stroked his beard, pondering. What if, within 10 years, you fail to find them? In truth, he was already intrigued. The mere possibility of leaving this secret realm was enticing. However, he also recognized that this young man was likely trying to deceive him into joining their sect. He questioned which elder from his sect this boy belonged to, as he seemed particularly invested in recruiting new members. If this youth were indeed the sect leader, such a disciple would surely be cherished. Yet he also thought that this young man must be faring quite well in his sect. Otherwise, why would he be so concerned about its welfare? Surely, his seniors treated him well enough that they could fulfill their promise to assist him in finding his soul fragments. Hearing the elder's inquiry, Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and replied, If I fail to accomplish this, you may depart, or I shall return you to this secret realm. Pontazuns. I express my gratitude to you. Sunny Gao, standing nearby, nearly succumbed to laughter, stifling it with a couple of feigned coughs. Fortunately, Pontazuns was a person of considerable experience, and after a brief moment, he regained his composure and said, All right, please release the seal for me. Lin Xiao nodded. Certainly. Just a moment. As he prepared to use the heart of the secret realm to dispel the seal binding Pontazuns, he suddenly froze, as if struck by a revelation. Seeing him halt, Pontazuns inquired with curiosity, Young one, what are you waiting for? Chapter 70. The space within the heart of the secret realm. As Lin Xiao beheld the scene within the heart of the secret realm, his eyes gradually turned red. He first glanced at Sunny Gao before directing his gaze toward Pontazuns, his expression laden with an indescribable weight. Pontazuns, bewildered by this sudden shift, asked, What is the matter with you? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao opened a portal to the space within the heart of the secret realm and gestured for him to look. Pontazuns, still in the dark, and Sunny Gao, equally perplexed, turned their attention to the newly unveiled entrance beside Lin Xiao. Inside the portal lay a space of moderate size, wherein a dozen individuals lay sprawled upon the ground. Most notably, these individuals were emaciated, some resembling mere cadavers. Scattered about the floor were numerous fish bones and, disturbingly, human bone with a clear direction and no obstacles in their path. Lin Xiao and his companion moved swiftly forward, believing they would soon find someone to return. However, they unexpectedly encountered a roadblock. The two were halted by two men who were resting by a small river nestled within a forest, clad in dark yellow long garments and appearing to be in their 20s. Both possessed a cultivation level of chi refinement, 7th layer. One of them remarked, Oh, you two haven't even donned your sect uniforms. You must be those foolish disciples of Tian Xuanzong, right? The other scrutinized Lin Xiao and his companion with a covetous gaze. First addressing Sunny Gao, You, boy, look no older than 15 or 16, yet you have reached the 7th layer of chi refinement. Could it be that you possess some secret cultivation manual or perhaps a magical artifact? His gaze then shifted to Lin Xiao, who bore a sinister smile. A mere mortal? Impossible. This secret realm only allows entry to those at the chi refinement level. Surely, you must possess some treasure that conceals your cultivation. Ha! What a stroke of luck for me to encounter two plump sheep like you here. Sunny Gao remained silent, pondering why the external cultivators he had encountered thus far seemed rather abnormal. Was it the case that everyone in the external world of cultivation behaved in such a manner? Why were they not diligently cultivating, instead engaging in activities unrelated to the pursuit of immortality? This was starkly different from the celestial beings he had always envisioned in his mind. Lin Xiao, however, felt a surge of excitement. This was the essence of experience. He winked at Sunny Gao. Gao, I leave the one on the right to you. With that, he leapt towards the man on the left, unleashing the spell Mount Tai presses down. A loud bang echoed as the man was forcefully knocked to the ground, his face filled with dry leaves and mud. Fortunately, being at the 7th layer of chi refinement, he did not lose consciousness entirely. As Lin Xiao rose, the man cast a minor rejuvenation spell on himself, preparing to engage Lin Xiao in battle. only to find himself unable to move. In a panic, he channeled his spiritual power to break free from Lin Zhao's immobilization spell. But in that brief moment of delay, Lin Zhao struck again with another Mount Tai presses down. Meanwhile, Sun Igao observed Lin Zhao's spirited engagement and glanced at his own opponent on the right. The adversary seemed momentarily stunned by Lin Zhao's assault, but then attempted to flee, only to discover he was ensnared by strands of spiritual energy. Sun Igao, emulating Lin Zhao, seized the opportunity to cast a hypnosis spell, denying his opponent any chance to escape. The hypnosis spell, deemed by Lin Zhao as the least likely to be utilized, proved effective, as the unsuspecting adversary was caught off guard and succumbed to slumber before he could react. Clearly, Sun Igao was not accustomed to physical confrontation, thus opting for a gentler approach. In contrast, Lin Zhao had rendered his opponent unconscious from sheer force. Observing the two fallen figures, Sun Igao felt a flicker of concern that they might be dragged away by wild beasts. He moved them under a tree, sprinkled some yellow powder around, and cast an illusion spell. With that, the two resumed their journey, refreshed and invigorated. As they traveled, Lin Zhao contemplated the recent skirmish. Well, that hadn't been a battle. It had been a one-sided thrashing. Lin Zhao mused that he was only slightly stronger than his opponents. Yet the ease with which he defeated them was baffling. Even Sun Igao, who shared the same cultivation level, had similarly overwhelmed his foe. Were they truly caught off guard? Not entirely, as one would expect that even with the element of surprise, the outcome would not be so overwhelmingly lopsided. Moreover, Lin Zhao sensed that the attack methods of these Qi refinement cultivators were rather simplistic. Could it be that they were merely stronger than their peers of the same level? Perhaps not just in spells but also in their cultivation methods. If given the opportunity, he must find a way to acquire the cultivation techniques of other sects to discern the levels of their mainstream methodologies. In that moment, Lin Zhao recalled that the esteemed Master Pan Tu had mentioned passing down his unique technique to Sun Igao, which was supposedly of low-grade earth level. After a night of travel, Lin Zhao and his companion finally located Yuan Qing and his companion, who were gathering purple fruits from a tree. Upon seeing them, Yuan Qing expressed his confusion. "What brings you two to us?" Beside him, Su Wan gripped his sword warily. Lin Zhao directly inquired, "You are both disciples of Tian Xuanzong, correct? Do you know if your sect loses a couple of members each year when entering the secret realm?" Upon hearing this, the two exchanged puzzled glances. That's hard to say. There was a year when over a dozen senior brothers and sisters went missing, Yuan Qing replied. Lin Zhao continued, "I won't waste words. Here, I have a jade pendant inscribed with Tian Xian. Yesterday, we discovered a location where many of your sect members are held captive, and they are not recent entrants. Their condition is dire. Do you wish to assist them?" Yuan Qing took the pendant and examined it closely, confirming its authenticity as a sect emblem. Just as he was about to agree, he felt Su Wan tugging at his sleeve. He refrained from speaking. While Su Wan stepped forward to address Lin Zhao and Sun Igao, "How can we trust you? What if this is a trap you have set for us?" In response, Lin Zhao smiled amiably and remarked, "You are quite vigilant. Well done." Su Wan felt uncomfortable being praised by someone who appeared several years younger than himself. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself rendered immobile. He then heard Lin Zhao's voice. "We were the ones who rescued you from your pursuers. If we intended you harm, would you have any means of escape?" As soon as the words left his lips, Su Wan realized he regained his freedom of movement. Both Su Wan and Yuan Qing were astonished, realizing that it was Lin Zhao and his companion who had previously aided them. Lin Zhao waved his hand. "We must hurry. Saving lives is of utmost importance. I estimate that your senior brothers and sisters may not last much longer if you delay." With that, Lin Zhao and Sun Igao turned to retrace their steps. The urgency in his tone compelled Yuan Qing and Su Wan to suppress their astonishment and gratitude. Following closely behind, to accommodate Yuan Qing's pace, their return journey took longer than their initial trip. Throughout the journey, both Yuan Qing and Su Wan were astounded that they encountered no dangers along the way. Previously, upon entering the secret realm, they had faced an attack from a ferocious beast. Lin Zhao, on the other hand, maintained a vigilant watch for other cultivators, avoiding any potential complications that could impede their progress. Having absorbed insights from their previous encounters with Qi refinement practitioners, Lin Xiao no longer harbored aspirations of honing his skills through combat with them. It seemed far more prudent to expedite their journey. By the time they returned to Lingxin Valley with Yuan Qing and Su Wan, it was already the afternoon of the third day. Upon entering, Lin Xiao immediately spotted the nearly translucent spirit of Master Pan Tu, who lay weakly on the ground. The previously lifeless figures of several cultivators now bore a hint of color, no longer resembling mere corpses. Utilizing the heart of the secret realm, Lin Xiao swiftly discerned what had transpired during the past 2.5 days. It appeared that Master Pan Tu, feeling remorseful upon witnessing the condition of the group, had expended his own soul and spiritual energy to bolster their vitality. However, his spirit was frail, and he had wisely chosen not to FO as soon as Shixiang heard these words. He cast a fleeting glance at the soon-to-disperse soul of the Pantu Zuns and remarked, "It is too painful to look back. It is best left unmentioned." Su Wan, standing beside them, noticed that many of those on the ground were clad in the garb of their Tianxian sect. Without needing to ponder, he knew these must be the long-lost comrades from previous years, and among them were some dressed in dark yellow robes, unmistakably members of the Dichuan sect. Observing the frail appearance of everyone, he hastily retrieved the last remaining bottle of Peiyuan Dan from his storage pouch and knelt down to administer it to them one by one. Seeing this, Yuanqing quickly took out a bottle of Peiyuan Dan from his own storage and began to feed it to the others as well. After consuming the Peiyuan Dan, the complexion of those on the ground improved slightly, but it was merely a marginal enhancement. Yuanqing gazed at the multitude sprawled on the ground, troubled by their predicament. They needed to converge at the exit after leaving the secret realm, but the elders of their sect had yet to open it. However, the senior brothers and sisters here were in such a weak state that they could not even stand, let alone walk to the exit. How could he and Su Wan transport so many of them? Neither of them possessed any flying artifacts. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Lin Xiao spoke up, "Brother Yuan, are you troubled by how to exit the secret realm?" Upon hearing his question, Yuanqing nodded vigorously. Lin Xiao scratched his nose and fabricated a story, saying, "In fact, there exists an exit within this valley that leads to the outside world, and the very place from which you entered will return you there unaltered." Hearing this, both Yuanqing and Su Wan looked up in astonishment. "Is Brother Lin's statement true?" Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively, naturally. "You see, neither of us is a disciple from your two sects. Tio, speak frankly, we entered and exited the secret realm from this very location." Sunny Gao, listening to Lin Xiao's tall tale, silently gazed upward. Yuanqing clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "We are indebted to both of you for leading us to this exit and assisting us in bringing our fellow brothers and sisters out." Lin Xiao smiled. "It is but a trifling matter. Assisting others is the hallmark of our kind." With that, he turned away from the crowd, feigning to search for a while before suddenly stopping at a certain spot as if fiddling with something. In reality, he was discreetly using the heart of the secret realm to open an exit that would connect them to the place they had entered. Before long, he opened an exit and turned back to Yuanqing and the others, saying, "All right, the exit is open. You may hasten to carry them out." Chapter 73. Nourishing Soul. Would once Yuanqing and Su Wan had escorted the disciples of the Tianxian sect and Dichuan sect, who had been trapped here for years, out, Lin Xiao closed the exit and then approached the nearly transparent Pantu Zuns, who seemed on the verge of dissipating. Lin Xiao regarded him with a calm expression. While the half-reclined Pantu Zuns remained unmoving, his eyes closed, seemingly awaiting the moment of his complete dissolution. Lin Xiao sighed softly and addressed him, "You have won your bet. I shall assist you in breaking your seal now." As I promised. Upon hearing this, Pantu Zuns kept his eyes shut, but the expression on his half-white, half-black face revealed a subtle relaxation. Lin Xiao directly utilized the heart of the secret realm to erase the seal that had confined him. His change of heart in deciding to release Pantu Zuns stemmed from the latter's self-sacrificial act of saving others, despite knowing that as a Yuanian cultivator, Pantu Zuns would take such risks. Filled with a sense of guilt, yet still betting on the hope that Lin Xiao would relent and unseal him. This action demonstrated that when Pantu Zuns sought Lin Xiao's help, he was aware of the boundaries and would proactively avoid crossing them. The disciples from the afflicted sects had no connection to Lin Xiao, and Pantu Zuns had shown a willingness to compromise, which was why Lin Xiao was inclined to accept him and fulfill his prior promise. Additionally, Lin Zhao's decision was influenced by the rewards from the Secret Realm exploration task he had reviewed while accompanying Yuan Qing and Su Wan back, given that he had to accommodate their pace. This task yielded 3 rewards: 100 spirit stones, 1 piece of nourishing soul wood, and 1 Wanjia iron bucket. While the purpose of the Wanjia iron bucket remained unclear, Lin Zhao was well acquainted with nourishing soul wood. Although he had never seen it before, the term was very familiar to him. Coupled with the singular soul entity he had encountered thus far and the thoughtful system's gift of this item, the reason behind it was self-evident. Moreover, he had specifically utilized the identification function to examine it. Superior nourishing soul wood is an excellent material for nurturing souls, with each piece having a remarkably long duration of use. When not in use, it can be placed in an area abundant in energy for maintenance. A soul nurtured by nourishing soul wood cannot separate from it if it lacks a corporeal body. Observing the frail Pantuzoons on the ground, Lin Zhao wasted no words and directly retrieved the nourishing soul wood from his private store, placing it beside him. The piece of nourishing soul wood was quite substantial, roughly half a meter long and as thick as an adult's 2 arms. Its surface appeared as if it had been polished for many years, exuding a glossy, dark sheen. Upon being placed next to Pantuzoons, it seemed as though he was being absorbed into it, and before long, he became entirely connected to the nourishing soul wood. In that fleeting moment, Pantuzoon's soul solidified somewhat, no longer resembling the dissipating form he had shown previously. Having received aid, Pantuzoons took a deep breath and examined the nourishing soul wood that was now fused with him, exclaiming, "Little one, I did not expect you to possess such a substantial piece of nourishing soul wood." During his earlier rescue attempt, he had somewhat overestimated the strength of his soul, nearly causing his essence to scatter. He had believed that this fragment of his soul was destined to perish in this desolate secret realm. Yet, unexpectedly, this young lad possessed such high-quality nourishing soul wood. In that instant, Pantuzoons felt that perhaps his life was not yet at an end, and Lin Zhao might just be a small benefactor during this tribulation. He suddenly found a glimmer of hope regarding Lin Zhao's earlier promise to help him recover the rest of his soul and his corporeal body. Sunigao squatted down in astonishment, meticulously inspecting the remarkable piece of wood on the ground. The nourishing soul wood appeared akin to a block of dark jade, and he could not resist reaching out to touch it, feeling its smooth and warm texture. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao appraised Pantuzoon's current form. The latter's soul could fully curl up within the nourishing soul wood, and whenever he wished, he could extend various parts of his body from it. However, he needed to keep at least 1/3 of himself inside, unable to completely separate from the nourishing soul wood. For instance, if he wished to extend his upper body, his legs would have to remain within the nourishing soul wood. Conversely, if he wanted to step out with both legs, his upper body would need to retract into the wood. Lin Zhao imagined that scene and thought, after bringing Pantuzoons out, I must ensure he does not wander freely down the mountain, lest he frighten the villagers. At that moment, Pantuzoons was indeed doing just that. He extended both legs from one side of the nourishing soul wood, and his head from the other, then stood up. What Sunigao and Lin Zhao beheld was a piece of wood lying horizontally on the ground, suddenly sprouting 2 legs and a head, standing upright, resembling a large character, with all strokes seamlessly connected. Sunigao could not help but exclaim, "Truly, this is a world of cultivation. It has broadened my horizons immensely." Lin Zhao stifled a laugh and began to prepare for their return. First, the medicinal field that Pantuzoons had meticulously tended for decades within the Lingxin Valley needed to be collected. After all, he had previously stated that if Sunigao became his disciple, he would gift him this medicinal field. Although taking him on as a disciple was no longer feasible, Lin Zhao had promised to help him recover his soul and body. Thus, collecting this medicinal field seemed reasonable, right? Lin Zhao tasked Sunigao and Pantuzoons with gathering the medicinal field, providing them with 2 shovels to excavate the soil as well, intending to pack it for transport. Despite now possessing the heart of the secret realm only opened for 2 months each year. If the medicinal field were left here, harvesting herbs and taking care of it would be inconvenient. So Lin Zhao decided it would be best to take it all with him. Upon hearing his words, Pantuzoons was somewhat astonished. This was indeed a vast expanse of land. Could it be that you possess a high-grade storage artifact? Ordinary storage pouches could not accommodate such a large area. Pantu Zuns recalled that many years ago, during his qi refinement to foundation establishment phases, he had only used small, low-grade storage pouches. He never expected this young lad, despite his youth, to have reached the 8th level of qi refinement and possess such valuable items. He could not help but marvel at how well this young man was favored by his sect. Lin Xiao was unaware of his thoughts. He merely paused in surprise at the mention of high-grade storage artifact, then reflected that his vast private store should indeed qualify as one. With a perfunctory nod, Lin Xiao instructed the two to promptly begin harvesting the medicinal fields before departing from the Lingxin Valley. He had just utilized the heart of the secret realm to probe the entirety of the mystical domain and seemed to have discerned the purpose of the Wanjia iron barrel. To validate his hypothesis, Lin Xiao activated the identification function and examined the Wanjia iron barrel. Although it bore the name of an iron barrel, it was by no means comparable to ordinary iron. It was capable of containing items of all attributes. Hastening to a boundary within the secret realm, a location he had just surveyed with the heart of the secret realm, he arrived at a vast fissure from which incessant hot air billowed, distorting the space above it. Peering down the chasm, Lin Xiao beheld a torrent of molten lava approximately 20 meters below. Displaying no hint of astonishment, he retrieved the Wanjia iron barrel from his private storage. The barrel appeared remarkably unremarkable, composed of merely a thin layer of iron, lacking even a handle, and seemed scarcely large enough to contain 2 human heads. Employing the technique of void walking, Lin Xiao deftly floated just half a meter above the lava. The searing air felt as though it could incinerate the very fabric of space. Yet this intensity of heat was merely a suitable temperature for indulging in a refreshing slush for Lin Xiao, who had reached the 8th level of qi refinement and had already activated a spiritual barrier around himself. Now at the 8th level, he could maintain a suspended state for approximately 5 seconds with each step of void walking. Skillfully utilizing this 5-second suspension, he swiftly scooped the Wanjia iron barrel down towards the bubbling lava, filling it to the brim. Remarkably, although the lava within the barrel continued to churn and boil, Lin Xiao felt no heat emanating from it as he held it in his hand. Content with his acquisition, Lin Xiao stored the barrel filled with lava into his private storage and then exited the fissure. Returning to Lingxin Valley, his journey was not a mere whim. This lava was no ordinary lava. The molten substance from the fissure was known as Red Lotus lava, and it could be deemed the most valuable entity within the entirety of the Green Wilderness secret realm. However, Lin Xiao's intent was not solely driven by its rarity. He pondered whether such a substance might be requisite for alchemy or artifact forging, considering the sect currently lacked both a pill refining chamber and a weapon forging room. As an exemplary sect leader, he remained ever mindful of the development of his sect. Upon returning to Lingxin Valley, he found that Sunny Gao and the esteemed Master Pantu had nearly finished harvesting the expansive medicinal fields. The spiritual herbs were meticulously wrapped in soil, neatly arranged beside them, while the excavated earth had been heaped into several small mounds. After collecting these items into his private storage, Lin Xiao activated the heart of the secret realm to open the exit, leading Sunny Gao and Master Pantu out of the mystical domain. Since neither he nor Sunny Gao had utilized the red cord to exit the secret realm, it automatically vanished the moment they stepped outside. Effectively being retracted by the realm's Ke White, as the two emerged, they were greeted by the cheerful clucking of a chicken nearby. Turning to see Xiao Luan, Lin Xiao surveyed the mountainside, finding no anomalies. Allowing his previously anxious heart to settle, Sunny Gao, having mastered the language of beasts, was engaged in conversation with Xiao Luan. Xiao Luan, how have you been these past few days? Xiao Luan, intrigued, circled Master Pantu. Examining him closely while responding, I've been well. Aunt Yang feeds me a few grains of spiritual grain every day. What is this? It pointed a wing at Master Pantu, who resembled a sixth character. Sunny Gao glanced at Master Pantu, momentarily unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Master Pantu, evidently understanding Xiao Luan's words, huffed, You little chicken spirit, how dare you point at me with your wing? Such a lack of manners. Unperturbed by his statement, Xiao Luan approached him and, in a display of defiance, left an indelicate deposit at his feet. Master Pantu's face paled in fury. Lin Xiao swiftly intervened. Xiao Luan, This esteemed guest is our sect's honored guest for the next decade. Known as Master Pantu, he then turned to introduce Xiao Luan to Master Pantu. This is our disciple, Xiao Luan, of Lingxian sect. Master Pantu, sidestepping the unpleasantness, forced a nod towards Xiao Luan. You may call me Senior Liao from now on. It was not due to his modesty, but rather to prevent his name from reaching the ears of his adversaries. Although decades had passed, one could never be too cautious. Master Liao Pantu couldn't help but inwardly lament the absurdity of their sect accepting a little chicken spirit as a disciple. Questioning the seriousness of the institution, surveying their surroundings, he noted the two modest structures nearby, a few small plots of land, and the predominantly untamed mountain landscape. He inquired of Lin Xiao, "Where is your sect located?" Lin Xiao, with wide, innocent eyes, replied, "Right here. We are currently within the sect." Master Liao Pantu appeared astonished, meticulously scanning the area once more. He discerned nothing amiss. Could it be that the two humble buildings held some hidden depth? No wonder Master Liao Pantu perceived the main hall and cultivation chamber of Lingxian sect as mere rudimentary structures. After all, throughout his years of cultivation, he had encountered numerous sects and families, even the lesser ones more grandiose than the two buildings before him. Hesitantly, Master Liao suggested, "Perhaps we should meet your elders." Lin Xiao blinked innocently and agreed. "Oh, certainly. This way, pleased." As they made their way to the sect's main hall, Lin Xiao glanced up at the dimming sky. It was still morning, the time when the day should be at its brightest. Moreover, the strange aura he had sensed before entering the secret realm had returned upon his exit. Yet, he was now within his own sect, not atop a burial mound. He turned to Master Liao, "Senior Liao, do you sense anything unusual?" Upon hearing this, Master Liao attuned himself to the surroundings. His current spirit, having only reached the 9th level of qi refinement and suffering significant damage, had initially failed to detect any anomalies. However, upon closer examination, he discerned an unsettling chill. Furrowing his brow, he remarked to Lin Xiao, "It appears to be an exceedingly sinister cold energy." Sunny Gao, also sensing the strange presence, felt uncomfortable, as if the malevolent aura was inescapably entwined around him. Only Xiao Luan, still at the 2nd level of awakening, gazed up at them, utterly bewildered. Life within the sect had been exceedingly pleasant, comfortable enough that Xiao Luan wished to remain nestled in its grass hut each day. Had it not been for Jiang Yufu occasionally whisking it away to the cultivation chamber, or Yang Jinshu daily feeding it spiritual grains, it would likely still be lingering at the 1st level of awakening. Lin Xiao, surprised by Master Liao's response, felt both astonished and somewhat expectant. Fortunately, as they passed the cultivation chamber, he distinctly sensed the diligent breathing of those within, reassuring him that all was well in the village. Thus, he decided to temporarily set aside the matter at hand. With the Yuan Ing cultivator now in their midst, it was time to conduct a thorough inquiry, a proper investigation, into the state of the cultivation world in this realm. Lin Xiao quickened his pace, leading Master Liao and Sunny Gao into the sect's main hall. Seeing them head towards the unassuming building, Xiao Luan, finding it dull, scampered back to the grassy area near the stone connecting to the secret realm to hunt for insects. Upon entering the main hall, Master Liao Pantu noticed the sign reading Lingxian Main Hall and felt something was amiss. Once inside, he heard Lin Xiao cheerfully introduce himself. "Welcome to the Lingxian sect's main hall. I am the sect leader." Master Liao Pantu felt as though he had stepped out of time, unable to grasp the current state of affairs. Was it truly the case that a child of merely 8 levels of qi refinement stood before him claiming to be the leader of a sect? Had the cultivation world shifted to allow children to preside over sects? After a prolonged moment of reflection, he finally regained his voice. "Where are your elders? Your master?" Sunny Gao glanced at Lin Xiao before addressing Master Liao. "He is my master." Master Liao Pantu blinked in disbelief, pointing at Lin Xiao as he questioned Sunny Gao. "Isn't he your brother?" Lin Xiao shrugged. "Brothers can also be masters. It's all relative." Still incredulous, Master Liao Pantu gazed at Lin Xiao. "You, at the 8th level of qi refinement, have a disciple already at the 7th level?" Lin Xiao replied innocently, "What can I do about it? I accepted him when I was at the 3rd level. As one progresses, cultivation becomes increasingly slow, and our talents are not vastly different. It's perfectly normal for our levels to be close." Master Liao Pantu retorted, "Is that truly what I was asking?" Although he considered himself well-versed as a Yuanian cultivator, the matter before him was utterly beyond his comprehension. The master of the sect was merely a 12-year-old Qi refinement level 8 child. Moreover, he was the master of a 15-year-old Qi refinement level 7 cultivator. Liao Pantu felt utterly bewildered as he surveyed the interior of the sect's grand hall. It appeared somewhat presentable, albeit barely. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he incredulously inquired, "Could it be that this sect consists solely of you two children?" Upon hearing his question, Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao shook their heads resolutely, with Lin Xiao vehemently retorting, "How could that be possible?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Liao Pantu felt a slight sense of relief, thinking perhaps this sect was merely peculiar, yet surely there were elders overseeing it. Then, he heard Sunny Gao continue, "Aside from the two of us, our sect has 8 others, all disciples of the sect master." "Dift!" Liao Pantu exclaimed, "Are you playing at cultivating immortality as if it were a game?" However, recalling the valuable items Lin Xiao had casually produced, he pondered a possibility. This must be some super prestigious family indulging their children in an elaborate game of sect cultivation. With that thought, Liao Pantu felt he had unraveled the truth. Then, he observed Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao each retrieving a mat and sitting down beside him. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled as he asked, "Senior Liao, could you enlighten us about the realm of immortality?" In response, Liao Pantu assumed they had been overly sheltered at home and were lacking knowledge of the outside world, so he patiently explained, "Our realm of immortality is quite vast." Tio put it succinctly, "In our entire Shifeng continent, the realm of mortals occupies less than a fraction of the land, while the rest is comprised of the realm of immortality." Sunny Gao then inquired, "Where is our Pusi country located? How far is it from the realm of immortality?" It was Lin Xiao's first realization that the country where Xiushui village was situated was called Pusi country. Strangely enough, it was also the first time Liao Pantu had heard this name. He paused momentarily and replied, "Pusi country? I have never heard of such a name. There are no countries in the realm of immortality. Those exist solely in the realm of mortals." "Wait, this is the realm of mortals?" Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao exchanged puzzled glances and nodded in unison. Seeing them nod, Liao Pantu was utterly flabbergasted. If this were indeed the realm of mortals, then it was impossible for there to be any super prestigious families. Yet, in the realm of mortals, how could there be a 15-year-old Qi refinement level 7 cultivator and a 12-year-old Qi refinement level 8 cultivator? Liao Pantu immediately exclaimed in excitement, "What cultivation method are you practicing?" "Show it to me." Lin Xiao winked at him and replied, "Our sect's cultivation method is exclusively for our disciples. It cannot be shared with outsiders." With a grand gesture, Liao Pantu declared, "I shall join your Lingxian sect." Lin Xiao winked again and remarked, "Words alone are insufficient. A heavenly oath must be sworn." "I swear," Liao Pantu affirmed. "Then what about your Tianluo sect?" Lin Xiao asked. "Forget it," Liao Pantu retorted. "I haven't been back in decades. That group of useless individuals hasn't found me in all these years." Lin Xiao glanced at the excited Liao Pantu and questioned, "Does this small fragment of your soul count? Can it represent your entire being?" Liao Pantu was momentarily taken aback, but then angrily replied, "Of course. I merely divided my soul, not created a clone. My soul fragments can sense one another." Ding! Liao Pantu has joined the sect. Congratulations, host. You have gained a Yuanian cultivator as a disciple. Hidden rewards have been issued to your private vault. Please check. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Lin Xiao confirmed that Liao Pantu had truly joined. He generously retrieved the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju from his private vault and handed it to Liao Pantu. It wasn't that Lin Xiao was unwilling to part with his original cultivation method. Rather, he deemed the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju more universally acceptable than his own. Seeing the cultivation method presented to him, Liao Pantu eagerly accepted it and began to peruse it. He soon became engrossed in the text, unable to extricate himself. After a considerable time, Sun Aigao and Lin Xiao decided to descend the mountain to check on their homes, prompting Liao Pantu to finally lift his head and exclaim incredulously, This is actually a high-grade Earth-level cultivation method." Chapter 76, Exceptional Earth-Level High-Grade. Lin Xiao mused that the system rated the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju as A level. And Liao Panta's assertion that it was a high-grade Earth-level method implied that A level corresponded to this world's high-grade Earth level. After reflecting for a moment, he asked Liao Pantu, "Senior Liao, may I see your self-created cultivation method?" Upon hearing this, Liao Pantu promptly produced his own soul refinement method from his robes and handed it over, saying, "Here you go. I must tell you, I'm not boasting. Although my soul refinement method may not be as high-grade as yours, it is nonetheless an excellent cultivation method. The benefits of my soul refinement method." Lin Xiao had no time to listen to his boasting. He accepted the soul refinement method and placed it into his private vault before activating the identification function. Soul refinement method, B-level cultivation method, created by Yuanying cultivator Liao Pantu. Indeed, the low-grade Earth level corresponded to B-level. Lin Xiao returned the soul refinement method to Liao Pantu. Noticing that it had not been examined but was promptly returned, Liao Pantu said nothing and silently accepted it. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he remarked, however, "Why is your cultivation method not aligned with the spiritual roots?" Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao were perplexed, prompting Lin Xiao to inquire, "What does that mean?" Liao Pantu cleared his throat and explained, "Typically, cultivation methods require compatibility with certain spiritual roots. For instance, my soul refinement method is aligned with my wood-type spiritual root, allowing for an optimal cultivation speed. Conversely, those with different spiritual roots find it challenging to practice my method. However, I see no indication of spiritual root alignment in your Taoyuan Wangkong Ju." Upon hearing his confusion, Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Senior, our cultivation method indeed does not require spiritual roots." Liao Pantu was not wholly convinced, stating, "Since ancient times, cultivation has emphasized that the purer the spiritual root, the smoother the path of cultivation. The spiritual root serves as a medium for communicating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Without a spiritual root, how can..." Lin Xiao opened the disciple panel to examine Liao Pantu's details. Name: Liao Pantu. Gender: male. Bone age: 522 years. Talent: exceptional. Cultivation level: mid-Yuanying. Sect status: outer disciple. Can be changed. Sect position: none. Can be changed. Upon noticing his profile, Lin Xiao's attention was immediately drawn not to his talent, but to his age. 522 years. This was the first time Lin Xiao had genuinely encountered someone who had lived for such an extended period. Although he was currently witnessing only a fragment of his soul, Lin Xiao glanced at Liao Pantu. Had it been in the past, he would never have imagined that this elder, who appeared to be no more than 60 or 70 years old, was actually over 500 years old. The world of cultivation was indeed wondrous. However, upon seeing that his talent was exceptional, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before pointing to the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju and suggesting, "Senior, would you like to give this cultivation method a try?" Upon hearing this, Liao Pantu immediately rose to his feet, clutching the Taoyuan Wangkong Ju and declaring, "Provide me with a cultivation chamber. I shall test it right away." Lin Xiao rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat hesitant to inform him that there was only one cultivation chamber, and together with Sunny Gao, they rose to lead him out of the sect's grand hall toward the cultivation chamber. While he had a hunch that this sect was rather rudimentary, Liao Pantu had not anticipated it to be this simplistic. So many individuals were crammed into a single cultivation chamber. However, contemplating the mind technique in his hands, Liao Pantu said nothing. For someone of his cultivation level, what were training rooms, sect grand halls, or the scale of sects but mere external trappings? Only the mind techniques essential for cultivation held true significance. Thus, under Lin Xiao's introduction, Liao Pantu entered the training room. Observing the group of young children in the qi refinement stage, Liao Pantu remained remarkably composed. After all, their sect leader and master were merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. Having witnessed this sect, he felt that nothing could astonish him any further. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao return, everyone was filled with joy and rushed forward to greet them warmly. It took a while for the crowd to quiet down at Lin Xiao's behest, and after much reassurance and mental preparation from him, they welcomed the newly joined senior member of their sect, part of a soul entity. Thanks to Lin Xiao's earlier warning, when the wooden figure shaped like the number 6 entered, despite their inner astonishment, everyone maintained a composed demeanor. This was followed by a delightful welcoming ceremony for the new member. In an instant, the entire Lingxian sect was filled with harmony and laughter. After temporarily settling Liao Pantu in the training room, Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao bid farewell to the crowd and descended the mountain to return home. Having been away for several days, both felt a twinge of longing. Moreover, a vague sense of malevolence lingered in the air, leaving them both uneasy as they hurried back to their respective homes. Lin Xiao did not return home directly. Instead, he headed to the fields. The sun was just right, and his father was certainly busy tending to the crops. Upon reaching his family's plot, he indeed found Lin Dayo engrossed in weeding, while his uncle Lin Dashan and cousin Lin Lei were laboring diligently in the adjacent field. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao retrieved several water mist lotuses he had picked in the secret realm from his private stash. These fruits, with their purplish-red appearance resembling a type of guava, contained a faint spiritual essence. Consuming them would only enhance the physical health of ordinary individuals without any side effects. Each was about the size of an adult's fist, seedless and bursting with flavorful juice. Lin Xiao cast a small freezing spell on the few water mist lotuses in his hand and approached the father. "I'm back," Lin Dayo, drenched in sweat from working in the field, looked up at the sound and saw his son running toward him, reaching his side in the blink of an eye. Wiping the sweat that trickled down from his forehead to his eyelids, he squinted and said, "You've returned, yet you dawdle here? What brings you to the fields?" Lin Xiao immediately helped his father up, using a dust-clearing spell on his hands before pressing a water mist lotus into them with a playful grin. "I just missed you after a few days apart. Here, father, you must try this. I picked it in the secret realm, and it's delicious." Feeling a coolness emanating from the fruit in his hand, Lin Dayo glanced at it, noting its vibrant red hue, and promptly took a large bite. "Wow, this is fragrant," he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the rush of juice filling his mouth, the aroma wafting between his lips and teeth. The fruit's flesh was slightly crisp and exceptionally fluffy, further enhanced by its refreshing chill in the sweltering fields. The fatigue of labor seemed to dissipate in an instant. Lin Dayo gulped down the entire water mist lotus in a few bites. Lin Xiao then offered him another one before heading over to the neighboring field to share with his uncle and cousin. He urged his father and uncle to take a break, saying, "You all rest. I'll take over." The three watched as Lin Xiao rolled up his sleeves and stepped into the field. Moments later, they were astonished as he performed a hand gesture, causing all the weeds in the field to vanish completely. The three sitting by the field fell into silence. Lin Dashan glanced at his son and quietly suggested, "Perhaps you should go train with Xiaogur." Lin Lei, who had persistently refused to train and chose to help at home, hesitated, eyeing his father with uncertainty. "Should I give it a try?" Seeing his son finally relent, Lin Dashan was overjoyed and nodded vigorously. "Yes, give it a try. Your mother and I will manage here. Once you've mastered your techniques, returning to help will be much easier, won't it? We'll go speak with Xiaogur shortly." Thus, Lin Xiao's descent from the mountain not only confirmed the safety of his home but also brought back a new member for the sect, his cousin Lin Lei. As a result, the Lingxian sect's total membership had reached 12. After ensuring that the fields at both his home and the old residence were entirely cleared, he led Lin Lei back to the sect. In truth, he wished to linger a bit longer with his father, but Lin Dayo was rather insistent on sending him back up the mountain to continue his training. After bringing Lin Lei back to the mountain and following the necessary procedures, Lin Xiao entrusted him to Sunny Gao. Since Lin Lei was illiterate, his cultivation journey would commence with learning to read. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao slipped away into the sect's grand hall. This was by no means an indication of him shirking his training. Rather, with the increase in the sect's population, he, as the sect leader, had to contemplate future matters. Sighing, he first opened his private stash to examine the hidden rewards issued by the system upon Liao Pontu's joining. He fervently hoped it wasn't something as useless as the previous array of 10,000 swords united. His gaze fell upon the latest addition in the stash, the rejuvenation cauldron. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Could this be a cauldron for alchemy? Without hesitation, he utilized the appraisal function. Rejuvenation cauldron, a low-grade heavenly tier alchemy cauldron, boasts a high yield of elixirs and a chance to refine superior-grade pills. Indeed, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that while he had not completed the task for the talisman room, he could first establish the alchemy room. Construction of sect facilities. An excellent sect must have a dedicated space for alchemy, providing a conducive environment for disciples to learn and refine elixirs. Please, host, build an alchemy room promptly to facilitate the disciples in their endeavors. The system's task was always punctual. However, he didn't rush to act. He had another matter to plan. That was the need for sect dormitories. With an increasing number of disciples, although most resided in the village below the mountain, there were now non-villagers like Xiao Wan and Liao Pan too. As the sect evolved, Lin Xiao anticipated that such situations would only multiply. He couldn't solely recruit villagers as disciples indefinitely. Thus, the construction of dormitories became essential. This matter required careful planning. Yet, the area on this mountainside was rather limited. If they built dormitories here along with the alchemy room and other facilities, it wouldn't be long before the mountainside would be devoid of space. Construction of sect facilities, for an excellent sect, must also ensure the basic living needs of its disciples. Creating a warm and comfortable living environment. Please, host, construct a dormitory for the disciples promptly. The system task was ever at the ready. Lin Xiao stepped out of the grand hall and took a stroll around the vicinity, surveying the surroundings. Ultimately, he set his sights on a small hill near the grand hall, stroking his chin in contemplation. This hill was not particularly large, and since it was close to the grand hall, a significant portion was enveloped in the sect's protective barrier. Suddenly, Lin Xiao recalled that cultivators generally resided in caves, didn't they? Perhaps he could create some caves for everyone to inhabit? However, after pondering for a considerable time, he ultimately abandoned the idea. A cave seemed far too primitive. It was far more prudent to seek a proper dwelling. Thus, Lin Xiao resolved to construct a house atop this small hill. Of course, it would not be he who built it, but rather the architectural synthesizer. Nowadays, obtaining soil was no longer as arduous as it had been 20 days prior. Now, he merely needed to cast a few of his self-created earth-digging spells, the myriad applications of soil manipulation, to amass ample mounds of earth. With a swift application of a spirit energy blade, he could also procure a neatly cut array of timber. What previously required numerous individuals laboring for several days could now be accomplished single-handedly within a short span of time. It is undeniable that the cultivation of immortality significantly enhances labor efficiency and improves the quality of life. Once the foundational materials were collected, Lin Xiao activated the architectural synthesizer. His first intention was to synthesize an alchemy chamber. As he had already contemplated the necessary components beyond the basic materials, he swiftly placed the bricks and beams into the first 2 slots. Then, with decisive action, he clicked the addition button twice to open 2 more slots. He retrieved the newly acquired heavy bright cauldron from his private storage and placed it inside. For the 4th slot, he poured in the red lotus lava he had previously stored in the universal iron bucket. Naturally, an alchemy chamber must not lack a source of fire, and the red lotus lava was undoubtedly superior to ordinary flames for the purpose of alchemy. With all materials submitted, Lin Xiao awaited the synthesizer's operation. Before long, a chime resonated, signaling the successful synthesis of the alchemy chamber. He was prompted to select a placement location. Before him materialized a house of rather ancient design, occupying roughly 40 square meters. He had already envisioned a suitable location for its placement. Approaching the vicinity of the training room, he found a spot neither too close nor too far from the large stone near the entrance to the Greenwild's secret realm. After surveying his surroundings and contemplating, he decided to position it a bit further from the training room to prevent any potential disturbances from alchemical explosions affecting the practitioners. Satisfied with the distance, he set the alchemy chamber down. Ding! The alchemy chamber has been successfully placed. The sect construction task sect facilities 3 is complete. Task rewards have been deposited into the private storage. Please check, host. Lin Xiao did not rush to inspect the rewards. Instead, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation of synthesizing the disciples' dormitory next. Chapter 78. Disciples' dormitory. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly realized he had yet to explore the alchemy chamber. Everyone else was still engaged in their cultivation. This was not the sect's main hall, after all, so it lacked significant importance. Therefore, there was no need to wait for everyone else. He resolved to take a look himself. With determination, Lin Xiao pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first thing that caught his eye was the heavy bright cauldron situated in the center of the room, flanked by several tall cabinets filled with medicinal ingredients. Behind the cauldron was a long countertop, which Lin Xiao surmised was intended for placing ingredients awaiting use. Despite the abundance of items within the alchemy chamber, the interior remained remarkably spacious and well-lit. Approaching the cauldron, he examined it closely. The cauldron was entirely black, yet within its inky depths, layers of light seemed to emanate continuously. The term heavy bright aptly describes the unending brilliance. Lin Xiao glanced beneath the cauldron but did not see the red lotus lava he had previously placed into the synthesizer. After a moment's thought, he lifted the cauldron's lid. Peering inside, he was greeted by a radiant crimson glow at the bottom, reminiscent of glowing charcoal. As he extended his hand closer, a wave of heat washed over him. Content. He stepped out of the alchemy chamber, hands behind his back. Despite the exterior's plain appearance, he was exceedingly pleased with the alchemy chamber. Next, it was time to address the disciples' dormitory. In contemplating the dormitory, Lin Xiao recalled that among his disciples, there was a rather lazy little demon chicken. It seemed he also possessed a synthesis recipe for a beast cultivation chamber in his private storage. Upon checking, he indeed found it. However, after a moment of contemplation, he decided against constructing the beast cultivation chamber for now. After all, to date, the entire sect consisted solely of the little chicken, and a dedicated cultivation chamber seemed excessive. Furthermore, observing the lazy demeanor of the little chicken, Lin Xiao deemed it a waste to build a separate facility for it. It was no wonder that it could take 3 months to absorb a single spirit stone. It was not that spirit stones were exceptionally durable, but rather that it was simply lethargic. Lin Xiao thus resolved to build a cozy nest for it within the dormitory once it was completed. Nonetheless, regarding the dormitory, Lin Xiao did not intend to create 2 large individual rooms. Instead, he envisioned everyone sleeping in a shared space. Personal privacy was still quite important, especially since they were now cultivators. Therefore, Lin Xiao planned to construct a small room for each individual as their dormitory. Opening the architectural synthesizer, he adeptly synthesized a room of approximately 20 square meters. Finding a suitable spot atop the small hill, Lin Xiao aimed his spirit energy blade at a designated area and made a horizontal cut. However, unlike cutting timber, his spirit energy blade struggled somewhat against the dense rock of the mountain wall. It only managed to level the outermost layer of soil, leaving a small deficiency in the underlying rock of less than a square meter. Lin Xiao paused, realizing that the effectiveness of the spirit energy blade in cutting stone was somewhat lacking. Regrettably, he currently lacked suitable cutting tools. A sword and some sword techniques would certainly be advantageous. It seemed that equipping himself with weapons needed to be prioritized. With that thought noted in the back of his mind, he continued to use the spirit energy blade to slice the mountain wall in small increments. After creating a vertical gap in the chosen area, he positioned the back wall of the single room accordingly. Subsequently, Lin Xiao replicated this process, constructing a total of 11 rooms. The continuous task of cutting into the mountain wall drained him of all his spirit energy. Nearly an hour later, he lay exhausted on the ground, gazing at the 11 houses standing in harmonious disarray atop the small hill, thoroughly satisfied. The sun had begun its descent, and it would not be long before it yielded to the moon. He refrained from further construction, both because he had completely depleted his spirit energy and because the sect currently consisted of only 11 individuals. Additional rooms would merely stand vacant. Unoccupied houses tend to deteriorate rapidly. Such structures require inhabitants to maintain their integrity. As for the little chicken, it could freely choose any dormitory to reside in. It was merely a matter of creating a nest for it. Ding! The sect construction task sect facilities 4 is complete. Task rewards have been deposited into the private storage. Please check, host. With both tasks accomplished, their rewards awaited Lin Xiao's inspection in the private storage. He eagerly opened it, discovering several new items within. Comprehensive basic pill formulas X1, 2 instruments of life and death array X1. Lin Xiao did not initially assess their quality but focused on their quantity, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the number of rewards. A quick glance revealed that the number of spirit stones had increased from 152 to 352. It seemed these 2 tasks had collectively rewarded him with 200 spirit stones. Lin Xiao felt content. However, as he scanned the contents, he noticed a discrepancy in one of the figures. Upon closer inspection, he found that the first-order spirit vein fragments had increased from 2 to 3. Did this mean he could summon a spirit vein? Lin Xiao was immensely exhilarated. This would be the first spirit vein for their sect. A sect's residence without a spirit vein could hardly be considered a place for cultivation.